In the village of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting a mosaic of shadows that danced upon the ground, within the dwelling area of the Uchiha clan. A traditional Japanese house stood quietly. This was the home of Uchiha Kid. Such an absurd event as time travel has truly befallen me, he mused. Uchiha Kid, a soul from modern world, found himself inexplicably transported to the realm of Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. That moment, he gazed at his hands in a daze, recalling how in his previous life, his excitement while reading a novel on the computer had led him to accidentally knock over a glass of water. A wave of numbness surged through him, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in this animated world of his past, having little family in his former life. Kid felt no ties to this new world. Now, seated by his window, he observed the hurried passers-by of his clan, his mind swirling with thoughts. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's impending fate, distrust from Konoha's higher-ups, culminating in their tragic annihilation. He was determined not to blindly follow the preordained path towards destruction. He sought to alter his fate and survive in this perilous world, yearning for a semblance of freedom. Kid, it is time for your training, came his father's stern voice from outside the door. Understood, father, Kid replied, tidying his clothes before stepping out of his room. In the courtyard, his father, Uchiha Hiroshi, awaited him with a serious expression. The Uchiha clan took great pride in their formidable strength, placing immense importance on the training of their kin. Though unfortunately, his father was merely a Chunin. Kid, remember, we Uchiha bear the responsibility of protecting Konoha. However, our own strength is the foundation of our very existence. You have reached an age where you must diligently enhance your abilities. Complacency is not an option, his father stated, his gaze piercing. Yes, father, I understand, Kid respectfully replied, while his mind replayed memories of the past to adapt more swiftly to this new world. In his recollections, Shisui was among the clan's most gifted members. Fortunately, he had yet to hear of Shisui's demise. As for Itachi, although also a prodigy, his status within the clan was not yet as pronounced, likely due to Shisui's influence. Accompanying his father to the clan's training grounds, Kid found several clan members diligently honing their skills. The air was vibrant with the glimmers of various jutsu, intermingled with shouts and hand signs, creating a lively yet competitive atmosphere. Kid sought a secluded corner to practice the Uchiha clan's fundamental jutsu fire release, great fireball technique. He swiftly performed the hand signs as per his memory. Fire release, great fireball technique, he exclaimed, and a ball of flame gathered before him, surging forward to create a massive fireball that detonated upon impact, sending dust into the air. This was the infamous technique from the original story, known for its non-lethal nature, and one of the few jutsu he currently mastered. The power is insufficient, Kid mused, furrowing his brow at the results. Its potency was on par with that of a lowly genin at the story's outset. Yet, as a 12-year-old Chunin, such power was woefully inadequate to evade the impending night of massacre. After a period of training, he informed his father of his intention to step out. Feeling that his progress was alarmingly slow, it was no wonder his previous self had not appeared in the narrative. He was likely just a tragic soul under Itachi's command. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, he couldn't help but marvel at its splendor, perhaps the most prosperous location in the ninja world. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. A group of Uchiha youths surrounded an outsider ninja, embroiled in a heated argument. How dare an outsider act brazenly on Uchiha territory, utterly ignorant of their fate, one Uchiha youth scoffed. Exactly, you'd best vacate before we make you regret it. Another chimed in, the surrounded outsider's face flushed red, yet he refrained from retaliating, clenching his fists in suppressed anger. Kid felt a stir within. No wonder the Uchiha were not accepted by the people of Konoha. This was a shared training ground, yet these Uchiha ninjas were driving away others. Shaking his head, Kid resolved to ignore the scene and continued on his way. "Oh, Kid, is that you?" A familiar voice called out from a distance. Turning, he recognized one of the youths from earlier, Uchiha K, a cousin known for his rigorous training and superior strength compared to Kid. "K, what a coincidence," Kid replied courteously. "Indeed. Would you care to train together?" K inquired as he approached. "Oh, thank you." I merely stepped out to procure a few items and will be heading back shortly. Keed politely declined. Haha, very well. Have you made any progress with your jutsu lately? Kei asked, regarding Keed with a scrutinizing gaze. Keed's heart raced. He understood the fierce competition within the clan, where everyone was secretly vying for superiority. It's about the same. My talent is rather mediocre, he admitted, shaking his head. Really? Why do you say that today? Aren't you usually so eager to improve? Kei remarked, patting Keed's shoulder, puzzled. It's nothing, just feeling a little introspective about the abundance of talent within the clan, Keed explained. That makes sense. Kei nodded in agreement before returning to his training. Watching Keith's retreating figure, Keed silently congratulated himself for not revealing any weakness that he knew that within this clan, one must remain vigilant, concealing any signs of abnormality. After a leisurely stroll, Keed felt fatigue set in and decided to return home. Upon arrival, his mother, Uchiha Miki, had prepared dinner. The family gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere slightly somber. His father maintained a stern countenance, while his mother occasionally offered Keed food, her eyes radiating warmth. Keed, how was your training today? She gently inquired. It was satisfactory, Keed replied, nonchalantly. That's good to hear, but do take care of your health and don't overexert yourself, she cautioned. I understand, mother, Keed nodded, inwardly cursing the self-righteous figure from his previous life who had eradicated the weak and left behind only his brother. Having experienced the absence of parental figures in his former life, Keed held no deep-seated affection for his new parents, yet their kindness was genuine. After dinner, Keed lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events. He struggled to conceive of a method to rapidly enhance his abilities. The Uchiha clan's greatest advantage lay in the Sharingan. Yet at 12 years of age, he had yet to awaken it. Damn it. Not only have I been thrust into the Uchiha clan, but I lack any extraordinary abilities. How am I supposed to survive? Keed's frustration mounted. In the world of Naruto, hard work was limited in its efficacy, and he had little time left to spare. Suddenly, a moth fluttered near his bedside. In a fit of irritation, Keed captured it and crushed it in his hand. Gazing at the lifeless moth, he found an unsettling similarity to his own situation. Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The blood from the moth's body vanished, and Keed felt a surge of energy coursing from his palm. He gazed incredulously at his palm, momentarily lost in a daze. What is this? The moth's lifeless body lay shriveled in his hand, yet the sensation it evoked sent a shiver down Uchiha Keed's spine. Had it been activated? Chapter 2. Experimentation with external powers. The sunlight in the village hidden in the leaves cascaded as usual, illuminating every street and alley with a warm glow. Uchiha Fong rose early and, upon stepping outside his family's home, crouched down to search for small creatures. After experimenting with a moth yesterday, he had tried several other items, but to no avail. He recalled that he had seemingly ingested the moth's blood, leading him to speculate that living beings were necessary. Before long, he found a few insects and placed them in his palm. After observing them for a while without any response, he crushed them. This time, a warm current surged through his body, confirming that he was indeed on the right track. The external power had activated. Fong could hardly contain his excitement. He had finally discovered a method for rapid growth. However, the enhancement from the insects was minimal. He pondered whether the same could be achieved with a human. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the training ground. The training area was already bustling with Uchiha clan members, each engrossed in their own cultivation. The vibrant display of various ninjutsu and the sounds of hand seals intermingled, creating an atmosphere both lively and competitive. Fong selected a relatively secluded corner and began to focus on practicing the fire release technique. The potency still leaves much to be desired, he mused. Observing his fire release with a furrowed brow as he contemplated adjustments to the hand seals and chakra output to enhance its power further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the training field. Instinctively, Fong glanced up to see a golden-haired boy sprinting in, exuding boundless energy, followed closely by a black-haired boy whose expression was cold and distant. In an instant, Fong recognized them. The golden-haired boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, and the black-haired youth was Sasuke Uchiha. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as he recognized them as the destined protagonists of the original storyline. But why were Naruto and Sasuke here? Wait, weren't they only 6 or 7 years old? How could they have made it to this place? Yet, not everyone knew about Naruto being a Jinchuriki. That knowledge was likely confined to the higher echelons of the ninja villages. In Konoha, most ninjas and common folk merely regarded him as the embodiment of the Nine Tails. Feng had no intention of engaging with them. He was acutely aware that Naruto was shadowed by a group of Umbu. His thoughts were consumed with how to bolster his own strength and, most critically, how to survive the impending Uchiha clan massacre. He understood his primary objective was to ensure his survival during this calamity, rather than becoming entangled in matters unrelated to his survival. Upon entering the training ground, Naruto bounded about like an exuberant monkey, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wow, this ninjutsu is incredible. Oh, that taijutsu move is so cool." His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, displaying immense interest in the novel ninjutsu and training scenes around him. Sasuke, on the other hand, began his training with an air of indifference, his gaze tinged with disdain as if dismissing the training efforts of those around him. "Hey Sasuke, look at that guy's fire release. It seems pretty impressive," Naruto exclaimed, pointing at someone demonstrating the technique with enthusiasm. "Humph, it's just basic fire release, nothing remarkable," Sasuke retorted with a scoff. "Keep your distance from me." Feng quietly listened to their conversation, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Their personalities mirrored those described in the original narrative perfectly, one radiating warmth, the other exuding chilliness. In the original plot, after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Sasuke embarked on a treacherous path of vengeance, while Naruto remained steadfast in his determination to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. How could Konoha allow Naruto to enter Uchiha territory? That seemed impossible. However, it was of no concern to him. To evade the night of the massacre, he first needed to ascertain the specific plans of Konoha's leadership. Otherwise, he would have no idea when the slaughter would occur. Feng's brow furrowed as he pondered this dilemma. Perhaps he could deduce from Shisui's situation. He recalled that the clan's massacre would not occur until about a year after Shisui's death. As he continued practicing the Great Fireball technique, he weighed various possibilities in his mind. Just then, Naruto, as if discovering a new world, dashed toward Feng with exuberance. "Hey there, your fire release looks great too. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. We can train together," he exclaimed, his radiant smile seeming capable of dispelling any gloom. Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Naruto would approach him. Train together? What a joke. Whether Naruto could even enter again was uncertain. Once Shisui died, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha would plummet to an icy abyss, making it impossible for a Jinchuriki to appear here again. Even now, it was likely that the number of Umbu had significantly increased. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression cooling as he replied, "Hello, I prefer to train alone. Thank you for your kind offer." "Oh, I see. Well, maybe next time then." Naruto scratched his head, undeterred by Feng's rejection, and cheerfully ran off. Suddenly, in his exuberance, Naruto tripped over a stone and fell. Feng's eyes flickered as he rushed to help him up, noticing a scratch on his cheek. He instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Sasuke observed this scene with a slight frown, shaking his head at Naruto's persistent cheerfulness. A loser is always a loser. As Feng watched Naruto's retreating figure, his heart surged with conflicting emotions. He clenched his hand, feeling a rush of blood. That sensation returned, a pure energy coursing through him. He shuddered, realizing his chakra had increased significantly. Indeed, he could absorb from people. This is absorbing chakra? Just 2 drops of blood granted me such a boost? Feng marveled inwardly. No wonder he was the favored one of the original story. So my ability is to absorb others' blood? To draw energy from it? Feng contemplated this, recalling that when he absorbed from small animals, he did not gain chakra, but still felt a surge of warmth, likely vitality. Chapter 3, Ascendance of Power. Scheming for tranquility since that fateful day when he inadvertently absorbed Naruto's blood, Uchiha Feng had tasted the immense benefits brought forth by his newfound abilities. Indeed, it became evident that embracing one's potential was the most expedient path to progress. In the later stages of this world, the essence lay in who harnessed their power most effectively. On that bright morning, sunlight cascaded over the streets and alleys of Konoha, as villagers and ninjas alike commenced their daily endeavors. Uchiha Feng, as usual, stepped outside, but today his destination was not the family training grounds. Rather, he was headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he adjusted his attire slightly before entering with an air of composure. Inside, the hospital bustled with activity. Injured ninjas received treatment, while medical personnel hurried between various wards. Feng swiftly slipped into the hospital's changing room, donning a white coat, and transformed himself using a transformation technique. Emerging as a tall doctor, he approached a busy physician with a warm smile, saying, "Good day, doctor. I am here to assist." The doctor regarded him with mild curiosity, as he did not recognize this new face, but nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Perfect timing. We are somewhat overwhelmed in the wards, and the lightly injured ninjas currently lack care." "Then I shall take a look," Uchiha Fong replied, making his way toward the patient area. As he walked, he remained observant of his surroundings. Glancing through the crack of a ward door, he saw a Konoha genin lying on the bed, evidently nursing minor injuries sustained during a mission, his pallor suggesting fatigue. A thought crossed Feng's mind, and he gently pushed open the door, stepping inside with a concerned expression. "Hello, how are you feeling today?" he inquired. The genin opened his eyes slightly, acknowledging the doctor with a weak smile. "Thank you, just some minor wounds. I'll be fine with some rest." Nodding, Feng seated himself beside the bed, engaging the genin in casual conversation. While conversing, he discreetly retrieved a small, exquisitely sharp needle he had prepared in advance. Seizing an opportune moment when the genin was distracted, he feigned an accidental brush against the young man's arm, creating a minute cut. Before the genin could comprehend what transpired, a drop of blood oozed forth. Uchiha Fong immediately activated his unique ability, an unseen force surging from his being and enveloping the droplet of blood. In an instant, he felt a strange power coursing through him, as his chakra began to rise steadily. The genin, sensing a slight tingling in his arm, looked at the small cut, mistakenly believing he had merely scraped himself on something. Maintaining his facade, Fong continued their conversation while savoring the influx of power. After absorbing that drop of blood, he distinctly noticed an enhanced control over his chakra, as if a new vitality had awakened within him. After a brief exchange, he departed the ward. Seeking his next target within the hospital, he maneuvered between various wards, under the guise of assisting patients, seizing every opportunity to acquire the blood of other ninjas. Some were gravely injured from battle, their weakened states allowing Feng to procure their blood with minimal effort. Others, though only lightly wounded, would inadvertently suffer minor cuts under his subtle guidance. Indeed, he mused to himself, the more blood he absorbed, the greater the energy he garnered. This included not only stamina, but also fragments of memories and experiences. Occasionally, he would absorb a mere trickle of chakra, while other times, visions of jutsu would flicker in his mind. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could absorb other forms of essence. As he continued to draw upon the blood of various ninjas, Uchiha Feng's chakra grew increasingly robust, elevating his command over C-rank ninjutsu to unprecedented heights. What was once a modest fire technique, the great fireball jutsu, now manifested as a colossal sphere of flame, its intensity scorching the earth and threatening to incinerate all in its path. In terms of physical prowess, his speed and strength exhibited marked improvement. Previously, evading attacks had required considerable effort. Now, he moved with a ghostly agility, easily sidestepping enemy strikes and launching swift counterattacks. Thus, Uchiha Fong busied himself in the hospital for the better part of the day, incessantly absorbing the blood of different ninjas, resulting in a significant enhancement of his capabilities. However, as he continued this endeavor, he gradually sensed diminishing returns from his absorptions. This was not due to a reduction in the energy drawn from the blood, but rather an increase in his own power. The minuscule amount of chakra he acquired was insufficient to elevate his reserves. Moreover, the absence of high-ranking ninjas in the hospital deterred him from further attempts, as he feared exposure as an imposter. As evening approached, Uchiha Fong concluded his assistance at the hospital and began his journey home. Yet, upon reaching the Uchiha compound, he overheard a conversation. "Have you heard? Uchiha Itachi has joined the Umbu." "What? Uchiha Itachi? He is a prodigy of our clan. How could he join the Umbu?" "Who knows? It seems rather suspicious. And remember, Uchiha Shisui often had dealings with the Umbu. Now that Itachi has joined them, I wonder how Shisui is faring." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fong felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He recalled that shortly after Itachi's entry into the Umbu in the original storyline, Shisui met with misfortune. Now that Itachi had joined the ranks, did this signify that Shisui's end was near? This thought stirred a complex whirlpool of emotions within him. Shisui was a pivotal figure within the Uchiha clan, not only for his formidable power, but also for his ongoing efforts to mediate relations between the clan and the higher echelons of Konoha. While Fong had previously deemed Shisui somewhat naive for revealing his potent abilities, He understood that Shisui's intentions were rooted in a desire for harmony between clan and village, unlike certain individuals who would hastily opt for extremes. However, Uchiha Feng's reflections soon shifted to a bold notion, devising a plan to secure Shisui's body. After a day of fervent absorption, his strength had surged, yet he lacked effective means of offense. His chakra remained largely untapped. He knew that Shisui possessed unique Sharingan abilities, and if he could absorb Shisui's power posthumously, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Hastening his pace toward home, Feng pondered how he might successfully acquire Shisui's body and utilize his abilities without detection. This was undoubtedly an audacious scheme, yet for Uchiha Feng, it was the sole avenue that might endow him with sufficient strength to safeguard himself as the night of clan annihilation loomed ominously. Upon returning home, Uchiha Feng strode directly into his room, closing the door behind him. His expression was grave, as his mind raced with considerations of intricate details and potential contingencies. Chapter 4. The Tragedy of Shisui. Uchiha Feng quietly lay in ambush beneath the waterfall, the mist enveloping him as the cascading water crashed down, drenching the foliage around his hiding place. This particular waterfall was a frequent retreat for Shisui, and for days, Feng had devoted himself to training while keeping a vigilant watch for news of Shisui. In the original narrative, Shisui had taken his own life by jumping into a river, which, if memory served correctly, was situated by the South Hegawa, where the Uchiha clan resided. Simultaneously, Feng sensed the growing discontent within the clan. Recently, he had learned that Shisui's teammates had perished during a mission. Feng astutely recognized that Shisui had awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, indicating that the tragic incident orchestrated by Danzo was imminent, and Shisui's demise could be within days. Thus, he had concealed himself beneath the waterfall for several consecutive days, employing shadow clones and transformation techniques to elude detection, his gaze fixed on the cliff's edge above. Amidst the thunderous roar of the waterfall, he patiently awaited Shisui's arrival, knowing this was his key opportunity to acquire formidable power, one he could not afford to miss. The moonlight cast a pale glow upon the cliff, illuminating the figures of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui's face was ashen, yet it radiated a resolute determination, while Itachi's expression was one of shock and sorrow. Shisui slowly began to speak. Feng could not discern the words clearly but surmised he was revealing the harsh truth to Itachi. One of his eyes had been taken by Danzo. Upon hearing this, Itachi's body quivered violently, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. His lips trembled, as if he wished to speak, yet the devastating news rendered him speechless. Shisui, having seemingly accepted his grim fate, raised his hand. Under Itachi's heart-wrenching gaze, he resolutely extracted the remaining Mangekyō Sharingan, imbued with immense power. Blood streamed down his cheek, yet Shisui appeared oblivious to the pain, simply offering the warm eye to Itachi. Trembling, Itachi accepted it, tears welling in his eyes yet refusing to fall. He opened his mouth, ultimately producing a heart-wrenching groan filled with despair. Once Shisui completed this act, he seemed to expend all his strength, heavily stepping toward the cliff's edge. Each step appeared laden with profound reluctance and determination, his figure casting a lonely shadow beneath the dim moonlight. Uchiha Feng, concealed in the distance, bore witness to this tragic scene. Despite the turmoil within him, he felt no guilt. In this merciless world of ninjas, strength and survival were paramount. He was merely seizing every opportunity to grow stronger. As Shisui reached the brink of the cliff, his balance faltered, and he plummeted into the abyss below. Itachi, watching in horror, cried out, "Shisui!" His voice, infused with grief and despair, echoed through the silent night sky. In the depths of his sorrow, Itachi's eyes underwent a transformation. The ordinary Sharingan swiftly transitioned into its Mangekyō form. Unique and mysterious patterns swirled within his gaze, exuding an aura of potent sorrow. Feng, concealed in the shadows, observed every moment. After Shisui's body crashed to the ground beneath the waterfall, Feng paused to listen intently, ensuring no other sounds echoed in the vicinity before emerging from his hiding place. He approached Shisui's lifeless form, casting a wary glance around to ascertain the absence of any potential threats. Then, he crouched beside Shisui's motionless visage, a flicker of regret surfacing within him, but overshadowed by the anticipation of acquiring great power. Placing his hand over Shisui's bleeding eye socket, Feng activated his absorption ability. drawing forth the blood that coursed through Shisui's veins into his own body. With each pulse of power absorbed, Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy swell within him. Not only the blood but also the residual chakra within Shisui was siphoned away. The strength of Shisui was formidable, leading to a significant increase in Feng's chakra reserves and granting him newfound insights into the Sharingan's capabilities. His eyes tingled, as if something within him were striving to break free. Moments later, the Sharingan activated, evolving from a single tomo into a double tomo, and Feng sensed that this new form far surpassed the ordinary double tomo Sharingan. After fully absorbing Shisui's power, Feng rose, carefully scanning his surroundings once more to ensure no incriminating traces remained before using Earth Release to bury Shisui's withered body, hurrying away from the waterfall. On his journey home, Uchiha Feng maintained a calm demeanor. He understood that this marked the beginning of an escalation in tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Upon returning to his family, he made a concerted effort to avoid drawing attention. Once inside, he closed the door, seated himself at the table, and began to meticulously explore the newfound power he had acquired. He discovered that this double tomo Sharingan not only significantly enhanced his Jinjutsu and perception, but also granted him a new ability, briefly disrupting the chakra flow of enemies and penetrating deeper into their mental realm during Jinjutsu, thereby making the effects more enduring and difficult to shake off. In the deep of night, Konoha lay shrouded in silence, with only the occasional chirp of insects breaking the stillness. Uchiha Feng stood in the backyard, activating his double tomo Sharingan, focusing intently in preparation for testing his new ability. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it toward a dilapidated wooden post in the distance. As the stone soared through the air, he activated his Sharingan's new ability, attempting to disrupt the chakra flow around the post. Instantly, the previously steady chakra became chaotic under his influence, creating peculiar disturbances around the wooden post. A surge of joy filled Feng. He realized his new ability was indeed effective. However, just as he prepared to conduct further tests, he heard a faint rustle from the other side of the yard. Alarmed, he immediately dispelled all ninjutsu and abilities, swiftly retracting his power. A figure gradually approached, and under the dim moonlight, Feng recognized the visitor, his father, Uchiha Hao. "Feng, what are you doing out here so late?" Uchiha Hao asked, a serious expression adorning his face. Feng shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Father, I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my training and felt restless. So I wanted to reflect in solitude on my cultivation." Uchiha Hao regarded him for a moment before refraining from further inquiry. He simply nodded, "Get some rest. You can think about your training tomorrow." Feng nodded in agreement. "Understood, father." Uchiha Hao glanced at him once more before turning to return to his room. Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, watching his father's retreating figure. He silently assessed his body. A portion of the power remained unprocessed. Indeed, Shisui's energy was immense. Moreover, he had absorbed a significant portion of Shisui's memories and experiences. Among them was the body flicker technique, renowned throughout the ninja world, which had earned Shisui the title Shunshin Shisui. Days passed as Feng continued to assimilate Shisui's power, idling at home when clan members arrived to inquire about his family. They then asked if he had ventured anywhere recently. Doubt crept into Feng's mind. Had the matter of Shisui been discovered? It seemed implausible. He had returned Shisui's remains to their original place, and even the expert in corpse digging, Orochimaru, would struggle to uncover the truth. Chapter 5. The three Tomo Feng chose not to inquire about the situation, likely knowing they would not divulge any information. Instead, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. During this period of unrest within the clan, Feng continued his training as usual. In the family training grounds, he practiced alongside others when a sudden commotion erupted. He paused his training and turned to observe the source of the noise. A group of Konoha ninjas was escorting an individual clad in the attire of the Umbu. The Umbu member wore a grim expression, his gaze emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The ninjas following him exhibited solemn expressions, as though they were bracing for a formidable challenge. Uchiha Feng speculated silently, unsure of the Umbu's purpose at the training ground. Surely, no one would suspect a mere genin like him. The Umbu captain halted in the center of the training area, surveying his surroundings before addressing the gathered ninjas. "Recently, there have been some unsettling elements within the village. I am here to observe your training and to remind you that maintaining the peace and stability of Konoha is the responsibility of every ninja." His voice was deep and hoarse, yet it resonated throughout the quiet training ground, ensuring that everyone heard him clearly. Uchiha Fong scoffed inwardly, aware that the Umbu's words were mere pretense, their true intent likely to investigate the movements of the Uchiha clan, especially following the incident involving Shisui. At that moment, the Umbu's gaze appeared to inadvertently sweep in the direction of the younger Uchihas. Feng's heart raced, feeling as though he had been targeted by a venomous serpent, every hair on his body standing on end. He minimized his presence, and fortunately, the Umbu's scrutiny lingered only briefly before moving away. With a sigh of relief, Feng watched as the Umbu conducted a brief inspection of the training ninjas before departing with his subordinates. Observing their retreat, he realized that the higher-ups in Konoha harbored increasingly severe suspicions and surveillance over the Uchiha clan. From that day forward, Feng dedicated even more time to his training, focusing not only on ninjutsu and the mastery of his Sharingan, but also on concealing his presence and honing his awareness of the surrounding environment. The shadow of the massacre night loomed ever heavier over the Uchiha clan amidst the escalating tension. As time passed, during a solitary training session, Uchiha Feng unexpectedly discovered that his dual Tomo Sharingan exhibited signs of evolution after undergoing numerous practical simulations and integrating Shisui's power. Moreover, with the infusion of Shisui's immense energy, he had even acquired several ninjutsu techniques. He focused intently on perfecting a new technique that combined lightning release and jinjutsu. With rapid hand seals, he exclaimed, "Lightning release, illusory electric cage." A stream of blue and white electricity surged from his hands, weaving into a complex net in midair, accompanied by ethereal shadows. Should an enemy come into contact with this net, they would not only be paralyzed by the current, but also ensnared in the carefully crafted illusion. Just as he completed this technique and prepared for further refinement, a sudden, intense pain pierced his eyes, as if something within them was violently agitating. Uchiha Feng was startled, but quickly realized this might be a sign of his Sharingan evolving. He ceased his movements, seeking a concealed spot to hide and concentrating on sensing the changes in his eyes. As the pain intensified, his dual Tomo Sharingan began to radiate an extraordinary light, growing brighter until it nearly illuminated his hiding place. In the brilliance of the light, he could distinctly perceive his chakra fervently gathering at his eyes, relentlessly impacting the existing form of his Sharingan. Finally, after a tumultuous transformation, the light gradually subsided, and Uchiha Feng slowly opened his eyes to reveal that his Sharingan had evolved into the three-tomo form. He understood that at this moment, he had fully absorbed and digested Shisui's power. However, he harbored no such concerns now. As his strength increased, so too would his absorption efficiency and speed. The three-tomo Sharingan appeared deeper and more mysterious, with the tomo patterns more vividly defined, exuding an aura that commanded respect. His own chakra surged to an alarming level, feeling as though he possessed at least 3 times the usual amount. Uchiha Feng felt a surge of joy, recognizing that the emergence of the three-tomo Sharingan signified a significant leap in his abilities. Additionally, he sensed a peculiar energy swirling within his eyes, enhancing the potency of his three-tomo power. Could this be the power of the Kotoamatsukami? He pondered aloud. This situation reminded him of the original storyline, where Obito had exhibited the three-tomo's capability to unleash Kamui, while Madara could activate Susanoo without the need for eyes. Regrettably, he had not directly absorbed Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, and his current ocular power was insufficient to wield that level of strength. Ironically, by the later stages, the once mystical and elegant Sharingan had been reduced to a tool for summoning titanic beings, with its illusionary capabilities forgotten. Yet, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test the abilities of his newly evolved Sharingan. Activating the three-tomo, he surveyed his surroundings and found that what had once been indistinct movements now appeared vividly clear, even allowing him to track the trajectory of falling leaves and the paths of insects crawling underground. In terms of Jinjutsu, he attempted a simple illusion on a passing bird, which immediately became ensnared in the realm he had created, flapping about in panic, as though witnessing something extraordinarily terrifying. This was the power of the three-tomo. Ordinary illusions were utterly ineffective against him. Moreover, when he executed fire release techniques, his Sharingan enhanced his precision in controlling the flame's direction and intensity, significantly amplifying their destructive range and power. Uchiha Feng gazed at his newfound capabilities with satisfaction, understanding that in this increasingly precarious environment, these powers would become crucial assets for his survival and future endeavors. Yet, He was acutely aware that as his strength grew, so too would the likelihood of becoming a target of scrutiny. But if he continued to hide, how could he advance his abilities swiftly? After all, Shisui was but one individual. He could not expect powerful adversaries to conveniently present themselves for him to defeat, and Konoha's hospital offered him little assistance. Was it necessary to venture beyond Konoha? That seemed unfeasible. He currently possessed only the strength of a Nin, with scant experience, most of which had been imparted by Shisui. Venturing into the ninja world now would likely lead to a grim fate, and he was hardly capable of defeating formidable foes. Ninjutsu. Fang's eyes flickered. The clan indeed possessed numerous advanced techniques. Chapter 6. Concealing one's talents after quietly evolving his Sharingan into the three-tomo form. Uchiha Fong understood that the current situation was akin to a taut bowstring. In essence, the three-tomo was still insufficient to wield the power needed for resistance. On that clear morning, sunlight bathed the streets of Konohagakure, creating an illusion of tranquility. Yet, Uchiha Fong could keenly detect the underlying tension lurking beneath the surface calm. As he stepped out of his home, his expression remained serene, and he deliberately adopted a relaxed demeanor, as if everything were as usual. However, internally, he maintained a heightened vigilance, acutely aware of any subtle changes in his surroundings. Upon arriving at the family training grounds, the atmosphere was notably more oppressive than usual. Clan members either trained alone with grave expressions or engaged in hushed conversations that revealed their concerns regarding the Uchiha clan's precarious position. Uchiha Fong silently moved to a secluded corner of the training area, ready to commence his practice for the day. He recognized that during this sensitive period, any conspicuous actions could serve as grounds for scrutiny. Thus, despite possessing the formidable three-tomo Sharingan, he resolved to feign normalcy. As Fong practiced fire release techniques, a fellow Uchiha observed him and remarked in surprise, "Fong, your mastery of the great fireball technique has improved remarkably." Uchiha Fong smiled slightly in response, saying, "I still have much to learn. Compared to the clan's elite, I am still far behind." He continued to refine various fundamental ninjutsu, from fire release to wind release, executing each movement with precision and skill. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, perusing several intelligence reports concerning the Uchiha clan. A furrow formed on his brow, his expression reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Standing beside him were two senior advisors from Konohagakure, Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Shisui. Mitarashi Anko spoke first. "Hiruzen, the situation with the Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly delicate. Though we lack concrete evidence of any wrongdoing, the circumstances surrounding Shisui's incident remain murky, which inevitably raises suspicions. Moreover, the atmosphere within the clan feels particularly strained, with an undercurrent of unease in their conversations." Uchiha Shisui concurred. "Indeed, Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan has always harbored ambitious aspirations. While they have previously contributed to Konohagakure, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they may harbor ulterior motives now. We must intensify our surveillance. We cannot afford to be complacent." The third Hokage sighed softly. "I understand your concerns. However, the Uchiha clan has made significant contributions to our village, and we cannot act rashly without evidence. Such actions would only exacerbate tensions and undermine the peace and stability of Konohagakure." Mitarashi Anko frowned. "Hiruzen, your compassion may be misguided. Think back to the Nine Tails incident. Rumors linked it to the Uchiha clan. Although we never confirmed anything, the suspicions linger. With the recent events surrounding Shisui, we cannot afford to be careless." Uchiha Shisui added, "Exactly, Hiruzen. While it is prudent to monitor them closely, we must also prepare for any unforeseen developments. Should they indeed harbor malicious intent, we cannot simply wait and see." After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage replied, "I acknowledge your points. We must continue to observe the Uchiha clan's every move, but we must do so discreetly, ensuring they do not sense any deliberate targeting from us, maintaining a relatively peaceful atmosphere. After all, resolving issues through peaceful means is our utmost desire." Mitarashi Anko scoffed. "Let us hope they recognize the gravity of the situation. If they dare to act recklessly, they will face consequences." Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Hiruzen. Yet, we must remain vigilant." The third Hokage nodded once more, choosing not to mention Shisui's incident, fully aware of its implications. Once Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Shisui departed, the door swung open again, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. Danzo, surrender Shisui's eyes, the third Hokage said, lowering his head. I have not taken his eyes, Hiruzen. You must realize that the rift between the Uchiha and Konohagakure is irreparable. It is time to make a decisive choice, Danzo replied ominously. Danzo, hand over the eyes now. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your machinations? Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, his voice rising in anger. Danzo remained expressionless, adamantly denying any wrongdoing before abruptly leaving. Later, back at home, Uchiha Phone closed his door, seated at his desk, contemplating how to navigate the increasingly dire situation ahead. He had considered fleeing, given that the night of the massacre was still some time away. If he could just undertake a mission and simulate death, he could escape. But where could he go? Before the massacre, was the outside world truly safer than Konohagakure? Moreover, leaving the village would not be so simple. As a low-ranking shinobi, he might not even qualify for missions outside the village. Additionally, he had his parents within the clan to consider. The following morning, Uchiha Foam awoke early, completing a brief morning routine before discreetly making his way to the family training grounds once more. Throughout his journey, he maintained his usual demeanor, eyes calm, footsteps steady. As he approached a narrow alley near the training grounds, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Startled, he halted, skillfully utilizing his surroundings to conceal himself while quietly activating his concealed three-tomo Sharingan, carefully discerning the origin of the presence. Through the keen insight of his Sharingan, he discerned that it was none other than Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Itachi appeared solemn, his gaze profound, as he swiftly advanced towards a specific direction. Uchiha Fong felt a pang of uncertainty. He was unaware of Itachi's activities since Shisui's death and was equally clueless about his current destination. Nevertheless, he recognized that Itachi was no ordinary individual, and it was best to avoid any encounter with him. Thus, Uchiha Fong patiently waited at the alley's entrance until Itachi's figure vanished from sight before proceeding to the training grounds. Upon reaching his designated training spot, he prepared to begin when he overheard a few clan members conversing in hushed tones nearby. One clan member furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you think the village is watching us so closely because they plan to take action against the Uchiha clan?" Another sighed in response, "Who knows? The current situation feels like the calm before a storm, and it sends chills down my spine." Listening to their discussions, Uchiha Feng's heart grew heavier. The tension between the Uchiha clan and Konohagakure had reached a breaking point. Even these ordinary clan members could sense it. Why then did the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan still entertain notions of peaceful coexistence with Konohagakure? He silently lowered his head, returning to his training, swiftly forming hand seals as he called out, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." Chapter 7. A complicated situation. Uchiha Fong reflected on the events unfolding around him. It was roughly a year after Shisui's demise that Itachi would enact the massacre. On this day, as was his custom, Uchiha Fong ventured to the village market to procure some daily necessities. The market was bustling with activity, filled with villagers engaged in commerce and merry laughter. Yet beneath the surface lingered an unmistakable sense of estrangement towards the Uchiha clan. Navigating through the crowd, Uchiha Fong endeavored to remain inconspicuous, maintaining a serene demeanor as he selected his items. When he paused at a stall to examine some ninja tools, the vendor, a middle-aged villager, glanced at him with a barely perceptible flicker of disdain before returning to his task, muttering, "Humph, an Uchiha buying so many tools. Who knows what schemes they are plotting now?" Fong furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the long-standing rift between the Uchiha clan and the other villagers of Konohagakure. Perhaps it stemmed from the machinations of the third Hokage and others over the years. Or perhaps the arrogance of the Uchiha had cemented their negative image in the hearts of the villagers. Yet, it was challenging to muster any sympathy for these simple-minded folk, as if they had been brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Their reactions to Naruto's actions in the original narrative were nothing short of miraculous. Considering he had not succumbed to darkness, he refrained from engaging with the vendor's mutterings, completing his selection of tools and preparing to leave. However, upon turning, he accidentally collided with a young villager. The youth was about to express his anger, but halted upon noticing the Uchiha crest adorning Feng's attire, swallowing his words instead. Uchiha Feng quickly apologized. "My apologies, I wasn't paying attention." "Humph, the Uchiha always strutting about as if they're superior. Do they truly believe themselves so remarkable? Trampling through the market like this?" The young villager refrained from replying, only to mock Feng once he had departed. Other nearby villagers joined in, whispering in agreement. their conversations laced with skepticism and disdain toward the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fong inhaled deeply, recognizing the ugliness of the situation. What was there in this village that warranted Shisui and that paragon of filial piety to protect it, even at the cost of the entire Uchiha clan's existence? A few days later, Uchiha Fong received a mission notification. This task involved collaborating with several other ninjas from Konohagakure to investigate unusual chakra fluctuations in the outer forest. Upon arriving at the assembly point, he found 2 Genin and a Chunin awaiting him. The Chunin, upon sighting Uchiha Fong, frowned slightly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes as he remarked, "So you are Uchiha Fong? Humph, the Uchihas can only take on these trivial reconnaissance missions now. Don't slow us down." Fong maintained his composure, respectfully assuring, "Rest assured, Chunin, I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill this mission." Once they entered the forest, the group dispersed to follow their designated routes for investigation. Activating his Sharingan in its 3-tomo form, Uchiha Fong proceeded cautiously through the woods, utilizing his heightened vision and acute chakra sensitivity while remaining vigilant of his surroundings and concealing his true strength from his companions. During the investigation, Fong uncovered subtle clues suggesting a mysterious force had traversed the forest, leaving behind unusual traces of chakra. Just as he prepared to examine further, a sudden exclamation from a distance startled him. Alarmed, he hurried toward the source of the sound, only to find a fellow genin ensnared in a massive vine trap, the tendrils wrapping around him like a living entity, rendering him immobile. Uchiha Fong rushed to assist, drawing a kunai in an attempt to sever the constricting vines. However, the tendrils proved remarkably resilient, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Another genin soon arrived, witnessing the predicament, and exclaimed anxiously, "What in the world is this? How is it so powerful?" Feng's brow furrowed. He understood that if they did not swiftly rescue their entangled teammate, greater peril loomed. Consequently, he resolved to employ a fire-style ninjutsu, swiftly forming hand signs. He declared, "Fire-style, great fireball technique." A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, engulfing the vines. The fire quickly consumed part of the tendrils, loosening their grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the trapped genin managed to free himself from some of the binds, shouting, "Well done, Uchiha Fong." Again, at that moment, the Chunin unleashed a wind release technique, amplifying the flames, which now surged dangerously toward the freed genin. "Ah!" the young ninja screamed, panic etched across the Chunin's face. Uchiha Fong frowned, his intention to assist born not from camaraderie with these Konohagakure ninjas, but rather from a desire to avoid mission failure and the complications arising from a teammate's injury. However, the Chunin's folly in directing wind toward the burning vines left him with no choice but to cast water-style, great water flow technique, to extinguish the flames. Just as the vines were incinerated, the rescued genin emerged, his body marred by burns, directing a look of resentment towards Fong. Following this incident, the team proceeded with heightened caution, delving deeper into the forest to investigate the anomalous chakra fluctuations. As they continued their inquiry, Fong pondered the secrets hidden within the woods, ultimately concluding that rogue ninjas from a neighboring village were likely responsible. Upon returning to Konohagakure, the injured genin implored the Chunin to report the incident. Yet Uchiha Fong chose to disregard him. This mission reinforced his awareness that the relationships with his Konohagakure teammates were merely superficial, predicated on the necessities of the task at hand, while the underlying estrangement and discord remained profound. "What? You say someone has reported that Uchiha ninjas harmed their teammates?" In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regarded the Chunin who had come to report. "Indeed, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fong utilized fire ninjutsu on a trapped comrade during the mission, nearly endangering his life. I implore you to take action." The informant was the very Chunin leading the team, and Fong was taken aback that this individual had the audacity to approach the Hokage. "Yurita, I comprehend your concerns. I will ensure that your team receives an explanation. Now, you may return to your duties," the third Hokage replied kindly. "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama." Yurita's face lit up with excitement, surprised that the Hokage remembered him, a mere Chunin. Chapter 8. The emergence of strength behind the tightly shut door of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at his desk, a symbol of ultimate authority. His face bore a habitual, gentle smile, akin to that of a benevolent elder, prepared to approach every matter within the village with compassion and understanding. A dossier concerning Uchiha Kid was placed gently before him. He cast a cursory glance at it, devoid of any intent to delve deeper, merely skimming through the contents. In his mind, the Uchiha clan was a constant source of vigilance. The boy Uchiha Kid was merely one of many, deserving of a light reprimand. He perceived the recent incident as the discontent of an ordinary clan member, especially following the death of Shisui, which had only exacerbated the Uchiha's restlessness. Although Itachi remained in the Umbu, his reputation within the clan was less than favorable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage rendered a decision on Uchiha Kid's punishment, neglecting to inquire into Kid's specific performance during the mission, and returned to his myriad of responsibilities as if the matter were trivial. At that moment, Uchiha Kid sat in the courtyard of the Uchiha compound, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, his expression calm and profound. He had anticipated that he might incur the resentment of his two teammates during the last mission, leading to potential trouble. However, he did not foresee that one of the Nin would escalate the situation directly to the third Hokage, disregarding the fact that they had ultimately completed the mission successfully. In the environment of Konohagakure, as a member of the Uchiha clan, it was inherently challenging to receive fair treatment. Now that he found himself in such a predicament, he had no choice but to devise a strategy to navigate it. While contemplating how to confront his current challenges, news spread within the clan about an upcoming ninjutsu competition aimed at selecting promising young members for focused training, open to all under the age of 15. Uchiha Kid thought to himself that an opportunity to enhance his strength had arrived. Since he had already drawn the third Hokage's attention, he might as well embrace the situation. Otherwise, remaining voiceless within the clan would prevent him from accessing higher-level ninjutsu. The few techniques he had absorbed from Shisui were insufficient, and he wondered if the selected young members would truly have a chance for development. Surely, that dutiful son would soon find himself languishing by the telephone pole. On the day of the clan ninjutsu competition, the training ground of the Uchiha compound was surrounded by clan members. Young Uchihas eagerly prepared to showcase their talents during this event. Dressed in the distinctive attire of the Uchiha clan, Kid stood resolutely at the side of the arena, his dark eyes reflecting a sense of calm and determination. When it was his turn, he approached the center of the arena unhurriedly, first bowing slightly to the surrounding clan members and the high-ranking officials seated on the platform. The elders on the platform scrutinized each young participant with keen eyes. Among them was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor and profound gaze, emanating an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Beside him sat the clan's elder, Uchiha Shana, an elderly man with white hair yet vigorous spirit, revered for his mastery of various ninjutsu, whose opinions often swayed the clan's decisions and represented a typical hawkish stance. Uchiha Kid raised his hand slightly and began to form hand seals rapidly. He murmured softly, "Fire style, grand fireball technique." In an instant, a massive, searing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the empty space ahead. The fireball traced a brilliant arc through the air, accompanied by a powerful wave of heat that seemed to ignite the very atmosphere around it. After traveling a considerable distance, it struck a distant target with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating it and charring the ground surrounding it. The onlookers were astounded by Uchiha Kid's formidable fire-style ninjutsu, expressing their admiration with gasps of astonishment. Observing Kid's display, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, "Who is this boy? I did not expect such strength." Uchiha Shana nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, recognizing Kid's adeptness with the fire-style technique and its considerable power, deeming him a worthy candidate for further cultivation. Following his demonstration of the fire-style technique, Kid did not pause. He swiftly formed more seals and directed another technique skyward, fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique. Instantly, numerous vibrant fireballs erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a scorching aura that created small craters in the ground. He then unleashed several more ninjutsu, showcasing his precise control over them, even eliciting surprise from Fugaku. As the competition progressed, Kid found himself matched against Uchiha Kid. Kid, brimming with enthusiasm, generously suggested that Kid take his time to recuperate before they began. "No need. Let us commence directly," Kid replied calmly, stepping into the arena. Kid's face flickered with annoyance. Having witnessed Kid's previous ninjutsu, he had hoped to temper his spirit, but now, even if he won, it would feel unearned. They positioned themselves at the center of the arena, and the challenge officially began. Kid initiated the attack, swiftly charging at Kid while throwing shuriken to distract him. intending to close in for a taijutsu strike. However, Kiid remained composed, observing his opponent's every move. As the shuriken approached, he effortlessly sidestepped, swiftly maneuvering behind Ki and delivering a kick that struck his back, sending him stumbling forward. Once Ki regained his footing, his frustration boiled over, and he launched a series of fierce attacks. Yet, Kiid navigated through the gaps in Ki's onslaught with agile footwork, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Each punch and kick he executed contained just the right amount of force, inflicting damage while expertly managing his stamina. Ultimately, he delivered a decisive kick that sent Ki sprawling out of the ring, unconscious. Yet, Ki did not exit the arena. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, he declared, "Clan leader, I wish to continue my challenge." The spectators on the platform were taken aback, surprised that he still possessed the strength for further competition. Uchiha Shana, however, smiled and nodded in agreement, eager to witness Kiid's limits. In the end, after Kiid unleashed another lightning-style technique, his ninth opponent lay defeated on the ground. Gasping and unable to rise, Kiid stood tall in the center of the arena, his posture unwavering. The entire training ground of the Uchiha compound fell silent. All clan members captivated by Kiid's remarkable performance. The high-ranking officials on the platform stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Uchiha Shana's face glowed with pride, having not anticipated the emergence of another genius within the Uchiha clan, as Kiid had bested not just Jinin, but even 2ch Nin. As discussions about Uchiha Kiid's performance swirled among the clan, news inevitably reached the higher echelons of Konohagakure. In the Hokage's office, upon hearing of Uchiha Kiid's outstanding display within the clan, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. Musing to himself, is this Uchiha Kiid the same one who previously harmed his teammate? The other high-ranking officials of Konohagakure also received the news with intrigue. Shimura Danzo harbored a lingering suspicion towards the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the news, he let out a cold snort. Humph, the nefarious Uchiha brat. After completing the challenge, Uchiha Kiid surveyed his surroundings, his gaze calmly sweeping over the astonished clansmen, ultimately resting upon the higher echelons of the clan positioned on the distant platform. There was no trace of triumph or provocation in his eyes. Instead, they reflected a composed scrutiny. He understood that his performance in today's battle had undoubtedly captured the heightened attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Chapter 9. The study of ninjutsu within the Uchiha clan grounds of Konohagakure. Uchiha Fong garnered significant attention due to his remarkable prowess displayed during the clan competition. The gazes of the clan members toward him were imbued with a newfound expectation, while the esteemed elder, Uchiha Shana, summoned him after the competition to impart the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. On this particular day, sunlight filtered through the lush foliage of the Uchiha estate, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Uchiha Fong was immersed in tranquil meditation in a secluded courtyard, contemplating ways to further enhance his ninjutsu skills. Suddenly, a messenger from the clan rushed in, bowing respectfully before announcing, "Lord Uchiha Fong, the elder requests your immediate presence at the training grounds." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fong acknowledged the summons inwardly, maintaining a serene demeanor. He merely nodded, composedly adjusted his attire, and leisurely made his way toward the training area. This training ground, nestled deep within the clan's territory, was typically reserved for high-ranking members, such as the clan leader. Upon his arrival, Fong took a deep breath to steady his composure before respectfully approaching the elder. "You have arrived." Uchiha Shana's deep and authoritative voice resonated as Fong approached. "Elder, I am grateful for your guidance." Fong replied respectfully, his tone calm as he inquired, "What would you have me learn?" Uchiha Shana rose, gazing out over the clan grounds, and after a moment of reflection, stated, "Fong, I have promised to teach you ninjutsu, and I shall not renege on that promise. You are a burgeoning hero of our clan. Remember that you are a member of the Uchiha, and contribute to our family's glory." A flicker of joy passed through Feng's eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual composure. He bowed once more, his voice resolute as he declared, "Thank you for your kindness, elder. I shall exert myself to the utmost, living up to the expectations of both the clan and yourself. First, tell me, what are your chakra affinities?" "Lightning and fire," Feng replied confidently, having long recognized his affinities, which, akin to those of the original Naruto character, were notably impressive. "Ah, fortuitously. Those are my affinities as well. This allows me to demonstrate directly." Uchiha Shana nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. He turned and led Feng to the edge of the training ground, positioning himself away from Feng. With swift hand seals, he began to chant, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." In an instant, a torrent of fierce flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged forward with ferocity. The sheer scale of the flames was staggering, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. As it swept through, the ground was charred black, and nearby trees withered under the onslaught, their leaves curling and browning. This is fire style, great fire annihilation, one of our clan's classic fire jutsu, renowned for its potency. It requires the condensation of a substantial amount of fire chakra, along with precise control over the force and direction of its release to achieve maximum impact. Observe closely, Uchiha Shana instructed, continuously demonstrating while elucidating the essential points. His gaze remained firmly fixed on Uchiha Fong, as if seeking to impart the essence of this jutsu through his eyes. Fong, captivated by the display, was reminded of the future Uchiha Madara's formidable fire techniques during the Fourth Great Ninja War, recalling how even a single technique could require an entire squad of water jutsu to counter. However, he noted that the elder's technique lacked the same potency as Madara's, perhaps due to his restraint. Fong observed intently, committing to memory the hand seals, the flow of chakra, and the critical elements of the release. His demeanor was focused and composed, devoid of any impatience or turmoil. Subsequently, Uchiha Shana demonstrated another A-rank fire technique, fire style, flaming hell shark bomb. Upon completing the hand seals, massive fire chakra coalesced in the air before him, forming enormous, shark-like fireballs. These fireballs, ablaze with intense flames, surged forth as if animated, howling into the distance. Each fireball that struck the ground unleashed a violent explosion, sending flames skyward and creating deep craters, while debris flew in all directions. This jutsu requires the ability to shape fire chakra into the form of shark bombs, imbuing them with tremendous explosive power. In combat, you must adeptly adjust the firing direction and sequence based on the enemy's position and movements. Pay close attention to the application of chakra, Uchiha Shana explained patiently, his eyes reflecting his hopes for Uchiha Fong. Next, Uchiha Shana showcased an A-rank lightning jutsu, lightning style, lightning Fong, with rapid hand seals. Blue electric currents began to coil around his hands, crackling with energy. With a sudden flourish, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing two robust bolts of lightning that surged forth like colossal serpents. The air crackled with energy, and a pungent scent of ozone filled the atmosphere. Upon striking their target, the bolts would incite a devastating explosion. Lightning style, lightning Fong is one of our clan's more formidable lightning techniques. Mastery of lightning chakra is essential for stabilizing the electric current in your hands and accurately controlling the direction and intensity of the lightning strike. You must grasp the nuances of this technique, Uchiha Shana cautioned gravely, recognizing the value and might of these techniques. Uchiha Fong dedicated the majority of his time in the ensuing days to mastering these A-rank jutsu. Though he possessed ample chakra, his repertoire of offensive techniques was still lacking, and these jutsu would effectively address his shortcomings. Thus, each morning, he would arrive early at the clan's training ground, practicing in solitude, meticulously refining his hand seals, attuning to the flow of chakra, and repeatedly attempting to unleash the jutsu. Even in the face of failures, he remained calm, silently analyzing the reasons for his setbacks, adjusting his approach, and persevering in his training. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, the atmosphere was notably tense. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, poring over an intelligence report from the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Danzo entered without preamble, stating bluntly, "Sarutobi, you are aware of the situation regarding Uchiha Fong, are you not?" "Yes, and what of it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied without looking up. "I have heard he has previously harmed a teammate during a mission. Individuals like him should be entrusted to Root for safety," Danzo asserted. "The Uchiha are also part of Konoha, and Uchiha Fong is already a ninja. I cannot hand him over to you," Sarutobi retorted firmly. "Such a disruptive element, if not dealt with, will lead to your regret," Danzo insisted. "I am the Hokage." Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk, admonishing him. With a loud crash, Danzo stormed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was resolute in his refusal to allow Danzo to take any Uchiha member during this critical juncture. Unlike other clans, Danzo's intentions toward the Uchiha were far more sinister. He might resort to extreme measures against them. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi sighed, studying the intelligence report. It merely pertained to internal disturbances within the Land of Wind, yet he found himself at a loss as to whom to send for further investigation. The shortage of skilled ninjas in Konoha weighed heavily on him, especially after the recent loss of Shisui. For a moment, he was struck by the grim reality that the foremost ninja village had become devoid of capable individuals. He glanced at the documents regarding Uchiha Fong on the table, and a sudden thought struck him. Why not send him? Yet, could he go alone? Who else possessed such strength? As for Danzo, he certainly would not dispatch anyone. At that moment, he recalled a certain ninja who once belonged to the Umbu, Kakashi Hitaki. Subsequently, the third Hokage issued a command for a messenger ninja to summon Uchiha Fong and Kakashi to the Hokage's office. Chapter 10. The one-tailed guardian Uchiha Fong gazed at the ninja before him, who had come to deliver a command, realizing that he had indeed attracted their attention. With a nod, he made his way to the Hokage building. Within the sunlit office of the Hokage in Konoha village, the atmosphere was palpably tense. As Fong entered, he spotted a very familiar figure. The iconic silver hair of Kakashi glimmered under the light, tousled yet nonchalant. The black mask still obscured much of his face, while the slightly tilted forehead protector perfectly concealed the scar that symbolized past anguish. The copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. Upon seeing Uchiha Fong enter, Sarutobi greeted him with a warm expression. Fong, you have arrived. Fong followed Kakashi closely, feigning utmost respect. Hokage-sama. You summoned me? The Hokage, seated behind a large desk, nodded with a smile. Once they stood at attention, he spoke slowly. The reason I have called you both here is to assign you an important mission. Oh, what is the mission? Kakashi inquired. Recently, unrest has erupted within the Land of Wind, and I would like you two to investigate the situation, the Hokage replied. What? Kakashi's exposed eye widened slightly, glancing involuntarily at Fong, who had no intelligence network and was a stranger to him. The fact that Fong was not familiar with the Uchiha clan suggested that he was not even a Nin. Kakashi had assumed they were assigned different missions, but he was astonished that a mere genin would be sent on such a perilous task. You both are exceptional ninjas of Konoha. It is most fitting to send you. The Hokage waved his hand dismissively, continuing in a calm tone. Our current intelligence is quite limited. Your primary objective is to ascertain the circumstances and report back. Yes, Hokage-sama, they chorused. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Kakashi scrutinized Uchiha Fong with a perplexed expression. Fong, you are a Nin? No, Fong replied. Kakashi exhaled, realizing Fong must be a newly promoted Nin, still unfamiliar to him. I am a genin. Kakashi's eye widened again in disbelief. A genin? You are accompanying me on this mission? Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Kakashi-senpai, Uchiha Fong said, lifting his head. His eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light in the shadows. The three tomo of his Sharingan radiating an enchanting yet haunting red glow under the moonlight, as if capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. Kakashi suddenly felt an overwhelming power emanating from Feng's gaze, instinctively placing a hand on his forehead protector, but before he could act, Feng retracted his Sharingan. Now Kakashi understood why he was to accompany Feng on this mission. Considering Feng's age, Kakashi felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing that after Shisui's demise, yet another prodigy had emerged. Consequently, the two wasted no more words and set off towards the outskirts of the village. As they journeyed, they traversed lush forests and crossed rushing rivers, finally stepping onto the territory of the Land of Wind after several days. The scene that unfolded before them was one of desolation. Fierce winds swept across the land, and clouds of yellow sand obscured the sky, making it nearly impossible to see. Observing the dire situation, Uchiha Fong understood why Sunagakure had been plotting against Konoha. Merely surviving in such an environment was a feat, let alone thriving. The two were acutely aware of the daunting task they faced in infiltrating Sunagakure, given the strained relationship between Konoha and the Sand Village. If caught snooping around Sunagakure, dire consequences awaited them. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution. Kakashi, drawing upon his vast experience, cleverly utilized the dunes and rocky terrain for cover, stealthily making their way towards Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong employed his keen observational skills, constantly alerting to their surroundings to ensure their movements went undetected. Once inside Sunagakure, the duo resolved to investigate locations that might yield clues. They tread carefully through the village, and Fong soon spotted several familiar figures, including the camouflage Shinjiro. Fong recognized another acquaintance, with a large character for love emblazoned upon his forehead. Gaara strode down the street, and upon his presence, the surrounding villagers paled. Recoiling in fear and disdain, Gaara paid them no mind, casting a cold glance that sent shivers through their spines. Someone muttered angrily under their breath, "Monster." Gaara halted, and the sand at his feet began to stir as several ninja, clad in combat attire, swiftly approached and restrained him. Witnessing this scene, Fong deduced that the unrest within Mangekyō was likely tied to the Jinchuriki. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been scouting elsewhere, returned to the scene. "What is the situation? Any discoveries?" Kakashi asked. Fong nodded at the Kakashi who had altered his appearance with a transformation technique. "It seems connected to the tailed beasts." "Tailed beasts?" Kakashi paused. "I learned that recently, Yashimaru, the younger brother of the Kazekage, died suddenly. The circumstances are still unclear." "I see," Fong murmured, piecing it together. Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle. According to the original narrative, Gaara struggled to control the tailed beast within him, and the Kazekage deemed a Jinchuriki who could not suppress their tailed beast unworthy. Thus, he had Yashimaru attempt to assassinate Gaara to test his abilities. One could only wonder if the Kazekage's mind had been clouded by his manipulation of magnetism to devise such a plan against his own kin. Subsequently, Gaara predictably descended into madness, resulting in the rampage of the One Tail. Although the information was quickly suppressed, it still reached neighboring villages. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Fong felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that the so-called unrest stemmed from this incident. Clearly, Gaara had not yet recovered from the trauma of his uncle's betrayal and was in a highly unstable state. Kakashi also noticed Gaara standing in the midst of the ninja, his chakra unmistakably overwhelming. "Is that the Jinchuriki?" Kakashi remarked, astonished. Indeed, an aura of brutality emanated from Gaara, rendering the surrounding ninjas incapable of restraining him. Fong discreetly stepped back, addressing Kakashi. "If anything goes awry, we should retreat immediately. I do not possess the confidence to confront a tailed beast." Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the center, causing the villagers who had previously displayed disdain to flee in terror, shouting words like "monster." "Withdraw," Kakashi commanded decisively, recognizing that the situation had exceeded their mission parameters. "All ninjas, assist in restraining him," shouted one of the sand ninja in the center. "All ninjas? Is this person insane? Shouldn't only Nin or higher be summoned for such a situation? Why involve everyone else?" Fong thought, grimacing at the foolishness, preparing to flee. Just then, he noticed that the ninja was staring in their direction. Turning to Kakashi, he saw his comrade looking quite embarrassed, for the form he had assumed bore a forehead protector. "Kakashi-senpai, why did you transform into a ninja? Shouldn't you have disguised yourself as a civilian to gather intelligence?" "Enough of this. We must run," Kakashi exclaimed, turning to escape under the furious gaze of the sand ninja. Chapter 11. The onslaught of wind shadows. As Kakashi and Uchiha Kid made their escape, the alertness of the sand ninja behind them was piqued. He shouted, "Hey, what are you two doing? Fleeing in the midst of battle is a death sentence." As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals and launched a signal flare into the sky. In an instant, the brilliant flare exploded, illuminating the tumultuous scene of the Shikaku's rampage, drawing the attention of nearby sand ninja, who immediately understood that something was amiss. "Block those two. They might be spies." The sand ninja continued to keep his eyes on Gaara and, upon seeing the arrival of his comrades, called out loudly, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. Upon hearing the shouts behind them, Kakashi and Uchiha Kid felt a surge of anxiety. They were acutely aware that if they were surrounded by the sand ninja, their chances of escape would dwindle significantly. At that moment, several sand ninja had already encircled them, forming an intercepting formation. With no other options, Uchiha Kid swiftly countered. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of small fireballs towards the sand ninja ahead. The fireballs shot forth like meteors, forcing the sand ninja to halt momentarily and evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi retrieved a handful of shuriken from his tool pouch, hurling them towards the sand ninja to his side. The shuriken gleamed with deadly precision as they soared through the air, striking true against their foes. The sand ninja brandished their weapons to counter, and the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the battlefield. However, the sand ninja were well trained and quickly regrouped, tightening their encirclement. "Wind release, great breakthrough," shouted one sand ninja, expelling a powerful gust of wind directly at Kakashi and Uchiha Kid. As they struggled to maintain their footing, several more sand ninja leapt down from the rooftops, brandishing their blades in a fierce charge. Kakashi swiftly shifted to his original form and activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly as he discerned the trajectory of the enemy's attacks. He sidestepped to evade a direct thrust from one sand ninja while deftly parrying another strike with a kunai. On Uchiha Kid's side, he faced two sand ninja flanking him, yet managed to maneuver with ease, recognizing that they were likely only nin, inferior even to the nin of Konoha. Meanwhile, the commotion from Gaara intensified as the rampaging Shikaku wreaked havoc upon the structures of Mangekyō, clouds of dust rising to obscure the sky. Just as Kakashi and Uchiha Kid contended with their assailants, a figure approached like a gust of wind. It was the fourth Kazekage, Raza. His expression was stern, eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation as he arrived at the chaotic scene. Observing the turmoil, he grew even more somber, commanding, "Everyone disperse. Leave the tailed beast to me. The rest of you, apprehend the spies." With his authoritative declaration, the sand ninja who had been near Gaara abandoned their posts and surged towards Kid and Kakashi. Observing this shift, Uchiha Kid glanced over at Kakashi, who was entangled in a fierce skirmish with a group of sand ninja, and felt a tinge of exasperation. In an instant, kunai appeared in his hand, and he moved with astonishing swiftness, vanishing from sight and leaving only an afterimage. The two sand ninja before him were caught off guard, collapsing without uttering a sound. After dispatching the two, Kid swiftly rejoined Kakashi, gripping his shoulder as they retreated. Once at a safe distance, he casually hurled a great fireball in their wake. Meanwhile, Shikaku's energy overflowed due to Gaara's emotional instability, causing the seals to weaken. Raza quickly formed hand seals, and powerful magnetic chakra surged forth, animating the sand beneath them, which rose to form a massive torrent. Under Raza's precise control, the sand flowed like a serpentine creature, coiling towards Shikaku. Just as Raza prepared to cast another jutsu, another figure emerged, Chiyoba, leaning on her cane. Though her steps were slightly unsteady, her gaze was piercing. "Raza, I am here to lend you my strength." As she spoke, she skillfully formed hand seals, invoking the puppet technique, 10 mechanized puppets. In an instant, 10 exquisite puppets soared forth, quickly organizing into formation as they advanced upon Shikaku. The puppets moved with agility, their weapons glinting in the sunlight as they targeted the beast's vital points. Although Shikaku's energy was not as formidable as in its complete form, it still possessed significant destructive power. The apparition resembling a tanuki thrashed violently, roaring with each swipe of its claws, generating fierce winds that sent debris flying. However, Raza and Chiyo coordinated seamlessly. Raza intensified his magnetic control over the sand, tightening its grip around Shikaku's energy, gradually constricting its movements. Chiyo, through the agile assaults of her puppets, continuously disrupted Shikaku, preventing it from concentrating on breaking free. Before long, the energy overflow began to wane. The once turbulent energy fluctuations subsided, and the Tanuki apparition grew fainter until it finally dissipated. "What on earth is happening? Why has Gaara become so unstable?" Chiyo inquired, observing Gaara's prone form. "Let us discuss this later, Chiyo. Please keep an eye on Gaara. I must address the intruders." Raza replied, a fierce glint in his eyes. With that, he vanished like a shadow, pursuing Kakashi and Uchiha Kid. "Kid, I sense the power of the tailed beast seems to be fading," Kakashi remarked, glancing back at the pursuing sand ninja, an ominous premonition gripping him. "It's likely been suppressed," Uchiha Kid responded, unfazed. "After all, it's merely the overflow of Shikaku's energy. A shadow-level ninja can manage that." Still, what were the sand ninja thinking, leaving the Jinchuriki exposed in the streets? Kakashi couldn't help but scoff. He'd shot Kakashi an odd glance, but chose not to respond. Just then, a powerful wave of pressure surged from behind. Kakashi turned to see Raza closing in like a specter. As Raza approached, the sand on the ground surged like a tidal wave, rushing towards Kakashi and Uchiha Kid. "Impossible. How can he be so fast?" Kakashi thought, alarmed. "It seems there's no escape now, Kakashi-senpai," Uchiha Kid acknowledged, sensing the imminent threat. "Humph. Let us see where you can run," Raza declared coldly, authority radiating from his gaze. He waved his hands, and the surrounding sand coalesced into two massive sand hands. Reaching for Kakashi and Uchiha Kid, the two halted, and Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. At the same time, Uchiha Kid executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Raza was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the boy's speed, but being a seasoned Kazekage, he quickly regained his composure. He rapidly formed hand seals, summoning the sand to rise and form a protective wall before him. Just as the sand wall appeared, Uchiha Kid reappeared at Raza's side. Lightning Release, Lightning Fong. Chapter 12, Identity Revealed. Lightning Release, Raiga. As he thrust his hands forward, blinding bolts of lightning flickered between them, intertwining to form two razor-sharp electric blades resembling fangs, which lunged fiercely towards Rasha's back. Wherever Raiga passed, the air became ionized, crackling with a sound reminiscent of thunder, as if the very atmosphere trembled before such formidable lightning power. Instantly, the sand beneath Rasha's feet rose up, coalescing into a colossal sand hand that reached out towards Raiga. Upon collision, the sand hand and Raiga produced a shrill wail. Despite Raiga's sharpness, the overwhelming force of the sand hand gradually dissipated his attack. At that moment, a look of astonishment crossed Rasha's face. What manner of lightning release is this? Who is this person? Kakashi, having shielded against the sand with an earthen wall, swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning Release, Chidori. A surge of intense lightning coalesced in his right hand, crackling ominously, akin to a roaring thunder dragon ready to take flight. Kakashi dashed forward like a panther, his Chidori aimed directly at the swirling sands surrounding Rasha. His speed was astonishing, generating a gust of wind as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Sensing the formidable power of Chidori, Rasha quickly formed hand seals again, manipulating the sand vortex to spin violently towards Kakashi, attempting to ensnare him within its grasp. Utilizing the insight afforded by his Sharingan, Kakashi executed a mid-air maneuver, using the lightning's force in conjunction with the vortex's rotation to stabilize himself, landing on the ground not far away. As he touched down, the dust swirled around him, a testament to the ferocity of the preceding encounter. So it is you, the Sharingan Kakashi. Rasha squinted at Kakashi, his voice laced with menace. Are you from the Leaf Village intending to wage war against the Wind Country? Lord Wind Shadow, this is a misunderstanding, Kakashi explained. A misunderstanding? Very well. Then let us clarify it with that Sharingan of yours. Rasha's envy for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was palpable, especially since Kakashi had earned the title of Copy Ninja through its prowess. At this juncture, Fong joined Kakashi, the remnants of lightning crackling around his form as he regarded Rasha with quiet intensity. Which Leaf Ninja are you? Rasha inquired, scrutinizing Fong. At this moment, Fong had yet to dispel his transformation technique, still bearing an ordinary visage. In the brief standoff, Uchiha Fong suddenly lifted his head. A strange crimson glint flashed through his already piercing gaze. His eyes slowly opened, revealing the iconic three-tomo Sharingan swirling with mysterious, potent energy that radiated an enthralling brilliance. What is this? The unexpected sight caused Rasha's eyes to widen in shock, his previously stoic demeanor replaced by astonishment. He could not fathom that the individual who had been fighting alongside Kakashi possessed the Uchiha clan's distinctive Sharingan, and in its three-tomo state no less. However, as a seasoned fourth Kazekage, he quickly suppressed his surprise, regaining his cold composure, though his gaze now bore a hint of wariness. I did not expect you, brat, to possess the Uchiha Sharingan, but do not think this will allow you to escape my grasp. Rasha scoffed, swiftly forming more hand seals as the magnetic chakra surged around him, causing the surrounding sand to writhe chaotically, forming waves that surged toward Kakashi and Uchiha Fong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi immediately formed hand seals. Water Release, Water Barrier. A formidable wall of water erupted before them, attempting to thwart the advancing sand waves. However, the sand, under Rasha's magnetic control, was relentless, crashing against the water barrier with a thunderous roar, sending sprays of water flying as cracks began to appear in the barrier, threatening to collapse. Seizing the moment while Rasha's attention was drawn to Kakashi's water technique, Uchiha Fong deftly shifted his position, employing the body flicker technique once more. In an instant, he became a mere phantom, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above Rasha. At that moment, his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he formed hand seals, shouting, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. A deluge of flames cascaded from the sky, descending upon Rasha like a meteor. The searing heat warped the surrounding air, embodying an overwhelming force of destruction. This is bad. Rasha's heart raced in alarm. Both his teleportation and ninjutsu release speed exceeded his expectations. The sand beneath his feet quickly coalesced into a massive sand shield raised high above his head. The flames collided with the sand shield, hissing ominously as the grains turned red-hot, yet the shield ultimately withstood the ferocious fire attack. Before he could exhale a sigh of relief, he sensed an ominous shift beneath him. Lightning release. Raiga surged along the ground towards him. He attempted to manipulate the sand to form a barrier against the electrical assault, but it was too late. The lightning rapidly spread to his feet, delivering a jolt of pain that caused his body to stiffen momentarily. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Uchiha Feng had appeared directly beside him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, but Feng's kunai struck him, only for Feng to dissipate into a mere illusion. By the time Rasha retracted the sand, the space before him was utterly vacant. Who is he? Who could he possibly be? Rasha roared in anger at the wound on his arm. Such strength. Could he be Uchiha Fugaku? But if so, why does he not dispel his transformation technique? At the outskirts of Sunagakure, the swirling sands gradually settled as Kakashi and Uchiha Feng, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the fourth Kazekage Rasha, found respite behind a secluded dune after an intense battle. Kakashi leaned against the dune, collapsing to the ground, his legs trembling from the aftermath of exertion and heightened tension. A flicker of fear and trepidation lingered in his gaze, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he endeavored to calm his erratic breathing. Uchiha Feng, equally breathless, felt beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dripping onto the sandy ground below, swiftly absorbed by the parched earth. The techniques employed moments ago had drained him entirely, even with ample chakra reserves. He now felt utterly fatigued. Moreover, they had used the body flicker technique to escape, and the distance they had covered brought them a temporary sense of safety. Yet Kakashi's azure light had vanished. Chapter 13. Return to Konohagakure after a brief recovery. Uchiha Feng took advantage of Kakashi's inattention to wipe the blood from his kunai, secretly activating his absorption ability. As his hand brushed over the weapon, the blood vanished without a trace. A faint chakra surged into his body, yet no ninjutsu manifested. Was that it? Uchiha Feng sensed the changes within him. He had hoped to acquire a bloodline limit, but perhaps fortune was not on his side, granting him only a modicum of chakra. Perhaps if he absorbed more blood, it could be feasible, but injuring Raza had already been a stroke of luck. Continuing the fight would surely lead to their defeat. After a brief respite, Uchiha Feng and Kakashi dared not linger and hastily made their way away from the Sunagakure direction. Kakashi's mind was tumultuous, racing as he ran, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Feng beside him. Earlier, Feng had unleashed a shocking display of power at a critical moment, and Kakashi had been worried that he would need to intervene. Why was someone so formidable still relatively unknown? As memories of those moments flooded his mind, Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly, filled with confusion, especially recalling Feng's instantaneous movement, reminiscent of Shisui. Feng refrained from explaining his strength, knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly inquire about the details of this mission from Kakashi. As they continued, a dense forest emerged ahead, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting patches of golden light upon the ground, resembling a natural masterpiece. However, Kakashi paused slightly at the forest's edge, his gaze sharpening as if he sensed something amiss. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Something feels off. The aura within the forest appears disordered. There may be trouble. Yes. Having come this far, it cannot be Sunin Shinobi. Uchiha Feng nodded, already drawing a kunai. The two cautiously entered the woods, their steps nearly silent. With every few paces, Kakashi would sweep his Sharingan around the vicinity, while Uchiha Feng utilized his acute senses to detect even the slightest fluctuations in the air. Suddenly, a faint rustle of wind emerged from above, prompting both Uchiha Feng and Kakashi to look up simultaneously, witnessing several shadows plummeting from the trees, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. Humph, a trap indeed. Kakashi scoffed, his form vanishing in an instant. The next moment, anguished cries echoed as the descending enemies were swiftly sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Soon after, like a specter, Feng harvested their lives with lethal precision. Uchiha Feng turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "Who are these individuals? Why ambush us here?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, crouching to examine the enemy's attire and weapons, slowly responding. "They appear to be from a rogue ninja organization, hoping to rob us of our ninja tools and valuables." Humph, truly overestimating their capabilities. Rogue ninjas? An organization? Uchiha Feng asked in astonishment. Essentially, they were hired by someone to gather and strike when they saw two of us alone, Kakashi deduced. These individuals must possess dreadful intelligence. Not even recognizing you, Kakashi-senpai, yet daring to rob us, Fong remarked, somewhat incredulous. I'm not that renowned, so it's not surprising, Kakashi waved dismissively. Huh. Fong noticed one of the ninjas carrying a scroll and knelt to slowly unfurl it. What does it say? Kakashi inquired. It turned out that this band of ninjas intended to head to Takigakure. As you suggested, they likely aimed to take advantage of our isolation to rob us, Fong surmised. Recognizing the name of the village, these individuals were likely hired to scout for information and resources at Takigakure. Takigakure, the Water of Heroes. Fong suddenly recalled the unique resource from his original narrative, capable of exponentially enhancing a ninja's chakra. The individuals who hired them were likely aware of this Water of Heroes, yet they had clearly overestimated the capabilities of these rogues. However, it was also true that rogue ninjas of J-nin level were exceedingly rare, as without sufficient resources for training, such talents could not arise. Even someone like Kaku was a product of a hidden village who later defected. The Water of Heroes. Such a valuable item. If only I could obtain it, Uchiha Fong thought, acutely aware that time was not on his side. It had been nearly half a year since Shisui's death. The night of the massacre loomed closer, and he was compelled to explore every avenue to enhance his power, which is why he had risked his life to strike Raza. He had hoped to ascertain whether he could acquire magnet release to hasten his strength, but alas, he had failed. The Water of Heroes presented yet another opportunity. Though perilous, he currently stood no chance against Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi-senpai, I have another destination to reach. You should return to Konoha, Fong suddenly declared. Huh? I will accompany you, Kakashi objected. No, you must return to Konoha, Fong insisted, explaining. We caused quite a stir in Sunagakure. The Kazekage will surely seek an explanation from Hokage-sama. You need to report back. Then you must return with me. We can report to Hokage and then go back out, Kakashi reasoned, acknowledging Feng's logic but still urging him to return. Kakashi-senpai, my matters are a matter of life and death. It will be too late if I go back. Technically, our mission has already been completed, Fong asserted solemnly. Kakashi hesitated. In the past, he would never have allowed Fong to proceed alone, but after the deaths of Obito and Rin, as well as the loss of his sensei and his wife, he had emerged from the depths of despair. It was a dark chapter of his life. And despite breaching the principles of Konoha, he ultimately nodded in agreement. With that, Uchiha Fong executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Kakashi glanced at the sky, letting out a weary sigh. Turning, Kakashi sprinted back towards Konoha, his mind awash with thoughts. He understood that Fong must have a matter of utmost importance to be so resolute, yet as a ninja, he wrestled with conflicting principles. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fong raced towards Takigakure, fully aware that the Water of Heroes, though fraught with danger, might be the key to altering his fate. Upon nearing Takigakure, he concealed his presence and stealthily infiltrated. Utilizing his knowledge of the village's terrain, he gradually approached the location where the Water of Heroes was kept. However, the defenses of Takigakure were far more stringent than he had anticipated, with sentries and traps positioned everywhere. Simultaneously, Kakashi returned to Konoha and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. He deeply bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and slowly recounted everything that transpired in Sunagakure, including Feng's wounding of Raza and his subsequent departure. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes grew contemplative as he remained silent for a long time, finally uttering a soft sigh. I hope he returns swiftly. Chapter 14. The hero's water acquired Uchiha Fong cautiously navigated through the structures of Takigakure, employing his Sharingan to perceive the surrounding movements and evade detection. He was acutely aware of the profound significance that the hero's water held for ninjas, which was precisely the impetus for his perilous infiltration. At long last, he stumbled upon a cave suspected to contain the coveted hero's water. Just as he was about to enter, he sensed a formidable surge of chakra. He swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, observing as a skilled ninja from Takigakure patrolled the cave entrance. Uchiha Fong held his breath, contemplating how to elude this formidable opponent. After the ninja turned away momentarily, he executed the body flicker technique and darted into the cave. An air of mystery enveloped the interior, and amidst the dim light, he beheld a container radiating a strange luminescence, undoubtedly holding the hero's water. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the prize, a myriad of traps sprang forth, as if bewitched. These mechanisms were cleverly concealed, and had he not reacted swiftly, he would have undoubtedly been injured. Faced with such an unexpected crisis, he dared not let his guard down, immediately channeling the immense power of his Sharingan. With the unique insight and foresight granted by his eyes, he could clearly perceive the trajectories of the various projectiles, arrows, and lethal weapons unleashed by the traps. Nevertheless, despite the assistance of the Sharingan, completely evading the dense onslaught proved to be no simple feat. His agile form darted left and right, occasionally leaping high or rolling low, each movement precisely evading the impending danger. Yet, even so, some projectiles grazed past him, bringing sharp stings of pain. Simultaneously, his mind raced as he desperately pondered how to breach the seemingly impenetrable defenses before him and successfully obtain the legendary hero's water. Just when Uchiha Fong hesitated, he suddenly discerned a pattern in the trap's attacks. After each wave of assaults, there was a brief respite. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to utilize this interval to rush forward. As yet another wave of attacks ceased, he sprinted towards the hero's water with utmost speed. However, after only a few strides, he inadvertently triggered a new trap beneath his feet, and flames erupted from the ground. He quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the flames that singed his clothing. In that moment of inspiration, he retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, infused them with chakra, and aimed them at the critical components of the mechanisms. With a series of metallic clinks, some traps ceased operation. Seizing this opportunity, he surged forward once more towards the hero's water. This time, he successfully reached the container and, without hesitation, grasped it in his hands. In an instant, all traps halted their assault, the cave fell silent, and a smile graced Uchiha Feng's face as he beheld the hero's water. Just as Uchiha Feng exhaled in relief, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Alarm bells rang in his mind. The ninjas of Takigakure had surely realized that the hero's water had been stolen. Clutching the container tightly, he activated his Sharingan, bracing himself for what was to come. Soon, a throng of Takigakure ninjas surrounded him within the cave. The leader of the group bellowed, "Outsider, surrender the hero's water, or today shall mark your demise." Uchiha Feng swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, towards his adversaries. The Takigakure ninjas scattered, simultaneously retaliating with various ninjutsu. During the skirmish, Uchiha Feng realized that the enemy outnumbered him and exhibited remarkable teamwork, placing him at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he recalled that the power of the hero's water might temporarily augment his strength. Yet, he remembered the potential risks associated with it. Suppressing the pain, Uchiha Feng shouted, and multiple afterimages appeared, rendering the Takigakure ninjas momentarily overwhelmed. The agony slowed his movements just enough for the ninjas to seize the opportunity to launch a massive water release technique. A torrent of water surged towards him, and Uchiha Feng was caught off guard, struck in the abdomen, and sent crashing against the cave's stone wall. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Enduring the excruciating pain, he rose once more, hands forming seals with haste. At that moment, his Sharingan spun wildly, but just as he was about to unleash his ninjutsu, darkness clouded his vision, and his legs buckled beneath him. The injuries he had sustained, compounded by his earlier exertions, had completely drained his stamina. In that instant, Feng noticed a section of the cave's ceiling that appeared structurally weak. Summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashed a powerful lightning release technique, striking the vulnerable rock. The boulder plummeted, dust swirling in the air as the Takigakure ninjas were caught unawares, many sustaining injuries from the debris. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Feng burst through the encirclement and vanished from the ninja's sight. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his remaining strength, his legs propelling him forward like springs. Racing along the rugged mountain path, his figure became a streak of black lightning, slicing through the still night air, accompanied by a howling wind. Stones scattered beneath his feet, producing a cacophony that pierced the tranquility of the night. After what felt like an eternity of running and traversing numerous mountain peaks, Uchiha Feng finally discovered a concealed refuge deep within a dense thicket. It was a naturally formed cave, its entrance obscured by thick vines, rendering it nearly invisible to the outside world. Without hesitation, he plunged inside, swiftly turning to rearrange the vines, ensuring no obvious traces remained. He pressed his back against the damp, uneven stone wall of the cave, clutching the container of hero's water tightly, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. With narrowed eyes, the unique glow of his Sharingan flickered in the darkness, casting an eerie red hue. In the faint light, he scrutinized the hero's water in his grasp, taking a deep breath in an attempt to steady his trembling hands, fraught with tension and anticipation. The already profound and sharp gaze of his Sharingan now blazed with fervent intensity, seemingly narrating his insatiable thirst for power. After a brief moment of hesitation, Uchiha Fong slowly lifted the container, pouring the water into his palm. Indeed, he intended to absorb the energy directly from the hero's water. As the cool liquid made contact with his skin, he immediately activated his absorption ability. An extraordinary sensation coursing through him, as if a mysterious force was gently tapping against every inch of his being, beckoning forth the latent energy within. In that instant, a torrent of overwhelming strength surged through him like a flood unleashed from a dam. The power was fervent and wild, racing along his veins, igniting intense flames within him that caused his body to tremble involuntarily. His muscles swelled and contracted rapidly, each sinew infused with boundless vitality, becoming more solid and robust as if forged from steel. His formerly slight frame now emanated a robust and formidable aura, a testament to the transformative power at work. His bones crackled, undergoing a metamorphosis of epic proportions. The original structure of his bones, under the influence of this mysterious force, became more resilient, capable of withstanding greater impacts, as if reforged into divine weaponry. Moreover, his Sharingan underwent a remarkable transformation. What were once unique crimson orbs now blazed with an intense radiance, resembling two burning flames swirling within their sockets. Uchiha Fong could distinctly feel the enhancement of his ocular prowess, as the enigmatic energy left by Shisui, following his demise, finally erupted within him. Chapter 15. Confrontation with the Tekinen in the Tekinen village. The leader's face, already flushed, contorted with rage as he bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools. You let an outsider steal the hero's water, and you can't capture a single person." His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and he panted like an enraged beast. "What use are you to this village?" he continued, his fury escalating, his chest heaving as if he might explode at any moment. "Leader, that person is from the Uchiha clan. He has activated the Sharingan," one of the Tekinen ninjas whispered. "What? The Uchiha? Konoha?" The leader's expression darkened. Just then, another Tekinen ninja rushed in to report, "Leader, the pursuing team sensed a powerful chakra. It's heading in the direction of that thief." "Excellent. Everyone follow me. If you see him, kill him on sight." The leader waved his hand and led his men swiftly towards Uchiha Kid. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kid was astounded by the surge of power within the hero's water, realizing it contained immense energy. After utilizing the absorbed abilities, even his Sharingan's potency had dramatically increased. Most crucially, the power obtained from Shisui was finally at his disposal. He possessed the legendary Ninjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, capable of invading the mind undetected, altering the target's will, compelling them to act according to the caster's desires. However, regrettably, he had not directly absorbed Shisui's eyes, so he could only use it once. Yet, if employed at the right moment on a key individual, it could instantaneously change the course of battle. Few in the current ninja world could withstand Kotoamatsukami. He'd sensed several chakra fluctuations nearby, indicating that the ninjas from Tekinen village had indeed caught up and likely reported to their leader. As he stood up, the Tekinen leader arrived with his subordinates. With a cold glare, the leader fixed his eyes on Uchiha Kid, gritting his teeth. "Kid, today is your day to die." However, Uchiha Kid remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Apologies, but I have no choice," he replied to the enraged leader. "Humph. The ninja world is one of the survival of the fittest. We Tekinen may not compare to your Konoha, but since you've taken our treasure, I will show you that we are not to be trifled with." The Tekinen leader's words dripped with malice. The Tekinen swiftly surrounded Uchiha Kid, weapons aimed at him. The leader launched the first attack, charging towards Kid with incredible speed. Kid sidestepped, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, casting a Ninjutsu on a nearby Tekinen. That ninja froze, and his comrades gasped in horror. "Don't look into his eyes." The leader roared in fury, forming hand seals. A massive wave of water surged forth, sweeping towards Uchiha Kid. The Tekinen leader stood confidently ahead, radiating an undeniable aura of strength. He was tall and muscular, his Tekinen attire billowing in the wind, his gaze sharp and resolute. Clearly a seasoned warrior, Uchiha Kid understood the formidable nature of his opponent. Relying solely on a single ninjutsu would likely lead to defeat. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring, "Lightning release, lightning fong." Instantly, a torrent of electricity surged from his palm, hurtling towards the Tekinen leader. The blinding blue lightning crackled, ionizing the air and threatening to tear apart anything in its path. The Tekinen leader scoffed, unperturbed, as he formed hand seals and shouted, "Water release. Earth wall." The ground trembled violently as a thick earthen wall rose up, standing firm like a solid shield before him. The wall, grand and sturdy, bore flowing patterns reminiscent of water, seemingly imbued with a special defensive power. Lightning fong collided with the earthen wall, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light and a deafening roar. The lightning coursed destructively across the wall, causing cracks to form, yet the Tekinen leader's defense held strong. Though the wall trembled, it did not collapse immediately. Seeing his lightning attack fail to breach the defense, Uchiha Kid's eyes glimmered with determination as he swiftly changed tactics. In a flash, he reappeared in another position, forming hand seals once more, declaring, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a roaring dragon. Surging towards the Tekinen leader, the intense heat warped the surrounding air, leaving the ground scorched and emanating a charred aroma. The Tekinen leader, faced with the onslaught of flames, could not afford to be negligent. He hurriedly dispelled the crumbling earth wall, rapidly forming hand seals and chanting, "Water release, water curtain technique." A deluge of water burst forth from the ground around him, coalescing into a massive curtain that enveloped him entirely. As the great fireball collided with the water curtain, a vast cloud of steam erupted, enveloping the battlefield in a dense mist. Within the fog, temperatures soared, the humidity thickening, clouding visibility. Uchiha Kid smirked subtly. This was the moment he had awaited. While the Tekinen leader was preoccupied with countering the clash of fire and water, Kid silently activated his Sharingan, unleashing the immense power of Jinjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, he locked onto the Tekinen leader, his eyes flashing crimson. In an instant, the leader's gaze became vacant. His previously murderous intent momentarily halted. Uchiha Kid capitalized on this fleeting opening, darting forward like lightning. A kunai, glinting ominously, appeared in his hand. With a swift thrust, he aimed at the Tekinen leader's unprotected abdomen, the kunai piercing effortlessly through his clothing and flesh. The leader gasped, his body trembling from the excruciating pain. Yet he remained ensnared by the Jinjutsu, unable to mount an effective defense. Kid withdrew the kunai and delivered a powerful kick, sending the Tekinen leader staggering backwards. Gradually, he shook off the effects of the Jinjutsu, yet he was grievously injured, his face a mask of indignation and fury. Uchiha Kid steadied himself, eyes fixed intently on his opponent, bracing for the final struggle. The Tekinen leader inhaled deeply, attempting to unleash another ninjutsu, but his injuries had disrupted his chakra, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. "Leader!" The Tekinen ninjas gasped in shock, rushing to his side. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly formed seals and vanished from the scene. Chapter 16. The Hokage's Dread. In the Hokage building of Konohagakure, Sarutobi observed, "I've heard that Uchiha Kid has yet to return from his mission." Danzo, leaning on his cane, scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What is the meaning of this, Sarutobi?" Mito Kamen, one of the advisors of the Konoha F4, also inquired. The current situation regarding the Uchiha clan was their utmost concern, particularly with a prodigy like Kid missing in action. Kakashi has reported to me that Kid had an urgent matter to attend to, which has delayed his return to the village, Sarutobi replied calmly, holding his pipe. "This is a violation. How can you ensure his safe return?" Danzo retorted vehemently. The other two advisors displayed their dissatisfaction, even casting blame upon Kakashi. How could he allow that Uchiha brat to act independently? "I suggest we send Root to retrieve him." "Danzo, I shall reiterate. The Uchiha clan is a part of our village. We can decide on disciplinary actions upon his return. Root is not permitted to act unilaterally." Sarutobi's voice was resolute. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was equally tense. Uchiha Kid's parents wore expressions of deep concern. His mother paced anxiously, while Uchiha Hao gazed towards the village entrance. What could possibly have happened to Kid? Why did he leave the team alone? His mother fretted. Beside her, his father furrowed his brow. That child is usually so level-headed. There must be a reason for his actions. Could he be in danger? Uchiha Hao shook his head. There is nothing we can do at this moment, but pray for his safety. In the solemn courtyard of the elder, a profound silence enveloped the area. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. However, the elder's usually imposing visage appeared particularly heavy at this moment. He stood still in the courtyard's center, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could pierce through the layers of mist to see the figure of Uchiha Kid, who had yet to return. The elder was filled with worry and unease regarding Kid's mission, especially after the boy had displayed remarkable talent and was subsequently dispatched on a task. He harbored suspicions about Sarutobi Hiruzen's motivations. A gentle breeze brushed against the elder's robes, bringing a fleeting chill, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Clenching his fists and furrowing his brow, his mind raced with various potential scenarios. Had their clan finally produced another genius, only to be ensnared by the Hokage? In Konohagakure, sunlight streamed through the lush leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. Uchiha Kid had just returned from Takigakure, his presence imbued with a distinct aura, an essence of tranquility born from transformation. As he stepped through the village gates, his stride was steady and powerful, his eyes reflecting an ineffable depth. The power of the hero's water coursed through his veins, bestowing upon him a sense of rebirth and a significant enhancement of his abilities. He made his way directly to the Hokage's office, intent on reporting the details of his mission to the third Hokage. As he walked, the villagers bustled about as usual. Children laughed and played along the streets. Yet, Kid paid them no heed, his mind preoccupied with how to articulate his experiences to the third Hokage. Soon, he arrived at the Hokage's office and lightly knocked on the door. Enter, came the voice of the third Hokage, tinged with age yet still resonating with strength. Kid pushed the door open and stepped inside, greeted by the familiar setting. The third Hokage, seated behind his desk, was reviewing a document. Upon noticing Kid, he was not surprised. A ninja had informed him of Kid's return the moment he entered the village. He set down the document and looked up, scrutinizing the young Uchiha. That brief exchange of glances caused a stir within the third Hokage. He immediately sensed that the Uchiha Kid before him was a different person from the one who had departed for Takigakure. The aura emanating from him was markedly more potent, as if it concealed a formidable power ready to erupt at any moment. "Welcome back, Kid," the third Hokage acknowledged, with a subtle nod, his expression calm, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his eyes. He motioned for Kid to recount his experiences in Sunagakure first. However, once Kid concluded his account of the Sunagakure mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not relent. He fixed his gaze on Kid and inquired slowly, "And what transpired thereafter? After completing your mission in Sunagakure, where did you go?" Kid's heart tightened. He knew he could not conceal his unauthorized journey to Takigakure from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He admitted, "After completing the mission in Sunagakure, I heard of the legend of the hero's water in Takigakure and went there to see it for myself." "Oh, did you see it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were locked onto him intently. "I did, but only a small vial," Kid replied. "And then, did you bring it back?" "No, I consumed it along the way." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened immediately. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he reprimanded, "Uchiha Kid, do you realize how reckless and improper your actions are? There are strict regulations and protocols for ninjas on missions. Altering your itinerary to visit another village not only poses unnecessary risks to Konohagakure, but also disrupts the village's plans. Third Hokage, I understand I have violated the rules. Please impose your punishment," Kid replied, lowering his gaze, feeling a chill within, as he had anticipated this outcome. The third Hokage regarded him thoughtfully, his mind racing with complex thoughts. The Uchiha clan had already instilled a sense of vigilance in the village due to the power of the Sharingan. Now, with Kid having acquired the strength of the hero's water, if left unchecked, it could prove difficult to manage in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his seat and announced, "You will be placed under house arrest for 6 months. During this period, apart from essential training within the Uchiha compound, you are forbidden from stepping outside its boundaries." He paused before continuing. "Additionally, you are to compile all the intelligence gathered from your missions in Sunagakure and Takigakure, including detailed information regarding the hero's water, into a comprehensive report for submission." "Yes, third Hokage," Kid acknowledged, bowing respectfully before turning to exit the Hokage's office. "Send for Danzo," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed once Kid had departed. As Kid walked the path back to the Uchiha compound, he contemplated the possibility of never returning, of fabricating a death announcement while remaining in exile. However, such a course of action was impractical. Not only was he unaware of the exact timing of the night of the Uchiha, but his mere existence could alter its timing. Furthermore, Takigakure would not remain silent. Even if their strength paled in comparison to Konohagakure, they would undoubtedly seek retribution for the theft of their treasure. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's nature, he might even direct Kiid's family to face the consequences in his absence. Moreover, the Uchiha clan still possessed many formidable jutsus. Unless he could consistently defeat strong opponents outside, it would be wiser to remain within the clan and diligently practice their techniques. Chapter 17. The Elder's Astonishment. The sunlight of Konoha village bathed the streets in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, enveloping this ninja settlement in a sense of peace. Within the confines of the Uchiha clan's domain, however, a different energy permeated the air. Uchiha Kiid, bearing a hint of fatigue, yet exuding an unwavering determination, stepped through the gates of his clan's territory. As he beheld the familiar architectural style, he made his way directly home, hastening along the narrow pathways of his clan. It wasn't long before Uchiha Kiid arrived at his beloved residence. Before he could approach, his parents emerged, drawn by the sound of his footsteps, standing at the threshold. His mother, a gentle and refined Uchiha woman, was instantly filled with tears. In that moment, the intertwining emotions of worry and longing from the past days erupted forth as she cried out, "Kiid, you have finally returned." She rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, as if to convey all her maternal concern through that single gesture. Uchiha Kiid reciprocated the embrace, relishing the familiar warmth, and softly replied, "Mother, I am home. I apologize for making you worry." At that moment, his father, Uchiha H, approached. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, the slight tremor of his hands betrayed his inner excitement. He firmly patted Kiid's shoulder and, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, "It's good that you're back. Let us go inside and share the experiences of your journey." The family entered their home, where his mother promptly busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, she served a sumptuous feast, comprised of Kiid's favorite dishes. During the meal, Kiid recounted the details of his recent mission, omitting the events in Takigakure. He began with the orders he received to travel to Sunagakure, detailing how he meticulously gathered intelligence amidst numerous challenges to complete his task. He also candidly mentioned his meeting with the third Hokage upon returning to Konoha and the subsequent punishment of house arrest for his unauthorized actions. His parents listened intently, their expressions shifting in response to Kiid's narrative. Upon learning of his successful completion of the mission in Sunagakure, his father's eyes gleamed with approval as he nodded slightly. However, when Kiid disclosed his punishment for violating orders, concern and heartache immediately clouded his mother's gaze. "Kiid, while you accomplished your mission, acting independently is indeed inappropriate. You must not be so reckless in the future," his father admonished, furrowing his brow earnestly. Kiid nodded in acknowledgement, promising, "Father, I understand and will be more cautious henceforth." His mother gently stroked his head, her tone tender as she said, "Kiid, it is enough that you returned safely." After their warm reunion, Uchiha Kiid resolved to pay his respects to the clan's elder, Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana held a revered position within the Uchiha clan, possessing profound mastery of ninjutsu and an intimate understanding of the clan's history and legacy. His opinions carried significant weight within the clan, and thus, demonstrating greater strength before him would be immensely beneficial. Arriving at the elder's residence, Kiid respectfully adjusted his attire and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came the slightly aged yet steady voice of Uchiha Shana from within. Kiid entered to find the elder seated on a tatami mat, surrounded by ancient scrolls, seemingly engrossed in study. "Elder, Uchiha Kiid has come to pay his respects," Kiid declared, bowing respectfully. Uchiha Shana lifted his gaze, immediately sensing the unusual aura surrounding Kiid. It was a powerful, restrained, and profound energy, as if he had undergone a transformation, appearing entirely different from before. "Ah, you have returned," the elder exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement. Kiid solemnly replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder. I was delayed due to certain matters." Good, good. I have heard about your journey to Sunagakure with Kakashi, and that you even injured the fourth Kazekage." "Indeed, that is true," Kiid acknowledged, knowing that Kakashi would have reported the incident, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from confronting him immediately. Otherwise, the Umbu would have been the first to seek him out upon his return. He then recounted his experiences in Sunagakure and Takigakure, and upon mentioning that he had consumed the hero water, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. "But why would you take such a significant risk to seize the hero water?" Gaining strength must be a gradual process. Uchiha Shana expressed his initial shock at Kiid's newfound power, followed by a frown of concern. In his eyes, Kiid's reckless pursuit of power was troubling. What if he had not returned? Thank you for your guidance, Elder, but I have my reasons to enhance my strength. Now, I implore you to teach me, Kiid earnestly requested, clasping his hands in supplication. Seeing his determination, Uchiha Shana relented, only reminding him to remember his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. He then led Kiid to the clan's ninjutsu archives. Behold, these are the ancient scrolls of ninjutsu passed down through our Uchiha lineage, containing many secret techniques from outside villages. Uchiha Shana proudly displayed the collection. Kiid was indeed taken aback. The sheer volume of techniques, some dating back to the Warring States period, was astonishing. He casually opened one scroll to discover even techniques from a Wagakure. One of our ancestors once roamed the ninja world, collecting many techniques from outside villages. Uchiha Shana remarked with a smile upon witnessing Kiid's astonishment. Kiid couldn't help but think of a certain ninja dressed in red armor as he gazed at the ninjutsu in his hands. The collection must have involved him traversing various ninja villages, where the villagers willingly surrendered their techniques. However, possessing these techniques bolstered his confidence in safeguarding his family during the night of the massacre, and with the Elder's guidance, he would soon master them. After all, the power of the three-tomo Sharingan's replication ability was no trivial matter. As long as he had a corresponding elemental affinity, he could replicate the techniques swiftly. From that day forward, Uchiha Kiid devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the Uchiha clan's advanced ninjutsu and jinjutsu. However, his rapid ascent did not go unnoticed, stirring concern among certain individuals within Konoha, especially those harboring biases against the Uchiha clan, who grew increasingly uneasy as they observed Kiid's burgeoning strength. Within the Hokage Tower, Danzo coldly addressed Sarutobi. I warned you that you would come to regret this. Now, with him having consumed the hero water, he has become an even greater threat. I should have had you hand him over to me long ago. Sarutobi, unfazed, inquired, do you still believe you can manage him? According to Kakashi's report, he already possessed the strength to injure Raza prior to consuming the hero water. Danzo's expression flickered between uncertainty and frustration. He clearly had no solid plan. Let us draw him out of the village and set a trap to eliminate him. Sarutobi retorted, if we draw him out and he dies, even the Uchiha clan, no matter how naive, will know who is responsible. Danzo's frustration grew as he deliberated. What do you propose then? The Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly unstable. And now with such a formidable force, let us not forget he is merely 12 years old. Hearing this, Sarutobi's frown deepened. He shook his head. The hero water is not something to be taken lightly. Chapter 18. The arrival of Takinen upon learning that Kiid had been granted access to the repository of ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, resolved to visit the elder directly to uncover the true motivations behind this decision. He traversed the lengthy corridors of the clan estate and arrived at the elder's quarters. The elder, seated upon a tatami mat, was engrossed in an ancient scroll. He looked up at Fugaku, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Elder, I seek to understand why you permitted Kiid entry into the ninjutsu repository, Fugaku inquired candidly. The elder set aside the scroll and gazed deeply into Fugaku's eyes. Kiid possesses immense potential. His strength could be pivotal for our clan. I have faith in him, as I believe he can bring glory to the Uchiha. Fugaku fell silent momentarily. But does this not contravene our regulations? Regulations? The elder scoffed. If we were to rigidly adhere to regulations, how could the Uchiha clan ever grow strong? A hint of authority shimmered in the elder's eyes. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Yet the ninjutsu contained within is exceedingly perilous. What if he harbors ill intentions and utilizes forbidden techniques against our kin? The elder shook his head gently. I have assessed Kiid's character. He embodies a resolute sense of justice. Moreover, given the current turbulent circumstances, we cannot relinquish an opportunity to enhance our strength merely out of tradition. Fugaku remained unconvinced, but he acknowledged his own youth and inexperience. Even a well-meaning heart could falter. The elder rose slowly. Experience can be accrued, but opportunities are rare. Fugaku, sometimes we must learn to adapt. Do not allow rigid rules to stifle the Uchiha's progress. Fugaku pondered these words, momentarily at a loss for a response. At the borders of Konohagakure, a contingent of ninjas from Takinen village appeared abruptly, their expressions grave and their strides resolute, evidently prepared for confrontation. They approached the gates of Konohagakure, immediately capturing the attention of the village guards. The guards swiftly assembled, eyeing the uninvited guests with caution, weapons poised for any potential conflict. "We are representatives of Takinen village, here to demand an explanation," the Takinen ninja declared, his voice firm and unwavering, his gaze fixed upon the guards without a trace of trepidation. The captain of the Konohagakure guards, a seasoned veteran, stepped forward, his own eyes resolute, yet tinged with inquiry. "What brings the ninjas of Takinen village to our gates?" Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan estate, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. Fugaku exchanged glances with the elder, and they both moved to investigate. "What transpires?" Fugaku queried a nearby Uchiha ninja. "Lord Clan Leader, it is said that ninjas from a foreign village have come seeking Lord Hokage, accusing our Uchiha of stealing their treasures," the ninja divulged upon recognizing Fugaku. "What?" Fugaku's heart raced, pondering which Uchiha had stirred such trouble. The elder's expression darkened. He was aware of the culprit, yet having witnessed Kiid's potential, he had resolved to protect this future hope for the Uchiha. The two hastened toward the Hokage's office, during which Uchiha Shana explained Kiid's theft of the hero's water. Fugaku was struck with a mix of shock and bitterness. While it thrilled him to see another prodigy in the family, he lamented the inevitable wrath of the third Hokage. The recent incident involving Hinata's clan loomed large in his mind, where even an innocent clan had lost a leader's brother. Upon arrival, Fugaku observed the third Hokage addressing the assembly. "Esteemed friends from Takinen village, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. The Uchiha clan has always adhered to the rules. We would never seize your treasures." The Takinen leader scoffed. "We witnessed the Sharingan. It was undoubtedly an Uchiha ninja who committed this act. If you do not surrender the perpetrator, we will not hesitate to respond forcefully." Fugaku stepped forward. "The Uchiha clan will thoroughly investigate this matter. Should any of our kin be found at fault, we shall not show leniency, but I implore you not to make baseless accusations." All eyes turned to Uchiha Fugaku. "And who might you be?" the Takinen leader inquired bluntly. "I am Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan." Fugaku understood that revealing his identity at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. "Then promptly deliver the thief to us." The Takinen leader felt a pang of fear at the thought of the menacing three-tomo Sharingan. "My sincerest apologies, but I have not been informed of any clan member who has stolen your treasures. I believe you may be mistaken," Fugaku replied calmly. "You scoundrel! Only your Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. The entire ninja world knows this. Do not attempt to deny it," the leader retorted furiously. "While the Sharingan is indeed our clan's bloodline limit, it does not preclude the possibility of others possessing it. Moreover, even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has been known to circulate outside their clan. It is possible for others to wield the Sharingan as well," Fugaku reasoned with composure. "Indeed, and there are few who can best the Uchiha ninjas. We can attest that they have remained within Konohagakure," the third Hokage interjected calmly, taking a puff from his pipe. In the tense atmosphere of the Hokage's office, the Takinen ninjas stood resolute, evidently unwilling to let this conflict rest easily. The Takinen leader's voice echoed through the office, brimming with unwavering authority. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, our Takinen village is not to be dismissed lightly. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation and compensation, we shall be compelled to consider more aggressive measures." Facing the Takinen village's uncompromising stance, the third Hokage revealed a glimmer of concern in his eyes, yet remained composed and collected. He understood that any hasty response could precipitate war between the two villages. Ultimately, under the pressure of Takinen's firm threats, Hiruzen chose to acquiesce. He rose slowly, addressing the representatives of Takinen village with a calm, yet powerful voice. "I comprehend your anger and concerns. To avert unnecessary conflict, I assure you that I will provide a response within 3 days." The leader's gaze remained fixed on the third Hokage. He recognized this as a significant concession, but was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He nodded in acceptance of this condition, yet also conveyed that the patience of Takinen village was limited. As the Takinen ninjas departed, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office eased slightly, yet Hiruzen knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. He had to swiftly devise a solution to avert a potential war. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, he inquired, "Fugaku, what are your thoughts?" "Hokage-sama, Kiid has indeed erred, and we are prepared to offer compensation," Fugaku replied under the stern gaze of the elder. "However, their demand is for the surrender of the culprit. This, I regret to say, is beyond our capacity." "Kiid, regardless of his actions, remains one of us in the Uchiha clan. We are willing to provide appropriate compensation, the elder interjected. Humph. You Uchiha are utterly brazen. Do you wish to incite war between our nations? The assembly turned to see Danzo, leaning on his cane, having arrived unnoticed. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Do you suggest we surrender, Kid? Uchiha Shana shouted in anger. It was he who pilfered another's belongings. What objection could there be to handing him over? Danzo retorted with a cold smirk. Ah, these two old fools truly excel. They feign weakness outwardly while striking hard internally. When Madara sought the ninjutsu scrolls of other villages, whoever demanded his surrender, Danzo continued, deriding the hypocrisy within the ninja world. Uchiha Shana clenched his fists, acutely aware that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the Uchiha clan. Yet, he could never bear to watch his kin be surrendered. Danzo, do not slander recklessly. The specifics of what transpired remain unclear. How can we hastily decide to hand over Kid? Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a grave tone. Humph, regardless of the circumstances, this incident has ignited the ire of Takigakure. If we do not take substantial action, Konoha will face a dire crisis. A glint of malice flickered in Danzo's eyes. Esteemed elders, Uchiha Kid, who had been training within the clan, rushed over upon hearing the news. Perhaps it would be best to hand me over. Kid, what nonsense are you speaking? The elder reprimanded. Danzo remained silent, while Sarutobi Hiruzen added, Kid, the village will protect you. It is simply that the current situation is precarious. Should war break out between the two nations, it would lead to untold suffering. Enough, elder. I will be fine. I also thank you, Hokage-sama. I shall clarify matters with Takigakure. Kid nodded at the elder, eager to test out a few new jutsu. Chapter 19. Facing alone, please, Hokage-sama. Tell Takinen that I must be delivered, Fong said with an impassive expression. That is utterly impossible. If we hand over Fong, the Uchiha clan would be directly at war with Takinen. Uchiha Shana vehemently opposed. Just as Danzo was about to speak, he was silenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's piercing gaze, which reflected his own considerable distress. It was evident that Fong had become crucial to the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who was typically conciliatory, fell into a contemplative silence. Fugaku understood that yielding Fong would diminish the prestige of both the Hokage and himself as clan leader, potentially endangering his position. Yet he was unwilling to bear the blame for instigating a conflict between the two nations, so he chose to remain silent. Elder, this matter does not concern the Uchiha clan. Allow me to face it alone. Rest assured, I will return, Fong implored. You, Uchiha Shana sighed, observing the sincerity in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but think, this shouldn't be counted as my surrendering him. Then it shall be tomorrow. No need. I shall seek them out tonight and resolve the matter, Fong interjected, cutting off Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the way back, Uchiha Shana continued to sigh in despair. Fong, do you truly have confidence in this? Do not worry, elder, this is my personal undertaking. How could I involve the clan? Fong assured him. Fong first returned home to comfort his parents before departing Konoha under the cover of night. He felt no anger, only a sense of liberation. As he moved towards the address of Takinen, he recognized that this was the commencement of his destiny as transformation. Hey, Fong. Suddenly, a voice called out from the road. Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Fong turned to see Kakashi leaning against a wall, clearly not just passing by. Are you going to find Takinen? Kakashi inquired. Yes. I intend to resolve this myself. Ah, are you sure you know the way to Takinen village? Upon receiving confirmation, Kakashi produced a map, saying, You don't even know where Takinen village is, do you? Thank you, Kakashi-senpai, Fong replied as he accepted the map. He had initially hoped to simply commandeer a Takinen ninja to guide him, but possessing a map would indeed prove more convenient. As he traversed the forest path, Feng's steps were light and confident. He eschewed the conventional route for a more concealed path, ensuring he would not be detected by Takinen's people. His mood was buoyant, even exhilarated. For him, this was not merely a battle. It was akin to a game, and he already knew the rules. As night fell, Feng paused beneath a large tree, deciding to rest for a moment. He leaned against the trunk, gazing up at the starry sky. The light pollution of the modern world had almost made him forget how resplendent the night sky could be. He inhaled deeply, savoring the tranquility. However, this peace was short-lived. Soon, he sensed a wave of chakra approaching. Someone was closing in. Feng instantly became alert, recognizing that it might be a ninja from Takinen. Is someone informing on me? Could it be Danzo? He quickly concealed himself among the bushes, ready to ascertain the identity of the approaching figures. A small squad from Tekinen village was indeed searching the area. Feng utilized earth-release ninjutsu to hide underground, quietly maneuvering beneath them in search of their leader. When he emerged from the earth, he found the Tekinen leader standing before him. This ninja, clearly seasoned, had set a trap, anticipating Feng would unwittingly walk into it. "Are you the Uchiha Feng? You dare to intrude upon our territory alone. Such audacity is commendable," the Tekinen leader sneered. Feng straightened, gripping his kunai firmly. At that moment, the leader finally recognized his face, his expression shifting to one of confusion. "How can a mere child be the one to challenge us? Konoha has truly gone too far, sending a mere child to face us." The rest of the returning Tekinen were equally incensed. Feng's eyes transformed into the three tomo, the crimson hue of his gaze rendering the raucous crowd momentarily speechless. "You, it is you." The leader, recognizing the terrifying eyes of Uchiha Feng, was still incredulous. The very individual who had left their entire village in disarray and injured him was but a child. How could Konoha have surrendered such a talent? Was this truly the depth of the 5 great ninja villages? Feng's gaze remained calm, devoid of any hint of panic. "I have come solely to resolve the misunderstandings between us. I do not seek unnecessary conflict." "Misunderstanding? You have stolen the hero's water. This is no mere misunderstanding," the leader bellowed. Feng understood that any explanation would be futile. He took a deep breath, preparing for battle. His chakra surged within him, fire and lightning attributes coalescing in his hand to form a searing fireball. "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique," Feng shouted, releasing the fireball that shot towards the Tekinen squad. The Tekinen ninjas scrambled to evade, yet the fireball splintered in midair, transforming into countless smaller fireballs that engulfed the area. The sudden onslaught disrupted their formation, and they began to scatter in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Feng surged into their ranks, his kunai dancing with deadly grace, each swing infused with the power of lightning. The Tekinen were struck by this force, their bodies rendered immobile, paralyzed by the overwhelming power. The battle concluded swiftly. The Tekinen squad lay defeated, unable to comprehend the reality before them. The leader, in a state of utter shock, could hardly fathom how little time had elapsed since he had been so thoroughly bested. Feng, mercifully, did not deliver a fatal blow, he merely incapacitated them. Standing amidst the chaos, unscathed, he coldly declared, "Inform your village that I will personally visit Tekinen to resolve this matter." With that, Feng turned and departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The leader jolted back to reality, realizing, the village? He intends to go to the village? Can the villagers defeat him? Although he was the strongest in the village, he had yet to reach the level of a Kage. There were many elite ninjas in the village, yet he was uncertain of his ability to defeat that child. Perhaps I should let it go? The leader entertained the thought, but quickly shook his head. No, if we simply allow this to pass, our village will lose all prestige in the ninja world. Yes, we still have the 7 tails. We can win. The leader resolutely stood, determined to return to the village before that boy. Feng's silhouette stretched long in the moonlight, his steps resolute and powerful. He understood that he could not eliminate them here. Otherwise, by the time he reached Tekinen village, war might already erupt between the two nations. Uchiha Feng departed Konoha under the cover of night, his destination the hidden Tekinen village, nestled between the land of fire and the land of earth. This hidden village, shrouded by a colossal waterfall, had never been invaded due to its unique geographical location. Feng knew the journey to Tekinen village would not be easy. It was his first time venturing so far alone. The last time he had accompanied Kakashi on a mission, he had followed him throughout. Tekinen, I am coming again. Chapter 20. Fierce battle. The night was as dark as ink, and Uchiha Feng traversed the grasslands leading to Takigakure alone. His steps were resolute, and his gaze exuded determination. He understood that he would face the wrath of Takigakure tonight, yet he was prepared. Meanwhile, the leader of Takigakure, having hastily departed from Konoha, disregarded his subordinates and rushed back to his village. Uchiha Feng's pace was measured, naturally unable to match the swift advance of the Takigakure leader. Upon the leader's return to the village, he immediately commanded his subordinates to bring forth the Jinchuriki, Fu, and rallied all the mid to high-ranking shinobi of Takigakure. Awaiting Uchiha Feng's arrival, the shinobi were filled with shock and fury upon hearing of their leader's defeat in Konoha. Only 10-year-old Fu looked around in panic, oblivious to the unfolding events. In the tense atmosphere that ensued, The days passed without any sign of Uchiha Feng. As night fell, Feng halted his steps, now able to see Takigakure in the distance, but he grew immediately alert. He was aware that the shinobi of Takigakure had likely discovered his presence. Uchiha Feng, you have nowhere to flee tonight. The voice of the Takigakure captain echoed from the shadows, laced with disdain. Feng turned to face the advancing shinobi. Coldly, he replied, "Flee? That thought never crossed my mind. I am merely waiting for the opportune moment." The battle erupted forthwith. The shinobi of Takigakure charged at Feng, employing various ninjutsu and taijutsu in their assaults. Yet, Feng remained undaunted, deftly evading their attacks while countering with shuriken and kunai. His form flitted across the battlefield like a wraith, each movement unpredictable. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Feng shouted, unleashing a colossal fireball toward his adversaries. The flames spread across the grasslands, forming walls of fire that obstructed the enemy's advance. The shinobi were thrown into disarray by the sudden onslaught, scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, Feng plunged into their ranks, his kunai dancing like lightning, each slash imbued with the force of thunder. "Lightning release, earth walk." Feng's voice resonated across the battlefield as bolts of lightning surged from beneath him, striking those Takigakure shinobi who dared to approach, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. The shinobi attempted to retaliate, deploying water release techniques to extinguish the flames and counterattack. However, Feng was prepared. He conjured an earth wall with his earth release, blocking the water jutsu with ease. "Earth release, earth flow wall," Feng declared firmly as the wall rose to shield him from the water dragon bullets. Simultaneously, he utilized fire release to create multiple shadow clones, distracting the enemy before launching a surprise attack from behind. "Fire release, dragon flame song." Feng's voice echoed once more as his clones unleashed torrents of fire, forming fiery dragons that encircled the shinobi of Takigakure in a blazing inferno. Although strong, the shinobi found themselves powerless against Feng's fire and lightning attribute ninjutsu. His strikes were swift and precise, each blow finding its mark with lethal accuracy. His silhouette flickered in the flames, evading detection from his foes. At the climax of the battle, Feng confronted the captain of the Takigakure squad. The captain, a master of water release, unleashed his water dragon bullet technique, a formidable attack nearly engulfing the entire battlefield. "Water release, water dragon bullet," he shouted, as a massive water dragon surged toward Feng. Rather than confront it head-on, Feng employed his fire release to summon a colossal firewall, clashing with the water dragon bullet and generating a tremendous steam explosion. "Fire release, hellfire serpent bullet." Under the cover of the explosion, Feng swiftly approached the captain, gathering intense flames in his hand to form a fiery serpent that charged toward him. The captain attempted to evade, yet Feng's speed surpassed his, and the fiery serpent struck true, sending him careening away. After the battle, Feng stood amidst the chaos, his breath heavy yet his gaze resolute. He understood that this victory was merely the beginning. Without lingering, he tidied the battlefield and pressed onward. His destination was Takigakure. He intended to bring this to an end. As Feng continued toward Takigakure, he soon encountered a large contingent led by the village leader. The leader stood at the forefront, his eyes cold and brimming with malice. "Boy, we meet again. Did you truly believe you could breach our Takigakure so easily?" he scoffed. Feng tightened his grip on his kunai, a sense of vigilance flooding his mind. Yet his expression remained unyielding. "Resolving this here will be no different," he replied. With a sweeping gesture, the leader commanded his shinobi to form hand seals, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu upon Feng. Swiftly, he activated his lightning release, enveloping himself in electricity as he charged into the fray, electricity crackling in his wake, incapacitating numerous Takigakure shinobi. However, their numbers began to encircle him. At that moment, Feng closed his eyes, summoning chakra from within, a powerful force erupting forth. "Sharingan, activate." His eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, instantly discerning the weaknesses of his adversaries, darting through their ranks with astonishing speed, leaving chaos in his wake. "Do not gaze directly into his eyes." The Takigakure leader, witnessing the turmoil, was struck with panic and engaged Feng directly. As the two clashed fiercely, Feng discerned a critical vulnerability in the leader. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a dark, malevolent chakra surged into the center of the battlefield. Feng's expression hardened. The terrifying chakra caused the very ground to tremble. "A tailed beast? This is precisely what I awaited." Excitement flickered in Uchiha Feng's eyes. Indeed, He had come not merely to settle past grievances. He knew Takigakure possessed a tailed beast, with his ability to absorb all forms of energy. Seizing control of the tailed beast would ensure his survival from the night of annihilation. Come forth, Seven Tails. Feng decisively broke away from the Takigakure leader, charging toward the direction of the tailed beast, leaving the leader bewildered. Has he lost his mind? The leader gasped, realizing that once the tailed beast was unleashed, even they would be unable to control it, forced to flee far away. Yet this fool charged headlong into danger, utilizing the body flicker technique. Feng arrived at the side of the Jinchuriki in but a breath. The overwhelming chakra raged uncontrollably as Fu's skin began to shed, revealing a grotesque crimson visage. Upon noticing Feng's approach, the monstrous entity roared, striking the ground with its claws, unleashing terrifying energy along Feng's path. Fire release, illusionary flame impact. Illusions intertwined with fire release surged toward the Jinchuriki, propelled by Feng's swiftly rotating three-tomo Sharingan. However, as he neared the Seven Tails, an immense wave of chakra erupted, hurling him away. A more thunderous roar resonated, and Feng gradually regained his footing, his eyes shimmering with intensity as the chakra surged ever greater. Chapter 21. Absorbing the tailed beast chakra in the Uchiha clan's territory within Konohagakure, an atmosphere of uproar and discontent enveloped the entire Uchiha family. The news brought back by the elder and clan leader regarding Uchiha Kide's surrender to the Hokage had ignited a fierce resentment among the clan members. To them, it was inconceivable that a member of the Uchiha, particularly a prodigy, would be handed over so readily. It felt like a mockery. Since when did any ninja village have the audacity to demand a Uchiha? If Kid could be surrendered, who was next? The clan members voiced their grievances, all directed at the Hokage. Within the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku sat in dismay, listening to the cacophony outside. He had anticipated that framing Kid's decision as voluntary would absolve him of blame. Yet, the pent-up dissatisfaction among the clan erupted, diminishing his authority drastically, particularly among the more hardline members, who were on the verge of rebellion. Father, a detached young man entered, bowing to Uchiha Fugaku. It was Itachi. Has the work in the Umbu been completed? Fugaku inquired with a smile. Itachi nodded, perplexed by the uproar of the clan members. Father, what has transpired? With a bitter smile, Fugaku relayed the events concerning Kid. Itachi furrowed his brow upon hearing that Kid had chosen to confront the situation alone. If he is killed, we must retrieve the Sharingan. Fugaku regarded his son's stoic expression, aware of the clan's discontent over Kid's surrender. Despite Kid's considerable strength, they would have to wait for news on his fate. Itachi was taken aback. He had little impression of Uchiha Kid, merely having heard of his recent emergence as a genius. He had dismissed reports of Kid injuring the leader of Takigakure. But now he was to face the entirety of Takigakure, a village armed with a tailed beast. Fugaku had suggested that Kid's strength was not to be underestimated. Had he truly reached such a level? However, Itachi's gaze sharpened as he listened to the clan's vehement complaints against the Hokage. In an open area outside Takigakure, a vast reservoir of chakra coalesced around a crimson figure, surging outward. Meanwhile, Kid's Sharingan searched for vulnerabilities, repeatedly attempting to approach, but being repelled by the formidable chakra. Thu's eyes flickered with an inhuman glow, the will of the Seven Tails gradually asserting dominance over her consciousness. Roar. Thu's voice resonated with the fury of the Seven Tails. With a thunderous cry, the chakra erupted, creating a powerful tempest. Kid swiftly retreated while forming hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of lightning that manifested as a net, striving to restrain the Seven Tails' movements. The Seven Tails' overwhelming power shattered the net almost immediately, but Kid persevered, aware that he required more strategy to contend with this formidable adversary. Lightning release, lightning fong. Kid formed seals once more, gathering lightning into a sword of electric energy. He swung the lightning blade towards the Seven Tails, but a protective shield of chakra blocked his attack. Unrelenting, Kid changed positions, launching strikes from various angles in search of the beast's weakness. The battle raged on for an extended period, and Kid's stamina began to wane, yet his resolve remained unyielding. He understood that he needed to close the gap to have a chance at absorbing the chakra. In the distance, the Takigakure ninja stood frozen, witnessing the clash between Kid and the Seven Tails. The leader's eyes widened. How was the chakra still not depleted? The situation had far exceeded their expectations if this continued. The Seven Tails would soon be fully unleashed. They knew well that choosing between a capable Uchiha Kid and a fully unleashed tailed beast was not a difficult decision. Lightning release, false darkness. Kid roared, channeling even more potent lightning into a massive sphere, hurling it towards the Seven Tails while executing the body flicker technique to reposition himself. The lightning sphere exploded beside the beast, generating a tremendous sound and blinding light. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Kid managed to close in on the Seven Tails. Upon touching the Jinchuriki's searing exterior, a burning sensation radiated through his hand. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kid activated his absorption ability. In an instant, a vortex of the tailed beast's chaotic chakra spiraled towards him, centered around his palm, flooding into his body. As the chakra surged within him, Kid felt an unprecedented surge of power. The chakra of the Seven Tails flowed like a wild torrent, coursing through his veins, inducing profound transformations within his body. An immense chakra filled him, coalescing into a powerful core that continuously absorbed and transmuted the Seven Tails chakra into Kid's own strength. It was as if this chakra belonged to him. His previously drained stamina rapidly replenished, and minor wounds began to heal. At that moment, he comprehended the terrifying resilience of the Jinchuriki. However, the Seven Tails also sensed the depletion of its chakra and let out a furious roar from within Fu. This loss triggered its primal instincts, inciting a violent reaction. The chakra of the Seven Tails surged violently within Fu, attempting to break free from Kid's grasp. Fu's body trembled violently as the chakra erupted, manifesting into a colossal tailed beast cloak. This time, the power of the Seven Tails was entirely unrestrained. Its chakra transcended the confines of Fu's body, materializing into a vast, fully formed Seven Tails entity. The complete form of the Seven Tails resembled a colossal insectoid creature, its body encased in a hard shell, 6 pairs of wings thrumming in the air, stirring up a tempest. Fiery rage blazed in its eyes, its antennae thrashing about, emitting a deafening roar. Roar! The sound of the Seven Tails reverberated like thunder, shaking the battlefield. The Seven Tails has appeared. The Takigakure shinobi exclaimed in shock. This is bad. Sealing team, wait for the right moment. Once the Uchiha brat weakens it, rush in to seal it. Don't worry about that brat for now. The leader bellowed. Wait, what? The Takigakure ninjas were bewildered, gazing at the colossal Seven Tails. Did they truly believe that the Uchiha could weaken it? Kid swiftly withdrew, recognizing that against the fully formed tailed beast, any ordinary ninjutsu could prove ineffective. Taking a deep breath, Kid's eyes transformed into a profound crimson hue, the distinctive sign of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakening. The three tomos spun rapidly within his gaze as he focused intently on the massive, enraged Seven Tails, seeking any opportunity to exploit. Gritting his teeth, Kid quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged forth from his body, enveloping him in a faint chakra shield, momentarily countering the tempest generated by the Seven Tails' flapping wings. Sensing Kid's provocation, the Seven Tails' fiery gaze intensified, and it emitted another earth-shattering roar before diving toward Kid with ferocious speed. Its immense form sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Kid dared not hesitate, propelling himself sideways with a powerful push, evading the oncoming onslaught. The impact of the Seven Tails struck the ground directly, instantly raising a towering cloud of dust, while the earth trembled violently, revealing deep fissures. Chapter 22. The complete form of the Seven Tails outside the Takinan village. Fong gazed upward at the colossal beast looming in the sky. The Seven Tails, immense in size, resembled a moving hillock. Its overall shape was reminiscent of a gigantic beetle, its shell exhibiting a deep, obsidian hue that shimmered with a metallic luster under the sun, as though forged from the most indomitable of mysterious ores. The head of the Seven Tails was relatively small, adorned with a pair of enormous, protruding compound eyes that glimmered with an eerie phosphorescence, akin to the ghastly fires of the abyss, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. On either side of its head extended 2 thick, pointed antennae, intermittently crackling with faint currents of electricity, emitting a series of sharp sounds as if signaling its inherent menace. Most striking was its powerful, thick tail, whose tip was shaped like a sharp hook, glinting with a cold, ghostly light. This was the Seven Tails J-Mei. With a sudden flourish of his hands, Feng shouted, "Fire release, great fire destruction." In an instant, a torrential column of flame erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a roaring dragon towards the Seven Tails. The searing heat warped the air around it, incinerating the flora in its path to mere ash. However, the Seven Tails showed no sign of retreat in the face of this inferno. Its 6 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, generating a formidable gust of wind that resolutely repelled the fiery onslaught. This invisible barrier clashed violently with the advancing flames, igniting a dazzling display of sparks, reminiscent of brilliant fireworks. As the smoke began to clear, foam vanished in a flash, darting towards the Seven Tails like a wraith. Each step he took raised clouds of dust, as if the very earth trembled under his charge. The massive compound eyes of the Seven Tails fixed intently on the swiftly approaching figure, a glimmer of menace flashing within. It swung its robust tail like a streak of black lightning, the air slicing with a sharp hiss as it whipped towards him. Yet unfazed, foam leaped high into the air just as the tail was about to strike, effortlessly evading the fierce assault. He then executed a somersault mid-air, swiftly forming hand seals as he declared, "Lightning release, false darkness." In that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, resembling a spear of annihilation aimed directly at the head of the Seven Tails. The thunderous crack of the lightning rent the air, illuminating it with a flickering blue glow. Sensing the impending threat above, the Seven Tails hastily flapped its wings to ascend, attempting to evade the lightning attack. However, the bolt was too swift, grazing the edge of one wing. A burnt odor wafted through the air as a charred mark appeared on the wing, causing the beast to falter slightly in its flight. Without hesitation, Foam continued his assault, rapidly forming seals and invoking a powerful lightning technique recorded by the Uchiha clan, his expression grave, "Lightning release. Lightning beast pursuit Foam." Suddenly, the sky darkened, thunderclouds rolling in as the once clear heavens were shrouded in darkness. Within those ominous clouds, bolts of lightning flashed, as if the heavens had awakened in fury. From the depths of the swirling storm, 2 gigantic lightning wolves roared as they descended. These wolves, sleek and agile, sparkled with a blinding blue-white luminescence, their fangs sharp as blades, crackling with arcs of electricity as they ran, eager to rend the very fabric of reality apart. Like arrows shot from a bow, the 2 lightning wolves lunged toward the Seven Tails, the air crackling with electric energy, scorching the grass below into wisps of smoke. The Seven Tails sensed the formidable threat of the lightning onslaught, its enormous eyes narrowing with rage as it emitted a deafening roar. Flapping its 6 wings with urgency, it attempted to evade the relentless pursuit of the lightning wolves. Yet, the wolves seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly tracking the Seven Tails, denying it any chance of escape. Just as the wolves were about to pounce upon the Seven Tails, it lashed its powerful tail, the hook-like tip glinting coldly as it struck at the approaching wolves. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, a blinding light and arcs of electricity bursting forth in all directions. Truly, the complete form of the Seven Tails was formidable, Foam mused, astonished at how it remained unscathed after enduring such a barrage of high-level ninjutsu. As he approached the grounded Seven Tails, Foam refrained from recklessly using the body flicker technique again. Suddenly, he turned, noticing a group of Tekinen shinobi, led by their captain, charging past him toward the beast. To his astonishment, the Seven Tails was still capable of movement. The group reached the tailed beast and began preparing sealing techniques, evidently part of a sealing squad. Yet, the Seven Tails slowly rose, unfurling its 6 wings. The shinobi screamed in terror, yet they pressed on, hastening their sealing incantations. One ninja at the forefront, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down his cheeks, remained undeterred. His eyes filled with determination. He shouted, "Thousand Symbols Seal." As his words echoed, the other ninjas responded in unison, channeling their chakra into the massive sealing array already inscribed beneath them. In an instant, the array blazed to life, mysterious runes ascending from the ground, glowing with an otherworldly light, intertwining to form a colossal net of luminescence that enveloped the Seven Tails. Feeling the encroaching power of the seal, the Seven Tails' eyes flared with ferocity, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. Then, with a powerful flap of its 6 wings, it surged towards the shinobi, intent on breaking free before the seal could fully manifest. As the Seven Tails neared the luminous net, it opened its vast maw, gathering a dark purple orb of energy, releasing a searing wave of power directly at the sealing net. The explosion was deafening, a blinding flash of light and a violent shockwave erupting from the impact. The ground trembled violently under the force, fissures appearing as if the earth itself was on the verge of being torn asunder. Though the ninja were rocked by the backlash, they gritted their teeth, resolutely maintaining the sealing technique. The captain, his face flushed, shouted with all his might, "Hold on. If it breaks the seal, the consequences will be catastrophic." United in their efforts, though the sealing net flickered from the impact, sustaining some damage, it valiantly continued its pursuit of the Seven Tails. Seeing its attack thwarted, the Seven Tails glared with fury, raising its 7 powerful tails high, and then struck down upon the sealing net like 7 black whips. Each strike was accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the runes on the net flashing perilously, as if they could shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, the ninjas displayed no intention of retreat. They tirelessly channeled their chakra, perpetually mending the damaged sections of the sealing light net. Chapter 23. Sealing the Seven Tails. Amidst the fierce stalemate, the assaults of the Seven Tails intensified, while the ninjas' efforts to seal it grew ever more resolute. This life-and-death struggle raged on in a battlefield where the winds howled and light flickered brilliantly. However, the overwhelming power of the Seven Tails proved formidable. Despite the ninjas exerting their utmost, the breaches in the sealing light net steadily multiplied, making each repair increasingly arduous. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed from afar. Turning to glance, they beheld a figure rushing towards them like a gust of wind. The emblem of the Uchiha clan on his cloak dancing in the breeze, none other than Uchiha Kid. Upon reaching the seal, Kid gazed at the colossal-tailed beast. It was indeed the opportune moment. He slowly extended his hand, and at the instant his palm made contact with the Seven Tails form, his absorption ability activated once more. A torrent of terrifying chakra surged towards him, causing the Seven Tails to feel its own chakra rapidly depleting, finally instilling a sense of panic within it. It thrashed against the sky, attempting to break free from the seal, yet the ninjas from Takigakure held it down with all their might. After a brief period of this standoff, the immense body of the Seven Tails began to take on an ethereal quality. Kid observed intently and discovered that the chakra within him had not assumed the form of a tailed beast. Instead, it flowed within him in a normal state, akin to his original chakra. In other words, he essentially became a miniature version of the Seven Tails, capable of manifesting 6 pairs of wings from his chakra to soar through the air. Could it be that by absorbing all 9 tailed beasts, he could metamorphose into another 10 tails? The once formidable Seven Tails now appeared utterly diminished. Its earlier fury evaporated as it looked up at Uchiha Kid with trepidation. Subsequently, it ceased its struggles, allowing the ninjas to seal it back into the Jinchuriki. To the ninjas of Takigakure, Kid seemed to be their savior upon his arrival. The Seven Tails' resistance had significantly waned. As the last remnants of the tailed beast chakra flowed into the Jinchuriki, the group of Takigakure ninjas collapsed to the ground. Exhaustion etched across their faces. "Are we still fighting?" Kid mused, rather amused by the dedication of these ninjas, who had nearly risked their lives for the sealing. "No, we're done." The leader, gazing at the still-standing Uchiha Kid, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What manner of creature was this? "You subdued the tailed beast for us. Surely we are even now," he gasped. "Oh, is that so?" Kid replied. "What else could be done? Shall I risk the lives of all the Takigakure ninjas?" Yet, he was curious as to why they dared to unleash the tailed beast without complete mastery over it. We initially intended for the Jinchuriki to utilize a portion of the tailed beast's power along with our strength to defeat you, and then reinforce the seal afterward. The leader stammered. However, we did not anticipate the complete manifestation of the Seven Tails. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kid raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He understood that the Takigakure ninjas had indeed exerted themselves to the fullest. They likely believed that with their village's main force and a tailed beast-empowered Jinchuriki, they could overcome him. Yet, he had not engaged them in battle. Upon discovering the tailed beast, he had rushed in to absorb its chakra. After absorbing its outer form, the complete manifestation of the Seven Tails had emerged. The leader of Takigakure felt disheartened. This encounter could only be deemed a total defeat, leaving their village in disarray. They had originally hoped to leverage the tailed beast's power to contend against Uchiha Kid, while simultaneously demonstrating the strength of Takigakure to deter other covetous forces. Now, surveying the chaotic scene around him, he simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had occurred outside the village, sparing the ninjas from severe casualties. Uchiha Kid crossed his arms and regarded the leader, slowly stating, "Now, it is time to address the matter of the hero's water." Upon hearing this, The weary Takigakure ninjas regarded him warily. He'd waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I do not intend to resort to violence. Indeed, you hold the right in this matter. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief at Keed's unexpected statement. However, I can offer you compensation, Keed continued. The leader hastily shook his head, insisting, No, we could not possibly accept your compensation. Very well then, consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, you may seek me out to repay it. Keed proposed thoughtfully. Really? The leader's eyes sparkled with hope. While he would not have cared for a favor from an ordinary person, this individual was capable of clashing with tailed beasts, and his potential was unimaginable. The hero's water was indeed significant, yet its limitations were considerable. It could only amplify the chakra of those with lower levels by several fold, while those with higher chakra levels would see minimal enhancement. And it was effective solely on the first use. This explained why, despite having numerous Genin, their village lacked any powerful figures akin to Kage. The village was simply too small and lacked sufficient manpower. Without the hero's water, they might have struggled even to find Genin among them. However, acquiring a favor from someone who could potentially become a Kage or even stronger was undoubtedly worthwhile, especially since they still possessed the hero's water. Indeed, their initial visit to Konoha was merely for pride. It would have been unacceptable to remain silent while their village's secret treasure was taken. They had not anticipated that Konoha would actually hand over someone. They merely intended to threaten for greater compensation. So you agree then? Uchiha Keed asked as he removed his already tattered cloak. Agreed. We concur. The leader nodded fervently, feeling as though they had struck a tremendous bargain. May I take my leave now? Keed inquired. The leader eagerly nodded, of course. However, if you do not mind, Uchiha-sama, you may rest in our Takigakure village before departing. Keed surveyed the surrounding Takigakure ninjas. Though still somewhat reserved, the hostility in their eyes had vanished. He nodded slightly. Very well. Upon arriving at Takigakure village, the villagers were astonished to see their leader returning with Uchiha Keed. The leader briefly explained the situation to the villagers, and they regarded Keed with awe. During his time in Takigakure, Keed was introduced to some unique ninjutsu legacies. Here, ninjas who reached the level of Nin could request the hero's water from the leader, allowing them to quickly attain Genin status. However, progressing further proved exceedingly challenging. After consuming the hero's water, their chakra advancement slowed significantly, presenting another form of side effect. Yet, for Keed, this posed little concern. His own training in chakra had been minimal, primarily revolving around absorption. The Takigakure ninjas discovered that Keed was not the cold-hearted individual they had envisioned, but rather quite amiable. Days later, as Keed prepared to depart, the leader accompanied him to bid farewell. Uchiha-sama, we hope you will visit our village again in the future. Keed smiled. Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I shall return. With that, he vanished from the sight of the Takigakure villagers in a flash. Chapter 24 Encounter with the Sand Ninja. Having distanced himself from the Takigakure village, Uchiha Feng's lithe and agile figure darted across the rugged mountain paths like a streak of black lightning. Only when he could no longer hear the cacophony of chaos from the village did he finally come to a halt. He found himself in a tranquil valley, surrounded by towering peaks that reached into the clouds, with swirling mists enveloping the landscape in an air of mystery. Feng narrowed his deep, piercing eyes, his expression sharpening with intense focus. He began to concentrate his chakra, swiftly forming hand seals with fluid grace, intricate and enigmatic patterns dancing at his fingertips. As the final seal was completed, a powerful and formidable chakra surged forth from him, erupting like a tidal wave and radiating outward with wild abandon. This chakra, drawn by an invisible force, rapidly coalesced behind him, where shimmering lights flickered and merged, gradually taking the shape of small wings. The contours of these wings became increasingly defined, emanating a ghostly blue glow that shimmered with an ethereal brilliance. These wings, formed of chakra, were none other than the seven-tailed wings. They unfurled gracefully, reminiscent of a mystical bird poised for flight, brimming with boundless energy and vitality. Yet, they were not corporeal. Rather, they resembled the chakra constructs akin to those of the Star Ninja Village. Despite their insubstantiality, they possessed a stunning texture and lifelike form, indistinguishable from true wings, save for the absence of tangible sensation. As a gentle breeze swept by, the chakra wings fluttered delicately, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, mesmerizing yet imbued with an enigmatic aura. A slight smile graced Feng's lips. Having absorbed the essence of the seven tails, he had effectively become a miniaturized version of it, effortlessly manifesting wings of chakra. He crouched slightly and then, with a powerful push from his legs, propelled himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he adeptly maneuvered the wings behind him. With a gentle flap, a strong gust of wind erupted, rustling the surrounding foliage. With the aid of the wings, Feng soared into the sky, his body as light as a feather. Ascending higher and higher, the earth below gradually diminished in size, the rivers and mountains transforming into a delicate model beneath him. The once tumultuous Takigakure village now appeared as a mere speck, lost within the vast expanse of land. As Feng gazed down upon this scene, a wave of profound sentiment washed over him. It was no wonder humanity yearned for flight. The sensation of freedom was utterly intoxicating. As he climbed to greater heights, the air grew thin and cold, yet for one of his formidable prowess, it was inconsequential. He continued to command the seven-tailed wings, gliding toward the unknown skies ahead, seemingly in pursuit of something, or perhaps merely reveling in the exhilarating freedom of soaring through the heavens. Before him, the clouds resembled layers of fluffy white cotton candy, thickly piled. Without hesitation, he plunged into their depths. Instantly, everything around him was shrouded in a blanket of white mist. His vision rendered hazy. Nevertheless, Feng maintained a steady grip on his flight direction, guided by his acute chakra perception. Time passed, and as he emerged from the dense cloud cover, a sapphire blue sky unveiled itself, sunlight cascading down upon him unreservedly. His descent began. For lingering here was not an option. As he lowered his altitude, the scenery below sharpened into clarity, the expansive earth unfurling before him like a grand tapestry of mountains, rivers, and forests. While scanning the landscape for a suitable landing spot, his attention was suddenly captured by several small figures congregating in a clearing among the trees. Soon, he discerned that they were a group of sand ninjas taking a respite. Silently and skillfully, he maneuvered his wings, landing softly amidst the lush foliage of a nearby tree, perfectly concealing his presence, and then he intently listened to the conversation below. Finally a moment to rest. This relentless journey has been utterly exhausting, one sand ninja gasped, shedding his heavy pack and collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, but we must prioritize our mission. We need to reach Konoha as soon as possible, another concurred, lifting a water flask to his lips. Konoha? They too were bound for Konoha? Feng's expression shifted, recalling the mission he had undertaken with Kakashi. Could it be that they were also seeking an explanation? After all, he had inflicted wounds upon Raza, and this could become quite intriguing. He was eager to witness how the higher-ups of Konoha would react in the absence of any accountability. Would they even consider handing over Kakashi? A wry smile tugged at his lips. He now possessed strength that rivaled anyone, fully capable of turning the tables. With this thought, he reconsidered and resolved to stealthily return to Konoha to observe what actions the Hokage might take. With the flight capabilities granted by the chakra-formed seven-tailed wings, Uchiha Feng hastened toward Konoha, moving with the agility of a swift bird, tracing elegant arcs through the sky as the wind whistled past him, the mountains and rivers below swiftly receding into the distance. In no time, he caught sight of the iconic Hokage Rock, standing tall behind the village like a silent guardian. Instead of entering through the front gate, Feng quietly descended amidst a concealed grove of trees surrounding the village. He masked his presence, blending into the shadows of the woods, and, aided by his familiarity with Konoha's terrain and his exceptional stealth skills, cautiously made his way toward the village's heart. At last, he successfully infiltrated the Uchiha compound. He first observed his parents from a distance, ensuring their safety before choosing not to enter. Feng navigated effortlessly through the depths of the clan's territory until he arrived at the residence of the elder. After carefully surveying the surroundings to confirm that all was well, he silently scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. Inside, the elder was engrossed, poring over an ancient scroll under the dim light, his expression a blend of focus and gravity. Uchiha Feng quietly approached the door, slipping inside. The elder immediately became alert, hastily stowing away the scroll and whispering, "Who goes there?" "Elder, it is I," Feng replied in a hushed tone. Uchiha Shana stood up abruptly, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld Feng. "Feng, you have returned," the elder exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Yes, elder, I have returned in secret," Feng nodded. "I wish to discuss the current situation of the Uchiha clan." The elder's pupils narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Feng. Chapter 25. The conversation, Feng. What do you mean by that? And how did you return? The elder's mind was still reeling. I merely went to clarify things with Takinan village, and once that was done, I returned. Feng replied with a smile that radiated a sense of ease, completely devoid of any hint of the potential crises and challenges lurking beneath the surface. Then what do you mean by the current situation of the Uchiha? Noticing Feng's reluctance to elaborate on Takinan, Uchiha Shana refrained from pressing further, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was perhaps not as effortless as Feng portrayed, especially considering that Takinan village was notoriously difficult to deal with. And the relationship between the two villages had always been delicate. Feng's demeanor shifted abruptly, the light-hearted smile vanishing in an instant as if swept away by a chilling gust of wind. The current state of the Uchiha is nearing the limit of Konoha's tolerance, he declared, striking like a thunderbolt. The elder observed Feng's calm exterior, yet felt a tumult within. The last time he returned, Feng had been subdued and composed. Yet he could still sense his power had escalated. This time, however, Feng exuded a sharpness that was unmistakable. He directly inquired about the family's situation, leaving the elder feeling somewhat perplexed. Alas, how could I be unaware of what you speak? However, this is due to the constant exclusion we face, and naturally, the clansmen harbor grievances. The elder finally spoke after a moment of silence. Do you believe this situation can be resolved? Feng continued to inquire, shaking his head. The elder's eyes flickered with intensity. In my view, only a coup d'etat can fundamentally alter the current plight of our clansmen. Such words were only uttered by this esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan. Feng chuckled softly and replied, Elder, while a coup may indeed be a possibility, have you considered that Konoha might strike against us first? The elder's expression grew grave. The Uchiha have always been diligent, contributing greatly to Konoha. They have no reason to act against us lightly. Reason? Feng scoffed lightly. Do they truly require such a thing? Moreover, if they were to act against us and suffer their own losses, Konoha would surely be gravely weakened. Do they not fear incursions from outside villages? Uchiha Shana analyzed further. Feng nodded in agreement, not contesting the notion. To him, the period from the Uchiha's annihilation to the onset of the current events was arguably Konoha's most vulnerable phase. During this time, the only true strength within Konoha lay solely with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Eradicating the foremost clan within their own village would be a devastating blow to any village. Only Konoha managed to endure such a crisis. Our power is simply too formidable and uncontrollable. If they wish to avoid a coup, they must strike first, Feng concluded. The elder acknowledged this, recognizing that the current Uchiha were even more discontented, as the peace faction within the clan had nearly been extinguished due to Feng's circumstances. Then what do you suggest we do? He asked. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Feng slowly uttered, We must leave Konoha. Leave Konoha? How can that be? This is our foundation. Without Konoha, where shall we Uchiha go? The elder's eyes widened in vehement opposition. Elder, remaining here will inevitably lead to our destruction by Konoha. Only by departing can the Uchiha truly seize control of our own fate. Uchiha Feng attempted to persuade the elder. With trembling hands, the elder was torn with conflict. This proposal was audacious, contradicting the Uchiha's long-held traditions. Yet, this was the village they had founded. Where could they possibly go? It is not a permanent departure. Konoha is no longer the village founded by the Uchiha and Senju. Today's Konoha belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his band of fools. By staying, we are merely pawns in their game. Feng understood the elder's attachment to Konoha. You speak truthfully, yet many within the clan will surely resist leaving, the elder remarked. Gazing at Feng with complexity. Elder, I can only save those who wish to be saved. Remaining here offers no benefits, Feng stated expressionlessly, feeling compelled to convince the elder due to the assistance he had received from him. Otherwise, he would have already considered fleeing with his parents. Feng, your words are devoid of faith in us. The elder, somewhat angered, had always believed that a coup could yield hope. Hearing this, Feng rolled his eyes. How can I have faith in you? The kaleidoscope wielders of the Uchiha stand against us. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Fugaku, who remain silent. Even with my presence, it is uncertain if the third Hokage would intervene. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's allegiance is unknown. Feng shook his head. We cannot carry on like this. Seeing Feng's silence, the elder shook his head. Feng, not many within the clan will choose to leave. You are of the Uchiha. Even your parents will not depart. Even if the Uchiha face annihilation? Feng replied coldly. What? The elder froze momentarily before his gaze sharpened. We may not necessarily lose. What is your assurance? The clan leader? Or Uchiha Itachi? Do you truly believe they would aid the Uchiha? What do you mean? Uchiha Shana was genuinely taken aback. Setting aside Itachi's less-than-stellar reputation within the clan, as the clan leader, how could Uchiha Fugaku not assist his own kin? Uchiha Itachi has long aligned himself with the Hokage. If he were to act against us, would the clan leader still intervene? Uchiha Itachi, how do you know this? The elder pondered. Feng sneered, Elder, do not forget. Uchiha Itachi has been frequently visiting the Hokage's office of late. It is evident he has gained a certain level of trust and directives from them. Is this not common knowledge within the clan? The elder's expression darkened further, fully aware of the veracity of this matter. How is this possible? While Itachi has always been somewhat unconventional, he is still a member of the Uchiha. How could he easily betray us and side with the Hokage against his own kin? Furthermore, to my knowledge, Uchiha Itachi has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Feng concluded. That is all I can say, Elder. Of course, I will still assist you when the time comes to confront Konoha. In an instant, Feng vanished. What? The Mangekyō? This is known as the Eye of God in Uchiha history. Itachi has awakened it. Why did he not inform the clan? And how did Feng come to know? A flurry of questions swirled in Uchiha Shana's mind, particularly the chilling thought of Itachi, with his Mangekyō, wielding his blade against the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Feng emerged from the shadows, transforming into an ordinary person using a transformation technique, before boldly strolling into the street to purchase a mask. Once adorned with the mask, he smiled slyly, relishing the opportunity to engage with certain individuals. Where does Danzo's root originate from? Chapter 26. Assault on the root standing in a narrow alley. Uchiha Kid meticulously contemplated the location of the root. His absorption of Shisui's memories revealed not only techniques of ninjutsu, but also several confidential sites within Konoha, including the existence of the root itself and his earlier stealthy infiltration into the village. With clarity of purpose, he hesitated no longer. In an instant, he vanished, utilizing the body flicker technique to propel himself towards the outskirts. The root's base was not situated in the heart of Konoha, but rather concealed beneath the forest's depths. Given his current strength, though he might not be able to eliminate Danzo, he could certainly wreak havoc upon his base and seize some valuable items. Kid surmised that following his conversation with the elder, a portion of the Uchiha clan would likely depart, ensuring that a spark of their legacy remained. He had already resolved to leave Konoha, having no inclination to engage in political games with the Hokage and his allies. Before his departure, it was only fitting that he inflict as much discomfort upon Danzo as possible. Upon reaching the exterior of the root base, Kid wasted no time. He began to weave hand signs, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." A tremendous wave of flames erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a roaring beast, racing towards the root's stronghold. The intense heat distorted the air around him, and the fiery blaze illuminated the area in a crimson glow. Inside the root base, alarms blared, throwing the ninjas into a state of panic. They had never anticipated such a brazen assault within the confines of Konoha. As Kid watched the destructive flames enveloping the base, a cold smirk crept upon his lips, relishing the chaos he had unleashed. The fire struck the protective barrier of the base with a resounding crash, causing ripples to dance across its surface, flickering ominously as if on the verge of shattering. The ninjas within the root sprang into action, employing various jutsu in a desperate attempt to reinforce the barrier against the onslaught of flames. Seizing the moment, Kid unleashed the Great Dragon Fire technique, breaking through the barrier with ease. Soon, root members emerged, and Kid summoned several shadow clones to shield himself. The clones harnessed their formidable chakra, unleashing a barrage of lightning and fire techniques upon the oncoming foes. Amidst the turmoil outside, Kid deftly evaded the encroaching root ninjas, slipping silently into the depths of the base. The interior was dark and damp, infused with an oppressive and mysterious aura. Dimly lit corridors flickered with yellow lights, casting eerie shadows on the walls, as if countless unseen specters were watching the intruder. Cautiously, Kid advanced down the passage, acutely aware of the hidden traps and mechanisms that lay in wait. Utilizing the Uchiha clan's keen perceptive abilities, he sensed subtle fluctuations in chakra around him, alerting him to potential dangers. At last, he arrived before a chamber that exuded an air of significance. The door was adorned with intricate runes, radiating a powerful sealing force. Yet, this posed no challenge for Kid, who possessed the Sharingan. As he opened his eyes, the unique tomo began to spin rapidly, unraveling the mysteries of the runes before him. With swift precision, he formed hand signs and unleashed chakra to decode the symbols. As the final sign was completed, the seal's glow began to fade, and the door creaked open. However, at that moment, a surge of chakra rippled outward from within. Had he been detected? He chose to ignore it, having located what he sought. Before him stood rows of shelves brimming with classified documents and several enormous sealed containers, which appeared to harbor unknown and enigmatic artifacts. He knew that within these containers lay numerous secrets of the Root organization. Should he expose them, it would undoubtedly embroil Danzo and his organization in dire trouble. His gaze fixated on the sealed containers, sensing the immense vitality contained within. Surely, these must be the cells of Hashirama. He seized one of the containers and opened it. The moment the lid was removed, a surge of extraordinary and overwhelming life energy washed over him, emanating a sense of boundless vitality that momentarily stunned Keat. Inside the container lay a glowing green mass, the legendary cells of Hashirama. A smirk graced Keat's lips as he mused, "Danzo, the treasures you have so cunningly concealed shall become your death knell today." Stop. Danzo, now furious, arrived with his men. Upon seeing Keat opening the container, his expression twisted into a menacing glare, his fury seemingly capable of consuming Keat whole. Unfazed, Keat secured the Hashirama cells and retaliated with a fireball. A colossal sphere of flame detonated within the chamber, engulfing several Root ninjas in its scorching embrace. Water style, water barrier. A ninja beside Danzo rushed forward, and a clash of water and fire ensued, shrouding the area in steam. Meanwhile, Keat swiftly poured the Hashirama cells into his hands, absorbing their essence. Following the infusion of the chakra from the seven tails, another powerful chakra coursed through him. As the Hashirama cells integrated into his being, Keat distinctly felt a vibrant energy surging through his veins, contrasting sharply with the cold chakra of the Uchiha. This warmth and vitality intertwined with his own chakra, creating a harmonious collision. Suddenly, a stirring sensation ignited in his eyes. A new power was gestating within. With no time to spare, he enveloped himself in the chakra of the seven tails, the blue-purple aura radiating like flames, enveloping him in a formidable presence. This was the power of the tailed beast. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Empowered by the tailed beast cloak, Keat's speed and strength surged tremendously as he launched himself towards Danzo. Danzo swiftly retreated, rapidly forming hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, seeking to thwart Keat's relentless advance. Undeterred by the oncoming tempest, Keat thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra that shattered the wind barrier. With a mighty push, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance between himself and Danzo in an instant. "Block him. Don't let him near Lord Danzo," a Root ninja leader shouted, rallying his comrades to intercept Keat. The remaining ninjas swiftly regrouped, launching an array of jutsu, filling the chamber with brilliant flashes of light. Earth style, earth flow wall. Several ninjas combined their efforts to raise sturdy earthen walls from the ground, attempting to obstruct Keat's path. Observing the rising barriers, Keat scoffed, his tailed beast chakra surging as he charged straight towards the walls. Boom! With a resounding crash, foam forcefully broke through the seemingly solid earthen barrier, causing the wall to collapse instantaneously, sending shards of rock flying and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, the Root organization ninjas did not falter. They swiftly unleashed another technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal dragon, forged from water, roared as it surged from the side toward foams, drenching the ground in its wake and splattering droplets in all directions. Chapter 27. Awakening Kaleidoscope. As the water dragon bullet soared toward him, Danzo made his move. A series of sharp sounds echoed as wind chakra coalesced into blades, slicing through the air with a whistle. Earth style, earth flow wall. Foam unleashed his chakra, raising a massive earthen barrier to block the incoming attacks. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Danzo's voice rang out. Lightning style, lightning fong. Fong surveyed the chaos before him, realizing that he had achieved his objective. However, he glanced back at the sealed containers and documents. Danzo's losses were still insufficient. With a strike of lightning fong, Fong sent Danzo's recently unleashed vacuum great sphere flying, resulting in a blinding explosion and a deafening roar at their point of collision. The powerful energy wave ravaged the surroundings, obliterating all nearby materials and leaving deep fissures in the ground. Utilizing body flicker technique, Feng darted toward Danzo, his chakra coalescing into claw-like appendages. Danzo sensed the movement beside him but could not evade entirely, only managing to sidestep as Feng's claws grazed his side, leaving a gash. Danzo howled in agony, his expression shifting to one of terror as he retreated frantically, while several root ninjas perished beneath Feng's claws. Gasping for breath, Danzo violently tore off the bandages covering his face, revealing a crimson Sharingan, adorned with a pinwheel pattern. The kaleidoscope of Shisui. I shall reclaim you today. Feng's thoughts turned fierce. No matter who you are, you shall perish here. Danzo screamed in a frenzy. The pinwheel pattern of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, emanating a powerful and sinister chakra wave that radiated outward. Feng reappeared before Danzo, who felt a surge of hope. This presented him with the opportunity to activate Kotoamatsukami. He was determined to uncover the identity of this individual, especially given his possession of tailed beast chakra. Capturing such a person would not be in vain. Kotoamatsukami. Danzo directed his ocular power toward Feng, but in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his right eye as Feng forcefully seized Shisui's eye. Impossible. Impossible. How could you disregard Kotoamatsukami? Danzo shouted, clutching his eye in agony. Feng remained silent, tightening his grip on the Sharingan nestled in his palm, activating its absorption ability. A chilling chakra coursed from his palm into his eyes. He felt another piercing pain, realizing it was time to leave. The commotion had likely attracted the attention of the third Hokage and others. In a flash, Feng utilized lightning fire style to forcibly clear the root ninjas obstructing his path. He noticed that Danzo's injuries had fully healed, likely due to the use of his Anaji. However, with the Uchiha clan still intact, Danzo's resources were probably limited. Yet, eliminating him in his stronghold seemed implausible. He was still a powerhouse of shadow-level strength. As Feng vanished from their sight, Danzo's heart simmered with unbridled hatred. It was a profound humiliation. A nameless foe had wreaked havoc within the roots of Konoha, compromising a wealth of confidential research in the cells of Hashirama. Even his greatest trump card, Kotoamatsukami, had been stripped away, and yet he did not even know who his assailant was. Bring him to me, Danzo bellowed, his voice reverberating through the already devastated base of roots, filled with endless rage and resentment. Soon, several members of the roots hurriedly arrived, taking in the scene of destruction and the furious countenance of Danzo. They dared not speak, merely bowing their heads respectfully, awaiting orders. Conduct a thorough investigation. Employ any means necessary to locate that individual. Danzo spat, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with Konoha's ninjas. Upon witnessing the ruins and the lingering oppressive chakra in the air, he could not help but gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Feng had retreated far from the forest, taking refuge in a concealed cave to recuperate. With his eyes tightly shut, he recognized that his Sharingan had undergone yet another evolution. After absorbing Shisui's eye, the transformation within his own vision became palpably evident. It felt as though a mysterious and surging power was churning deep within his eyes, desperately yearning to break free. Feng could distinctly sense the throbbing pain and heat radiating from his eyes, the chakra within the Sharingan swirling chaotically, restructuring into a more formidable force. Each pulse resonated against his optic nerves, causing his head to thrum with intensity. As time passed, the restless power crescendoed, resembling a tempest raging within the depths of his gaze. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light erupted from his tightly closed eyelids, illuminating the dim cavern. The surrounding trees were cast in a vivid crimson glow, their shadows dancing upon the ground. When the brilliance gradually subsided, Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing his newly awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan. The original three tomo had vanished, replaced by intricate patterns resembling blossoming petals, imbued with a life of their own. Swirling within his gaze, and exuding an intoxicating aura of mystery. Through this reborn kaleidoscope Sharingan, Feng perceived the world transformed into a realm of vivid clarity and wonder. He could effortlessly discern the faintest fluctuations of chakra in the air. What once appeared invisible and colorless now resembled vibrant threads of color. Feng touched his eyes, unable to suppress a laugh. From this moment forth, Konoha would no longer be his adversary. The shadows of the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre dissipated. While he had previously been powerful, he lacked the confidence to confront Obito and Itachi, let alone Danzo and the third Hokage. But now, with these eyes, not even the mightiest of foes could restrain him. His eyes unlocked distinct ocular abilities. The left eye wielded Amaterasu, while the right eye commanded Kamui. Truly, the eye reflects the soul. He had long pondered how to survive the night of the massacre while mastering lightning techniques. Thus, his right eye unlocked the ability to create spatial portals of lightning, enabling instantaneous travel. Moreover, the lightning within these portals possessed formidable offensive capabilities, allowing the user to ensnare adversaries within and unleash devastating lightning strikes upon them. These portals could connect various spatial locations, granting the user the power to teleport themselves or others to safety. Furthermore, fueled by his dissatisfaction with Konoha's leadership and those intent on annihilating his clan, and having mastered fire techniques, his left eye awakened the ability to unleash destructive black flames, which spread rapidly upon contact, consuming everything in their path until the target was reduced to ashes. Chapter 28. Inquiry. However, that's not all. Due to absorbing Shisui's eye, the Kotoamatsukami, initially expended, has been reinstated as a form of his ocular prowess. Nevertheless, its activation is subject to a protracted cooldown period of over a decade. Yet, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Maple's lips, for he possessed an additional asset. Channeling his chakra, a tree erupted from the ground, its robust vitality causing branches to extend and leaves to unfurl in all directions. This was the most formidable Kekkei Genkai in the Naruto universe would release. The assimilation of Hashirama's cells proved to be the most significant gain. Even if his wood release was merely on par with Yamado's, the surge of vitality substantially enhanced his constitution. Furthermore, it significantly mitigated the adverse effects of the Mangekyō, alleviating concerns about diminished ocular power and the onset of presbyopia. Consequently, the cooldown period for Kotoamatsukami was reduced to approximately 10 years, though this was inconsequential, as the storyline would have concluded by then. However, should he assimilate additional Hashirama cells, the outcome might differ. Time to return, Maple mused, his eyes morphing into the shape of the Mangekyō Sharingan, eager to test its capabilities. Kaminari. Instantly, a potent surge of lightning emanated from his right eye, enveloping him entirely and causing him to vanish from his location. Concurrently, within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Makoto had just placed dinner on the table when she noticed Uchiha Itachi fully dressed. "Itachi, where are you going?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a trace of perplexity evident in his eyes as he entered with Sasuke, observing Itachi's attire. Uchiha Itachi, maintaining a stoic facade, simply stated, "There are matters that require my attention. Father, mother, please dine without me." His gaze lingered on Sasuke for a fleeting moment, his eyes seemingly harboring unspoken emotions. Sasuke, wide-eyed, curiously questioned, "Brother, are you going to do something fun?" "I want to go too." Uchiha Itachi crouched slightly, gently caressing Sasuke's head, his voice retaining its composed tone. "Sasuke, not this time. Stay home and have dinner with father and mother. When you're older, brother will take you on many exciting adventures." With that, he stood up, offering no further explanation, and proceeded towards the exit. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, sensing that Itachi was concealing something significant from the family. However, he acknowledged his eldest son's self-reliance and discreet nature, refraining from further inquiry. Uchiha Makoto, gazing at the now vacant doorway, sighed softly and addressed Sasuke. "Sasuke, come and eat. Your brother always has his own affairs to attend to." Despite his reluctance, Sasuke obediently took his place at the table, muttering, "Humph, brother never takes me along. When I become as strong as him, I'll follow him everywhere." Meanwhile, Uchiha Maple, having teleported to a secluded corner of the compound using Kaminari, reveled in the formidable power bestowed upon him by the Mangekyō Sharingan. He was thoroughly impressed with the Kaminari technique, deeming it a fusion of the Flying Thunder God and Kamui. Suddenly, he detected a familiar chakra signature. With a swift movement, he concealed himself among the foliage of a large tree. Uchiha Itachi's figure emerged on the nearby street, his steps appearing measured. Yet Maple sensed an underlying gravity emanating from him. "Uchiha Itachi, where is he headed at this hour?" Uchiha Maple pondered, narrowing his eyes. Given Itachi's disposition, his hurried demeanor suggested a matter of utmost importance. "That direction seems to lead to the Hokage building, doesn't it?" Maple observed Itachi's receding form, opting not to pursue him. He turned and headed towards his own residence, no longer concerned with concealing his movements. Within the Uchiha household, Maple's parents were also at the dinner table. Though the atmosphere was palpably somber, both were preoccupied with thoughts of their son, maintaining a silent vigil. Just then, Maple burst through the door. Clatter. Mother Uchiha Mie's chopsticks tumbled onto the table, and father froze in his seat. It was only when Maple addressed them as father. Mother that Uchiha Mie snapped out of her stupor, rushing to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back. Uchiha Go exclaimed, equally moved. Are you hurt? His mother asked, holding him tightly. I'm fine. Maple's own emotions welled up as he experienced the warmth of familial affection for the first time. As Maple explained his absence to his parents, within the Hokage building, the Konoha Council convened. Danzo, who attacked the root? Midokado Hamura demanded. Upon hearing the question, Danzo's expression darkened further. A masked individual, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. Just one person? Udatain Koharu inquired in surprise. The assailant possessed tailed beast chakra. I suspect a member of the Uchiha clan. Danzo retorted icily. What? Tailed beast chakra? The two advisors exclaimed in dismay. But what does this have to do with the Uchiha? Danzo remained silent, knowing that only Kotoamatsukami could counter Kotoamatsukami, and only the Mangekyō could contend with the Mangekyō. Regardless of the outcome, the assailant's actions were inextricably linked to the Uchiha. Ahem. Danzo suspects that he was the one who manipulated the Nine Tails in the past. As the Nine Tails' eyes were Sharingan at the time, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, attempting to defuse the situation while simultaneously glaring at Danzo. These Uchiha are indeed harboring treacherous intentions. Hiruzen, the Uchiha problem must be addressed. Midokado Hamura declared to the Hokage, the priority now is to ascertain the identity of the root's attacker. I've already summoned Itachi and instructed him to come here immediately, the third Hokage stated, taking a puff of his pipe. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Enter. Uchiha Itachi strode in, offering a silent bow to the Hokage before uttering a word. Uchiha Itachi, I ask you, where have you been all day? Danzo demanded, pressing him for an answer. Danzo, silence. Itachi, a village institution was attacked, and traces of tailed beast chakra were discovered at the scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi rebuked Danzo before addressing Itachi in a more conciliatory tone. Tailed beast? Lord Third, I've been with the Umbu all day, and my father hasn't left the house. I can't vouch for anyone else, Itachi replied. His brow furrowed as he glanced at Danzo. I see. Then it wasn't an Uchiha, the third Hokage sighed. Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan has likely been dissatisfied with peace for quite some time. If this continues, you will inevitably disrupt Konoha. Danzo continued to play the role of the antagonist. As Uchiha Itachi remained silent, the third Hokage spoke. Itachi, Konoha can't withstand further turmoil. The children need a stable environment to learn. Lord Hokage, I understand. Please grant me some time, and I will resolve this matter. Itachi declared resolutely, raising his head. Resolve? How will you resolve it? Danzo scoffed. As Danzo uttered those words, Uchiha Itachi's gaze turned piercingly cold. He slowly raised his head, his black hair swaying slightly in the breeze, and the crimson hue gradually intensified in his profound eyes, activating the Mangekyō Sharingan in an instant. The unique and terrifying pattern swirled within his eyes, as if imbued with boundless magic and intimidation. Upon witnessing this, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically, and he involuntarily recoiled. The surrounding air seemed to solidify as Itachi stood silently, his Mangekyō Sharingan fixed upon Danzo, without uttering a word. However, the sheer force of his gaze filled Danzo with dread, rendering him incapable of uttering the provocative words he had intended to speak. With these eyes, Itachi declared, Lord Hokage, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution in 3 days. Chapter 29, Capturing White Zetsu Good. Itachi, I believe you are a good child who will make the right judgment, the third Hokage said solemnly as he rose to his feet. Then I shall take my leave. Itachi nodded and exited the room. Only after he departed did Danzo finally relax. Sarutobi, Uchiha Itachi is quite a troublesome individual. Enough, Danzo. Itachi possesses a heart ablaze with will, the third Hokage remarked, sitting back down, his gaze deep and contemplative. Danzo's expression darkened, evidently in disagreement with the third Hokage's words. Can we truly guarantee that Uchiha Itachi will remain loyal to the village? He questioned, his voice tinged with skepticism. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a cigarette, choosing not to respond further. The following morning, Feng leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease since his arrival in this world. After spending the entire previous night explaining his newfound powers to his parents, they had reluctantly accepted the reality of their son's extraordinary abilities and his return from Takigakure. As for why he did not want them to disclose this to outsiders, Feng explained it was to avoid inciting further troubles. Elder Uchiha Shana hurried to the doorstep of Uchiha Feng's home, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. Uchiha Meihui opened the door, her face a mask of surprise. "Elder, what brings you here? Is Feng at home?" Elder Shana's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Mother, please let the elder in." Feng's voice resonated as if he were right beside them. Hearing her son, Uchiha Meihui quickly ushered him inside. Once inside the room, Feng greeted Elder Shana with a smile. "Feng, is what you said yesterday true?" Elder Shana asked, barely able to contain his excitement. "Of course, but how did you come to know?" Feng replied with a slight smile, a flicker of mystery dancing in his eyes as his gaze transformed into an intricate pattern, the Mangekyō Sharingan. "What? The Mangekyō?" Elder Shana stared in disbelief at Feng's eyes. "Indeed, these eyes have seen through everything," Feng said, closing his eyes once more to conceal the Mangekyō. "Feng, when did you awaken the Mangekyō?" The elder was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yet his confusion deepened. Just last month, Feng had merely been a prodigious talent, and his investigation revealed that just half a year prior, he had been an ordinary Uchiha. In less than a year, he had awakened the legendary Eye of the Uchiha. It was nothing short of a miracle. "Not long ago," Feng replied. "Elder, I have no reason to deceive you." Elder Shana composed himself. "You claim that Uchiha Itachi also possesses the Mangekyō, and that he truly has betrayed us?" Upon receiving confirmation, grief washed over his face. It was evident that Feng had no need to lie, and Itachi's close ties to the higher echelons of Konoha indicated that a Mangekyō genius had indeed turned against them. If he had not betrayed us, we would have two Mangekyōs at our disposal. The Hokage would be within our grasp. The thought only deepened Elder Shana's anguish. "What do you believe we should do, Feng?" The elder began to shift the decision-making power to Feng. "Once again, I say, we must leave Konoha and seek a new homeland." "But how do we leave?" Elder Shana asked, resigned. "It is no easy task to get a group to depart. We simply need to intercept Uchiha Itachi. As long as we can stop him and gather all Uchiha ninjas, the third Hokage will be compelled to negotiate with us. Only then can we proceed with our next plan." Feng's expression remained indifferent. As long as they apprehended this traitor, the third Hokage would not dare to engage them at the cost of Konoha's losses. In the original story, Itachi's ease stemmed from a surprise attack, the element of surprise, and the assistance from Danzo and Obito. In simpler terms, Itachi was the primary adversary. Once he was dealt with, half their troubles would be resolved. As long as the Uchiha clan realized the gravity of the situation, their potential was formidable. They remained the foremost clan in Konoha. As for Obito, it was uncertain whether he possessed the strength of a Kage, disregarding his Kimui. Not to mention, he had the Amaterasu and Kotoamatsukami, both of which could counter him. However, we must consider the clan leader. His indecision is perilous for the Uchiha at this juncture, Feng remarked. "Leave the clan leader to me. If he indeed leads the Uchiha to ruin, he will have no face left to continue as our leader." Elder Shana was quite familiar with Fugaku. Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Uchiha Fugaku would assist Itachi. In the original narrative, he had remained passive, and it was rumored he too possessed the Mangekyō. Although he did not intervene on Itachi's behalf, possessing the Mangekyō and remaining the clan leader without taking action equated to tacit support. "Then I shall leave that to you, Elder." Feng was now contemplating Sasuke, knowing Itachi's greatest vulnerability lay in his younger brother. Not far from Uchiha Feng's residence, a peculiar white creature with root-like patterns and a bizarre, twisted form was puzzled. What is taking Elder Uchiha Shana so long to come out? White Zetsu, half buried underground, had been sent by Obito to monitor Elder Shana, who had recently established contact with Itachi, to prevent any unusual occurrences within the Uchiha clan. Obito had dispatched several white Zetsu to keep an eye on key figures. Whose house is this? Why are they conversing for so long? White Zetsu pondered. Well, who do we have here? Suddenly, a voice echoed in White Zetsu's ear. Without hesitation, White Zetsu attempted to burrow underground, but he felt a jolt of electricity surge through him from below. Before he could react, a hand grasped him and pulled him out. Uchiha Feng had seized White Zetsu by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. He had sensed an unusual aura nearby when Elder Shana arrived, and had waited until their conversation concluded to activate his technique, arriving here. Initially, he thought it was an umbu, but he found an unexpected prize instead. White Zetsu was created from the chakra of the Ten Tails and the cells of Hashirama Senju by Uchiha Madara. The initial purpose of White Zetsu's creation was to fulfill Madara's ambitions, becoming part of his grand scheme. This meant that the white Zetsu before him contained an abundance of energy. With this thought in mind, Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. White Zetsu looked at him with terror. This individual gazed at him in an unsettling manner. Humph! With a firm grip, Feng crushed him, beginning the process of absorption. This time, the absorption was unlike any before. He consumed the entirety of white Zetsu, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he had devoured him whole. He quietly sensed the changes coursing through him, a peculiar chakra flowing into his being. He felt his wood release grow stronger, and a surge of chakra filled him. Yet, that strange chakra entering his eyes seemed to vanish without a trace, like water sinking into the ocean. The 10 tails, he mused. No wonder it bore similarities to the 7 tails. It seemed Obito had indeed met with Itachi. Chapter 30. The atmosphere outside Konoha village was unusually tense as several sand shinobi stood solemnly, their gazes fixed on the imposing gates of the village. The sunlight cascaded upon them, yet it failed to dissipate the air of anxiety and vigilance that surrounded them. Just as they had arrived at Konoha, a figure clad in a black cloak and masked, an Umbu ninja, materialized before them like a specter. This enigmatic presence emanated a disquieting aura, causing the already on-edge sand shinobi to flinch. In a voice devoid of emotion, the Umbu ninja inquired, "Are you sand shinobi? What brings you here?" Confronted with this unexpected interrogation, the sand shinobi hastily replied with utmost respect, "We are envoys from Sunagakure, sent by Lord Kazekage to seek an audience with your Hokage." They then stood in silence, awaiting a response. However, to their astonishment, after hearing their explanation, the Umbu ninja merely nodded slightly before vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared, leaving no trace behind. This eerie display left the sand shinobi exchanging bewildered glances, their minds racing with uncertainty about what to do next. "What should we do, Captain Maki?" one of the sand shinobi asked the leader. "Let us wait a bit longer. If no one arrives, we will proceed inside," Maki replied, acknowledging the strained relations between their two villages and the prior incidents that had transpired. No one knew Konoha's current stance towards them, but Lord Kazekage had insisted on seeking an explanation. In truth, they felt somewhat embarrassed about the situation, after all. It was their village that had been intruded upon, resulting in their leader being injured before their assailant fled. They found it difficult to voice such concerns. Yet perhaps it was a legacy of the past when the hidden Cloud Village had set a precedent. Rumors suggested that years ago, the Cloud Village had kidnapped a member of the Hyuga clan, only for Konoha to be compelled to surrender the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader in return. Since that time, Konoha's prestige had significantly waned, and any matter concerning them prompted demands for accountability from the great shinobi villages. Before long, the Umbu ninja returned, stating, "Very well, the Hokage is waiting for you inside." Maki and his companions felt the tension in their bodies ease slightly, and they let out a collective sigh of relief. With measured yet resolute steps, they entered the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama." Maki and his companions bowed deeply upon entering. "Ah, Sand Shinobi, welcome to Konoha. What brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted them with a smile. "Hokage-sama, we come on behalf of Lord Kazekage. He requests the surrender of the ninja who injured him and seeks an explanation for the incursion into Sunagakure," Maki stated, stepping forward with resolve. The Hokage's smile faltered for a moment, yet another demand for accountability. "Tell Kazekage that the ninja who injured him is no longer in Konoha." As for an explanation, Sarutobi paused. "It was a misunderstanding. We are willing to offer compensation for the sake of peace." "What? No longer in Konoha?" Maki questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Who was that ninja, and where is he now?" "He is a member of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Kid, and he is likely in Takigakure," Sarutobi explained, somewhat awkwardly. Maki and the Sand Shinobi were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean? A ninja from Konoha capable of injuring the Kazekage has offended Takigakure, and you are simply handing him over?" "Hokage-sama, you must be jesting," Maki replied incredulously. "Surely, you have many powerful shinobi in Konoha." Sarutobi's expression grew grim. "This is complicated," he admitted, sensing the precariousness of the situation. "Please, Hokage-sama, summon Hatake Kakashi so we can confront him directly," the Sand Shinobi clamored. "Very well. We are prepared to offer further compensation. Please, do not pursue this matter any longer," the Hokage conceded, feeling the weight of their predicament. The issues within Konoha, particularly with the Uchiha clan, had left them without the capacity for external conflicts. Ultimately, the Sand Shinobi departed the Hokage's office, satisfied. Captain Maki, Konoha truly provided us compensation, even though we were the ones embarrassed. One teammate exclaimed. Indeed, they seem quite affluent, another added. Maki listened to his teammates, but remained contemplative, pondering whether Konoha still held the title of the foremost shinobi village. Captain Maki, let us find something to eat. We haven't had a proper meal after our long journey. One of the team suggested. The group agreed and sought out a barbecue restaurant to indulge in a hearty feast. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they were halted by an unexpected figure blocking the entrance. One of the sand shinobi approached to ask the individual to move aside, but as the figure turned, their gaze met the sand shinobi's. The mysterious individual's eyes, swirling with a crimson three-tomo pattern, emitted an aura of danger, as if they were the very embodiment of an abyssal stare, causing the air around them to thicken. Hey, what is the hold-up? Maki furrowed his brow and approached, locking eyes with the stranger. The sand shinobi momentarily froze, only to resume their forward motion as the figure vanished without a trace. Ha. Konoha is nothing but a pack of cowards. One voice echoed in the barbecue restaurant, unabashedly mocking the village. Even if we are injured, we can demand compensation. Your third Hokage is utterly foolish. He should surrender all Konoha shinobi. In a corner of the restaurant, 3 individuals continued their meal, their expressions shifting as they overheard the derisive laughter. One wore a tight green outfit with pronounced features, another had disheveled black hair parted to the side, and the last sported silver hair, a mask concealing his face, with a deep gaze that seemed to pierce through the facade. Chapter 31. Conflict. What are they saying? In the corner, Guy felt a surge of anger, wanting to stand up and intervene. Guy? Kakashi grabbed him firmly. Let me go, Kakashi. How dare they slander Lord Hokage? Guy's face flushed red, his eyes wide with indignation. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Rushing out now would be futile. It would only exacerbate the situation. Guy clenched his teeth but halted his steps. Are we to just listen? Asuma Sarutobi was even more incensed. If not for Kakashi's restraint, he would have charged at them directly. Yet that group of sand shinobi seemed possessed, continuously shouting, igniting the anger of everyone in the barbecue restaurant. How dare they insult Lord Hokage in public? Don't let them get away with it. One customer could no longer contain himself and shouted. This outburst ignited the fury of the crowd, and someone grabbed an item from their table and hurled it. Ah, how infuriating. The sand shinobi, struck by the projectile, reacted with fury, and a brawl ensued. This is bad. Guy's expression changed drastically as he witnessed the chaos. He rushed to quell the sand shinobi, but both sides were already entangled in a fierce struggle. Tables and chairs flew as disorder erupted within the establishment. Seeing the escalating situation, Kakashi swiftly intervened, darting into the fray. His movements were lightning fast, his hands darting like electricity, skillfully navigating the debris to deflect or push aside the flying objects, preventing further casualties. Everyone, cease this at once. Kakashi commanded, his usually languid gaze now sharp, emanating an undeniable authority. However, both sides, blinded by rage, paid no heed to Kakashi's admonition. The villagers of Konohagakure, outraged by the insults to their Hokage, were unwilling to relent. Guy shouted anxiously from the sidelines, attempting to separate the combatants. But as soon as he pulled one apart, others lunged back into the fray. Asuma, not idle, held a cigarette between his teeth, his hands forming seals as he shouted. Wind release, breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, surging towards the sand shinobi. It seemed the sand shinobi had succumbed to madness, for upon being struck by the wind, they too began forming seals, chanting incantations as a tempest arose, a wind release technique. Vacuum wave. What? Kakashi was left utterly dumbfounded. Had they truly lost their senses? Visible blades of wind sliced through the air like razor-sharp scythes, hurtling towards the villagers of Konohagakure. Unflinching, Guy inhaled deeply, his chakra surging forth, his skin glowing faintly red. The 8 gates open. Guy roared, unleashing the 4th gate, his speed dramatically increasing as he became a green blur racing towards the wind blades. With powerful strikes, he dispersed the oncoming gusts, transforming the blades into mere wisps of air that dissipated into nothingness. Asuma swiftly charged at the most vociferous of the sand shinobi, throwing a punch. Kakashi, they're out of control. You must stop them. Asuma yelled. Kakashi's voice rang out with undeniable authority. Do you not fear inciting a conflict between our villages? Yet the sand shinobi seemed oblivious, their eyes filled with madness and obstinacy. Lightning release, earth walk. Kakashi declared, no longer wasting words. Kanahagakure, Great Whirlwind. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Release. Meanwhile, far within the Uchiha clan territory, Fu raised his hands in a sealing gesture, uttering a command. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the sand shinobi stood frozen, absorbing the brunt of the techniques unleashed upon them. They were hurled out of the establishment, crashing through a low wall before finally coming to a halt. The sand shinobi lay sprawled amidst the rubble, disheveled and battered, covered in dirt and blood. Kakashi-gai and Asuma quickly pursued outside to prevent any resurgence of violence from the sand shinobi. Other villagers of Kanahagakure poured out, encircling the troublemakers with fierce glares. Before long, a significant crowd of ordinary villagers gathered, murmuring as those who had been in the restaurant recounted the events, directing their disdain towards the sand shinobi. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why had the sand shinobi not defended themselves? Given the intensity of the attacks, they should have faced severe injuries, if not death. Gradually, the sand shinobi emerged from their dazed state, racked with pain as they took in their battered appearance amidst the wreckage, only to be met with the villagers' scornful and wary gazes, igniting their fury. Maki shouted, "Kanahagakure ninjas! How dare you strike us so ruthlessly? Do you not fear the onset of war between our nations?" Kakashi's frown deepened. Despite his lingering doubts regarding their earlier behavior, he retorted coldly, "You dare question us? It was you who first insulted our Hokage in the barbecue restaurant, and then instigated the conflict. Now you blame us for retaliating?" Maki froze, disbelief etched across his face. "Insult Lord Hokage? Instigate a conflict? What nonsense is this? We would never do such a thing." Confusion spread among the other sand shinobi as they exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the same perplexity. Guy stepped forward, indignation boiling over. "Do you still wish to deny it? The many villagers present can testify. They witnessed your vile actions firsthand." Asuma, discarding his cigarette, scoffed, "Do not presume that feigning ignorance will absolve you. Your reckless behavior was seen clearly by all." Yet the sand shinobi remained bewildered, with Maki slowly responding, "We truly do not remember doing any of this. How could this happen?" Kakashi felt a jolt of realization. The situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Observing the sand shinobi's expressions closely, he discerned that they did not appear to be lying. Their confusion and bewilderment seemed genuine. At that moment, Might Guy stepped forward, glancing between the sand shinobi and Kakashi. "Regardless, they have caused considerable turmoil in Kanahagakure and must be taken back for Lord Hokage to address. We must secure them to prevent any further incidents." Kakashi nodded in agreement with Guy's assertion. The ninjas of Kanahagakure moved forward, preparing to firmly bind the sand shinobi for transport back to the village. Though filled with uncertainty and resentment, the sand shinobi, injured and unable to resist, could only submit as they were bound. During the binding process, they struggled violently, exclaiming, "What is happening? You cannot bind us. Lord Gaara will not let this go." Kakashi and the others escorted the bound sand shinobi, under the watchful eyes of the gathered villagers, towards the Hokage's office. Along the way, villagers pointed and whispered, while the sand shinobi kept their heads bowed, seething with anger. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, it seemed that Lord Hokage had already been apprised of the situation and awaited them at the door. The gaze of the Hokage was imbued with profound displeasure as he surveyed the disheveled sand shinobi before him, then shifted his attention to Kakashi and the others, slowly articulating his inquiry. "What on earth is going on? Relate the entire situation to me in meticulous detail." Kakashi stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the Hokage, and proceeded to recount the origins and developments of the incident, including the peculiar behavior exhibited by the sand shinobi moments ago, as well as their current reactions. Upon concluding his account, the Hokage furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes scanning the sand shinobi as if deep in contemplation. "Hokage-sama, this matter does not pertain to us. We are being wrongfully accused." One of the sand shinobi exclaimed. "Wrongfully accused? Humph. Everyone in the street witnessed it." Sarutobi Asuma retorted with a scoff. "Hokage-sama, should we fail to return promptly to report, the Kazekage will presume we have met with misfortune. Do you wish for hostilities to erupt between our nations?" Maki stated calmly. Sarutobi Izashi furrowed his brow tightly, feeling an overwhelming headache. "We certainly do not intend that. However, your disturbances in the streets have disrupted the peace of Konoha. Without appropriate punishment, it will not suffice to quell public discontent. Therefore, let us reduce the compensation we previously promised you by half." Sarutobi Hisashi was truly at a loss for words at this point. Could you not simply take your compensation and leave without creating further uproar? What? The Sand Shinobi exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief. Maki glanced between the third Hokage and Kakashi, as if coming to a sudden realization. Chapter 32. The Discontented Sand Ninja. Then please, Hokage-sama, arrange for my treatment, and we shall depart immediately, Maki declared. Captain. The remaining team members wore puzzled expressions, yet at Maki's silent cue, they refrained from voicing their confusion. Very well, please proceed to the Konoha hospital. I shall summon medical ninjas to assist you, the Hokage nodded. As the sand ninjas exited, Kakashi could no longer contain himself. Hokage-sama, this situation is clearly suspect. Enough, Kakashi, we shall discuss this matter later. It is imperative that we avoid further conflict with ninjas from other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. He too recognized the strangeness of the situation. But their current priority lay in resolving the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. The rest would have to wait. If the sand ninjas were displeased, so be it. They would address that after dealing with the Uchiha. Once Kakashi and his companions had departed, the third Hokage let out a weary sigh. Kakashi, do you have any insight into what is truly happening? What did the Hokage mean by compensation? As they stepped out of the Hokage's office, Guy voiced his bewilderment. I am uncertain. Kakashi shook his head, recalling his mission with Kid to Sunagakure. Could it be possible? Yet, Kid had already gone to Takigakure. The thought of Kid flickered through Kakashi's mind, and he wondered how she was faring. Given her strength, even if she faced defeat, she could surely escape. He reminisced about his remarkable body flicker technique, akin to Shisui in his prime. Meanwhile, a group of sand ninjas lay sprawled on the pristine, snow-white hospital beds, each bound in thick white bandages. Captain, those Konoha brutes are truly overstepping. How dare they claim we initiated the conflict? A burly sand ninja shouted furiously. Indeed, Captain, we merely sought to enjoy a delicious barbecue. Yet those Konoha scoundrels assaulted us without a word. Another sand ninja echoed, his tone rife with grievance. Humph. This is Konoha's territory, and they can easily twist the truth to suit their narrative. A third sand ninja interjected indignantly. The room was soon filled with a cacophony of complaints and curses, while their captain, Maki, remained ominously silent, his expression darkening ominously. At last, he could no longer contain his fury. Silence. The sudden outburst startled everyone into silence. Maki slowly rose and approached the window, lowering his voice to address his comrades. Do you not see? This is clearly a scheme orchestrated by that old fox, the third Hokage, aimed at depriving us of the compensation that rightfully belongs to us. Otherwise, how could the situation be so peculiar? Upon hearing Maki's words, the already furious sand ninjas clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking with rage. At that moment, an impetuous young sand ninja could no longer suppress his indignation and leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "We cannot simply swallow this insult." Maki turned to him, casting a cold glance at the impulsive youth, and replied ominously, "Certainly not. However, we are outnumbered and the odds are stacked against us. We must not act recklessly." A heavy atmosphere of repression enveloped the room, as the sand ninjas bristled with frustration. Once we return, we shall inform the village of our circumstances, and let the Kazekage decide. Maki clenched his fists. The sand ninjas nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with determination. Meanwhile, in Konoha, although Kakashi outwardly refrained from mentioning the incident, his doubts intensified. He sensed that the sand ninjas' plight was not mere coincidence, and there might be deeper motives at play. The ease with which the Hokage dismissed the matter left him with an unsettling feeling. Within the Uchiha compound, Kid sat contemplatively. She could surmise the unfolding events regarding the sand ninjas, having initially aimed to observe how Sarutobi Hiruzen would react. Unsurprisingly, despite being Konoha's own ninjas acting on his orders, the Hokage had promptly offered compensation. Truly, he was a commendable Hokage. As she gazed toward the entrance, Uchiha Shisui stormed in, his expression one of fury. Kid. Uchiha Fugaku claims that Itachi will not betray the Uchiha. Kid was not surprised. It would be peculiar if he did. Can you ascertain his stance? If Uchiha Itachi takes action, will he assist him? Absolutely not. Rest assured, while he may not believe Itachi would betray us, he would never aid outsiders against the Uchiha. Shisui replied with unwavering conviction. Excellent. Elder, I observed Uchiha Itachi at the Hokage's office yesterday. It could be within the next few days, Kid stated earnestly. I shall immediately gather the Clan S ninjas. The elder's heart raced with urgency. No, that would alert them. I will keep a close watch on Uchiha Itachi in the coming days. If anything seems amiss, I will inform you. But worry not. Uchiha Itachi is not yet capable of defeating me, he asserted confidently. Outside Konoha, in the forest, Uchiha Itachi stood impassively beneath a towering tree. Suddenly, the space before him began to warp, and a spiraling ripple manifested. A masked figure emerged, revealing only one eye through the mask. The crimson tomo within flickered ominously, hinting at a formidable chakra presence. Uchiha Madara, I have agreed to join your organization, Itachi stated flatly, his tone as placid as still waters, concealing the tumult within. Oh, it seems you have finally made your decision. The masked figure responded slowly, his voice deep and gravelly, reminiscent of a weathered elder. Indeed, my resolve is firm. However, I must first resolve the conflicts within the Uchiha clan. Itachi's words were chillingly devoid of emotion. At that moment, his previously dark and profound gaze transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan, its crimson light pulsating ominously, emanating an oppressive aura. Very well. If that is the case, I shall fully support your endeavors, the masked man remarked, his demeanor unshaken, exuding a palpable confidence. In the face of Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan, he displayed no signs of surprise, instead appearing composed, as though the unfolding events were well within his grasp. Yet, Itachi offered no response to the masked figure's assurance. In a flash, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind a silent void. Soon after Itachi departed, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The ground trembled slightly, and a peculiar creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the earth. This creature was strikingly unique, its black and white body sharply divided by an invisible line. The white half bore a texture akin to plant roots, smooth and delicate, while the corresponding black half exuded an enigmatic essence. Madara, we have lost a white Zetsu. The bizarre creature intoned in a deep voice, addressing the masked man beside him. Is that so? The figure known as Madara listened to the words with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed. When did he go missing while tracking someone? He inquired calmly. It was during his pursuit of Uchiha Shina, the creature promptly replied. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Shina, Madara fell into a brief silence, then murmured thoughtfully to himself. Uchiha Shina? Could it be that he has sensed our movements? What should we do now? In response to Madara's question, the creature appeared somewhat at a loss. There is no need for concern, Madara gently waved his hand, his tone remaining as placid as ever. Even if he has perceived something, what of it? He is merely a cornered beast, incapable of altering the grand scheme of things. Soon, the entire Uchiha clan will vanish like a fleeting shadow, utterly erased from the annals of history. With that, a faint, nearly imperceptible smirk graced Madara's lips. Chapter 33, The Eve of Annihilation. Deep within the roots of the base, the usually shadowy countenance of Danzo was now darkened to the point of seeming almost tangible. He glared at the half-repaired facility before him, a seething fury igniting within his heart. The destruction of the base had led to the loss of a vast trove of invaluable data, delivering a significant blow to his meticulously laid plans. With little recourse, Danzo commanded his subordinates to swiftly establish contact with Orochimaru, hoping to recover a portion of the essential materials from him. Yet, the thought of Orochimaru's insatiable greed and exorbitant demands made Danzo's teeth grind in resentment. That cunning wretch would undoubtedly seize such a perfect opportunity for extortion, but in order to mitigate his losses, he had no choice but to endure for the time being. Damn that accursed Uchiha clan. Danzo cursed inwardly once more, convinced that their people were responsible for the destruction of his base, causing him such immense loss. The mere thought of those coveted Sharingan made his heart race with agitation. He yearned to lead his carefully trained subordinates to obliterate the Uchiha clan, collecting all the Sharingan for himself. With such power in his grasp, he believed he could realize his ambitious aspirations and ascend to the position of Hokage. On the expansive playground of the Ninja Academy, brilliant sunlight cascaded down, yet the warm glow did nothing to dispel the intense scent of gunpowder hanging thickly in the air. Naruto stood at the center of the playground, his fists clenched tightly, trembling slightly from the exertion. His sapphire blue eyes were wide with determination, flames of resolve seemingly igniting within them as they locked on Sasuke across from him. Naruto's hair, perpetually disheveled like a chaotic bird's nest, appeared even more unruly under the influence of his heightened emotional state. With a shout that pierced the air, he declared, "Sasuke, today, without fail, I shall defeat you completely. Sasuke remained calm and composed, standing with his arms crossed, chin slightly raised, a hint of disdain gracing his strikingly handsome face. A gentle breeze tousled his sleek black hair, adding an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. He let out a derisive snort, tauntingly remarking, "Humph, a mere underachiever dares to think he can conquer me? What a delusion." Before Sasuke's words had fully settled, Naruto could no longer contain the tempest of rage within him. He sprinted towards Sasuke with astonishing speed. His gait was somewhat comical, legs pumping furiously as he kicked up a small cloud of dust. Sasuke, however, remained unperturbed. As Naruto closed in, he deftly sidestepped to avoid Naruto's frontal assault. Naruto stumbled forward, barely managing to regain his balance after his missed strike. Frustrated, he turned back and charged at Sasuke once more. This time, Sasuke did not evade. Instead, as Naruto approached, he lifted his leg and delivered a precise kick to Naruto's abdomen. Ugh! Naruto doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. Yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. He gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Just as Sasuke withdrew his leg to prepare for another attack, Naruto seized the moment, lunging forward like a bolt of lightning, grasping Sasuke's ankle with unwavering determination. Caught off guard, Sasuke lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around him. "Damn it!" Sasuke bellowed, springing back to his feet, his face a mask of fury as he charged at Naruto. Naruto, undaunted, rushed headlong towards Sasuke. In an instant, they clashed like two ferocious beasts, grappling fiercely, neither willing to yield, resulting in a tumultuous stalemate. Not far from their fierce struggle stood a majestic tree, where Itachi Uchiha stood silently upon a sturdy branch. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the fierce confrontation between Sasuke and Naruto below. A fleeting softness flickered in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by profound anguish. Despite the torment within, Itachi remained resolute, believing that all his actions were for the sake of preserving the peace and tranquility of the village. He was prepared to endure any painful sacrifice, even if it meant facing the misunderstanding and resentment of his younger brother. It was time. With a lingering glance at Sasuke, Itachi's figure vanished once more. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the horizon in a crimson hue, casting a gentle golden glow over the entire Hidden Leaf village. At that moment, a solitary yet steadfast figure slowly emerged before the Hokage building, Itachi Uchiha. He stood there quietly, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his deep-set eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. It seemed as though the surrounding clamor was inconsequential to him. His heart was set on a singular goal, to make this night the culmination of all events. Simultaneously, within the office of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at his desk, brow furrowed and a look of deep concern etched across his face. Beside him sat three advisors, their expressions grave, silently awaiting the arrival of someone. Finally, the stillness was broken by the faint sound of footsteps. The door opened, and Itachi stepped inside, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the gathered individuals, his gaze icy as winter's breath. "Itachi, I sincerely apologize. I have been unable to devise a better solution for our current predicament," the third Hokage began, his voice heavy with helplessness and regret. However, Itachi offered no response. Instead, he approached the desk, locking eyes with the Hokage, and earnestly stated, "Hokage-sama, I have come here today to make a request. Please, spare my brother, Sasuke Uchiha." At this, Danzo could not contain himself, retorting, "How can that be allowed?" "Enough, Danzo." The third Hokage interjected coldly, then turned to Itachi, assuring him, "Rest assured, Sasuke will be safe. I will look after him. But what are your intentions?" "I have decided to join a rogue ninja organization, composed largely of S-rank renegades. I will serve as an undercover agent, providing intelligence to Konoha." "What?" The F4 of Konoha paled at the revelation. Such an organization should not be obscure. Itachi nodded again. "Please take care of Sasuke. If he is harmed, even the combined strength of the organization will not protect those responsible." With that, he cast another glance at Danzo. Chapter 34. Night of Annihilation. Beyond the tranquil and enigmatic Uchiha clan territory, a vivid blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Its ethereal light cascaded down, illuminating a solitary telephone pole. Perched atop this pole was a figure, bearing a long blade upon his back, poised and steadfast. akin to a predator awaiting its moment. He silently observed the scene before him. The Uchiha clan was enveloped in serene peace, its inhabitants perhaps lost in sweet slumber, wholly unaware of the impending calamity that lurked ominously close. Suddenly, the figure unsheathed the blade from his back. In an instant, a chilling glimmer flashed forth, accompanied by an icy aura that enveloped the air. Without warning, the night was shattered by the onset of a catastrophic massacre. Itachi Uchiha understood that utterly obliterating this formidable clan would not be a simple endeavor. Thus he resolved to first eliminate the elite forces within the security team. As he silently approached the entrance of the security division, he steeled himself for the imminent fierce confrontation. However, upon gently pushing open the door, he was met by an empty chamber devoid of any presence. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the night. "Itachi Uchiha, what do you intend to do?" This furious shout, laden with boundless anger and astonishment, resounded throughout the Uchiha territory, causing Itachi's heart to tighten. He turned to see Shisui Uchiha, accompanied by a small squad of clansmen, gazing at him with cold indifference. Meanwhile, on a rooftop some distance away, Keed stood quietly, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Just moments ago, when Itachi first stepped into the Uchiha territory, Keed's acute perception had alerted him to the anomaly. Without hesitation, he swiftly darted towards the location of the elder, reporting the urgent situation. Upon hearing this news, the elder's expression turned grave, and he nodded solemnly before issuing commands to assemble the members of the security team in preparation for the potential crisis. Although the security team was nominally under the sole command of the clan leader, the elder's high standing and the urgency in his voice compelled the members to act without delay. Thus, as Itachi crouched atop the telephone pole, covertly observing, a small squad of security personnel had already gathered. However, due to the suddenness of the event and the time constraints, only a fraction of the team had been assembled. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation of chakra emanated from the outskirts of the clan territory. Keed's instincts stirred, and he turned to see Danzo leading a multitude of root ninjas, having stealthily arrived on the scene. To his surprise, the third Hokage was notably absent. Very well, let it commence. Keed fixated his gaze on Itachi, who had already begun to engage in combat, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals and called out, "Lightning release, lightning fong." Instantly, a torrent of formidable and terrifying lightning surged forth from his being, resembling a roaring dragon as it lunged toward Itachi. Itachi, having just dispatched two ninjas, suddenly felt an acute sense of danger wash over him. His hands moved with an almost imperceptible speed, forming seals, fire release, great fireball technique. As his incantation concluded, a colossal inferno was unleashed, hurtling toward the adversary. At that precise moment, a blinding bolt of lightning descended, colliding violently with the searing fireball. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the lightning, fierce as a dragon, effortlessly breached the fireball's defenses, dispersing it in an instant. The overwhelming force of the impact sent Itachi staggering backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, the resounding noise startled every ninja within the Uchiha clan, awakening them from their slumber. In the clan leader's stronghold, Fugaku Uchiha sprang from his seat, his face a mask of astonishment. "What is happening?" His wife, Mikoto, inquired anxiously, her voice tinged with worry, for their two sons had yet to return home, leaving her heart in turmoil. "Do not fret, I shall investigate the situation. Remain here and take care of yourself," Fugaku replied gravely before vanishing from sight. Racing toward the source of the commotion, not only Fugaku, but other ninjas nearby also hurried to the battlefield upon hearing the commotion. As the swirling smoke began to dissipate, Itachi slowly lifted his gaze, his heart jolting at the sight before him. Countless blood-red Sharingan eyes bore down on him, as if they sought to consume him whole. "Itachi Uchiha has betrayed the Uchiha." Shisui's voice rang out with uncontainable fury, echoing through the night, resonating with clarity for all present. This proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting whispers and fervent discussions among the gathered clansmen. It was known that the individual in question was the son of the clan leader. Yet, at the center of this storm, Itachi remained silent, akin to a statue. A flicker of chilling malice crossed his profound gaze, reminiscent of ice from the abyss, cold and piercing. Confusion and disbelief flooded his mind. Even now, he could not fathom how Shisui and the others had discerned his movements. Could it be that he had revealed his presence the moment he set foot in this territory? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, how could he remain oblivious if someone had detected his arrival? Unless the adversary possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan as well. Yet, such a possibility seemed exceedingly remote. At that moment, a clansman, unable to contain his seething rage, shouted at Itachi, "Itachi, speak. Is it true, as the elder claimed, that you have betrayed the clan?" In response to the accusation, Itachi's expression remained impassive, unleashing a devastating great fireball technique instead. The roaring flames surged forth, engulfing the clansman. With this sudden onslaught, the answer was unequivocally clear. The ninjas present erupted in fury, without a doubt confirming Itachi's betrayal. Meanwhile, Danzo, just arriving at the clan's periphery, wore a face of sheer astonishment, rendered speechless by the escalating chaos. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, nor the magnitude of the commotion. Nevertheless, he quickly commanded the Root ninjas to begin extracting eyes. What is happening? Fugaku arrived at the scene. Witnessing his son embroiled in combat against a throng of Uchiha ninjas, his expression shifting dramatically. What is going on? Look at your good son. He has truly betrayed us. Shisui shouted. No, this cannot be. Fugaku struggled to accept the reality, yet Itachi was clearly engaged in battle below. If you are still the Uchiha clan leader, you must act quickly to stop him. Shisui's heart swelled with relief, grateful for Kiid's presence. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Fugaku grappled with his emotions, recalling the elder's warning about Itachi's potential betrayal, which he had vehemently refuted. Yet now, witnessing the mounting casualties among the clansmen, he gritted his teeth and activated his three-tomo Sharingan, positioning himself before Itachi. "Itachi, halt this instant!" Fugaku roared. "Father, are you going to stop me as well?" A flicker of change crossed Itachi's eyes. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am fully aware. The discord between the village and our clan has become irreconcilable. Only through this can we attain peace. What nonsense is this?" The clan members were left in shock. To ensure the village's tranquility, he intended to slaughter them? You. Hearing these words, anger surged within Fugaku. Even if Itachi were to halt now, returning to the Uchiha clan was impossible. This traitor, Lord Clan Leader, eliminate him. The Uchiha ninjas turned red with fury, their gazes fixed angrily upon Itachi. In a shadowy corner of the clan's territory, a masked figure emerged from the darkness. "It seems Itachi has already commenced," Obito mused, glancing at the sky, preparing to enact his own plan. Uchiha Izumi raced toward the source of the commotion, her eyes involuntarily transforming into the double tomo, her heart racing with inexplicable dread. The space beside her warped, and a hand reached out. She instantly drew a kunai and thrust it forward. Yet, the kunai inexplicably passed through the hand. Alarmed, Izumi swiftly dodged to the side, but was still struck by a punch. Remarkable eyes. A deep, slightly hoarse voice accompanied the emergence of Obito's tall, slightly stooped figure from the shadows. His face, mostly concealed by the mask, betrayed an elusive expression. Who are you?" Izumi clutched her bleeding shoulder tightly, her body trembling slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, soaking her pale cheeks. Due to overwhelming tension and fear, her voice became hoarse, laced with tremors. "I shall take your eyes." Obito disregarded Izumi's inquiry and reached out his hand, slowly advancing towards her eyes. His movements appeared languid, yet they exuded an undeniable sense of oppressive force. Is that so? Just as Obito's hand was about to make contact with Izumi, a dazzling bolt of blue lightning suddenly materialized before him without warning. This lightning resembled a roaring dragon, lunging towards Obito with ferocity. Obito had no time to react. His outstretched hand was abruptly severed by this overwhelming force. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed as blood gushed from the severed limb, splattering onto the ground. Clutching his wound in agony, he stumbled backward, the calm demeanor he once possessed replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. At that moment, his one visible eye brimmed with shock and confusion, fixated on the figure before him. "Who are you?" Obito gasped, gritting his teeth in disbelief, his memory void of any knowledge of this person. However, he did not respond to his question. He merely cast a cold glance before unhesitatingly launching another assault. "Amaterasu." Kiid's eyes widened, a dazzling crimson light igniting within his pupils. Immediately, a pitch-black flame, burning with ferocity, materialized and rapidly surged toward Obito. "Ah!" Obito emitted another heart-wrenching cry as he was engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu. The searing heat incinerated his clothes and skin, releasing a nauseating scent of charred flesh. In the blink of an eye, Obito's figure vanished completely, as if he had never existed. Only then did Uchiha Izumi, who had been in a state of extreme fright, awaken from her stupor. With wide eyes, she stared blankly at Kid's upright and resolute silhouette. "Are you all right?" Kid turned to her. Chapter 35. Defeating Uchiha Itachi and No. "It's fine." Izumi stood up. "Who are you?" "I am Uchiha Kid. Time is of the essence. That guy should not return. Take care of yourself." Kid gazed at Uchiha Izumi, recalling her connection to Uchiha Itachi. She seemed to have an extraordinary bond with him, akin to childhood friends. However, this was of little significance. In Itachi's eyes, everyone aside from Sasuke was expendable. He had been waiting for Uchiha Obito, the old trickster, to appear, hoping to deliver a crushing blow before Obito fully understood his abilities, leaving a lasting impact. Otherwise, capturing him would prove difficult, given how incredibly overpowered Kamui was. Unless he could enter the Kamui space and leave a marker inside, but it was unlikely Obito would draw an unfamiliar opponent into it. "Wait, Kamui." Kid's expression shifted slightly. There was indeed another who possessed Kamui. However, it seemed that plans could only be devised after the night of the massacre concluded. "Uchiha Kid, you are the prodigy who recently emerged from our clan? Wasn't it said that you were assigned to Takigakure by the Hokage?" Izumi looked at him in astonishment. Without uttering a word, Kid activated his jutsu, transporting both himself and Izumi directly to the battlefield where Itachi fought. "What is this?" Izumi could hardly comprehend the scene before her, staring in horror at the enormous red skeletal figure. "Is that Susanoo?" Kid approached the equally astonished elder. "Kid, you've finally arrived." Uchiha Shana exclaimed with delight. "My apologies, elder. I discovered other intruders, so I had to address them first." Kid nodded. He turned his attention to the center of the battlefield, where Uchiha Itachi faced Uchiha Fugaku, who had already activated the first form of Susanoo. The massive red skeletal structure relentlessly pushed Fugaku back, while the surrounding clan members were engulfed in shock. It appeared that Fugaku was not unleashing his full power, Kid murmured. In the original story, Fugaku possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even without it, he should not be so overwhelmed by the first form. "Elder, please organize everyone to evacuate this area immediately and intercept the Konoha forces at the outskirts of the clan grounds. They have been lying in ambush since Itachi made his move." Kid spoke swiftly. "Understood. As for Uchiha Itachi, this area will be entrusted to me and the clan leader." The elder wasted no time, hastening to gather all Uchiha shinobi and lead them away. In the midst of the battlefield, Itachi felt a surge of urgency. He had come to annihilate the clan, and if they fled, how could he complete his mission? Blood tears streamed from his eyes as his ocular powers surged. The skeletal form of Susanoo began to exhibit veins, and chakra rapidly converged and expanded from the arms and ribs, gradually forming the massive upper body of Susanoo. The hollow eye sockets emanated a mysterious and powerful glow, marking the second form of Susanoo. The gigantic hand of Susanoo struck down upon Uchiha Fugaku, causing him to spit blood. Lightning release. Lightning beast tracking Fong. Kid shook his head. He could no longer watch this unfold. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in darkness, and terrifying thunder echoed across the heavens. Both father and son could not help but look up as two colossal lightning beasts descended from the sky, charging toward the crimson Susanoo. Boom! Uchiha Kid appeared at the center of the battlefield, awaiting the dissipating dust. Fugaku's face was one of shock. "Kid, greetings, clan leader. I trust you are well." Kid replied coldly, his three-tomo Sharingan activated. "You shouldn't be here. How is this possible?" Fugaku's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The events of the night had surpassed his imagination. "Humph, shouldn't you be concerned about Uchiha Itachi's condition?" Fugaku snapped back to reality. He recognized the technique Kid had just employed, an S-rank ninjutsu secret to the Uchiha clan. He quickly turned his gaze to Itachi, whose massive Susanoo had already suffered significant damage. Beneath it, Itachi was covered in blood. Yet, he remained upright, channeling chakra to slowly repair Susanoo, all the while fixated on Kid. Upon hearing Kid's name, he momentarily froze. He had only heard of him through his father's words, knowing he had been sent to Takigakure. However, rage consumed him. His plans for the night were in tatters, and he no longer cared who Kid was. Everyone would perish. "Ah!" Itachi roared. forcibly activating the third form of Susanoo, which he had yet to master. He began gathering vast amounts of chakra, with veins and flesh gradually sprouting from the skeletal frame, the outline of Susanoo becoming increasingly defined and its size enlarging. Clan leader, will you not make your move? Keed turned, a smirk on his lips. Fugaku forced a bitter smile. This is a divine power recorded in our clan's texts. I have no effective means to counter it. Oh, please remember your words. A foreboding feeling gripped Fugaku's heart. Susanoo. In Fugaku's terrified gaze, another colossal black skeletal figure rose from the ground. Unlike Itachi, who struggled to form his Susanoo, Keed's transformation into the third form was nearly instantaneous. The enormous black Tengu armor enveloped it, compressing the surrounding air into visible whirlwinds that howled and raged, as if the entire space cried out in agony beneath its power. The two Susanoo collided, producing a thunderous sound that sent Fugaku flying backward. Outside the clan grounds, Danzo gritted his teeth as he observed the Uchiha shinobi before him. With Uchiha Shana at the forefront, this is not what was promised. Were we not merely to collect the corpses? Danzo thought, bewildered. Had Itachi deceived them? Just as Danzo entered the Uchiha territory, intending to locate the bodies, Uchiha Shana and his men appeared, seemingly waiting for them. The Uchiha shinobi unleashed fire and lightning techniques, driving them out, resulting in no spoils and significant losses. While the Uchiha clan may have had their flaws, their combat prowess was unparalleled. Boom! A deafening explosion captured everyone's attention. What is this? Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the distance, two titanic figures, akin to mountains, clashed ferociously. Each collision erupted with earth-shattering noise and shockwaves. Merely observing from afar, one could feel a suffocating aura of terror bearing down upon them. However, as the two Susanoo continued to clash, the situation gradually clarified. The red Susanoo, once fierce and imposing, now appeared significantly weakened and dimmer. Conversely, the black Susanoo seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, radiating an increasingly potent and fierce presence. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shana felt a surge of elation. Having once witnessed Itachi's Susanoo, he instantly recognized the origin of the black Susanoo. It undoubtedly belonged to Keed. Thus, it was evident that the tide of battle had turned in their favor. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the red Susanoo could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a final anguished roar, it dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Uchiha Shana trembled with excitement, unable to contain his emotions. He raised his weapon high and shouted hoarsely, "We have won. Let us take this opportunity to eradicate these vile intruders. Leave none alive." Danzo. How is this possible? In the heart of the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi knelt on the ground, covering his eyes, gazing in disbelief at Uchiha Keed, who stood within the Susanoo. Wasn't he merely a recently emerged prodigy? Even with the Mangekyō Sharingan, it was inconceivable that he could attain such a level of power. Chapter 36. Fugaku takes action. Feng slowly dispelled the formidable and imposing Susanoo's state, and as a burst of light faded, he gently descended to the ground. Upon landing, he slightly closed his eyes. A fierce stabbing pain surged through his heart like a tidal wave, filling his vision. After all, this was not the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The immense strain of utilizing the third form of Susanoo at such intensity had taken a tremendous toll on his body and eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi's condition was even more dire. Already burdened with severe injuries, he had forcibly activated the third form of Susanoo, and at this moment, he felt utterly drained, as if all strength had abandoned him, teetering on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, compared to the original story, Itachi's manifestation of the third form was evidently incomplete. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, his Susanoo was equipped with divine tools. Uchiha Feng, who exactly are you? Despite being at his last gasp, Itachi gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, his gaze fixed firmly on Feng, his voice trembling with inquiry. I have nothing to say to a traitor. You are unworthy of my words. Feng approached, intent on resolving the matter swiftly, for there were numerous issues awaiting his attention back in Konoha, and he had no time to squander on Itachi. Feng, halt. Uchiha Fugaku appeared promptly before Feng, his tone sharp. Patriarch, I am executing a traitor. Why do you obstruct me? Feng regarded the father-son duo with a bemused expression. Itachi must be handed over to the Uchiha clan for deliberation before any action is taken. Fugaku's expression was grave and pained, as if bearing an immense burden. Ridiculous. How dare he strike against his kin? Had it not been for the timely arrival of the elder, the Uchiha clan might have faced annihilation today. Such treachery deserves the severest punishment. I ask you, Patriarch, what is there left to discuss? Uchiha Fang's face was filled with disdain, his words laced with derision. Speaking of Uchiha Fugaku, he was indeed the most ineffectual and pitiful leader in the clan's history. He had allowed his son to massacre their own people, nearly eradicating the entire Uchiha clan. In the end, he had the audacity to claim that the deaths of his clansmen were merely a fleeting pain, while only Itachi's suffering was everlasting. One wonders if this patriarch ever considered whether those who had fought valiantly for the Uchiha clan, only to end up with their families destroyed, would be willing to endure this so-called brief suffering. However, in the face of Uchiha Fang's accusations and inquiries, Fugaku's demeanor remained unchanged. He spoke slowly. Even if this is a capital offense, according to clan rules, it must be discussed before execution. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fang could not help but let out a cold laugh. Ah, how diligently you fulfill your duties as patriarch. Now I finally comprehend why the Uchiha clan status has diminished over the years. Before he could finish, Fugaku's previously calm gaze darkened ominously, fixating intently on Uchiha Fang as he questioned, "What did you say?" Faced with a traitor, you refrained from action, allowing him to slaughter our kin. And now you impede the execution of a traitor? I truly suspect you have betrayed us as well. Uchiha Fang, you insult the patriarch. Do you realize that with such words, I could condemn you to death? Fugaku's face turned ashen, shouting at Fang, "If you insist on protecting him today, do not blame me for the consequences." Fang erupted with laughter. He would not let Uchiha Itachi escape, ever since his arrival in this world. The shadow of the clan's massacre had loomed over him, leaving him in constant fear and even daring to risk his life to steal the water of heroes. If he were to let this beast go today, how could he justify the anxiety and preparations of the past half-year? What do you intend to do? Fugaku's entire body tensed, and Itachi, who had been silently enduring his pain, opened his eyes, alert and watchful. Fire style, great fire annihilation. With a roar, a torrent of flames erupted from Fang's mouth, engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. The blaze soared to the heavens, waves of heat rolling forth, as if seeking to incinerate everything in existence. At this moment, Uchiha Shana, positioned ahead, felt a jolt of alarm, keenly sensing a powerful and violent chakra surge from behind. What is happening? Shana furrowed his brow, glancing back. He had thought the battle was concluded, yet the current turn of events caught him off guard. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi had not yet relinquished his resistance and was making a final desperate struggle? Shana pondered silently. At that moment, Danzo decisively raised his hand and called out, "Retreat." He understood well that remaining here would only lead to a passive situation, yielding no advantage and potentially resulting in severe losses. Thus, he led his team of ninjas swiftly back towards Konoha. Nearby, a ninja inquired of Uchiha Shana, "Elder, shall we pursue them?" However, Uchiha Shana merely shook his head gently, responding coolly, "No need to pursue. Our internal issues remain unresolved. Rashly pursuing them may lead to greater losses. Moreover, if we chase them, we might encounter reinforcements from Konoha, complicating matters further." He then turned to the gathered crowd, shouting, "Everyone, listen up. Return with me immediately to support Fang and the Patriarch. We must eradicate that traitor." Before he finished speaking, the ninjas responded in unison, swiftly following Uchiha Shana towards Fang's location. Meanwhile, from a distance, Fang gazed intently at Fugaku's gradually revealing Mangekyō Sharingan, a cold smile curving his lips as he remarked, "Patriarch, I suddenly feel that, compared to Uchiha Itachi behind you, you seem far more deserving of death." His strength should have been sufficient to thwart Itachi, yet he chose to stand idly by, as if the Uchiha clan's demise were of no concern to him. Were he an ordinary person, perhaps one could begrudgingly accept his inaction out of reluctance to harm his own flesh and blood. However, he was no ordinary man. As the patriarch of the illustrious Uchiha clan, the survival of the entire clan rested solely on his shoulders. "Is this what you call being powerless against Uchiha Itachi?" Fang scoffed, questioning. Faced with Fang's interrogation, Fugaku's gaze grew increasingly cold and ruthless, akin to ancient ice. He remained silent, gradually releasing the immense power of his eyes. In an instant, his crimson eyes erupted with dazzling brilliance, the Mangekyō Sharingan spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, a mysterious and terrifying force surged forth from him, dark blue chakra coalescing into a skeletal form around him. Susanoo. At this moment, Itachi behind Fugaku was equally astonished, clearly taken aback by the revelation that his father possessed the Mangekyō. Uchiha Phone, today Itachi will not be able to kill you. Fugaku's voice thundered, resonating in the air. Chapter 37. The death of Itachi today, no one can stop me. Phone once again activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, and the dark Susanoo rose from the ground, its skeletal fist lunging towards Fugaku. Fugaku's gaze sharpened, and he extended his own Susanoo to clash against Phone. He was evidently confident in his strength, and having just fought a fierce battle with Itachi, Phone must surely be exhausted now. In a hurried fashion, Uchiha Shana and the Uchiha ninjas arrived at the scene. They looked bewildered, but soon someone spotted Itachi hiding behind Fugaku. The traitor Itachi is there. Why is he standing behind the clan leader? How could the leader be fighting Phone? Indeed, just moments ago, Phone had arrived in the nick of time to save us. Uchiha Shana glared darkly at Fugaku. Mangekyō. He too possesses the Mangekyō. Why didn't he use it against Itachi before? Now he turns it against Phone. Only now does he understand why Phone asked him to inquire about Fugaku's intentions days prior. He feared Shana might betray him. Uchiha Fugaku, what are you doing? Phone is a hero of our clan. The elder's furious shout echoed, and upon noticing the arrival of Uchiha clan ninjas, Fugaku's expression darkened further. Phone sneered, declaring loudly, Uchiha Fugaku, you strike at me to protect Uchiha Itachi. When Itachi attacked, you chose to hide and watched as your kin were slaughtered. What right do you have to be clan leader? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Uchiha clan members murmured among themselves, confirming that Itachi had indeed attacked them. The three elders at the forefront wore grim expressions, especially the eldest, who knew well that Phone spoke the truth. The second elder broke the silence. Fugaku, is this true? Why protect this traitor? Is it merely because he is your son? Fugaku could not refute. The truth was laid bare, leaving him without defense. The crowd erupted in anger. Just because your son is your son, does that mean ours are not? Are our sons to perish? Phone was right. You are unworthy of being clan leader. Hand over Uchiha Itachi. Under the mounting pressure, Fugaku began to feel the weight of despair. He realized that if he did not surrender Itachi, he would not only lose his position as leader, but might also be expelled from the Uchiha clan entirely. Father, just hand me over, a faint voice, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, came from behind Fugaku. The crowd turned to see Itachi, pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, appearing incredibly weak. Yet his deep, cold gaze remained fixed upon the Uchiha clan members, and he softly uttered, please. Hearing his son's words, Fugaku's heart trembled, and tears welled in his eyes. He turned to gaze at Itachi standing a short distance away, his lips trembling as he attempted to speak, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. After a long pause, he managed to say, Itachi. However, uttering that single word left him unable to continue, as he could not bear the thought of sending his child to his death. He glanced once more at Phone, ensnared within the Susanoo, and silently made a decision. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said to Itachi, Itachi, I will do my utmost to hold off Uchiha Phone. When the moment is right, escape swiftly. Your life is all that matters. At that moment, he could think of nothing else. Being expelled from the Uchiha clan was far preferable to watching Itachi die before his eyes. Yet, Itachi gently shook his head. He understood that if Fugaku acted on his plan, even if he escaped, their mother, the clan leader's wife, and his younger brother Sasuke would be left in grave danger. Thus, he could not allow such a thing to happen. Release the Susanoo, father. Do not worry, I will not perish. Itachi's steadfast gaze met Fugaku's, radiating an unyielding resolve. Fugaku stared at his son's determined face, feeling a tumult of emotions. Reluctantly, he lowered his hands, and the vast Susanoo surrounding them began to dissipate. The Uchiha ninjas closed in, though they maintained a respectful distance, watching the father-son duo warily. Phone released his Susanoo and approached the elder. Well done, Phone, Uchiha Shana exclaimed, while the surrounding Uchiha members looked on in astonishment, admiration, and confusion. Until now, they had only known Phone as a genius, many having never even seen him in person. However, after this night, Phone was destined to become the Uchiha's pillar. Phone nodded, his eyes falling upon Uchiha Itachi. Under the watchful eyes of the clan, Itachi stepped forward, meeting Phone's gaze. It was this very person who had caused his plans to unravel. Do you have any final words? Phone asked, his tone calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Who are you? How did you uncover my plans? Itachi inquired, his most pressing question. I am Uchiha Fong. As for your plans, I merely informed the elder while you were perched upon the power pole. Fong replied nonchalantly, his words clear and concise, leaving Itachi momentarily speechless. Very well, elder. Allow me to send this traitor on his way. Feng's voice rose, imbued with an unyielding firmness that brooked no opposition, his gaze toward Itachi now laced with cold intent. Fugaku tightened his grip, but many clan members were focused on him, leaving him no choice but to protest. No. We must first interrogate him. We cannot act so rashly. Interrogate. I led our people in battle against Shimura Danzo outside just moments ago. Is there still a need for interrogation? He conspired with the Hokage to annihilate us. Uchiha Shana shot a glare at Fugaku. Fong, hearing this, advanced toward Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku, do you still remember you are the leader of the Uchiha clan? Do you wish for us all to perish? As Fugaku prepared to move, Uchiha Shana's roar halted him in his tracks, leaving him struggling to remain still. Seizing the moment, Fong unleashed his Mangekyō Sharingan upon Itachi. Amaterasu. As the inky black flames ignited upon Itachi, he transformed into a sky filled with crows. Fong's expression turned icy as he noticed one crow's eye morph into a Mangekyō. Tsukuyami. The scene startled the surrounding Uchiha, who watched anxiously as the crows swirled around Fong. The crows converged again, revealing Itachi, who clutched his eyes as blood streamed from them. To resist the Amaterasu, he had once more overexerted his Mangekyō. However, every effort had been worthwhile. This technique, Tsukuyami, was his final trump card. Kamiomi. Suddenly, terrifying lightning enveloped Itachi, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Uchiha Fong, where's Itachi? Fugaku trembled, feeling the absence of Itachi's chakra. Fong cast a sidelong glance at him and announced to the crowd, the clan traitor, Uchiha Itachi, has been slain by my hand. What did you say? Fugaku's chakra surged in a violent fury. Uchiha Fong, are you also betraying us? The Grand Elder formed a series of intricate hand seals. His Sharingan fixed intently upon Uchiha Fugaku. Trembling with rage, Uchiha Fugaku demanded, where is Itachi's body? It is gone. My Mangekyō Sharingan has the power to obliterate and erase all traces, much like Amaterasu. Fong replied coolly. Enough. Itachi Uchiha is dead, and this matter is concluded. Uchiha Fugaku, your support for the traitors means that no one will heed your claim to the position of clan leader. Uchiha Shana scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 38. The Abdication of Fugaku. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his gaze fixed on the disheveled Danzo before him. Confusion etched across his face. Are you certain you were expelled by the Uchiha the moment you entered? Indeed, it was the three ancient elders of the Uchiha clan who led the charge. Danzo replied with a grim nod. Hiruzen fell silent, initially believing the situation would be straightforward. He had anticipated that once Itachi had annihilated the Uchiha clan, Danzo could collect the remnants, and he would simply deliver a speech the following day. However, the plan had failed spectacularly. Danzo, a figure of considerable strength, could not even breach their defenses. The incredulous gaze directed at him by Hiruzen nearly drove Danzo to exclaim in frustration. How could he possibly have foreseen that he would encounter a battalion of Uchiha ninjas upon his entry? Hundreds of them were charging directly at him, and his roots had already been severely weakened by a mysterious adversary. There was no way he could withstand this elite group of Uchiha. I suspect Itachi has betrayed us. Danzo inhaled deeply. Impossible. The third Hokage vehemently rejected the notion, clearly placing his faith in Itachi. Yet, what could have caused such a turn of events? The Uchiha were not exterminated. Regardless of the circumstances, they had severed ties with Konoha. It would be prudent to gather the ninjas and eliminate them while they still could. Danzo suggested. Hiruzen, overwhelmed, sank back into his seat, disregarding Danzo's foolish proposal. Even if they could muster their forces to eradicate the Uchiha, what would follow? Their side would inevitably suffer great losses, and it was uncertain whether the other villages would not covet Konoha in such a weakened state. The priority now was to ascertain the internal strife within the Uchiha and understand why Itachi had faltered before taking action. In the Uchiha clan's territory, calm had finally descended. Yet, the clan members remained on edge, haunted by the near calamity they had faced. With Itachi inside and Danzo's forces outside, it felt as though their annihilation was imminent. Throughout the night, they were left bewildered, responding to the chaos as it unfolded. First, there were sounds from Itachi's side, followed by the eldest elder calling them to the outskirts to confront Danzo. only to return to find the clan leader battling against Itachi. Now that clarity had returned, the Uchiha were seething with rage, wishing they could drag the deceased Itachi back to life to punish him. Their disillusionment with Konoha was palpable, as even those who once advocated for peace with the village found themselves at a loss, having witnessed Danzo's assault. They were unaware of Danzo's true nature as the leader of the Root, only knowing him as an advisor to the Hokage. In the clan's shrine, Fugaku Uchiha, along with his son Itachi, the three elders, and a cadre of elite Uchiha stood gathered. Fugaku Uchiha, your son has betrayed us and attempted to extinguish the Uchiha clan. Not only did you fail to prevent this, but you even intervened to protect him. You, as both a father and clan leader, are utterly incompetent. The second elder, Uchiha Saiyan, addressed Fugaku with scorn. Initially, he had supported Shisui's belief in peaceful coexistence with Konoha, but after tonight, he found himself quicker to seal than the eldest elder. As members of the Uchiha clan, their emotions were volatile, easily provoked, and when stirred, they could transform dramatically. This volatility was the source of the Uchiha strength, leading to the rarity of stable individuals among those capable of wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon reflection, one would find that the future Sasuke was perhaps the most stable among them. Fugaku remained silent, engulfed in sorrow over Itachi's death, having mentally prepared himself for the loss of his position as clan leader while aiding Itachi. In light of your actions, we have decided to revoke your status as clan leader, Uchiha Shisui proclaimed. He then raised his hand, pointing towards Uchiha Kid. I propose that Kid become the next head of the Uchiha clan. Kid, who had been spectating, was taken aback. He, a mere youth, was to become the clan leader? Elder, he is far too young. How can he assume such a role? Upon hearing this, Fugaku could no longer restrain himself. He could accept stepping down, but he found it intolerable for the Uchiha who had killed Itachi to take over. With Kid's strength, he is more than capable of leading the clan. Who dares to underestimate him based on age alone? Besides, were it not for Kid tonight, our clan would have faced annihilation. The ninjas nodded in agreement, for the Uchiha revered strength above all else. As long as one possessed sufficient power, they would be acknowledged as a leader, regardless of age. Elder, this is unwise. Kid interjected hastily, for he had no desire to become clan leader. Such a position would entail an abundance of trivial matters, hindering his training and path to strength. Why not? The elder questioned, perplexed. In his eyes, Kid had poured his heart into the Uchiha clan, engaging in multiple fierce battles, demonstrating commendable merit. My youth renders me lacking in the steadiness required for clan management, and I possess no experience. I am unfit for the role of clan leader. Despite Kid's repeated refusals, the assembly could only reluctantly concede, allowing the elder to retain the position of clan leader for the time being. Fugaku became an ordinary clan member, and for his actions, execution would not have been unwarranted. However, he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, which the Uchiha desperately needed as a combat asset. Kid, what do you believe our next steps should be? The newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Shisui, gazed eagerly at Kid. The discrimination that Konoha harbors against our Uchiha has persisted for far too long. If that is the case, let us comply with their intentions and sever our ties with Konoha, Kid remarked with a cold smirk. Aside from the elder, the others were left in stunned silence. Though they did not voice dissent, given the current circumstances, remaining with Konoha would spell their doom. Who could guarantee that Konoha would not send another force to annihilate them the following day? Severing ties? How would we accomplish that? A bewildered member inquired. There are over 10,000 of us Uchiha. How can we simply detach from Konoha? Such concerns need not trouble us. Currently, Konoha lacks the ninja capable of extinguishing our Uchiha. Unless they are willing to pay a heavy price in casualties, they will have no choice but to negotiate with us. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their fears alleviated. We must stabilize relations with Konoha, demonstrating that we still possess Mangekyō ninjas. This way, they will think twice before acting recklessly. Tomorrow, we will negotiate with Konoha to secure greater benefits for ourselves. Exchanging glances, everyone nodded in agreement, and Uchiha Shisui promptly made the decision to proceed accordingly. Once the assembly dispersed, Uchiha Shisui looked at Kid, hesitating to speak. Elder, oh no, clan leader. Please speak your mind. Kid chuckled at his expression. Kid, it is nothing. I merely wish to inquire, since Konoha has agreed to negotiate with us, why must we insist on severing ties? Clan leader, Konoha has fully revealed its ambition to annihilate us. They attempted murder tonight. Do you still wish to live next to those who seek your demise? Furthermore, if we do not sever ties, it implies we must continue to heed the Hokage's commands. How many Uchiha ninjas sent out will return? He'd felt a sense of exhaustion. Did these Uchiha lack common sense? Even the strong among them could be easily swayed. Chapter 39. Absorbing Uchiha Itachi. Once Fong concluded his explanations, he promptly returned home. His parents had been waiting anxiously at the door. During the recent battle, his father had participated, albeit from a distance, merely observing Feng's prowess. Upon his return, he recounted the events to his wife, and both were still grappling with the shock of what had transpired. As Feng entered, his parents rushed to embrace him, checking for any injuries. He had previously explained that his formidable strength stemmed from the hero's water, yet they had not anticipated such extraordinary power. After a thorough explanation, smiles of relief and pride graced their faces. Nothing brings more joy than witnessing one's child achieving greatness. Particularly, his father, Uchiha Hao, was flushed with excitement. He had always encouraged Feng to emulate Uchiha Itachi and Shisui, and now Feng's strength surpassed theirs. Once in his room, Uchiha Feng activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. The intricate patterns whirled mesmerizingly, and with a flash of lightning, a corpse materialized before him. It was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi had initially believed he was utterly exhausted from the recent battles, summoning a crow in a last-ditch effort to execute his Kotoamatsukami. However, Feng had countered that with his own Kotoamatsukami, ultimately drawing Itachi into the realm of thunder, where a few bolts of lightning swiftly dispatched him. Fortunately, had he not absorbed one of Shisui's eyes days prior, Itachi might have succeeded. His vision had indeed been strained from using his powers multiple times. No pair of Mangekyō could withstand such repeated exertion. Feng felt immense gratitude for having sought trouble with Danzo prior to the clan's annihilation, as the items he obtained were invaluable. The combination of Hashirama cells and the Mangekyō Sharingan was crucial for surviving that fateful night of massacre. Without either, he would have likely faced dire consequences. In his room, Feng slowly extended his right hand, gently placing his palm above the lifeless head of Uchiha Itachi, more precisely over his eyes. He then closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on activating his unique absorption ability. In an instant, an overwhelmingly familiar sensation surged within him like a tidal wave. Alongside this extraordinary feeling, a powerful energy flowed ceaselessly from his palm into his body, akin to a torrential flood coursing through his veins. The most remarkable transformation occurred in his eye region. The already potent pupils radiated a dazzling brilliance, their power escalating at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the existing patterns within his eyes grew increasingly enigmatic and peculiar, as if harboring unfathomable secrets. Moreover, as the energy continued to surge, Feng distinctly felt an immense reservoir of memories and an array of exquisite ocular techniques gradually merging into his consciousness. Among these were the astonishing crow clone technique, formidable fire release techniques, elusive Ninjutsu skills, and, of course, the ultimate illusion, Tsukuyami. This sensation, Feng touched his eyes, gazing at the desiccated corpse before him, and with a mere glare, summoned lightning to claim it. Was he nearing the eternal Mangekyō? He pondered, feeling the immense energy emanating from his eyes. As dawn broke the following day, while the village of Konohagakure remained enveloped in the tranquility of morning, with most citizens still lost in slumber, the head of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by 2 elders and Uchiha Feng, arrived early at the Hokage building. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a clear outline of the Hokage building against the morning light. Uchiha Shana halted, gazing towards the distant Hokage rock, and let out a disdainful snort. This sound resonated with unrestrained dissatisfaction and fury in the still air. At that moment, a member of the Umbu, clad in black attire and wearing a mask, appeared before them. Without uttering a word, the Umbu member raised a hand slightly in gesture, leading the way towards the Hokage building. The Uchiha entourage promptly followed suit. Ascending the stairs, they soon arrived at the door of the conference room on the top floor. The Umbu member gently pushed the door open, stepping aside to allow entry, and Uchiha Shana and the others filed in. Upon entering the conference room, they raised their eyes to find the third Hokage at the forefront, flanked by 2 advisors, all regarding them with cold indifference. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we demand an explanation for last night's events. Uchiha Shana inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. That was Danzo's doing, a personal act of his own, unrelated to Konoha. Sarutobi replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. However, He was taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Fong. Was he not supposed to be in the care of the Takigakure? How had he come to be here, accompanying the Uchiha leadership? Danzo, as the Hokage's advisor, orchestrated an assault on our Uchiha clan. You claim ignorance? Uchiha Shana retorted with a derisive chuckle. Indeed, I am unaware, Sarutobi responded, seemingly resigned. Then hand over Danzo. Let us deal with him. Shana demanded. No, I have already demoted him from his position in Root. He will face consequences, Sarutobi declared, eliciting a bitter laugh from Uchiha Shana. You bring people to annihilate our clan. And you think a mere demotion suffices? Hokage, our Uchiha clan has resolved to withdraw from all of Konoha's systems, including the police force. Uchiha Shana pressed on. Cutting straight to the point. You intend to abandon Konoha? One of the Hokage's advisors, Mito Gate, inquired with a furrowed brow. So what if we do? Shana replied defiantly. Enough. The third Hokage interjected. Shana, the Uchiha have always been a part of Konoha. If you sever ties, how will you sustain your clan? The third Hokage felt a sense of helplessness. He could not allow the Uchiha clan to depart. Their power was too formidable wherever they went. They would elevate the strength of that place. Should they align with one of the other great shinobi villages, Konoha would find itself in grave peril. Thus, even if it meant exterminating them, he could not permit them to leave. Shana, I can agree to your withdrawal from the shinobi system, and I will not interfere with your current assets. How does that sound? Sarutobi offered. 3 Hokage. Before Shana could respond, the 2 advisors interjected. But the third Hokage ignored them, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha. Under the third Hokage's curious gaze, Uchiha Shana turned to Uchiha Fong. Fong nodded and stepped forward. We thank you. Third Hokage, the Uchiha will accept your proposal. You are Fong, are you not? Sarutobi asked, somewhat uncertain. What was happening? Had Uchiha Shana just sought his counsel? Indeed, it seems the third Hokage has a short memory. Not long ago, I was entrusted to Takigakure, and now he has forgotten? Fong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It truly is you. Sarutobi exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, Fong has been appointed as our third elder, and he is qualified to represent our clan's decisions, Uchiha Shana added. What? He is the third elder? How old is he? Both the Hokage and his 2 advisors were taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Fong understood that the third Hokage merely sought to stabilize the Uchiha clan, coinciding with their desire to ensure the Hokage's steadiness. Thus, such terms were acceptable to them. Chapter 40. Stalemate within the confines of the Hokage building. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a lengthy pause, the third Hokage finally spoke. Since you have consented, you may return to your clan's territory. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kid stepped forward. Wait. Just as they were about to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to them. Where is Uchiha Itachi? At the mention of his name, the room fell into an immediate hush, the tension palpable. Uchiha Itachi? Huh, you mean that traitor? I have already eliminated him, Kid replied, turning with a smile that belied the icy malice in his eyes. Is that so? You? Tsukimi Koharu scoffed, her disdain evident. Uchiha Kid appeared far too youthful. Not even 15 years of age. Indeed, it is I? An aura of chilling chakra suddenly emanated from him, causing the 3 Hokage to gaze incredulously into his eyes. As intricate patterns began to manifest, in an instant, several Umbu appeared before the Hokage, kunai in hand, their expressions vigilant. Uchiha Shana and the 2 elders swiftly activated their Sharingan, as both parties braced for confrontation. Haha, merely jesting. There's no need for alarm, Kid chuckled, retracting his Sharingan as if the menacing persona just moments ago was an illusion. The tension in the room eased, yet several Umbu remained on guard. And what of Itachi's corpse? The third Hokage forced himself to mask his shock. Naturally, it has been destroyed. Kid, aware that his objectives had been met, exchanged a knowing glance with the clan leader, and the group departed, leaving behind the conflicted Hokage and the wary Umbu. Once the third Hokage dismissed the Umbu, the 2 advisors could no longer contain their concerns. Hiruzen, the Uchiha pose an enormous threat. We must address this immediately. Indeed, look at that Uchiha boy. How old can he be? He is a genius more terrifying than Itachi, and he does not align with us. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his voice grave. What do you propose we do? Should we mobilize the entire Leafs Ninja? The 3 fell silent once again. Then, Mito Kazan seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening. Hiruzen, do you recall the organization Itachi mentioned earlier? Ah yes, that group rumored to consist entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas. Tsukimi Koharu exclaimed, excitement radiating from her gaze. The third Hokage pondered, realizing that this might be the only viable approach, one that would incur minimal losses for the leaf. Even if it meant sacrificing some resources, eliminating the Uchiha would be worth it. Summon Danzo. Have him seek out and make contact. Heed, will this not expose our capabilities? Upon returning to their clan territory, Uchiha Shana expressed her concern. No need to worry. The truth cannot be concealed for long. Heed dismissed her apprehensions. The two factions now found themselves in a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move, as both sides could not afford to expend their resources, unless one side could enlist external assistance. Who but the other 4 great ninja villages could provide additional Kaga-level support? Heed narrowed his eyes, realizing there was indeed one such place, Akatsuki. Without a doubt, the best course of action for the leaf now lay with Akatsuki. If the other 4 ninja villages were called for aid, there was no guarantee they would depart afterward. This realization spurred Ki to devise a strategy to weaken the leaf's strength. Otherwise, with Akatsuki's potential alongside the leaf, the current Uchiha might not withstand the onslaught. Clan leader. With this thought, Ki addressed Uchiha Shana. We must immediately withdraw our clansmen from the guard positions and have our elite patrol the perimeter of the clan territory. Any abnormalities must be reported at once. The leaf's security had long been managed by the Uchiha's guard, a point of frequent complaints. Given the residents' attitude and the Uchiha's inherent pride, it was akin to kindling meeting a raging fire. Understood. Uchiha Shana did not hesitate. Even if Ki refrained from taking the mantle of clan leader, they largely followed his guidance. With a nod, Ki parted ways, strolling alone through the streets of the Uchiha territory. Though it was termed a clan territory, it was hardly distinguishable from the leaf, retaining its prestige. However, following the Uchiha clan's extinction in the original narrative, he noted that Sasuke had never utilized the clan's resources. Even his ninjutsu was learned from Kakashi, nearly the great fireball technique he had practiced prior to the Uchiha's demise. Where had all those resources and jutsu gone? Undoubtedly, they had flowed to the Sarutobi clan, whose future 3,000 ninjas would likely owe a debt to the Uchiha. Ki's expression turned contemplative as he observed a familiar figure in the distance, none other than Sasuke. One of the narrative's 2 major powerhouses. Yet, his current demeanor appeared despondent, wandering alone through the streets. Those who beheld him cast disdainful glances, a stark contrast to the reverence he once commanded. Sasuke's mind was in turmoil. The previous night, his instructor had kept them after hours, delaying their return to the clan. Upon arriving home, he found his mother in tears, and before he could process the situation, his father informed him that his beloved brother had been slain for treason. Overwhelmed, Sasuke stood frozen, paralyzed by shock. Waves of confusion and sorrow engulfed him, and he wept for his brother, crying himself to sleep. Even upon awakening that morning, he remained unresponsive. His parents informed him he need not attend school, leaving him to wander aimlessly through the clan streets. Astonished to find the gazes of his kin turned towards him with ire, some even appeared ready to confront him, only held back by others. In search of solace, Sasuke retreated into a nearby forest, unable to endure the glares any longer. Was it true what his father had said? Had his brother truly betrayed them? As he leaned against a great tree, he stared vacantly at its roots. At that moment, Uchiha Ki approached leisurely. Who are you? Sasuke questioned, his posture tense, muscles coiling in readiness. He recalled the murderous gaze he had encountered earlier, anxiety coursing through him. I am Uchiha Ki, he replied with a smile, then cast a genjutsu into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke felt the world around him shift, his surroundings spinning as he gazed in horror at the enormous crimson moon above. Where am I? He exclaimed, panic rising as he recognized the familiar landscape of his clan's territory. Brother? As screams of slaughter echoed, Uchiha Itachi's blade mercilessly cleaved through the Uchiha clan, from the elderly to the infants, all falling victim to his hands. Acquaintances, relatives, parents, all perished before his very eyes. The sight shattered Sasuke's composure, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Then, he saw himself, his image in the scene, furiously demanding to know why Itachi had done this, only to receive the chilling response that it was to test his mettle. In an instant, the illusionary blade struck him down, the pain resonating within him as he trembled in fear. When Uchiha Ki finally released the genjutsu, Sasuke's back was drenched in sweat, his face ashen as he gazed at Ki. Did you witness that? That was the outcome had I not intervened with Uchiha Itachi yesterday. Everyone, including you, would have been slaughtered. Kiid's expression remained impassive. Is this mere illusion? You may inquire with the clan, or even your parents. Why? Sasuke murmured, his face a mask of anger and confusion. The vividness of the scene had felt like a first-hand experience of the clan's massacre, coupled with the day's revelations. His internal rage towards Uchiha Itachi mirrored that of the original narrative. Chapter 41. The Capture of Sasuke. Why did he do this? Sasuke abruptly lifted his head and shouted in rage. Who knows? Perhaps it was the Hokage's manipulation, or perhaps he had lost his mind. Feng observed Sasuke, his thoughts wandering to the conditions required for awakening the Rinnegan. He recalled that Madara was able to open his eyes not only due to the cells of Hashirama, but also because of the Ashura chakra contained within, combined with the Indra chakra he originally possessed. In this lifetime, the reincarnation of Indra was none other than the Uchiha Sasuke before him. This implied that for Sasuke to awaken the Rinnegan in the future, he was indispensable, though Feng was not mad enough to go so far as to kill Sasuke. He merely felt it necessary to impart certain concepts to him. Minor adjustments were inconsequential. The Hokage's manipulation? Sasuke's eyes widened, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He could not comprehend why such a situation had arisen. Indeed, just last night, the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, had brought people along. He was secretly colluding with the Hokage, plotting this conspiracy with the aim of utterly annihilating the Uchiha clan. Feng recounted the events of the previous night to Sasuke, his face filled with righteous indignation. Sasuke listened quietly, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, his jaw set tight. His heart brimmed with anger and confusion. Was such cruel treatment truly warranted merely for their lack of compliance? Moreover, even his once respected brother, Itachi Uchiha, had participated in this treachery, aiding those who would slaughter their kin. At this moment, Sasuke harbored no doubts regarding the words of the person before him. After all, since embarking on this quest for the truth, the attitudes of everyone he encountered had clearly indicated the veracity of this matter. This was the information you had longed to uncover regarding your so-called brother. Now, I have said all that needs to be said. I shall take my leave. With that, Feng turned to depart. Wait. Sasuke suddenly called out to him, urgency lacing his voice. Noticing that Feng had paused, Sasuke hesitated briefly before awkwardly inquiring. Did you defeat Itachi Uchiha? Who else? Feng shrugged, a slight smirk gracing his lips, the smile flashing like a shooting star in his eyes. Sasuke stood silently for a moment, then slowly continued. My parents told me I no longer need to attend school. His voice was low and calm, as if this revelation was not particularly surprising. Feng nodded, crossing his arms as he replied, Indeed, not just you. The entire Uchiha clan has completely severed ties with the Hokage. From now on, you will only need to receive education and training within the clan. Sasuke inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Feng and asked, So, who is stronger, you or my father? Without hesitation, Feng answered, Of course, it is I. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied himself and earnestly declared, I wish to become your disciple. His gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. However, Feng did not immediately acquiesce to Sasuke's request. Instead, he regarded him with a half-smile, retorting, Oh? You must think carefully. I personally killed Itachi Uchiha. At this, a wave of intense rage surged within Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Good riddance. A person like him was not worth mourning. I witnessed him mercilessly slaughter our entire clan, sparing not even me. As he spoke, Sasuke's fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his palms. Very well. I can accept you as my disciple, but your father may object, Feng remarked. I can decide for myself. I wish to study under the strongest and confront the Hokage. Sasuke affirmed with unwavering determination. Then henceforth, you shall be my disciple. Feng thought to himself, one down. Upon announcing this decision to his parents, Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, was taken aback, while his father, Fugaku Uchiha, exhibited little change in expression. Should you choose to study under him, then do so diligently, Fugaku stated calmly. Ever since Itachi's death, he seemed to have aged considerably. It was a lie to say he harbored no hatred toward Feng, but he would not confront him. He understood that had it not been for Feng, the Uchiha clan would have truly been extinguished. However, due to Itachi's betrayal, the Uchiha's actions had incited great animosity towards their family, with some even wishing to kill them. After all, on that fateful night, Lives were lost at the hands of either Itachi or Danzo. Allowing Sasuke to study under foam might be a wise decision, as it could at least enhance Sasuke's standing within the clan. Nevertheless, both parents were puzzled by the sudden animosity Sasuke seemed to harbor towards Itachi. Before long, the Uchiha clan's complete withdrawal from the Konoha ninja system spread like wildfire among the various families. In an instant, the entire Konoha village was engulfed in uproar, with people discussing fervently, astonished by the news. After all, as the once greatest clan of Konoha, the Uchiha's decision to sever ties with the ninja system signified an irreconcilable conflict with the Hokage, marking a complete rupture in relations. Yet, in the face of such a situation, the Hokage appeared somewhat at a loss. Despite possessing immense power and authority, he found himself without effective means to address the thorny Uchiha issue. Other major clans recognized that this upheaval was far from over. A fierce battle between the Uchiha and the Hokage was inevitable. The thought of impending conflict instilled a sense of anxiety in these clans, for once war erupted, there would be no escaping its grasp. In stark contrast, the ordinary citizens of Konoha were the most jubilant. Upon hearing the news of the Uchiha Guard's withdrawal, they could hardly contain their excitement. Many took to the streets, celebrating with exuberant cheers. This scene illustrated just how deeply unpopular the Uchiha had become in Konoha, their unpopularity astonishingly evident. Witnessing all this, the Uchiha clan's fury ignited, their lingering attachment to Konoha extinguished in an instant. Foam, catching wind of these developments, contemplated the possibility of eliminating Danzo altogether. Meanwhile, the Hokage dispatched individuals to Danzo's base. "Are we contacting that organization?" Danzo's eyes brightened, deeming the plan quite promising. Chapter 42. Revisiting the route. Upon the return of Maki and his injured comrades to the hidden sand village, Raza, the Kazekage, was consumed by an unbridled fury. Not only had Konoha failed to provide reparations, but they had also dared to assault their village's ninja. Indeed, after hearing Maki's account of their experiences in Konoha, Raza was convinced that Konoha was orchestrating the entire affair to embezzle their compensation. "You are dismissed," Raza uttered ominously, as if struck by a sudden realization. Konoha will soon face retribution. Maki and the others were taken aback, wondering if the Kazekage intended to retaliate against Konoha. However, they dared not inquire further and promptly departed. Raza remained in his office, gazing out at the swirling sandstorm, lost in thought. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed through the corridor, slow and deliberate. Raza glanced up to see Chiyo entering the room. Adorned with the hidden sand's distinctive wind-resistant hat and traditional attire, she leaned heavily on a cane. Despite her apparent frailty, she exuded an undeniable aura of formidable power. "Granny Chiyo, Kazekage Dano, is the information you relayed accurate?" Chiyo inquired, her voice tinged with concern. "Absolutely. It was relayed by our spy in Konoha. There can be no mistake," Raza affirmed with unwavering certainty. "So, the Uchiha have truly severed ties with Konoha?" A flicker of amusement crossed Chiyo's face. "Indeed, this is an unparalleled opportunity. The Uchiha and Konoha are currently locked in a standoff, neither daring to make a move. Konoha will undoubtedly refrain from seeking assistance from the other great ninja villages, but the Uchiha may not. If we were to..." Raza eagerly divulged his plan. "What are the odds of the Uchiha intervening on Konoha's behalf if we were to attack now?" Chiyo questioned gravely. "Virtually non-existent. According to our intel, the Uchiha recently suffered a massacre at the hands of the Hokage. While our spy could not ascertain the precise details, it is this event that precipitated their schism. Given the Uchiha's temperament, they might even join us in obliterating Hiruzen Sarutobi." "Excellent." Chiyo finally nodded in satisfaction. "However, there is no need to rush. We are undoubtedly not the only ones contemplating this course of action. But what if others seize the initiative first?" Raza pressed anxiously. "Do you believe that we Sand Ninja can monopolize this opportunity?" Chiyo retorted impatiently, as if questioning Raza's understanding of their own strength. Raza stiffened momentarily before reluctantly conceding. Similar scenarios were unfolding in the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, as they too received reports from their respective spies regarding the Uchiha's departure from Konoha's ninja system. They had all surmised that the Uchiha and Konoha had severed ties, leaving Konoha weakened and vulnerable to a potential Uchiha betrayal. The opportunity was ripe for the taking. At that moment, the eyes of the entire ninja world were fixed on the Hokage Tower in Konoha. Within the imposing structure, an atmosphere of palpable tension hung in the air. Even the usually composed third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, found himself grappling with profound anxiety. Konoha had always held a prominent position among the great ninja villages and had spies planted in other villages. The spies had been sending unsettling news, indicating that a storm was brewing against Konoha. Has Danzo successfully contacted that enigmatic organization? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, his brow furrowed in concern. At this point, he had placed all his hopes on the information Danzo could provide. Failure to anticipate the enemy's movements and take appropriate countermeasures would have dire consequences. Given Konoha's current state, an attack from other ninja villages could lead to the village's most perilous situation since its founding. Unable to delay any longer, Hiruzen Sarutobi issued a command. Someone, assemble an elite squad and locate Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately. They must return to the village to provide support. As if in response, a member of the Umbu, clad in black, darted out of the Hokage tower. Employing the body flicker technique, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. However, atop a towering tree not far from the Hokage tower, a raven with glossy black plumage perched silently on a sturdy branch. Its keen eyes were fixed on the Hokage tower below, as if capable of discerning its innermost secrets. Its dark feathers blended seamlessly with the shadows cast by the surrounding leaves, making it nearly impossible to detect. Within its eyes, crimson Sharingan with 3 tomos swirled, capturing every detail of its surroundings. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha district, Feng sat comfortably at his antique wooden desk. He tilted his head slightly, resting his chin on one hand while the other idly lay on the desk. His deep, ocean-like eyes also contained 3 swirling tomo, exuding an air of mystery. Feng focused his mind, absorbing all the information. The tranquil depths of his eyes suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation as the 3 tomo rapidly merged and intertwined, transforming into an intricate and kaleidoscopic pattern. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from Feng's eyes. Takamikazuchi, on the mountain behind Konoha, an Umbu member stared in horror at the Uchiha phone before him. He had just received orders from the Hokage to inquire about Danzo's progress in contacting the organization. But upon reaching the mountain, a bolt of lightning had suddenly struck him, sending him crashing into a tree. Feng gazed indifferently into the Umbu's eyes. What is your mission? The Umbu's eyes glazed over, and his own eyes transformed into Sharingan with 3 tomo. In a detached voice, he replied, to seek out Danzo-sama and inquire about contacting the organization. Oh, and where is Danzo's base located now? Feng asked with a smile. He was in luck, having learned Danzo's location so quickly. After Feng had destroyed most of Danzo's base, the latter had relocated, and Feng had been unable to find him. After obtaining the address, Feng casually dispatched the Umbu with a wood release technique, burying him beneath the earth, and then hurried toward Danzo's location. At the Root headquarters, Danzo stared at the Akatsuki's reply with a mixture of shock and anger. Money. Those bastards want money. An exorbitant sum. This would require a significant financial sacrifice from Konoha, but at least they were only asking for money. Danzo calmed himself, realizing that they had not demanded anything else. If it was just money, he could appeal to the daimyo and request contributions from the various ninja clans. Danzo calculated the amount, including everyone he could think of, except himself. Shadow clone technique. Feng had arrived outside the base. However, instead of charging in directly as he had done before, he created a shadow clone and gave it a mask. Go and let Danzo know that his old friend has returned. The shadow clone nodded, donned the mask, and charged toward the Root base. Chapter 43. The death of Danzo. A thunderous explosion shattered Danzo's contemplation. What was happening? Startled by the familiar sound, Danzo felt a pang of fear. Lord Danzo. It's bad. That person has returned. A member rushed in to inform him. What? Danzo clenched his fists, demanding to know who dared to intrude upon his stronghold. Today, I shall kill him. With a fierce glance at his arm, crafted from the cells of Hashirama, his eyes glinted with menace. Danzo hurriedly led his men out. While a subordinate, Yamashiro, sensed something unusual. Lord Danzo, this person's chakra seems slightly diminished from last time. Whoever he may be, he must not escape today. Danzo bellowed. Danzo, do you have any last words? The masked man chuckled upon spotting Danzo. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Meanwhile, the true Uchiha Kid had infiltrated Danzo's new underground base. He surveyed the surroundings, hoping to find something of value to absorb. After a brief exploration, he realized the base was merely a site for experimentation, devoid of anything significant. save for a small amount of Hashirama's cells, which now offered little enhancement. He'd shook his head in frustration. As his power grew, ordinary resources no longer sufficed. Just then, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. His shadow clone had been destroyed? Above, as the battle escalated, Danzo watched in anguish as the casualties among his root ninjas mounted. These were his prized assets, the talented individuals he had painstakingly gathered over the years, the backbone of his future control over Konoha. Yet now, they were nearly all dead. Everyone retreat. Danzo could no longer contain himself and called out, loosening the bindings on his bandaged hand. The remaining root ninjas scattered without hesitation. Danzo, armed with a kunai, charged at the masked man, ignoring the beastly chakra enveloping him. The terrifying claws pierced through Danzo's body, blood dripping relentlessly. Die! Madness and joy surged in Danzo's eyes as he seized the masked man's hand, thrusting the kunai toward him. However, the masked man held him fast, and upon the kunai was a detonating tag. Boom! The shadow clone dissipated upon impact, while Danzo's form became an ephemeral shadow, reappearing at his original spot. Is he dead? Danzo pondered, skeptical that a mere detonating tag could obliterate such a foe. His chakra had vanished. Nearby, Yamashiro hesitated to speak. Lord Danzo, it appears to be a shadow clone. What? Danzo's face, lined with deep wrinkles, twisted grotesquely in shock. He had wasted a Sharingan to kill a mere shadow clone. No, we must return. Realization dawned upon Danzo, and he hurried his men back to the base. Inside, Uchiha Kid awaited Danzo's arrival with calm anticipation. You scoundrel! Who are you? Danzo roared upon entering. Kid, uninterested in explaining himself to a dying man, unleashed a powerful Amaterasu. Ah! Danzo screamed, but moments later, he regained his composure. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. Danzo shouted defiantly. Kid's eyes began to shift, and a massive black skeletal figure materialized within the confined space of the base, transforming into a palm that descended upon Danzo and his remaining men. There was little room to evade, and with a single strike, they were nearly obliterated. Danzo, witnessing the survival of only 2 root ninjas, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly causing him to faint. He realized his fate was sealed. His hopes of becoming Hokage were dwindling. Even if he succeeded, without loyal subordinates, his position would be as unstable as that of Minato Namikaze. You shall die? Kid remarked with a smirk, observing Danzo's frantic demeanor as he slowly removed his mask. Danzo held his breath, recognizing the familiar visage, frozen in disbelief. You are Uchiha Kid? He recalled having seen this individual's dossier. Hiruzen had warned him of the potential threat posed by this newly appointed elder, but he had not taken the time to investigate. Little did he expect this young boy would be the one to dismantle his base. Now, Danzo finally comprehended why Uchiha Itachi had failed. Danzo, with his sharp memory, thought, but today, you shall not escape. Kid's Mangekyō Sharingan whirred to life, its power surging as Susanoo grew increasingly solid. Uchiha Kid, are you planning to betray the village? Kid shook his head. Discussing betrayal at this juncture was pointless. A terrifying bolt of lightning gathered in the hand of Susanoo, which he hurled toward the last 2 root ninjas. Run! Danzo's remaining rationality screamed for him to flee. Yet, as he turned, he found Uchiha Kid blocking his path once more, the dark hand of Susanoo descending upon him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Danzo formed hand seals, attempting to raise an earthen barrier against the colossal hand. In less than a second, the wall crumbled like dust, and in that fleeting moment, Danzo narrowly evaded the strike. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He had only 2 Sharingan remaining. But this man had sealed off his escape route, leaving him with no means of retreat. An inkling of despair crept into Danzo's heart. Summoning technique, Dream Taper. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an enormous creature resembling a hybrid of an elephant and a pig, stout and lumbering, with robust limbs and an elongated trunk. Attack! The Dream Taper opened its mouth, attempting to inhale the colossal Susanoo. Kid's expression turned peculiar. He recalled this creature from the original story. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball soared into its mouth, detonating within with a resounding explosion, causing the Dream Taper to let out a wail before vanishing. What? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Lightning release, lightning spear. A bolt of lightning pierced through Danzo once more, and after a fleeting moment, he reappeared. His aura now felt feeble, blood trickling from his lips. He had but 1 Sharingan left. As his energy waned, The Hashirama cells in his right hand began to stir violently, surging with life. Danzo's expression shifted to one of fear as he witnessed his right arm visibly petrifying, twisting into a massive tree. With desperation, he severed his own hand with a kunai. Madness flickered across his face as he no longer pressed on the wound. Raising the kunai with his left hand, he lunged desperately at Susanoo. The kunai shattered upon contact, and Danzo was once again reduced to a pulp by Susanoo's might. It seems my life ends here, but before I perish, I can take a great enemy of Konoha with me. Danzo, having regained his form, made no further attempts to resist. Instead, he murmured toward Konoha, "For Konoha, you shall die." With that, he tore away his clothing, revealing mysterious symbols that suddenly appeared on his body. Uchiha Kid, for the sake of Konoha, perish. The sealing technique activated, and the four-symbol seal erupted. Kid, witnessing this, retracted Susanoo and vanished, leaving behind a face etched with regret and despair. After Kid's departure, the formidable power of the four-symbol seal engulfed the entire root base, an immense chakra force radiating from Danzo, creating a powerful suction that drew in everything within hundreds of meters, even solidifying the air itself. Danzo, along with his dreams of Hokage, was buried in the void. Chapter 44. The transformation of Konoha. Once the formidable power of the four-symbol seal dissipated completely, Uchiha Kid re-emerged. Gazing upon the vast crater before him, he noted that the roots had irrevocably vanished from history. In the distance, a contingent of Leaf Village ninjas, led by the third Hokage, hastened towards the scene. Due to the remote location of Danzo's base and the battle occurring underground, the flow of information to the Hokage was significantly delayed. At this moment, a Hyuga ninja, staring intently with his Byakugan, expressed his confusion. "Lord Hokage, the chakra fluctuations ahead seem to have vanished. Are there still any residual chakra signatures?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression did not improve. "No, it's gone." The Hyuga ninja strained his gaze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. Hearing this, Hiruzen paused, an ominous premonition blossoming in his heart, accompanied by waves of sorrow. Danzo, as they arrived at the site, only to find a mere pit where the roots once stood, the third Hokage could not contain his despair, exclaiming, "Danzo is truly dead." His eyes were filled with grief and confusion. With Danzo's demise, Konoha had lost another pillar of strength, and once the neighboring villages learned of this, an assault on the Leaf Village seemed imminent. This thought ignited Hiruzen's panic and fury. "Quickly investigate. We must find the fiend who took Danzo's life. Hyuga Rikawa, check for any lingering chakra at the scene." Hiruzen commanded. "Lord Hokage, there is none. The site is devoid of chakra fluctuations, as if all energy had been absorbed by something." Rikawa shook his head, observing the unnatural cleanliness of the area. Could it be the four-symbol seal? Hiruzen understood the implications of Danzo's last resort and realized that the assailant could potentially have been slain by Danzo himself. This matter must remain strictly confidential. No one is to speak of it. The Hokage's face turned pale, but he was relieved that those he brought with him were his most trusted allies, allowing him to conceal this incident for a while longer. Subsequently, changes began to manifest within Konoha. Firstly, the Uchiha clan disbanded their security duties, much to the initial relief of the villagers who no longer had to endure their stern faces. However, as time passed, merchants and shopkeepers began to feel uneasy, for in the event of trouble, they no longer knew whom to turn to for assistance. Consequently, they had no choice but to petition the Hokage, requesting the assistance of the Umbu to address their concerns. However, the Umbu, being the elite of Konoha's ninja, were already overburdened with tasks during this tumultuous period, making it impossible for them to attend to these issues. The Hokage had no alternative but to consult the clan leaders. Yet they were reluctant to handle this contentious issue that bore no reward. The former Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had intended to use this position to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha and elevate their influence. Yet ultimately, the Uchiha's standing among the villagers had only worsened. After much deliberation among the higher-ups, the matter was left unresolved. Within the Uchiha clan, the ninjas found themselves without missions and began to revel in their newfound leisure. They chuckled at the irony of their previous scorn. "They used to deride us. Now, they have no one to turn to." One remarked. "Exactly. I refuse to serve in that cursed security detail any longer, constantly faced with complaints as if I were at their beck and call." At that moment, Kid approached with Sasuke. Upon seeing Kid, the clan members respectfully greeted him, as his status had risen dramatically following Itachi's incident. Despite being only 13, he commanded respect from all, young and old alike, who referred to him as Lord Keed. Sasuke's standing also improved significantly, leaving the clan members puzzled as to why Keed had taken Itachi's younger brother as his pupil. Keed acknowledged them with a nod and led the accomplished Sasuke out of the training grounds. Under Keed's guidance, Sasuke's abilities had surged remarkably. Having absorbed the teachings of Shisui and Itachi, instructing a young boy had become a simple task for him. Keed now found himself deep in contemplation about the Uchiha's next course of action. While the decision to sever ties with Konoha had been made, the timing was crucial. It would not suffice to orchestrate the exodus of so many clan members at an inopportune moment. He gazed skyward towards the village's outskirts. Only when the neighboring villages attacked Konoha would the internal defenses of the Leaf Village be at their most vulnerable. Nodding to himself, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, in the distant Rain Village, a perpetual curtain of rain enveloped the area, the fine droplets seemingly endless, incessantly cascading from the leaden sky, drenching every corner of the village with a soft patter akin to a somber yet monotonous symphony of nature. Deep underground in Rain Village, where shadows reigned, lay a concealed and vast cavern, designated as the meeting place for the Akatsuki organization. Pain, with his towering and somewhat rigid stature, strode steadily forward, his distinctive orange-red hair glowing mysteriously in the dim light, and his Rinnegan eyes resembling deep whirlpools exuding an awe-inspiring power. Conan followed quietly behind Pain, her graceful figure exuding an air of coolness, her simple white attire standing out starkly against the darkness. Seated around them were various Akatsuki members, the atmosphere thick with chill and gloom. "Leader, what matters are we convening for this time? I hope it's something thrilling that allows me to showcase my abilities." The 12-year-old Deidara exclaimed, swinging his legs excitedly. The others remained silent, waiting patiently for Pain to speak. Clearing his throat, Pain's deep voice echoed through the cavern. "The former Konoha ninja, Shimura Danzo, has contacted us, seeking our assistance in dealing with the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the members of the cavern. The Uchiha clan was renowned throughout the ninja world. For these zealots, such an opportunity was akin to a windfall, especially with Konoha in a precarious position. Deidara, upon hearing this, leapt to his feet, animatedly recounting his experiences. "Haha, leader, let me go? Watch as I make those Uchiha truly appreciate art." Kisame, seated beside him, remained silent, quietly calculating the potential benefits the Uchiha could bring him. Next to him sat the bloodthirsty Haiden, with short black hair, sharp eyes, and a wide grin revealing shark-like teeth, adorned with a prominent cross-shaped scar on his right cheek, and his ears and neck wrapped in bandages, licking his lips in anticipation. Silence. However, after we presented our conditions to him, he has not responded further. "We have yet to receive any news," Pain stated calmly. The members frowned. They did not agree. "Perhaps I should investigate how Konoha is responding." A raspy voice echoed through the chamber, prompting all to look up. At the far end of the table sat a figure with long black hair, golden vertically elongated pupils, purple shadowing extending to his nostrils, pale skin, and adorned with teal blue, jewel-like earrings, smiling as he spoke. "Very well, let Orochimaru investigate the situation." Pain nodded in agreement. Chapter 45. Jiraiya's return outside the gates of Konoha. A tall man with long white hair cascading down to his waist, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, and marked by a crimson symbol beneath his eyes, stood observing the village. Clad in wooden clogs and armored gauntlets, his gaze reflected a hint of nostalgia. Yet as he contemplated the current state of affairs, he mused, "Uchiha, is it?" With these thoughts, he strode purposefully into Konoha, taking in the bustling prosperity of the village, which filled his heart with satisfaction. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Jiraiya, intrigued, turned to see a drunken man sorrowfully hurling items from a shop into the street. The shopkeeper, visibly furious, attempted to intervene, but the man retaliated by throwing the very items at him. Bystanders were drawn to the scene, gathering at the shop front. Yet none dared to step forward to assist. Jiraiya squeezed through the crowd, his expression darkening as he lamented the village's vibrancy, only to witness such chaos unfold. "Hey, brother, why aren't any ninjas handling this?" he inquired of a nearby onlooker. The man scrutinized Jiraiya before retorting angrily, "You must be from another village, right? This is all because of those damned Uchiha." They've abandoned their duties, and now no one is here to manage these situations. His voice was loud enough for the crowd to hear, prompting immediate agreement from others, who echoed their discontent with the Uchiha's negligence. Jiraiya stood frozen, struck by the realization that the Uchiha had indeed relinquished their responsibilities, leaving the village in disarray. The implications of the Uchiha's detachment from Konoha were more severe than he had anticipated. The situation continued until the drunken man collapsed, leading the irate shopkeeper to shout about sending him to prison, which finally brought the scene to a close. At the Hokage building, Jiraiya gazed at the structure with a mix of emotions. "Old man, it's been a while," he exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the door and grinning at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Jiraiya." Sarutobi, though already informed of Jiraiya's return, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his old friend. Jiraiya silently observed Sarutobi, noting how the man before him had aged significantly, starkly contrasting the vibrant figure he once knew. "You've grown old," Jiraiya remarked, a blend of nostalgia and sorrow coloring his tone. "Ah, you may need to stay longer this time," Sarutobi replied with a hint of bitterness. "Is it the Uchiha?" Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Not just them, but also the other villages." "The other villages?" Jiraiya, having primarily operated within the Fire Country, had not kept abreast of international developments. "You may not have heard, but Danzo is dead." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief as he smacked his forehead, questioning his own sanity. Upon confirmation, he grasped the gravity of the situation. News of Danzo's demise would inevitably spread, and as the layers of secrecy unraveled, the ramifications would be dire, especially with the Uchiha in opposition. "Old man, what is happening with the Uchiha?" Jiraiya pressed. Sarutobi recounted the conspiracy involving Uchiha Itachi and Danzo's failed plan to exterminate the clan, which ultimately led to Itachi's demise and the emergence of Uchiha Kid's legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Jiraiya was taken aback, grappling with the shocking revelation. "Are you saying that Uchiha Kid awakened the fabled Mangekyō at just 13? When did it become so accessible?" Sarutobi nodded solemnly. "For now, stay in Konoha and avoid the Uchiha." He wished to curtail Jiraiya's inquiries, fearing further revelations would be detrimental. Jiraiya scrutinized him for a moment before leaping out of the window. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kid, now disguised as an ordinary citizen, leisurely observed the changes in Konoha. He had noted the growing discomfort among the villagers due to the absence of the Uchiha guard. However, they dared not voice their discontent towards the Hokage, channeling their ire solely towards the Uchiha. He'd found himself intrigued by how the villagers would react once the Uchiha had departed Konoha and thrived elsewhere. Suddenly, he halted, frowning as he spotted a white-haired man loitering outside a nearby hot spring. "Jiraiya? Has he returned?" Regarding the renowned teacher of the original protagonist with disdain, he'd thought. Despite his noble intentions, the man's character left much to be desired, bordering on reprehensible. Jiraiya was notorious for his sordid exploits, with the infamous pervy sage reputation stemming from his voyeuristic tendencies. Before he could ponder further, a sudden shriek pierced the air. A group of newly clothed women rushed out, pursued by a lascivious man sporting a lecherous grin. "Stop!" Waihai Kurenai, nearby and having heard the commotion, recognized the situation and sprang into action to intercept him. As they raced through the streets, Jiraiya's agility proved formidable. Just as Kurenai prepared to throw a kunai, Jiraiya bit his thumb, summoning a giant toad that leaped onto a rooftop and vanished in moments. "Who is that?" Jiraiya exclaimed, rolling on the ground after his unexpected fall. A masked figure emerged within Jiraiya's line of sight, poised for confrontation. Chapter 46. Feng vs. Jiraiya. Who are you? Jiraiya glanced at Feng's attire, noting the stark white mask that revealed only his eyes, while his imposing stature was hard to overlook. "Uchiha Madara." Feng's voice was hoarse, driven by two motives: a mere disdain for the voyeuristic figure before him, and more importantly, a desire to test this individual's prowess. The Uchiha clan sought independence, yet the Hokage faction was an unavoidable obstacle. Even Feng, having perused the original narrative, found it impossible to accurately gauge the strength of the man before him. After all, this character had exhibited perplexing combat abilities in the original story. Initially, even the future Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Kisame, acknowledged they could not defeat him. Subsequently, Pain remarked that had it not been for issues with intelligence, he would not have allowed Jiraiya to escape. It is worth noting that Pain was considered the pinnacle of power in the early stages, with over 95% of ninjas unable to withstand even a single use of his almighty push. Pain was one of the most formidable opponents before the collapse of his combat capabilities, and his inability to subdue Jiraiya underscored the latter's formidable strength. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the masked figure. That name belonged to an ancestor of the Uchiha clan who had perished decades ago. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Feng did not respond further. The mention of Uchiha Madara was merely casual. A colossal fireball erupted from Feng's mouth, ablaze with fierce flames and intense heat, hurtling towards Jiraiya like a blazing meteor. As Jiraiya beheld the titanic fireball barreling towards him, his pupils constricted in alarm. He knew the immense power of this jutsu, and that he could not afford to be careless. Without hesitation, he rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water cannon." In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth from Jiraiya's hands, crashing violently into the approaching fireball. A tremendous explosion resonated as water met fire, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that tore through the surrounding air, enveloping the area in dense mist and obscuring vision. In this critical moment, Jiraiya wasted no time. He bit his finger and executed the summoning technique. As he swiftly smeared his blood across his palm, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, revealing a gargantuan toad covered in warts, Fukasaku. Upon his arrival, Fukasaku immediately used his massive form to dispel the mist. "Hey, Jiraiya, what's going on?" he bellowed. "It's a masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya stood atop Fukasaku's head, feeling a sense of relief that they had already left the village. A confrontation in Konoha would have resulted in catastrophic losses. What? Uchiha Madara? Wasn't he long dead? Fukasaku's bulging eyes widened in disbelief at the name. "I can't confirm his identity," Jiraiya replied, focusing intently on the figure perched upon a tree. He glanced in the direction of Konoha. They were not far away, and the elders should have been informed by now. In that instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Feng, a torrent so potent that it seemed ready to rend the very fabric of space. Even Jiraiya, who was typically composed, felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily in response to the violent energy. A crimson aura, akin to flames, enveloped Feng's body, solidifying around him. Behind him, a colossal and imposing apparition began to take form, radiating a terrifying pressure that instilled dread within those who beheld it. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he contemplated the unfolding events, pondering. A tailed beast. Could it be? This individual is a Jinchuriki? At that moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly charged at Feng, shouting, "Rasengan!" A massive, rapidly spinning blue sphere coalesced in his hand, propelled towards Feng with unmatched ferocity. Feng, unperturbed by Jiraiya's swift assault, lightly propelled himself, vanishing from his original location. When he reappeared, he had successfully evaded the oncoming Rasengan. Yet before Feng could catch his breath, Fukasaku unleashed his razor-sharp blade in a thunderous strike aimed directly at the recently teleported Feng. Just as the blade was about to strike, Feng swiftly countered, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning infused with tailed beast chakra. Lightning release. Lightning Feng. A resounding clash echoed as the lightning collided with Fukasaku's blade, sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks, accompanied by a piercing shriek that reverberated through the air. Jiraiya deftly landed back on Fukasaku's expansive head, his expression grave as he confronted an opponent of extraordinary might. What incredible reflexes! Who is this individual? Fukasaku exclaimed, eyes wide as he focused on the elusive figure. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Feng appeared beside Jiraiya like a specter. In his hand, he had formed a crackling sphere of lightning and swung it with force towards Jiraiya's face. Reacting instantaneously, Jiraiya shouted, "Rasengan," as he rapidly twirled his right hand, conjuring a swirling blue sphere to counter the incoming attack. The collision sparked a blinding display of light and unleashed tremendous energy waves. Yet the battle did not cease there. Feng executed an agile flip in midair, launching a series of fire release techniques that surged towards Jiraiya like a roaring dragon. Unfazed, Jiraiya employed his needle Jizo defensive technique, summoning a multitude of sharp steel needles that erupted from his surroundings, successfully intercepting the flames. He then quickly formed hand seals, conjuring the lion's main technique. A colossal lion made of chakra lunged ferociously at Feng. Sensing impending danger, Feng leaped from Fukasaku's head as Jiraiya pursued closely behind. During their descent, Feng's eyes unveiled the Sharingan, its three tomos spinning rapidly, emanating an enigmatic and formidable aura. Upon witnessing Feng's crimson eyes and the seemingly inexhaustible chakra, Jiraiya cursed inwardly. Does this guy have an endless supply of chakra? Fukasaku, buy me some time, Jiraiya commanded. Are you suggesting? I understand. Fukasaku's eyes widened in shock before he nodded affirmatively, gripping his blade tightly. Leaf, great whirlwind. A booming voice echoed as a green figure sped towards the masked man, delivering a powerful kick. Unfortunately, the figure narrowly evaded the attack with a swift maneuver. Guy? Jiraiya felt a surge of hope, recognizing the arrival of reinforcements. Might Guy? Feng regarded the man clad in a striking green jumpsuit, radiating an impressive aura. This was the character who nearly delivered the plot's conclusion with a single kick in the original narrative. Chapter 47. The battle concludes, Nanny? So fast, Kai exclaimed in astonishment as he realized his attack had missed. The speed of his opponent was astonishing. Feng remained silent. The absorption of Shishui's body flicker technique had already drastically enhanced his speed. Furthermore, with the awakening of Kin'Yuri, a spatial ninjutsu, his reflexes had improved even further. In the current ninja world, no one could hope to catch him, which was precisely why he dared to roam near Konoha. Lightning release, Chidori. With a fierce shout, Feng's eyes suddenly shifted, locking onto the rapidly approaching figure ahead, Kakashi, who bore one Sharingan. At that moment, Kakashi resembled a flash of lightning cleaving through the sky, his hand crackling with lightning, making a sound as if it would tear the very fabric of space apart. On the other side, Konoha's whirlwind. Kai, refusing to be outdone, shouted as he lunged towards Feng like a gale. His muscles tensed, power coalescing in his arms, and as he spun, a fierce wind rapidly formed around him, howling as it surged forward. Faced with such a formidable onslaught from both adversaries, Feng showed no sign of retreat. He took a deep breath, feeling his chakra surge within as the lightning around him began to dance wildly, gathering strength. In the blink of an eye, the lightning swirled rapidly, gradually coalescing into a colossal dragon-shaped vortex of lightning. The dragon, formed entirely of electricity, roared and unleashed dazzling bolts of lightning, producing a deafening crackling sound. In an instant, Kakashi and Kai collided with this overwhelming technique. The clash of lightning and tempestuous winds erupted into a thunderous roar, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of potent energy. With dust and debris swirling around, obscuring the scene. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, and the villagers of Konoha even caught glimpses of the flickering lightning in the distance. Feng appeared not far away, his black cloak finally showing signs of damage. He lifted his head, surveying the surroundings, as more and more Konoha ninjas arrived. Why hi Kurenai, hi Ga Hizashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara, Akimichi. All of them gazed at him with wary expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose in Konoha?" Feng paid him no heed, instead focusing on the ground beneath Fukasaku, where he sensed a novel chakra emerging. At that moment, Jiraiya had his eyes tightly shut, two toads summoned to his shoulders, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. His eyes enlarged and turned red, the whites darkened. Red stripes appeared on his cheeks, and his skin became rough, reminiscent of a frog's. Additionally, a tail resembling that of a toad sprouted from his back. Is this the sage mode? Feng felt the vitality of this natural energy. He had absorbed Hashirama's cells, yet the vitality was distinctly different. Even Hashirama could not directly employ sage techniques in his normal state. He had to enter sage mode, although he did so instantaneously. Jiraiya opened his eyes, emanating an aura so powerful it seemed capable of tearing through the heavens and disrupting the very fabric of reality, like a surging tsunami radiating from his center into the infinite distance. Get away from me, old man, and all of you. Jiraiya bellowed hoarsely towards the third Hokage and the others, his voice echoing as if to shatter their eardrums. Before his words could fade, he vanished, instantly appearing before Feng. Jiraiya now radiated immense chakra fluctuations, his hands firmly gripping as a blue Rasengan rapidly coalesced in his palm. But that was not the end. With a low shout, he declared, "Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan." The already sizable Rasengan expanded at a visibly rapid pace, soon growing to dozens of times its original size. Resembling a colossal blue moon suspended in the air, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. On the other side, Feng smiled. After their previous exchange, he had grasped Jiraiya's limits. There was no need to engage in a direct confrontation any longer. Kin'Yuri, Seizing the moment while the Rasengan obscured his figure, Feng activated his ocular technique. It seemed the time to learn sage techniques had come. Feng's final thought before departing was a yearning for sage arts. The supergiant Rasengan struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Jiraiya stood stunned. Did I kill him? His presence has vanished. The Fukusaku on Jiraiya's shoulder spoke. I can no longer sense his chakra. Jiraiya, what happened? Is he dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen approached with a cadre of Konoha ninjas. No, he must have left, Jiraiya replied hesitantly. Can a supergiant Rasengan really reduce a body to dust? Besides, he shouldn't have been so easily defeated. But how did he vanish in an instant? Almost like Minato. Minato? Could it be a space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya recalled this possibility, his expression darkening. If that were true, almost no one could catch him. As Minato's teacher, he understood all too well the terrifying nature of space-time techniques. Old man, you truly have not encountered that individual? The third Hokage slowly shook his head, a glimmer of confusion and doubt in his eyes. He was certain this was the first time he had ever seen the person before him. Jiraiya sighed, thanking the two sages and Fukusaku, instructing them to return while also dispelling the sage's power. The third Hokage declared the battle over, dismissing the gathered crowd. Immediately, Jiraiya followed closely behind the third Hokage as they headed towards the Hokage Tower. The two remained silent along the way, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Speak. What transpired? How did you engage with that individual? Once Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat, he inquired about the events that had unfolded. I was out gathering materials. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, a bit sheepish in his response. Skip to the moment you encountered him. The third Hokage snapped, exasperated. Thus, Jiraiya recounted the events in detail, including the mysterious figure he referred to as Uchiha Madara. You mean that individual possesses tailed beast chakra? The third Hokage leaped to his feet, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, what of it? The third Hokage remained silent, recalling how Danzo had mentioned that during the first attack on his base, a masked figure had been present with tailed beast chakra. Everything aligned. He had not perished. The second attack on the root and the slaughter of Danzo's men was likely his doing. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly dismissed the notion. Unlike others, he was a disciple of the second Hokage. As a child, he had even seen Uchiha Madara in person, and the second Hokage often spoke of him, albeit mostly as a cautionary tale. Thus, he was well aware that Uchiha Madara was an arrogant individual. Even if he were alive, he would disdain wearing a mask to conceal his identity. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Cloud Ninja within the Uchiha clan territory. A ninja hastily approached the door of Kiid's residence, cautiously knocking several times. Who are you? Uchiha Go opened the door, somewhat puzzled but not particularly surprised, as there had been an influx of visitors seeking Kiid recently. It's Dado. Is Lord Kiid at home? The ninja replied succinctly, quickly inquiring. Oh, it's you, Dado. Uchiha Go exclaimed, recognizing his former comrade from several missions. He is home. What brings you here? The clan leader has summoned you. What? Go swiftly opened the door. And Kiid had already appeared. Let us go, Uncle Dado. Yes, Lord Kiid. Dado replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. Kiid remained silent, pondering the purpose of the clan leader's summons. Instead of leading him to Uchiha Shana's quarters, Dado directed him towards the main hall, which only piqued Kiid's curiosity further. Kiid, you've arrived, Uchiha Shana greeted as Kiid entered the inner hall, only to discover not just the clan leader, but also two elders and several elite Uchiha members present. Kiid's gaze sharpened. The last time such a gathering occurred was during the night of the clan's massacre. Kiid, a ninja from an outer village has come to seek collaboration with our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shana began, his tone somewhat peculiar. A ninja from an outer village? Kiid expressed mild surprise. Were outer village ninjas so brazen as to approach them directly? He recalled that Konoha had a barrier. How had this one infiltrated so easily? Which village does he hail from, clan leader? From the hidden cloud, as he claims. Interesting. How did he manage to infiltrate Konoha and reach the Uchiha without being detected? Our clan's ninja have already apprehended and interrogated him once. Do you wish to see him? Uchiha Shana inquired, looking at Kiid. Kiid nodded, and the moment he laid eyes on the visitor, he understood how it had been accomplished. The newcomer was quite small in stature, yet wore a calm expression. Most notably, he bore the Konoha forehead protector, Hinokawa. Some within the Uchiha clan recognized him. My apologies. I am a spy, he said, unfazed by the curious stares directed at him. Clan leader, our Raikage sincerely wishes to collaborate with you. Hinokawa remarked with a slight smile, focusing his attention on Uchiha Shana. What kind of collaboration do you propose? Uchiha Shana asked in a low voice. Very soon, we from the Hidden Cloud will launch an assault on Konoha. We believe you share a vendetta against them, so why not? At these words, many in attendance suddenly brightened at the prospect. It was indeed a clever idea. Do you truly dare to attack Konoha? Uchiha Saiyan, the former second elder now elevated to first elder, scoffed in skepticism. Who claimed it is only us? Hinokawa sneered. As his mission was to persuade the Uchiha clan, even if unsuccessful, he was to discern their stance. For this, he had been privy to many secrets. What? The room's atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was not merely one clan involved. This was no mere conflict, but a war capable of plunging Konoha into a crisis of extinction. He'd remained silent, speculating that they had likely surmised the demise of Danzo. After a brief pause, the Uchiha exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Keed. If Konoha were to fall, they could hardly remain there. Hinokawa noticed their collective gaze, filled with confusion. Why were these Uchiha looking at this young lad? Hinokawa, you may confidently return to inform the Reikage. We Uchiha shall not take action, Keed declared, gazing intently at him. Hinokawa fell into silence and shock. When this young boy spoke, no one contradicted him, nor did they exhibit even a hint of skepticism. This meant he truly held the power to make decisions for the Uchiha. Who is this individual? Why is there no information on him? And what of the collaboration? Hinokawa asked awkwardly, turning his hopeful gaze toward Uchiha Keed. Keed shook his head. When you launch your attack, it shall be our prime opportunity to sever ties with Konoha. Release him. Keed gestured for him to be set free. Keed, are we truly to depart Konoha at that time? Uchiha Shana asked after Hinokawa had left. Upon receiving confirmation, varying degrees of concern and tension manifested among them. Where shall we go? Consider your options. Keed nonchalantly retrieved a map of the ninja world from behind him. He pointed to the Fire Country's territory, noting that Konoha lay at its center, yet Konoha occupied only a minuscule fraction of land. Though it is termed a village, its scale resembles more of a city, yet even then, it occupies little space. This implies that the rest of the Fire Country is open for us to inhabit. Keed, do you suggest we remain within the Fire Country? Uchiha Saiyan's eyes widened. He was in agreement, as they had grown accustomed to the Fire Country's environment. Forcing them to adapt to other nations could prove challenging. The geographical conditions of the Fire Country were optimal. If they were to be sent to a barren place like the Wind Country, many would refuse to go, even if they could make the journey. Otherwise, how long could a massive entourage of thousands sustain their journey? Yet Konoha, Keed chuckled, even if we are right next to them, they would not dare to act against us, especially after enduring the assaults of numerous ninja villages. Furthermore, other ninja villages within the Fire Country would not easily cross borders to harass them. However, the daimyo of the Fire Country may not permit us to do so. Uchiha Shana contemplated. No, he shall consent. Keed mused, reflecting on the peculiarities of the Hokage world. He had witnessed the separation of finances, but the division of military and finances was a first for him. The Hokage operated under such a system, relying on the daimyo for resources despite commanding a ninja army. In his previous life, daimyo merely held sway over the purse strings of military leaders. They possessed no power beyond that. What a bizarre political structure. Why had the leaders here never considered becoming the masters of their own nations? Damn it. Meanwhile, far away in Sunagakure, Raza was utterly exasperated. Ever since the incident involving Maki and the Uchiha, he had yearned to attack Konoha. Following Chiyo's advice, he reached out to the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone. And as expected, both were eyeing Konoha as well. Thus, the three ninja villages united in purpose, initiating mobilization and discussions, albeit still at the higher echelons. Recently, news had emerged regarding Danzo's demise, prompting the three villages to investigate, dispatching agents to contact him, only to find no one available. This further inflamed the ambitions of these factions. However, war was fundamentally driven by self-interest, and a slight divergence arose among the three villages regarding the distribution of spoils. The Hidden Cloud proposed a division of 50% for themselves, 30% for the Hidden Stone, and 20% for the Hidden Sand. The Hidden Stone countered with an offer of 40% each for themselves and the Hidden Cloud, leaving 20% for the Hidden Sand. After much deliberation, Raza reluctantly conceded, suggesting an equal distribution of 30% to each of the three villages, with the remaining 10% to be shared equally. Expecting to be at a disadvantage, Raza was infuriated upon hearing the offers from the other two villages. What does this mean? Why are we receiving the least? At that moment, Raza's office was filled with high-ranking members of Mangekyō, all wearing expressions of helplessness. After all, their strength was the weakest among the three. The other two villages boasted two-tailed beasts and even perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 49, Absorbing Ashura Chakra. Hey, Irika-sensei, why hasn't Sasuke come to school yet? In the Konoha Ninja Academy, Naruto exclaimed as he gazed at the empty seat that belonged to Sasuke. Hadn't it been said that Sasuke was on leave? Naruto was quite displeased. Enough noise, Naruto. Sasuke has already dropped out. Irika shouted at Naruto, his eyes reflecting a faint disdain. He currently felt no great responsibility towards Naruto's future. What? Dropped out? Naruto was incredulous. Irika, uninterested in further conversation, resumed his lecture. After school, Naruto felt a twinge of dejection. Although his bond with Sasuke was not particularly strong, the thought of Sasuke not attending school unsettled him. Perhaps I should go find him? The thought flickered through Naruto's mind, and with his usual impulsiveness, he dashed toward the Uchiha clan compound, the place where Sasuke had previously taken him. As he ran, the faces of the townsfolk contorted with discontent and disdain, especially upon seeing the smile on his face, eliciting outright insults from passers-by. With his head down, Naruto sprinted, the voices of the crowd swirling in his mind, filling him with a sense of sorrow and confusion, yet he felt an odd familiarity with it. Just as he approached the Uchiha compound, a figure stepped in front of him, and Naruto collided with him, tumbling to the ground. Ouch! That hurts, he groaned, looking up at the Umbu member before him. Who are you? Do not proceed any further, the Umbu replied coldly. No, I must find Sasuke, Naruto shouted, attempting to sidestep the Umbu, but without mercy, the Umbu delivered a swift kick to Naruto's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Rolling several times, Naruto clutched his stomach as pain surged through him, yet he remained resolute, his eyes filled with determination. The Umbu, relishing Naruto's discomfort, continued to unleash a flurry of blows. Eagle, what are you doing? Just knock him out. One of the hidden Umbu, unable to watch any longer, emerged to intervene. Silence. If we do it this way, he will return next time, Eagle retorted. Struggling to rise, Naruto gritted his teeth, glaring defiantly at the two. Eagle, intent on continuing the assault, was halted by a commanding voice. Stand down. The two Umbu stepped back as a white-haired, muscular man appeared before Naruto, a distinctive oil symbol marking his forehead. Jiraiya-sama. The two Umbu quickly bowed in respect. Jiraiya, filled with fury, had initially come to check on Naruto's situation but was confronted with the scene he had just witnessed. You two, return immediately and report to the third Hokage. Also, withdraw all Umbu present today. Jiraiya barked, his anger palpable. The Umbu, unwilling to defy him, complied without protest. Once they had departed, Jiraiya turned his attention to the battered Naruto, who looked back at him with gratitude in his eyes. Are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital, Jiraiya said, observing Naruto's frail form with a sense of guilt. I'm fine, uncle. Thank you, Naruto replied, forcing a smile despite the pain, slowly heading toward the Uchiha compound. Wait, Jiraiya intercepted him. Do you know where you are going? Of course. Sasuke's house is up ahead. I need to find him. Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya recalled vaguely, realizing he was the son of Uchiha Fugaku. What do you want with him? He hasn't been coming to school, so I want to see what's wrong, Naruto explained. I see, Jiraiya remarked, somewhat relieved to learn that Naruto was concerned for a classmate. Then I will accompany you. Jiraiya smiled, unwilling to let Naruto venture into the Uchiha compound alone. He was also curious about the current state of the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Kid. As he pondered the last name, a heaviness settled over him. 13 years old and already wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan. The old man had already denied that the last incident involved the real Uchiha Madara. Yet who else possessed the Sharingan? All right then, let us go together. Naruto, feeling a bit uplifted by Jiraiya's presence, was pleased, as he did not dislike this man. Hey, announce our visit. Jiraiya has come to pay his respects. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha compound, Jiraiya called out to the Uchiha clan members stationed there. Upon hearing his name, the clan member's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried inside. Meanwhile, Naruto cheerfully made his way in, only to be stopped. I am here to see Sasuke. Sasuke? The Uchiha ninja regarded Naruto warily, glancing at Jiraiya. He should be training. Then I will go find him. Not so fast. We will inform him. You two stay here. The Uchiha ninja firmly refused. Reluctantly, Naruto complied, waiting as instructed. Moments later, Uchiha Shana appeared, leading someone out. Jiraiya, what brings you here? He glanced at Naruto, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Naruto, disappointed not to see Sasuke, remained silent. I just came for a friendly visit, hoping to meet Uchiha Kid. Jiraiya chuckled, pulling Naruto behind him. Jiraiya-sama, do you have business with me? A clear voice resonated as Kid walked out calmly, with Sasuke trailing behind him. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed excitedly, waving at him. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya scrutinized Kid, his heart racing. Young. Too young. Judging by his physique, he could not possibly be the mysterious figure, yet Jiraiya remained uncertain whether that person had employed transformation techniques. Uchiha Kid? Haha, I would like to arrange a time for a friendly clash, Jiraiya proposed. Oh, sure, if the opportunity arises, Kid replied non-committally, aware of Jiraiya's intentions. Afterward, Kid's gaze shifted to Naruto, who curiously regarded him in return. Since everything is fine now, we shall take our leave, Jiraiya stated, feeling a sense of urgency as he grasped Naruto to depart. Wait, I need to find Sasuke. Did you not see him? I still have questions to ask. Jiraiya-sama. No need to be anxious. I mean him no harm, and you need not worry about us causing any injury. After all, in terms of damage, Konoha surpasses us by far. Kid chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Apologies, but we have matters to attend to and must truly be on our way, Jiraiya insisted. Recognizing the importance of the Jinchuriki, observing Naruto's helplessness, Kid suggested that he could bring Sasuke along to an outside training ground. Jiraiya considered the idea, reasoning that it would be safer outside, especially with himself present. He nodded in agreement. At a secluded training area outside, Kid and Jiraiya leaned against a wall, watching Sasuke and Naruto in the center. The two boys had barely met before they began to spar, the spacious training ground accommodating their activities. Jiraiya-sama seems quite anxious, Kid remarked, amused by Jiraiya's demeanor. Do I? Jiraiya chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Of course he was anxious. He knew nothing of Uchiha Kid, making him understandably on edge. At that moment, Sasuke turned his back to Kid and Jiraiya, his eyes fixated on Naruto. Suddenly, Sasuke's right eye transformed into a bizarre pattern, spinning wildly. In an instant, Naruto found himself entranced, his gaze mirroring the same pattern. A surge of violent chakra erupted, sending Sasuke flying. Oh no! Jiraiya's expression shifted to alarm as he glanced at Kid, who appeared equally horrified. Both men sprang into action, Jiraiya aiming to suppress the Ninetales' power, but upon contact, he was violently repelled. As the black skeletal framework of Susanoo began to emerge before Naruto, it immobilized him completely. Jiraiya-sama, hurry! Cried out a voice. At that moment, even Jiraiya felt somewhat bewildered, yet he rushed forward nonetheless. However, he was oblivious to the fact that when the black skeleton made contact with Naruto, a surge of chakra flowed through the framework into Kid's body, concealed by the darkness of the bones, unnoticed by anyone. Ashura chakra. It is within my grasp. Chapter 50. The Cold Lord Orochimaru. Absorption Enhancement. 5 Elements Sealing. With a thunderous roar, the seemingly ordinary fingers of Jiraiya suddenly ignited with ethereal blue flames. Without hesitation, he forcefully pressed his palm against Naruto's abdomen, his movements as swift as lightning. In that instant, a potent and mysterious force surged forth from Jiraiya's hand, rapidly sweeping through Naruto's body like a deluge breaking through a dam, overwhelming the tumultuous chakra of the tailed beast within him. The ferocious chakra, which was on the verge of breaking free from its confines, dissipated at an astonishing rate as if caught in a binding spell. Fong gradually released Naruto, who was returning to a state of calm. What on earth is happening? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Fong, his expression filled with confusion and uncertainty. Is it him? But if so, why would he offer assistance? In response to Jiraiya's skeptical gaze, Fong appeared remarkably composed. He casually patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, Lord Jiraiya, I was just chatting with you over there. You wouldn't suspect me, would you? No, I am merely curious. How could Naruto suddenly unleash such a powerful tailed beast chakra? Could it be that the Ninetales has gone berserk? Jiraiya muttered to himself, puzzled. Since there is nothing more to be done now, I shall take Sasuke with me. You can take care of Naruto. Fong waved to Sasuke, signaling him to follow, indicating that the two intended to depart. Jiraiya held no suspicions about Sasuke. After all, this young lad was too innocent to be associated with the Ninetales rampage. Teacher Naruto. He won't be in any danger, right? After they had walked a short distance, Sasuke quietly inquired about Naruto's condition. In truth, Feng had already surmised the situation when Jiraiya brought Naruto for a visit. At that moment, he had devised a plan regarding the Ashura chakra within Naruto, subsequently instructing Sasuke to seek an opportune moment to engage in a skirmish with him. He had discreetly concealed a portion of his ocular power within Sasuke's eyes, which would erupt at the moment of their confrontation, creating the illusion of a Nine-Tails riot. This tactic had been employed by Itachi in the original storyline when he concealed the power of Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes, which would activate upon sensing Obito's chakra. At that time, Obito would either lose a limb or utilize his Anaji. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. He's fine. This might even be beneficial for him. Feng remarked with an enigmatic expression. In the original narrative, no matter the humiliation or blows Naruto endured, he would promptly recover. Moreover, he bore no resentment toward the foolish villagers of Konoha, almost as if he had fallen under the influence of a Jinjutsu. Astonishingly, he even forgave the wretched Uchiha Obito in the later chapters. Such a disposition hardly seemed cultivated in such an environment. Thus, if he were not under a Jinjutsu, the answer became evident. It was the Ashura chakra. This very essence influenced Naruto. Now that Feng had absorbed this chakra, it was highly likely that Naruto would revert to a more ordinary state. This meant that he would no longer bear a cheerful demeanor towards those who had bullied him. Is Naruto all right? Jiraiya inquired of a medical ninja. Standing beside him was the third Hokage, who was also observing the unconscious Naruto. Several sensory ninjas were nearby, monitoring for any abnormalities within him. There are no abnormalities. He appears quite healthy, the medical ninja reported. Both Jiraiya and the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. However, the third Hokage expressed his irritation. Jiraiya, how could you bring Naruto to meet Uchiha Feng? We know nothing about him. I understand. Naruto was merely incidental. Uchiha Feng has remained within my sight and has not committed any transgressions. But why would the Nine-Tails energy suddenly overflow? Outside the village of Konoha, the ground began to writhe, and a long-haired, pallid-faced man emerged from the earth. He licked his lips with his tongue, his terrifying slit pupils searching for a target. Observing the desolate forest before him, he frowned and wondered, where is Danzo? What is happening? Does he not have a base here? However, he dismissed the thought, assuming Danzo had merely relocated the base. He proceeded to another of Danzo's bases, as they had collaborated extensively in their research, and he was familiar with several of Danzo's locations. Another base has vanished. The man realized something was amiss. Danzo could not have moved so many bases. He turned his gaze toward the direction of Konoha and began to walk that way. Sunlight bathed him, and the empty ring on his hand gleamed ominously. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the greatest scientist of the Hokage, the cold Lord Orochimaru. Having accepted Pain's orders, he rushed to Konoha, and upon arrival, his first inclination was to seek out Danzo to inquire about the situation. Yet, after failing to find anyone at several bases, he pondered how even if they had been disbanded, these bases should still exist. Orochimaru disguised his appearance and wandered through the streets, keenly observing the current chaos in Konoha. The village's security seemed to have deteriorated somewhat, and the villagers appeared to blame the Uchiha clan for it. Uchiha, you say? Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips. He was currently engaged in the practice of the impure world reincarnation, making the search for a suitable body of utmost importance. He had a keen interest in the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but first, he needed to gather information on Danzo. The absence of the bases suggested two possibilities. Either Danzo had relinquished his obsession with the Hokage and decided to retire, dismantling the research bases, or Danzo had met his demise, prompting the third Hokage to secretly dismantle the bases to preserve the Hokage's reputation. Orochimaru would rather believe that the moon would explode than entertain the first possibility. If Danzo were indeed dead, then their collaboration would likely be at an end. With the absence of this shadowy figure in the ninja world, who could the third Hokage turn to for contact with the Akatsuki? Orochimaru chuckled softly, fully aware of his teacher's hypocrisy. After escorting Sasuke home, Feng began to keenly sense the changes within his own body. To be honest, the Ashura chakra was minimal and did not significantly enhance him. This essence primarily served to merge with Indra's chakra to form the Rinnegan. Furthermore, it had the potential to influence an individual's mindset. Both reincarnations of Ashura had been overly optimistic. It was indeed peculiar. Hashirama, despite being unmatched in strength, advocated for peace, and urged others to refrain from war. However, upon absorbing this energy, it would automatically transmute into his own power, allowing Feng to absorb energy without direct contact. He discovered that he could utilize his Susanoo to absorb energy as well, significantly expanding the range of what he could absorb. Initially, he absorbed blood due to its reliability, but there were many other sources of energy. For instance, fire release techniques contained energy within the flames. He had refrained from absorption before because he was unaware that Susanoo could also absorb energy. It was impractical to directly touch flames. His absorption range was previously quite limited and required activation to function, rendering it nearly useless in earlier battles. Now, however, with Susanoo activated, his absorption range had greatly increased, and he no longer needed to worry about sustaining injuries from contact with ninjutsu. Chapter 51. The Eternal Kaleidoscope. Fugitive Toby. After comprehending the enhancement provided by the external aid, Feng absorbed Sasuke's Indra chakra the following day. That profound and dark energy seemed to have found its true origin, swirling within his body. As night fell, after extensive research and exploration, Feng fully grasped the formidable amplification effects bestowed by the external aid. At dawn, as the sunlight gently bathed the earth, he unhesitatingly struck at Sasuke, successfully absorbing the entirety of the Indra chakra contained within him. In that moment, an overwhelming, chilling, and enigmatic force surged into Feng's being like a tidal wave. This power rapidly integrated into his veins and flesh, swirling joyfully as if it had finally discovered its true essence within Feng's body, liberating the energy that had long been suppressed. As night quietly descended, Kakashi, weary from a day of diligent work, made his way home. He gently pushed open the door, stepping into the tranquility of his abode. After a brief pause, he intended to read for a while before succumbing to slumber. He raised his hand delicately to remove the forehead protector that had adorned his brow. As the protector was lifted, the blood-red Sharingan beneath was revealed. Under the dim light, the Sharingan sparkled with an uncanny and mysterious radiance, captivating like the most brilliant star in the night sky. When Toby had bestowed the eye upon him, it was because he had developed Raikiri but struggled to control its direction. With the Sharingan, he could wield it more adeptly. Yet, as time passed, Kakashi realized that this Sharingan had become a burden. Originally a J-nin at the age of 12, who had developed S-class ninjutsu, he found himself still at the J-nin level. Perhaps, had he trained his swordsmanship like his father, he would have advanced further by now. Kakashi pondered, but he was reluctant to part with the eye bequeathed to him by his dear friend. Fortunately, his teacher had become Hokage. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan might not have entrusted him with such a precious gift. Kakashi gently extended his right hand, slowly caressing the Sharingan. Since its transplantation, it had incessantly devoured his precious chakra like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shut it off. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi walked step by step toward the mirror in his room, gazing at his somewhat haggard reflection. He was about to remove his mask when an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The only Sharingan he possessed suddenly revealed that his other eye had transformed into the same three-tomo state in the mirror. Kakashi's heart raced with shock, instinctively taking 2 steps back. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force of genjutsu surged forth, crashing into his consciousness like a torrential wave. Kakashi felt darkness enveloping him, as if the entire world were collapsing in that moment. His legs could no longer support his weight, and he collapsed onto the floor. Feng emerged from the shadows, his gaze icy as he regarded the fallen Kakashi. On the night of the massacre, he had contemplated the troublesome nature of Toby's Kimui. If he could enter the Kimui realm and mark it with his Jik Kan, he would be able to traverse the space at will, rendering Toby a trivial threat. The other eye capable of entry was with Kakashi. What appeared to be a 3-tomo Sharingan was, in fact, a Mangekyō Sharingan, though Kakashi remained unaware of its true potential due to his lack of expertise. Nevertheless, Kakashi had maximized one of the 3-tomo's abilities, acquiring a reputation for copying techniques. Feng gently placed his hand upon the eye, extracting it with a swift motion and absorbing it into his palm. As the special power flowed in, the eye vanished from his hand. Feng's own eyes began to turn, sensing the power of Kimui. This is... Feng felt a surge of delight as his eyes underwent a transformation, an infinite ocular power erupting from within. The intricate patterns shifted once more, encircled by a new line. Gazing into the mirror at the evolving Mangekyō, Feng realized that after absorbing 2.5 pairs of Mangekyō and Sasuke's Indra chakra, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan had finally manifested. Kamui. Feng's eyes narrowed as the space began to twist in a spiral, engulfing his form. In a desolate, gray, and silent expanse, Feng arrived at Tobi's stronghold. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the bizarre, jagged rocks and the uneven ground, devoid of vibrant life. Shrouded in dull hues as if it were a forgotten corner of the world, the space was dotted with massive rocky pillars, exuding a sense of coldness and oppression. Is this the Kamui realm? Feng marked the space with his Jik Conceal, somewhat bored by the surroundings. At that moment, a figure donning a spiral mask appeared in the distance. Their eyes met, and Tobi nearly exclaimed in surprise. He had sensed an anomaly within the Kamui realm and had come to investigate. To his astonishment, he encountered someone. Who are you? Tobi's eyes widened, shock surging within him like a tidal wave, yet he struggled to suppress his emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Long time no see, your wounds have healed, Feng said without further pretense, smiling at Tobi, eager to see what this man had left in store. It's you? Tobi's gaze tightened. Over the years, due to Kamui, he had seldom sustained injuries, except during the Uchiha massacre night when he had been ambushed. He had never anticipated someone would appear out of thin air and instantly sever his hand, and just as he activated Kamui to escape, he had been met with Amaterasu. In that moment, he hastily used wood release to mitigate the scorching flames of Amaterasu, and quickly sought a Sharingan to activate his Anaji, enduring excruciating pain along the way. But how could this person be here? Since the night of the massacre, he had been probing for information about this individual. That night, a white Setsu had reported a Uchiha named Feng had slain Itachi, thwarting the massacre. Yet, wary of another ambush, he refrained from directly investigating the Uchiha clan. You are Uchiha Feng? Tobi coldly scrutinized Feng. Indeed, Feng nodded, beginning to form seals. Wait. Tobi interjected urgently, Uchiha descendant. Do you know who I am? Fire release, dragon flame song, grass. Tobi could no longer contain himself. Was this person insane? Without asking any questions, he was launching an attack. As flames engulfed the land, the familiar sound of chirping Chidori reached Tobi's ears. Oh no! Recognizing the sound, Tobi's expression shifted drastically. Lightning release, Chidori. Foam burst forth from the inferno, his eyes tracing a red line with the three tomo, lightning crackling in his hand as he pierced through Tobi's body. Tobi gazed at his arm, blood escaping his lips. In the Kamui realm, he dared not use intangibility recklessly. The scene before him felt eerily familiar. Feng frowned as Tobi's form began to waver, the blood on his hand dissipating. Izanaji? Cautious indeed. It's better this way. Killing him now would be too easy. Chapter 52. The Outbreak of War Konoha. Hokage building Kakashi. What on earth is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Kakashi, whose left eye was wrapped in white cloth. His pipe emitted wisps of blue smoke intermittently. Kakashi stood rigid, his expression as dark as a stormy sea, fists clenched, and his eyes ablaze with fury. Hokage-sama, I only remember entering the room before losing consciousness. Furthermore, my most important gift has been taken. So, you did not see the enemy? No. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have incapacitated him without his awareness? And why did they not simply end his life? I will have someone investigate this matter. However, Kakashi, you are aware of the current situation in the village. It may take time to find answers. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, perplexed as to why a formidable presence had emerged in Konoha at this critical juncture, seizing a Sharingan. Why not simply raid the Uchiha clan for it? Hokage-sama. Just as Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, a shadow suddenly appeared without warning. Upon closer inspection, it was an Umbu ninja clad in black attire and wearing a mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart jolted. This Umbu was from outside, and it was rare to see them act so hastily and urgently. The Umbu ninja, breathless, spoke at lightning speed. Hokage-sama, something terrible has occurred. According to the latest intelligence, a large number of ninja forces have suddenly gathered at the border of the land of lightning and the land of fire, and they are aggressively advancing into our territory. As soon as the Umbu ninja finished speaking, he stood frozen like a statue, though a keen observer could notice his legs trembling involuntarily. Almost simultaneously, a sharp and piercing whistle of a bird echoed from outside the window. A bird resembling an eagle, a summoning beast, darted in like a bolt of lightning, landing steadily on the table before the third Hokage. Seeing this, the third Hokage's expression turned grave and solemn. He quickly untied the message bound to the creature's leg and eagerly unfolded the letter for close examination. After reading its contents, his face grew increasingly dark and troubled. He abruptly stood up, his fury igniting as he bellowed, "Gather all ninjas at once." With his roar, numerous Umbu members hidden throughout the Hokage building sprang into action. Soon, high-ranking members of Konoha's prominent clans arrived at the Hokage building, the atmosphere palpably tense and oppressive. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, their expressions grim, as they had already surmised the impending crisis. The situation was dire, and time was of the essence, leaving many ninjas still en route when the third Hokage gravely announced the shocking news of impending war. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively began to strategize, swiftly deploying forces to confront this sudden threat. His sharp gaze swept across every ninja present, anxiously seeking those capable of withstanding the formidable Cloud Ninja assault. However, to his astonishment, after surveying the room, he discovered that Konoha was in an unprecedentedly weakened state, with no one available to counter the fearsome AB combination of the Cloud Ninja. In this moment of crisis, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, deeply concerned. After careful consideration, he had no choice but to appoint Jiraiya as the commander to lead the ninjas against the encroaching cloud forces. Meanwhile, the ordinary residents of Konoha began to sense the unusual movement of the ninja army. A vast number of ninjas surged forth like a roaring tide, racing towards the outer village. This sight instilled great panic and anxiety among the villagers, who whispered among themselves, their faces etched with fear. "Are we going to war again?" Someone trembled. "Please, no. My son has just graduated from the Ninja Academy. He cannot go to war so soon. Which nation are we fighting against?" The villagers discussed fervently, their speculations and worries saturating the village. At this moment, a heavy cloud of unease hung over Konoha, suffocating and oppressive. In this critical time, all eyes turned to the third Hokage, hoping he would step forward to deliver a speech to quell their rising panic. After all, as the leader of Konoha, he had always been their pillar of strength. Yet, at that moment, the third Hokage was preoccupied, just as he had arranged for the ninjas to set forth against the Cloud Village's invasion. Another shocking piece of news rushed into his office like a tempest. Yanin Village had audaciously launched an attack as well. This unexpected turn of events caused the third Hokage's heart to sink. Initially believing it to be a reckless act by the Cloud Ninja, it was now clear that the situation was far more complex. This was evidently no mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated large-scale war conspiracy between the Cloud and Rock Ninja. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, contemplating. If the Cloud and Rock Ninja had allied in their assault, could other ninja villages, such as the Sand or Mist, be joining in as well? If so, this conflict might evolve into yet another brutal war engulfing the entire ninja world. As he pondered this, an unprecedented weight pressed down upon his shoulders, suffocating him with the enormity of the impending crisis. Far in the distance, at the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire, a formidable and grand army of Cloud Ninja advanced rapidly. Leading this army was the fourth Raikage, A. His stern visage was alight with uncontainable excitement, as if victory was already within reach. Closely following him were the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and his advisor, Ki. A bellowing laugh erupted from A as he proclaimed, "This time, I shall capture Konoha in one fell swoop. Let everyone witness the might of the Cloud Village." Hearing this, Killer Bee ran alongside, vigorously waving his arms and chanting, "Yeah, capture Konoha, capture Konoha." However, unlike A and Killer Bee's exuberance, the young Ki remained composed. He keenly observed the surroundings and turned to the Raikage, stating, "Raikage-sama, I believe Konoha must have already caught wind of our movements. They should be organizing their army by now." In response to Ki's warning, A laughed heartily, dismissing the concern. "Humph. So what if they have? Anyone who dares to obstruct us will fall before us. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is currently inactive, and that detestable Danzo is no more. Pray tell, how much strength does Konoha possess to impede our advance? Danzo is merely presumed dead." He observed A's fervor and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, Inoki did not personally lead the troops. Instead, his son, Kuratsuchi, and his disciple, Akatsuki, commanded the main force. "Kuratsuchi, Konoha must have already dispatched their forces, right?" Akatsuki remarked, gazing at the dense forest ahead. "Indeed, I am curious as to who they intend to send to thwart us, for after all, Yunrin poses a far greater threat than we do. Beside me, a figure clad in earthy tones, adorned with a rock-hidden hat, a yellow scarf draped around his neck, and wearing the vest of a rock-hidden shinobi, gazes at me with a playful glint in his eyes. Chapter 53. Departure from Konoha. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan's territory was thick with tension and excitement, as every member hurried about, seemingly propelled by an invisible force. Their footsteps were brisk, and their eyes shimmered with anticipation and anxiety. The entire clan was immersed in the gravity of the impending moment. Maple. The great battle was finally about to commence. Within the solemn shrine, everyone gathered once more. Uchiha Shana could hardly contain his inner exhilaration as he called out to Uchiha Maple, his voice trembling slightly. His words were akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that captured the attention of all present. Uchiha Maple nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping slowly over each individual. He noticed Uchiha Fugaku was also present, albeit in the farthest corner of the room. Indeed, the time for the Uchiha clan to sever ties with Konoha was drawing near. Maple replied with a smile, noting that everyone was eagerly preparing for departure. Uchiha Saiyan understood that the clansmen outside had long since grown weary, since the night of their clan's demise. They had been confined within their territory. Let us wait a moment longer. Once all of Konoha's elite forces have exited, our clan will be able to withdraw safely. Beyond the tall, sturdy gates of Konoha, a statuesque and graceful woman stood quietly. Sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her flowing, lustrous golden hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, radiating a dazzling glow. In her enchanting eyes lingered an indescribable complexity as she silently gazed upon the familiar yet foreign gates of Konoha. Beside this golden-haired woman was a charming girl with sleek black hair. The girl blinked her bright eyes and looked up at the woman, softly inquiring, "Lady Tsunade, are we to seek out the Hokage directly?" Tsunade nodded slightly in agreement. In truth, she had received word from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, long ago. Compared to the elusive Jiraiya, her renowned reputation made her far easier to locate. Yet, she remained caught in indecision. The once glorious Konoha, founded by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had now become a place of heartbreak for her. Each step felt burdensome and slow as she walked, pausing intermittently, until finally, she stepped onto this familiar yet foreign ground, Konoha. Leading Shizune, Tsunade gently pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, a symbol of power and responsibility. Inside, besides the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat at his desk, Nara Shikaku, the indispensable strategist during wartime, and two advisors were also present. Tsunade. Hiruzen's eyes lit up with surprise and joy upon seeing her. Simultaneously, the expressions of the others revealed their uncontainable excitement. Tsunade surveyed the room, her heart filled with confusion. The gathering was evidently significant. Even Nara Shikaku had come, suggesting that the current situation was more dire than she had anticipated. "What has happened, old man?" she queried. Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he replied. "The three major ninja villages, Rock, Cloud, and Sand, have simultaneously declared war on us. Konoha." "What?" Tsunade's face paled instantly, her expression one of shock. She realized the gravity of the situation. It was tantamount to the entire ninja world plunging back into large-scale turmoil. Hiruzen proceeded to explain the circumstances. And when Tsunade heard of the Uchiha rebellion, her face remained impassive. However, when she learned of Danzo's demise, a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. "Tsunade, Sand is the third village to attack us. Our preparations were too rushed. We've had to appoint Kakashi as the acting commander. I understand. I am heading to the front lines now." Tsunade did not hesitate. Konoha was on the brink of disaster, and she could not bear to witness her grandfather's legacy vanish. "But your fear of blood." Hiruzen hesitated. "I am fine. But, old man, can we truly trust the Uchiha?" Tsunade asked pointedly. "That is why I have not gone to the front lines," Hiruzen sighed. Days later, the two sides engaged in battle. Initially, the Cloud Ninjas clashed with Jiraiya's forces. Though strong, Jiraiya struggled against the combined might of the Cloud's AB team, leading to Konoha's steady retreat. Meanwhile, Hinata Hisashi's forces encountered the Rock Ninjas, resulting in a temporary stalemate due to the Rock's cautious tactics. The Sand Ninjas, led by Raza, were even more aggressive than the Cloud, relentlessly bombarding Konoha with magnetic attacks until Tsunade's arrival improved the situation. Within the Uchiha territory, Maple stood alongside Uchiha Shana atop a high platform, overlooking the Uchiha clansmen below. who were poised and spirited. Uchiha Shana raised his robust arm high, waving it vigorously as he proclaimed, "Clansmen, Konoha has shown such disdain towards our Uchiha clan. Thus, we shall no longer endure their oppression. From this moment forth, we Uchiha officially declare our departure from Konoha." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the clan's grounds. As his words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from below. "Oh!" The deafening response surged forth, as if to pierce the heavens. Excitement and determination radiated from every Uchiha member. Shana continued, "Listen closely. We will proceed according to the plan we devised. All ninjas shall split into 2 groups, guarding the front and rear of our procession to ensure the safety of our ordinary clansmen. Now, let us march towards our newly selected territory with our heads held high." With his command, a resounding crash echoed as the ancient, heavy gates of the Uchiha territory were forcefully kicked open. A cadre of Uchiha ninjas clad in black attire, their forehead protectors gleaming, surged forth at the front of the procession, their movements agile and resolute, weapons at the ready. Given that their territory was already somewhat distanced from the heart of Konoha, and since they were exiting through a lesser-known passage, few Konoha residents were aware of their situation. At the forefront, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Saiyan led the way. "Be honest," Uchiha Saiyan remarked, casting a glance at Fugaku, then studying the map in his hands. Fugaku's expression remained stoic. His wife and children were also among the group. Chapter 54, The Interception of the Hokage behind the Uchiha team. Kid and Uchiha Shana were leading an elite group of ninjas closely behind them. The presence of numerous ordinary clan members made the entire procession appear somewhat lengthy, yet fortunately, the group was not in a hurry. After all, in the midst of war, the ninjas of Konoha posed no threat to them, and their destination was towards the southeast of the Land of Fire. This area, a vast coastal region, bordered a nation known as the Land of Bears. In stark contrast to the war-torn regions, this place was relatively tranquil and peaceful, far removed from the smoke of battle. "Kid, look. Ahead lies the barrier set by Konoha." Uchiha Shana pointed forward, gesturing towards the path ahead. Following his indication, one could see a shimmering barrier emitting a mysterious glow, stretching across the horizon. Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's words, he nodded slightly to acknowledge his understanding. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure vanished, enveloped by the lightning. In the blink of an eye, he reached the forefront of the group. "Kid, the next steps depend entirely on you." Uchiha Shin's gaze remained fixed on the suddenly appearing Kid, his expression unusually grave, his eyes locked onto the enigmatic barrier ahead. The barrier radiated a faint glow, resembling an impenetrable shield, isolating them from the outside world. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku also noticed Kid's arrival. He was momentarily taken aback and instinctively took a small step back. Kid proceeded calmly towards the barrier, each step exuding steadiness and strength. When he finally stood before the barrier, his deep-set eyes erupted with brilliant light, as his eternal ocular power surged forth like a torrential flood. Jianyule, a terrifying bolt of lightning, as thick as a python, suddenly appeared above the barrier. The overwhelming spatial force roared like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tearing a massive opening in the barrier. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. He was astonished by the overwhelming ocular power, wondering when his Sharingan had awakened. How could it possess such formidable strength? Simultaneously, Uchiha Shin and the other ninjas were filled with excitement, their faces beaming with fervent admiration as they gazed at Kid. "Hokage-sama, this is dire. The entire Uchiha clan has unexpectedly left their territory and is rapidly moving outward." An anxious ninja rushed into the Hokage building, breathless, urgently reporting this astonishing news to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated at his desk handling documents. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood up, thinking to himself, "Has it finally come to this? What are they planning? How many ninjas can we still mobilize?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, hastening towards the window to gaze outside. The messenger ninja hesitated, his expression troubled, before responding, "Hokage-sama, only a few small teams remain in Konoha. The situation at the front is critical. Aside from those on essential patrol and reconnaissance missions, most ninjas have already been dispatched to the battlefield. What's worse, even some civilian students from the Ninja Academy have had to graduate early and are being hurriedly sent to the front lines as cannon fodder." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened ominously. He was acutely aware that there were still some ninjas from his Sarutobi clan who had not been sent to the front lines. But those were his last reserves. In his desperation, he gritted his teeth and signaled the few remaining Umbu members to follow him, racing forward without hesitation. Before long, he arrived at the designated location. When he focused his gaze, he was left speechless by the sight before him. Every member of the Uchiha clan was uniformly carrying their belongings, forming a long, winding procession that resembled an immense dragon, extending as far as the eye could see. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank, and everything became clear in an instant. The Uchiha clan intended to leave Konoha for good. Ever since that horrific night of extermination, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had deteriorated beyond repair. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen still believed that deep down, the Uchiha clan yearned for power in Konoha, particularly the Hokage position symbolizing the highest authority. Previously, he had anticipated that the Uchiha clan might take some action during the chaos of war. Yet he never imagined they would choose to abandon Konoha entirely. His thoughts swirling, he suddenly snapped back to reality and bellowed furiously, "Halt!" His thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder, instantly capturing the attention of the Uchiha clan members in the rear. Everyone halted, turning to face the source of the voice. At that moment, a figure stepped forth from among the ninjas. It was Uchiha Shana. With a cold smirk, he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke icily. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, what brings you here today? Did you come to bid farewell to us Uchiha? Shana, what are you planning?" The third Hokage approached the rear of the Uchiha formation, where every Uchiha ninja drew their weapons, their expressions wary. The Hokage noticed this situation, yet his eyes were solely focused on Uchiha Shana. "What do you mean? You Konoha have ostracized us. Now we Uchiha are leaving. Of course, we are departing." Shana replied with an expression that suggested disbelief. "Where do you think you can go? Who would take you Uchiha in?" Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. "Why must we rely on others for shelter? Are we Uchiha not capable of establishing our own domain? Do not forget that Konoha was founded by us and the Senju." Shana's face bore pride and disdain. "You intend to build your own village. Where do you plan to establish it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to contain the volcanic wrath brewing within him, his voice low yet filled with authority as he queried. At that moment, Keed, who had successfully torn open the barrier, returned to the group. He spoke calmly. "Naturally, we will choose within the borders of the Land of Fire. The resources here are abundant, and the terrain is flat. It is undoubtedly the optimal choice." Utter nonsense. Before Keed could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer restrain his fury and erupted. "Every inch of the Land of Fire belongs to the daimyo. I will never allow the Uchiha clan to act so recklessly. You are merely courting disaster." However, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rage, Keed remained unfazed, responding dismissively. "Oh? Is that so? The reality is, we have already reached an understanding with the daimyo, who has agreed to our establishment of a village here. So, you may continue to focus on your duties as Hokage and leave the matters of the Uchiha clan to us." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The daimyo would never agree to such an absurdity. Yet Keed seemed uninterested in further engagement, casually waving his hand to signal the team to continue forward, completely disregarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence. "Stop right there." Sarutobi Hiruzen was becoming increasingly exasperated, not only due to the Uchiha's departure but also because of Keed's disdain for the Hokage position, as if it were a trivial matter. Moreover, should the Uchiha clan indeed establish a village, the position of the Hokage within the Land of Fire would inevitably diminish significantly, potentially becoming a source of ridicule among the other Kage. Such an occurrence must be prevented at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen stripped away the ornamental attire of the Hokage, revealing a formidable combat uniform beneath. "Are you prepared to engage?" he inquired. Uchiha Shisui responded with a chilling smirk. "With these mere minions of yours? Fire release, fireball jutsu." Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no further words. Chapter 55. Orochimaru's interest. The ninjas behind were preparing to form seals to intercept the attack, but a colossal hand, composed of a black skeletal structure, reached out to meet the fireball head-on. Astonishingly, instead of exploding, the fireball vanished entirely into the skeletal hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the immense skeletal figure before him, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary Susanoo. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment, a clear and resolute voice rang out. "Advance." It was Keed, who commanded the members of the Uchiha clan before turning his fierce gaze towards the wary Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aware of the formidable adversary before him, Hiruzen understood that retreat was not an option. He took a deep breath, decisively bit his fingertip, and muttered incantations, summoning jutsu. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, and as it gradually dissipated, an astonishingly large ape appeared before the assembly. This monkey was cloaked in fur as hard as steel, its brownish hue emanating an aura of ancient majesty. "Sarutobi, what is this creature?" the summoned monkey exclaimed upon seeing Kid, enveloped in Susanoo. Hiruzen had no time for elaborate explanations and hastily replied, "We'll discuss it later. Our immediate concern is to confront this powerful enemy. Quickly, Saru. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang." Upon hearing his master's command, Saru wasted no time and responded, "Understood." A radiant glow enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dazzling, immensely powerful staff. Hiruzen grasped it tightly and swung it with all his might, creating a howling wind that surged forth with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "Wind release, Rui Cyclone." In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, sweeping through like a ferocious dragon. The Rui Jingu Bang, imbued with unmatched power, struck the skeletal structure of Susanoo with great force. A dull thud echoed as the first phase of the skeletal figure trembled slightly, revealing fine cracks upon its surface. However, this blow inflicted minimal harm upon Susanoo. Soon after, the massive skeletal hand descended upon Hiruzen with the weight of a mountain. Faced with such a relentless assault, Hiruzen could not afford to slacken his resolve. He swung the staff desperately in an attempt to deflect the devastating blow. Despite his best efforts, he was ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, he was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Observing this, Kid's expression sharpened, and he swiftly brought his hands together. In that instant, something miraculous occurred. The tiny crack that had appeared moments ago swiftly mended, as if it had never been harmed. Kid's eyes, now fully opened in their kaleidoscopic form, unleashed a torrent of profound chakra that surged forth from his being like a tidal wave. This chakra, mysterious and dark, swirled around him, coalescing rapidly into a formidable outline of human skeletal structure. These bones swiftly interlocked, forming a massive skeleton that shielded Kid securely within. Not far away, a tall man with lustrous black hair extended his tongue to lick his lips, his pale complexion flushed with excitement. His elongated eyes fixated intently on Susanoo, revealing his keen interest. "Is that the Sharingan?" Orochimaru's otherwise colorless face now radiated a profound intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. For days, he had concealed himself within Konoha, and after a series of clandestine investigations, he had confirmed that Danzo was no longer among the living. As for the collaboration between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he held it in disdain. Konoha was far too preoccupied with its own troubles to concern itself with such matters. Even his former comrades, Tsunade and Jiraiya, had returned to Konoha, leaving the village in a state of decline. On the battlefield, Hiruzen was once again hurled through the air by the force of Uchiha Kid. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he realized that defeating Uchiha Kid was beyond his reach, unless he resorted to that forbidden technique. However, the thought of sacrificing his life to invoke such a jutsu filled him with intense fear and reluctance. He was not ready to perish just yet. Thus, it seemed he had but one path left: escape. He released Saru, allowing it to revert to its original form. Their eyes met, filled with mutual understanding. In an instant, Hiruzen sprinted backward with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Saru let out a thunderous roar and fearlessly charged at the formidable Susanoo. From a distance, Kid furrowed his brow slightly, calmly gesturing for Susanoo to deliver another powerful strike. A deafening crash echoed as Saru's massive form fell from the sky, like a kite cut loose. Kid's expression remained cold and impassive as he continued to manipulate Susanoo, striding rapidly in pursuit of Hiruzen's retreat. At this moment, Hiruzen did not resign himself to despair. He fled desperately while casting various ninjutsu to hinder his relentless pursuer. Unfortunately, Susanoo's overwhelming power rendered his seemingly fierce attacks ineffective, effortlessly breaking through them. The distance between them shrank rapidly, and just as Susanoo's colossal hand was about to grasp Hiruzen, a shadow darted past with lightning speed. To everyone's astonishment, Orochimaru, who had remained hidden in the shadows, decisively intervened. He swiftly waved his hands, unleashing several robust and agile serpents that coiled tightly around Susanu's mighty arm. This unexpected assault momentarily stalled Susanu, slowing its fierce pursuit. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Hiruzen gritted his teeth, exerting every last ounce of strength to perform the body flicker technique. Vanishing from sight and narrowly escaping peril, Kid then turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. "You are Orochimaru? You recognize me?" Orochimaru replied with a smile. "The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha has intervened to save the Hokage. Is there a deep bond between you two?" Kid regarded Orochimaru, contemplating his gender. In the original narrative, although this individual personally ended Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, many ardent fans of Naruto later speculated that he provided Sarutobi with an exceptionally fitting conclusion. "No. I am merely curious about your power. Is this the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan?" Orochimaru denied. Fong released the Susanoo, positioning himself opposite Orochimaru. "Merely curious? Then allow me to demonstrate." Fong was aware that Orochimaru, in the original story, became infatuated with Sasuke due to witnessing Itachi's Sharingan, perceiving Sasuke's body as the perfect vessel for reincarnation. Now, seeing the Susanoo, he likely found himself captivated by the Sharingan as well. This individual had survived until the very end, impervious to numerous attempts on his life. Amaterasu. Feng's eyes widened, as inky flames instantly enveloped Orochimaru's form. However, that body exhibited no reaction, prompting Feng to furrow his brow as multiple colossal serpents ensnared him from behind. Orochimaru materialized silently at his back, wearing a chilling smile. Just as Orochimaru's hand began to rise, preparing to unleash an attack, a flash of crimson illuminated Feng's eyes as the Mangekyō Sharingan activated an illusion binding technique. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from Feng, enveloping Orochimaru like an immense net. Orochimaru felt his body become unbearably heavy, as if ensnared by countless invisible ropes. His limbs rendered immobile, leaving him frozen in place, eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Feng slowly turned to face the immobilized Orochimaru, his expression devoid of emotion. Heavenly Deity. Chapter 56. The intensifying war. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been standing tall, suddenly trembled violently as if struck by a jolt of electricity. His eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting sharply. And then he was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliant and bizarre colors and patterns. However, this astonishing transformation lasted only an instant, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal, as if what had just transpired was nothing more than an illusion. Now, as Orochimaru gazed at Kid, his eyes were no longer filled with provocation and arrogance. Instead, they reflected a profound sense of awe and submission. This abrupt change was so striking that it stirred a sense of doubt within those who witnessed it. Kid, standing opposite him, slowly retracted his kaleidoscopic ability. Yet the authority it exuded remained undiminished. For such a formidable adversary, directly imposing mental control was undoubtedly the wisest strategy. After all, one must consider not only the cost of overcoming the opponent, but also the multitude of secrets and precious resources hidden within Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what is your true intention in coming to Konoha?" Kid inquired calmly, his expression as serene as water. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru involuntarily swallowed hard, then cautiously replied, "My lord, I was sent by the leader of the Akatsuki to gather information regarding potential cooperation between our factions. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly until I unexpectedly discovered that Danzo had already perished, prompting me to halt my investigation." As he spoke, Orochimaru instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. Despite being in a controlled state, some of his long-formed habits were difficult to alter. The Akatsuki, Kid mused, realizing that Konoha indeed had intentions of collaboration with them. He suddenly shifted the conversation. "How many of the cells of Hashirama do you still possess?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, wondering how Kid knew of his possession of Hashirama's cells. Despite his bewilderment, he dared not conceal the truth and replied honestly, I still have several large vials." Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression spread across Kid's face, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He then issued a measured command. "Very well. Return to your base immediately and bring all the Hashirama cells with you. Furthermore, relocate all your subordinates to our new Uchiha settlement." Without hesitation, Orochimaru responded, "As you command, my lord. However, this may take some time to arrange." Kid waved his hand dismissively, completed as swiftly as possible. "There. I can provide you with more resources for your research, including unique Uchiha Ninjutsu materials for your reference. Naturally, your findings must be shared with me. Upon hearing of the Uchiha Ninjutsu and resources, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly affirmed, "Thank you, my lord. I shall expedite this matter." With that, he hastily departed to prepare for the relocation. He'd watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "I wonder how much my wood release can be enhanced after absorbing his Hashirama cells. It would be ideal to attain Sage Mode." He shook his head and followed the Uchiha group, heading to the newly agreed settlement. At this moment, the war among the ninja world raged fiercely, flames of conflict igniting in various regions. On the front lines with the Cloud Ninja, the fourth Raikage seethed with fury. The Cloud Ninja had swiftly crossed the demarcation zone and penetrated deep into the Land of Fire. However, since Jiraiya's arrival, their advancement had significantly slowed. They were the ones who had crossed borders, while Konoha had not. This meant that their logistics could be continuously supplied, whereas the Cloud Ninja faced considerable difficulties, as they were already far poorer than Konoha, compounded by the challenges of foreign warfare. With a considerable distance separating the two nations, the Raikage had initially believed that with the combined strength of the three ninja villages, a swift resolution was possible. Yet, he had not anticipated the troublesome nature of just one Jiraiya. "Damn it, that accursed Jiraiya!" The fourth Raikage roared in rage, his fiery gaze seemingly ready to ignite. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he abruptly raised his hand and slammed it down on the wooden table before him. With a resounding crash, the once sturdy table splintered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Hiki, standing nearby, could not help but groan inwardly at the sight. He had lost count of how many tables the Raikage had destroyed, yet he dared not express any discontent and quickly interjected, "Lord Raikage, please temper your anger. In truth, I believe the situation in Konoha is not much better than ours." As he spoke, he carefully observed the Raikage's expression, fearful of provoking the irascible leader once more. Though Konoha has momentarily held us at bay, it is worth noting that they only possess Jiraiya as their stronghold. Each time, it is Jiraiya who summons two toads to aid him in staving off you and Lord Killer Bee. "What do you mean?" the Raikage growled, his frustration mounting as he struggled to grasp Hiki's intent. "What I mean is that Jiraiya seems to require time to enter that state. Hiki, can you not articulate the plan directly?" Aoi could no longer contain himself, only to realize that the table was gone, causing him to resort to yelling at Hiki. "Yes, we could find an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's encampment. As long as either you or Lord Killer Bee can distract Jiraiya, the other can lead our forces to break through. If Konoha lacks any hidden reinforcements, they will be unable to stop us." Hiki spoke rapidly, laying out the entire plan. After listening, the Raikage's eyes lit up with excitement, and he praised Hiki repeatedly, bursting into laughter. The high-ranking Cloud Ninjas in the camp shared in the exhilaration, as if victory were already within their grasp. On the battlefield with the Stone Ninja, at the Konoha encampment, Hinata Hisashi wore a troubled expression as he surveyed the map, noting the continual shrinkage of Konoha's territorial influence. The Stone Ninja were not the muscle-bound Cloud Ninja. The two sides engaged with utmost caution, and their logistics showed no signs of diminishing. Moreover, both the quality and quantity of the Stone Ninja far surpassed those of Konoha's forces. The only silver lining was that the Tsuchikage had not arrived. Despite this, Konoha faced relentless setbacks, becoming the most beleaguered battlefield among the three. As Hinata Hisashi contemplated their predicament, he recognized that in the world of ninjas, no strategy held meaning in the face of overwhelming strength. The Stone Ninja possessed far superior power to the Konoha ninjas present. Their cautious approach likely prevented an immediate, overwhelming defeat. Suddenly, a terrifying chakra surged forth on the distant battlefield. Hisashi was startled. There should not have been any fighting at this time. He rushed out of the tent, exerting his Byakugan, veins bulging on his forehead as he broke into a cold sweat. In the distance, outside the Stone Ninja encampment, a tumultuous chakra began to expand wildly from a small focal point. "This is a tailed beast?" Hisashi murmured, his face drained of color. Chapter 57. Arrival at the destination. After an arduous and protracted journey lasting over a month, the Uchiha clan finally reached their destination for migration. Before their eyes lay an expansive, verdant forest, a panorama of nature's bounty. The dense foliage interwove to create a verdant canopy overhead. Towering trees rose majestically, resembling formidable natural barriers that separated this land from the outside world. Adjacent to the forest, a crystalline river meandered gracefully, its surface glistening under the sun, creating ripples that danced like shimmering jewels. The gentle sound of flowing water resembled a beautiful symphony orchestrated by nature itself, instilling a sense of tranquility in all who listened. In the river, schools of vibrant fish swam joyfully, occasionally leaping from the water or weaving through aquatic plants, reveling in the serene and harmonious waters. Witnessing such a picturesque scene, the faces of all the clan members blossomed with uncontainable smiles. The environment here surpassed their previous home in Konoha, offering fresher air, fertile soil, and abundant natural resources that invigorated their spirits. However, a slight drawback remained. They would need to construct their own dwellings. The mere mention of building houses conjured the image of Yamato in Kiide's mind. Recalling the fierce battle against the Root organization not long ago, he noted Yamato's absence. Was it possible that he had been discreetly reassigned by the third Hokage to undertake other vital missions? Kiid pondered. After all, with Yamato's exceptional wood release techniques, his involvement in the construction would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. A group of individuals began to regroup, while a cadre of ninjas ventured into an open area to utilize earth release techniques to renovate the land. Kiid, do you believe Konoha can win this war? Uchiha Shana approached Kiid, gazing with satisfaction at the land before them. As long as we remain in the land of fire, constructing houses is not a burden for us ninjas. However, Konoha's chances of victory are slim, Kiid replied, shaking his head. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen personally joins the fray, he can only salvage one side of the defeat, unless he masters the reanimation jutsu to summon past formidable warriors. It all depends on whether the opposing side wishes to annihilate Konoha or return to the negotiating table, demanding land and reparations. Kiid, while we have secured a clan territory, we still require funds for construction. Perhaps, Shana suggested, we could simply request the daimyo to provide them. The daimyo, is he truly supportive of us? Uchiha Shana pondered for a moment. Kiid chuckled softly, intrigued to discover why not a single individual in the shinobi world dared to confront the daimyo. Chief, I need to attend to some personal matters. You continue leading the clan and constructing our territory. There is no need to worry about any dangers here. Kiid instructed Shana before vanishing. He set his course for the opposite side of the Land of Fire, targeting the daimyo himself. In the heart of the Land of Fire, a grand edifice loomed, its crimson gates exuding authority, adorned with golden embellishments that signified nobility. A somewhat aged man, with elongated eyes and brows, a small tuft of beard beneath his nose, a sharp chin, and fair skin, was perusing a report sent by the Hokage in a conference room, emanating an air of indulgence. Another defeat. What is going on? Isn't Konoha the foremost shinobi village? Why are they consistently losing? Have we squandered so much money and resources for nothing? The daimyo bellowed, his attendants falling into a hushed silence, too intimidated to speak. Curse that Uchiha. When did I ever support their village's establishment? Caring for Konoha is already burdensome enough. Must I also nurture another? The thought alone made the daimyo tremble with rage. If this continued, no matter how wealthy the Land of Fire was, they would be drained of funds, let alone the prospect of defeat leading to territorial concessions. The Hokage lacks the capability to command ninjas, resulting in substantial losses of territory for the Land of Fire. The authority to command ninjas should belong to the daimyo. A woman with long black hair tied back, her eyes ablaze with fervor and obsession, spoke coldly from the audience. Her words dripped with disdain for the Hokage. What did you say? She had barely finished when Sarutobi Isuma, irritated, interjected. Although he had his differences with his father, he could not allow anyone to defame him in his presence. You say he cannot command? Can you do any better? Can you change the current situation? I wager a pig could do better than our current predicament. Enough. The daimyo interrupted impatiently, glancing at the woman. You want to take command now? He waved them away, insisting on solitude. The woman and Isuma exchanged glances, both silent, retreating outside to maintain their vigil. This is intolerable. The daimyo stared at the report on the table, cursing once more. Suddenly, the space behind him began to distort, a spiral ripple appearing, and Kiid's figure emerged. The daimyo turned just in time to meet the gaze of those crimson eyes, immediately losing his composure. Is this it? Kiid surveyed the daimyo, finding the situation all too effortless. However, he had sensed several formidable presences outside, and the entire residence of the daimyo was enveloped in a barrier, preventing ordinary individuals from entering. How is the situation on the front lines? Kiid approached the daimyo, who quickly vacated his seat for Kiid to sit, coincidentally catching sight of a report on the table, prompting him to inquire. It is dire. Konoha continues to retreat, with the defenses of the Cloud and Rock Ninja being breached. We are still attempting to halt the advance, the daimyo reported, his expression vacant. The war has been ongoing for nearly 2 months now. Konoha truly stands resilient, considering they lack allies this time. Kiid noted. The Uchiha clan has chosen a new territory and requires the daimyo's funding. The daimyo's face displayed a sense of helplessness. He had little funds remaining, having expended nearly everything to support Konoha in the conflict, and now he had to prepare for reparations as well. Isn't the land of fire the wealthiest nation? How is it that funds are so scarce? Kiid questioned, skepticism etched on his face, wondering if his Jinjutsu had malfunctioned. After all, it had not been long since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. The daimyo felt aggrieved. He truly had little money left. The Third War? Naruto is around 6 or 7 years old now. That means the war concluded only 7 or 8 years ago. If Konoha loses, the Land of Fire will have to concede territory and reparations, resulting in financial ruin. Is that so? If they lose, what if the Land of Fire regains it? The daimyo, caught in a mental fog, stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. I understand now. Allocate all the funds originally set aside for reparations and the resources intended for Konoha to the Uchiha clan. As for the remainder, you need not concern yourself with who asks for it. Yes, my lord. Chapter 58. The regret of the Hokage within the enigmatic and secretive base of the Akatsuki in the Rain Ninja village. A somber atmosphere enveloped the gathering of its members. As they convened once more, an unusual absence was felt. Orochimaru, whose familiar presence was conspicuously missing. Pain, seated at the head of the assembly, cast his profound gaze over each individual present, his brow furrowing slightly as he gravely inquired, "Has Orochimaru still not returned?" In response to Pain's inquiry, an unsettling silence fell upon the group. None could provide a definitive answer. With a resigned sigh, Pain continued, "The entire shinobi world is engulfed in chaos and strife. At this juncture, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, has approached us once more, seeking to employ our organization. This was not the first instance of a Wagakure extending an olive branch to the Akatsuki. In previous conflicts, Inoki had relied on the Akatsuki's formidable power to secure an advantage on the battlefield. Given that the Akatsuki had yet to officially launch their grand scheme for capturing tailed beasts, their primary objective at present was merely to amass sufficient funds and recruit more powerful allies. Hence, when Konoha dispatched personnel to seek their assistance, they did not refuse. However, Pain harbored a profound resentment towards Konoha, rooted in the tragic demise of Yahiko, for which Danzo was undeniably responsible. Fueled by this animosity, Pain had long been plotting to unleash his fury upon Danzo when the opportunity arose. In practice, when the time came to confront Konoha, he acted upon this plan. Initially intending to capture Naruto, he grew impatient and unleashed a devastating attack, the almighty push, before even laying eyes on the boy. Regrettably, before they could ascertain the details of the mission's remuneration and specifics, their contact abruptly ceased. The Tsuchikage? Deara, merely 12 years of age, flinched at the mention. Terror evident on his face, he would rather face death than accept such a perilous assignment. Meanwhile, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, an intrigued glint surfacing as he inquired, "Leader, what compensation has a Wagakure offered for this task?" After extensive deliberation, the members ultimately reached a consensus to dispatch Kakuzu and Haiden to undertake the mission while simultaneously gathering intelligence on Orochimaru. Once the others departed, Konan lingered beside Pain, her expression heavy with concern. She furrowed her brow and anxiously remarked, "Pain, that enigmatic Uchiha Madara seems to have been absent for quite some time." In a distant mansion within the Land of Fire, Fong sat attentively, intrigued by the report presented by the daimyo. "Did you just say that Sarutobi Hiruzen has gone to the front lines?" "Indeed, my lord. The defenses of a Wagakure have crumbled entirely. The situation is dire." Reluctantly, Hiruzen has taken to the battlefield, hoping to stabilize the current chaos. The daimyo's eyes appeared vacant despite the gravity of the news. Through days of thorough investigation, Fong had come to grasp the precarious state of the battlefield. Presently, both the Cloud and Stone Ninja forces were retreating, their circumstances growing increasingly bleak. Unexpectedly, the Sand Ninja, initially thought to be ill-prepared, experienced a dramatic turnaround upon Tsunade's arrival. With the collective effort of powerful jonin such as Kakashi and Might Guy, coupled with robust logistical support from the rear, they successfully repelled the fierce onslaught of the sand forces. Does this imply that Konoha is now rather vulnerable? Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. With the third Hokage personally engaged, Konoha had exhausted its reserves. There remained valuable assets, such as the Forbidden Scroll, which, even if he had no use for, could be offered to the Uchiha, so long as it was not left in Konoha. Feng relished the prospect of undermining Konoha. Once the village fell to ruin, he would relish witnessing whether the Hokage position, which Sarutobi had clung to all his life, would still hold any value. Amidst the smoke and chaos of the battlefield, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood covered in dust and blood, his hair disheveled. His once pristine Hokage robes now tattered and filthy, he bore the weight of despair. His weathered face contorted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury as he cursed. These wretched Iwagakure ninjas are nothing but deranged lunatics. They dare to wield the power of tailed beasts with such reckless abandon. As the leader of Konoha, he felt compelled to confront the brutal reality of the battlefield. Yet, halting the devastating power of the Jinchuriki was no simple task, especially for the aged Sarutobi. Hayashi, is there any sign of renewed aggression from Iwagakure? Sarutobi queried, his brow furrowed as he turned to Hayashi Hyuga, who was scanning the enemy's movements with his Byakugan. Upon hearing the question, Hayashi quickly withdrew his gaze, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his expression grave and tinged with pessimism as he replied, "At present, it appears they have temporarily ceased their assault, Hokage-sama." However, he hesitated, feeling the weight of despair that victory in this war seemed increasingly elusive. Sarutobi fell silent, his somber expression revealing the gravity of the situation. He understood all too well the precarious position Konoha found itself in. Betrayal from the Uchiha clan had thrown the village into turmoil. Danzo's fall and the collapse of Root had significantly diminished their combat capabilities. Reflecting on these developments, a pang of regret washed over Sarutobi. Had he not acted so hastily against the Uchiha, perhaps the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. In light of witnessing the terrifying power of Uchiha Feng's Susanoo, the third Hokage could not help but ponder what might have transpired had the Uchiha remained aligned with Konoha. Regardless, they had to hold their ground and draw their foes to the negotiation table. Their logistics could not be so robust. Chapter 59. Take Naruto away. Once bustling and vibrant, the streets of Konoha village now lay desolate and silent, with only a few solitary figures ambling along. The throngs of people that once animated this place had vanished, replaced by tightly shut doors and an oppressive stillness. The entire village seemed shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, with the hearts of its inhabitants weighed down by fear and anxiety over the impending war. The streets, typically neat and tidy, now appeared disorderly, with fallen leaves accumulating unheeded, swirling in the wind. Not long ago, a startling piece of news had swept through the village. Their beloved Hokage had personally gone to the front lines. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, plunging the already anxious villagers into deeper despair. The Hokage had always been the pillar of strength and hope for Konoha. His presence in the village provided comfort and reassurance. However, the fact that this esteemed and powerful leader had to venture into battle signified that the situation had reached a dire juncture. The villagers speculated in hushed tones about the unfavorable turn of events, their inner turmoil becoming increasingly palpable. Families with children who were ninjas were especially stricken, their faces etched with despair as they understood the perils of the battlefield. They feared for the lives of their offspring, knowing that this mission could very well be a matter of life and death, and the hope of their safe return felt like an unattainable luxury. Each parent's heart was clenched in silent prayer for a miracle. At the entrance of the familiar Ichiraka ramen shop, Uncle Ichiraka's face, which usually radiated warmth and kindness, was now clouded with a hint of melancholy. He gazed at the sparse pedestrians passing by, a sigh escaping his lips. In recent days, the patrons visiting his ramen shop had dwindled to barely a handful, scarcely amounting to the fingers on one hand. Just as Uncle Ichiraku was lost in thought, a clear and vibrant call shattered the silence. "Uncle, one bowl of ramen, please." As the voice rang out, a striking figure with brilliant golden hair appeared, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto approached the ramen shop with an unusual air of calm and steadiness. "All right, coming right up." Uncle Ichiraku responded, a smile breaking across his face upon seeing Naruto. Yet beneath his affable exterior, a flicker of surprise and confusion danced within him. After all, Naruto had always been one of his most faithful patrons. Whenever he had a bit of pocket money, he would eagerly rush to indulge in a hearty meal. Yet now, amidst the chaos of war, it had been nearly a month since Naruto last set foot in the shop. What struck Uncle Ichiraku as particularly odd was the profound change in Naruto. No matter the obstacles or setbacks he faced, he had always walked into the small ramen shop with a radiant smile, greeting him cheerfully. But today, the vibrant face that once beamed with joy was absent of any mirth, replaced instead by an unprecedented shadow of gloom. As a steaming bowl of fragrant ramen was placed before him, Naruto expressed his gratitude before hastily picking up his chopsticks and devouring the meal. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of confusion and anguish. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. Why did those around him regard him with such disdain, hurling harsh words, and even refusing to sell him a simple meal? Throughout the past month, even the third Hokage, who had always looked out for him, had not made an appearance, leaving Naruto's finances in dire straits. He was now relying on the meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated. However, those savings were nearly depleted, and after finishing this somewhat generous bowl of ramen, he would likely have to venture into the forest alone to forage for food. As he observed the indifferent attitudes of the villagers, the boy who had silently endured such treatment felt a surge of anger and profound resentment ignite within him. He thought to himself, I have never done anything wrong. Why must I be treated this way? Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned pale from the strain. Having only recently stepped into school, he had yet to forge any genuine friendships, and classes were currently suspended. His only acquaintance, Sasuke, with whom he had shared minor conflicts, was nowhere to be found. In that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness, unsure of whom to confide in regarding his grievances. Just then, a bright and clear voice broke through the air. Uncle, one bowl of ramen. Instinctively, Naruto turned to see a tall, handsome young man in black smiling and calling out to the ramen shop owner. All right, please wait a moment. Uncle Ichiraku found it curious that this person could still smile during such a time of war. Who are you? Naruto's eyes widened, recognizing this individual as the older brother who had once accompanied Sasuke. Long time no see, Naruto, the young man, heed, greeted, his gaze lightly sweeping over Naruto's figure. At that moment, the nine-tails sealed within Naruto stirred, its crimson eyes snapping open, a powerful and chilling chakra emanating from it, heightening its alertness. This chakra? Uchiha Madara. Big brother, where is Sasuke? Naruto asked, anxiety and anticipation written across his face, his emotions visibly heightened. Sasuke? We moved away a long time ago. He is no longer in Konoha, he replied nonchalantly. What? Moved away? Where is he now? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. In a very distant place. Would you like to come and see? He'd said, chewing on his ramen leisurely. Really? Naruto's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling with hope. At this moment, he felt no affection for Konoha any longer. Of course. However, I also know some reasons why the people of Konoha harbor such animosity towards you. He'd teased, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Nanny, I want to know. Why is that? Naruto could no longer contain his fury, springing to his feet, his small face flushed with anger. I'll tell you everything once we reach Sasuke. He'd continued to eat his ramen, unfazed. But can I come back? Naruto hesitated momentarily. The third Hokage had been decent to him, providing him with a small allowance each month, though meager. Of course you can come back whenever you wish. If you discover the truth and still want to return. He'd added silently in his heart. Then let's go quickly. Naruto exhaled in relief, finally displaying a smile of contentment. As he spoke, he bounced with excitement. He gently took Naruto's hand, and they made their way toward the gates of Konoha. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, casting long shadows behind them. A gentle breeze rustled Kiid's hair and Naruto's clothing, creating a scene of warmth and camaraderie. As the two figures grew smaller in the distance, Uncle Ichiraku was suddenly jolted awake as if struck by lightning. He widened his eyes, the once flickering red gleam within them vanishing instantaneously, replaced by a veil of confusion. Who could have consumed this? Uncle E looked at the two empty bowls left on the table, furrowing his brow in a display of utter bewilderment. He strained to recollect the events that had just transpired, yet his mind was shrouded in a haze of indistinct memories. Meanwhile, not far from the ramen stall, perched upon a grand tree, two ninjas clad in form-fitting black attire and adorned with animal masks were quietly crouched. Their eyes manifested in the shape of three interlocking comma-like symbols reminiscent of flames ablaze. As if ensnared by a spell of immobilization, they remain frozen in place, utterly still. Chapter 60. Encounter with the Nine Tails. Feng tightly grasped Naruto's hand as they swiftly approached the majestic gates of Konoha. The familiar barrier stood resolutely, emanating a faint glow. Upon spotting Feng and Naruto, the gatekeeper immediately raised his weapon, ready to intercept them. Yet, in the instant they drew near, a peculiar light flickered in Feng's profound eyes. The gatekeeper's gaze, seemingly enchanted by an unseen force, transformed into the shape of three tomo. Without a moment's hesitation before the formidable barrier, Feng uttered a soft command and unleashed his unique space-eye technique. A delicate ripple enveloped his form, merging seamlessly with the surrounding space. In the next moment, he stepped forward effortlessly, passing through the barrier without obstruction. Naruto, following closely beside Feng, was unable to contain his excitement. His eyes widened as he curiously surveyed his surroundings, filled with anticipation and wonder. This marked his first venture beyond the confines of Konoha, and he brimmed with curiosity about the world outside. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails within Naruto stirred from its slumber, sensing the shift in the external environment, its expression morphing into one of astonishment. Had they truly ventured out? Was Konoha on the brink of collapse, allowing a Jinchuriki to be so easily whisked away from the village? The Nine Tails pondered, observing Naruto's innocent and inquisitive demeanor. Feng smiled gently. He grasped Naruto firmly in his hand. Then, under Naruto's curious gaze, Feng activated another jutsu, Kaminari. In an instant, brilliant lightning erupted from Feng's palm, swiftly enveloping both of them. Accompanied by a chorus of thunder, their figures gradually blurred. Where's this? Naruto felt a flash before his eyes as the familiar scenery vanished in an instant. When he regained clarity, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar location. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell open in disbelief. This was the new Uchiha clan's territory. Feng surveyed the structures under construction, noting that the area was beginning to take shape. However, it was merely the initial phase of their settlement. Establishing a village akin to Konoha would require considerable time and resources, which he suspected had yet to arrive from the feudal lords. Feng led Naruto to the temporary residence of Uchiha Shisui. Naruto, brimming with curiosity, scrutinized the ongoing construction of the Uchiha territory, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind their relocation. Feng, you're back. The clan leader spotted Feng from a distance, his face lighting up with a warm smile. However, upon noticing Naruto trailing behind Feng, his amiable expression froze, and he nearly stumbled in shock. His eyes widened, fixated on Naruto as he stammered, This is? Clan leader. Could you please arrange accommodations for Naruto? He'll be staying with us for a while, Feng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the clan leader paused momentarily, then quickly regained composure. Nodding vigorously, Of course, I'll make arrangements at once. But wait, Feng, he is. Before he could finish, he hurriedly leaned closer, lowering his voice to warn Feng about the potential dangers of having a Jinchuriki present. Feng waved dismissively, assuring him, there's no need for concern. The Nine Tails poses no threat. Although the clan leader harbored lingering doubts, he chose to place his trust in Feng. He promptly summoned a clan member, instructing them to ensure Naruto's lodging was adjacent to Feng's, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise, especially concerning the Nine Tails. Simultaneously, the clan leader's heart raced with excitement. He never anticipated successfully bringing Konoha's Jinchuriki to their side. If things continued this way, perhaps his long-held dream of establishing an independent village might finally come to fruition. A glimmer of barely concealed exhilaration flickered in his eyes. Feng, where's Sasuke? And I want to know why everyone seems to dislike me. What was all that talk about the Nine Tails? As soon as they exited, Naruto bombarded Feng with questions. I'll tell you soon. Sasuke should be training nearby, Feng replied, leading Naruto back to his home. All right, you must be mentally prepared. I'm going to introduce you to someone. Once seated, Feng extended his right hand, gently placing it above Naruto's head. Suddenly, a surge of potent mental energy erupted from Feng's deep-set eyes, flooding into Naruto like a relentless tide. Naruto was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation as the world around him began to spin violently. His vision blurred, and when he finally managed to open his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself in an entirely alien space. The light here was dim, shrouded in a heavy mist, with only faint glimmers of light struggling to emerge from obscured corners. These meager rays fought to pierce the darkness, barely illuminating a small area around them. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the walls and floor were cloaked in moisture, thick layers of moss clinging to every surface. The dark green moss resembled eerie spiderwebs, densely covering every inch. Meanwhile, crystalline droplets of water continuously dripped from the ceiling, producing a sharp, monotonous ticking sound that echoed unsettlingly in the eerie silence. "Little brat, move forward." A raspy, thunderous roar suddenly pierced the air, startling Naruto into a tremor. "Phone!" he cried in alarm, turning to face the immense prison before him. Yet his only response was a heavy thud. Bang! The Ninetales' razor-sharp claws had struck the hard iron bars with ferocity. It then opened its cavernous maw, revealing a row of menacing fangs. Glaring hungrily at the now paralyzed Naruto, who was pale with fear. Suddenly, the Ninetales' pupils contracted, and a dark figure emerged in the space. Its blood-red Sharingan emanating a chilling chakra that unsettled the Ninetales. "Who are you, Phone?" Naruto exclaimed, a mixture of excitement and trepidation in his voice. "Come here, Naruto." Phone beckoned, gesturing for him to approach the gate. But Naruto hesitated, gazing fearfully at the colossal crimson beast. "This is the source of your unpopularity." Upon hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth and slowly approached the iron door, scrutinizing the Ninetales. Finally, he recognized it, a massive fox. Hearing Feng's words, the Ninetales grinned slightly, then resumed its position on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Phone. "Phone, why is this fox here? Where exactly is this?" "This, I suppose, could be described as your inner self. The reason for its presence lies in the fact that the fourth Hokage sealed it within you." Chapter 61. The fourth generation emerges. The fourth Hokage? My stomach? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment evident on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to lightly touch his abdomen. At that moment, the previously tranquil Ninetales erupted like a powder keg, becoming overwhelmingly agitated. Its 9 powerful tails began to thrash wildly, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Clearly, the mention of the fourth Hokage struck a sensitive chord with the Ninetales, evoking memories it wished to forget. Why must this entity be sealed within me? Naruto could no longer contain the tumult of anger and confusion within him, his voice rising in a desperate shout. His youthful face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, giving him a terrifying appearance. In response to Naruto's hysterical inquiries, Kid remained composed, slowly uttering, "Because you are his son." Those simple words struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue. "What?" His throat felt constricted. The subsequent words caught in his throat. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only Naruto's incredulous gaze fixed upon Uchiha Kid, standing as still as a statue. "Hey, kid, who are you? How do you know this?" The Ninetales could no longer suppress its curiosity, roaring at Kid. To it, this human child, barely in his teens, knowing such profound and secretive history was utterly unfathomable. "Kurama, be quiet for now." Kid disregarded the Ninetales, instead contemplating the seal, wondering if he could use his techniques to free it. "What? Who are you to know my name?" The Ninetales' fur bristled, suddenly leaping from the ground. Its eyes widened in horror, its furry face pressed against the cold, hard iron bars, fixated on Uchiha Kid. Meanwhile, Naruto's trembling voice echoed from nearby. "Kid, this can't be real. You're not deceiving me, right?" As he spoke, he clenched his fists involuntarily, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. His blue eyes were now tinged with red, on the verge of tears. Kid remained unfazed, calmly pointing towards the closed door in the distance, softly saying, "Do you see that door? As long as you tear off the seal, the fourth Hokage will emerge." Upon hearing this, both Naruto and the Ninetales trembled in unison, turning their gazes towards the mysterious door and the seal affixed upon it. The Ninetales, once eager, now silently retracted its poised claws. Naruto took a deep breath, steadying himself before stepping towards the door. When he finally stood before it, after a moment's hesitation, he slowly extended his right hand, gently placing his palm over the seemingly ordinary seal. At the instant Naruto's fingertips made contact with the seal, the Ninetales watched in eager anticipation, holding its breath. However, an unexpected event unfolded. The small corner that Naruto had just torn revealed a powerful and warm surge of chakra. Almost instantly, a blurred figure began to materialize, swiftly seizing the still young Naruto. Roar! Witnessing this, the Ninetales erupted in a furious roar. It opened its gaping maw, howling at the sudden apparition. Fourth, chakra coalesced into form, revealing a striking figure with golden hair and blue-black eyes standing before Naruto. When Minato's gaze fell upon Naruto, he was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Naruto is so young. Why would he come to tear this seal? He scanned his surroundings. And suddenly, a figure caught his eye. He'd stood with arms crossed, a curious smile playing on his lips, quietly observing him. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Gazing at the legendary fourth Hokage, his lips quivering as he stammered, "You are the fourth Hokage? You truly are my father?" His voice trembled with anxiety, as if ready to shatter at any moment. Minato strove to quell the tumult of emotions within him, managing a gentle smile as he softly replied, "Yes, my child. I am your father, Minato Namikaze." Yet, at that moment, Naruto seemed to find an outlet for his pent-up emotions, spiraling into a torrent of rage. Why? Why has no one ever told me you were my father? Why did you seal that dreadful fox within me? And why must everyone despise me, shunning me? Naruto shouted, tears streaming down his face like a flood unleashed. Upon hearing his son's questions, Minato's smile froze, replaced by a look of shock and confusion. Haha, the ever-watchful Ninetales, witnessing Minato's frozen expression, could no longer restrain itself, bursting into a raucous laughter. Its fox-like visage displayed unabashed mockery and derision. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Minato was filled with suspicion. He turned to the Ninetales and the silent Keed, asking, "What is happening here?" "This is the truth. The entire village has tormented him. If it weren't for his indomitable spirit, he might have perished long ago," Keed stated impassively, glancing at Naruto. "Naruto, come here." Huh. Minato felt a twinge of caution, but saw Naruto had already approached Keed, leaving him powerless to intervene. "See for yourself how the villagers have treated your son." Keed activated his Sharingan, copying the memories and relaying them to Minato. "What? No?" A look of anguish crossed Minato's face as Naruto's childhood memories flooded into his mind. Orphaned at a young age, the villagers viewed him as a monster, avoiding him, mocking him. He was forced to live alone, often eating instant noodles and expired milk. Minato trembled, unable to fathom what he had witnessed. The indifference, disdain, and even harm inflicted upon Naruto by the villagers assaulted his heart. How could this be? Had the third Hokage not disclosed Naruto's identity to the villagers? Hadn't he promised to care for him? At that moment, even the usually gentle Minato was enraged. The villagers were ruthlessly bullying his son. How could normal people stand by and allow this? Was this how the third Hokage cared for Naruto? Was this the Konoha he had sworn to protect? What baffled him further was the absence of his former comrades. Where was Kakashi? Where was Jiraiya-sensei? Why had no one come to assist Naruto? He and Kushina had left behind a considerable inheritance, so why was Naruto living such a life? Naruto. Minato looked at his son with a sense of shame, finding it difficult to face Naruto, feeling like a failure as a father. Naruto had calmed slightly, keeping his head down in silence. "So, you helped Naruto?" Minato regarded Keed with a complex expression, astonished that a member of the Uchiha clan had aided his son. Keed shrugged. "I helped him simply because I could not stand Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen even threatened us. I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts. I am grateful for your rescue of Naruto." Minato bowed to him. "It is of no consequence, for I too have my own objectives. I seek a fraction of the Ninetales chakra." The Ninetales, currently enjoying the spectacle, responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 62. Absorbing the Ninetales chakra, the chakra of the Ninetales. Upon hearing this phrase, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze incredulously at the colossal figure of the Ninetales. The fearsome beast, with its menacing aura, glared at them with wide, furious eyes, emitting a low, wrathful growl. "Hey, you brat! What did you say? You dare to speak of wanting my chakra?" The Ninetales bellowed, its thick, powerful tail whipping through the air, stirring up a tempestuous wind. However, the fourth did not cower before the beast's imposing presence. Instead, he relaxed slightly, exhaling deeply, and remarked, "No problem. The Ninetales may possess little else, but its chakra is astonishingly abundant. Even if some is taken away, it will regenerate over time." At that moment, Keed, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with the fourth's assessment. He then shifted his gaze to Naruto and inquired, "So, regarding Naruto, do you think he should be sent back to Konoha? After all, the Uchiha clan has severed ties with the village." Before he could finish, both Minato and Naruto exclaimed in unison, "No." The fourth suddenly realized something, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Wait, what's going on with you two? Are you not currently in Konoha?" In response to the fourth's question, Keed explained, "Indeed. Since the Uchiha clan has parted ways with Konoha, Naruto is presently with us." "Hey, Are you two even listening to me? The Ninetales roared in frustration, its voice echoing loudly as it felt utterly disregarded while the two conversed without acknowledging its presence, an unprecedented affront to its pride. Yet, no matter how enraged the Ninetales became, the two remained oblivious as Keed elaborated on the current situation in Konoha. Upon hearing certain key details, Minato's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. When he turned to look at Naruto, the uncertainty in his gaze transformed into profound determination. Slowly, Minato approached Keed, bowing deeply, and earnestly stated, "Keed, I humbly ask for your assistance. I hope you can look after Naruto." Taken aback by this unexpected request, Keed felt a mixture of surprise and disbelief. After all, he had only just met the fourth Hokage, and they hardly knew one another. How could he so readily entrust his child to him? Thus, Keed could not help but inquire, "Oh, Lord Fourth, are you not concerned that I might exploit Naruto?" Minato paused for a moment, then raised his head to respond calmly, "Perhaps, but at the very least, entrusting Naruto to you is preferable to leaving him in Konoha." As he spoke, a hint of resignation and bitterness crossed his face. Clearly, he no longer harbored much trust in certain individuals and matters within Konoha. Moreover, given the ongoing turmoil of war, no one could guarantee that Konoha would refrain from utilizing the power of tailed beasts to gain greater strength. Should such a situation arise, Naruto, as a host, would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. In contrast, this seemingly unfamiliar youth, who was willing to reveal the truth to Naruto, appeared to be a more reliable guardian. Very well, after all, the Uchiha must develop as well. Having another host is not unwelcome. Keed had no objections, as he had intended to keep Naruto here all along. "Thank you." Minato expressed his gratitude once more, then turned to Naruto, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I never anticipated Konoha would treat you this way, and now I cannot assist you. I will leave behind some of my training experiences, which I hope will aid you." "Father." Naruto's voice was choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he felt the absence of familial love, redirecting his resentment towards his parents onto Konoha. "If you seek revenge against Konoha in the future, neither your mother nor I will oppose you," Minato declared coldly before dissipating. Did he truly think that Minato Namikaze was merely a benevolent figure? He was the Yellow Flash, a terror on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" The Ninetales, upon sensing the fourth's chakra dissipating, felt a surge of relief, only to turn and find Keed staring intently at it, causing an uneasy sensation to creep over it. "I have already stated, I intend to take your chakra," Keed said impassively as he swiftly approached the heavy iron gate. "Haha, how do you plan to acquire my chakra?" The Ninetales scoffed, its voice reverberating in the enclosed space. Filled with disdain and mockery, with a slight closing of his eyes, Keed opened them to reveal a mysterious and powerful kaleidoscopic pattern. Under the astonished gaze of the Ninetales, he effortlessly traversed the sealing gate, standing mere moments later before the massive beast. How is this possible?" The Ninetales momentarily froze, even forgetting to strike with its sharp claws. "Humph, of course, I will use my hands." Keed scoffed, and an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him, manifesting as a colossal skeletal hand of blue light that lunged fiercely toward the Ninetales. "You vile creature." The Ninetales snapped back to reality, roaring in anger as it raised its powerful claw to fend off the sudden attack. A tremendous crash resounded as the Susanu's hand collided with the Ninetales' claw, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. Undeterred, Keed propelled himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, while the upper body of Susanoo rapidly formed, pinning the Ninetales down. The Ninetales, sensing the immense pressure, grew increasingly agitated. It opened its gaping maw, baring its sharp fangs, thrashing its body wildly in an attempt to break free from Susanoo's grasp, determined to kick it away. Just as Susanoo seized the Ninetales, Keed activated his absorption ability. In an instant, a torrent of orange chakra surged from the Ninetales, flowing incessantly into Keed's body through Susanoo. Meanwhile, Naruto, witnessing the unfolding scene, was left utterly speechless. His eyes widened, his mouth agape as he struggled to contain his astonishment and admiration. "What have you done, you brat?" the Ninetales exclaimed, sensing its chakra dwindling. Growing visibly frantic. "Curse you. I will kill you." The Ninetale snarled, gathering a tailed beast bomb in its mouth, only to have it seized by Susanoo and absorbed before it could fully form. "I will not let you escape." The Ninetales retreated to the corner of its cage, fear evident in its eyes as it glared at Susanoo, continuing to issue threats. Ultimately, after the 9 tails had diminished in size, much like the previous 7 tails, he'd finally released Susanoo and stepped back. "Wait, brat, how did you know my name?" The 9 tails queried, a defeated expression on its face, yet still managing to ask feebly. "Yes," he'd responded with a smile over his shoulder. In a distant battlefield, within the Konoha encampment, the high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered together. Narashikaku spoke with a resigned expression to the injured Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, we cannot hold back the Cloud Shinobi. Damn it, I never expected them to possess such intelligence." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, realizing that the recent Cloud Shinobi seemed to have undergone a transformation, exhibiting remarkable strategy rather than mindless aggression. This shift had resulted in his injuries, and it was evident that Konoha was currently without capable personnel. In the present circumstances, the only viable strategy is to seek peace with them, thereby allowing us to concentrate our efforts on dealing with the remaining 2 factions, which will ultimately minimize our losses, Lugio reasoned. Seek peace? A pall of dismay fell over everyone in the camp, as this signified the defeat and surrender of Konohagakure, the foremost village in the ninja realm. However, the Cloud Ninja, whose intentions were evidently directed at Konohagakure, would they truly accept such a proposal for peace? Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Lord Jiraiya, they have allied with other ninja villages solely for their own gain. If we can offer them sufficient incentives, anything is possible," Lugio stated softly, sighing that compensating one party is far preferable to compensating 3. On the battlefield of the rock ninjas, within their encampment, the earth-colored Huang-Tu scrutinized the figures of Kakuzu and Bijou Shizu before him. "Are you mercenary ninjas?" Chapter 63, The Defeat of Konoha Indeed. Paipa Shirzong nodded, while his companion, Jiao Du, remained expressionless. Huang-Tu furrowed his brow. He recognized that this was a rogue ninja from the mist, and an S-rank rogue at that. However, as long as he could be of assistance, it mattered little that he was not a rogue from their own Awagakure. The plan required you to delay the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and ideally, to eliminate him. This constituted half of the remuneration. Huang-Tu waved his hand, and a subordinate approached, carrying a large box. As the subordinate handed it over, Jiao Du, unable to contain his impatience, swiftly seized the box from him. He cautiously opened a slight gap in the lid, and after a fleeting glimpse, he promptly closed it again. Nonetheless, a glimmer of excitement could not be concealed in his eyes. Observing Jiao Du's reaction, the typically taciturn Paipa Shirzong instinctively stepped back a few paces, creating some distance between them. He then turned to Huang-Tu and calmly inquired, "May I ask when this battle is scheduled to commence?" Without hesitation, Huang-Tu replied, "Tonight." As nightfall quietly descended, the entire Konoha camp was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. "Lord Hokage, we have important news from Jiraiya-sama." A hurried ninja approached, respectfully presenting a report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated within the tent. Upon hearing the name Jiraiya, the weary-faced Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, drawing him into deep contemplation. He opened the report, and after perusing its contents, he remained lost in thought for quite some time. Alas, the 3rd Hokage understood that after this battle, Konoha's position as the foremost ninja village would likely be in jeopardy. The current casualties in Konoha, along with the Uchiha. The 3rd Hokage felt helpless. It seemed he could only seek peace with one side. But which side should it be? Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from outside the camp, as if it were capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. The unexpected, earth-shattering sound plunged the previously tranquil camp into chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been lost in thought, abruptly stood up, his expression grave as he swiftly led a contingent of ninjas toward the source of the noise. In recent days, such situations had become all too familiar. The cunning IWA ninjas often seized the cover of night to launch surprise attacks, catching their opponents off guard. Hiruzen inwardly cursed the despicable enemies, while simultaneously maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance and composure. Upon reaching the edge of the camp, he noticed the equally solemn Hinata Hizashi, who was observing the situation. The 3rd Hokage approached Hizashi's side and asked, "Hizashi, what is the situation? Has the enemy deployed their Jinchuriki again?" Hizashi shook his head and replied in a low voice, "Not at this moment." Nevertheless, his focused gaze remained unwavering, betraying no sign of relaxation. At that moment, A Nin from the Sarutobi clan leaned in and quietly asked, Lord Hokage, since the enemy frequently utilizes Jinchuriki in battle, why don't we also deploy our own? Hearing this, Hiruzen turned to regard the Nin but did not respond immediately. Instead, he squinted slightly. His gaze deep and sharp as he continued to scrutinize the distant battlefield, seemingly pondering an important decision. As everyone awaited the third Hokage's response, Hisashi suddenly exclaimed, Not good. Lord Hokage, the enemy has begun their attack. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless flashes of light erupted from the distance, accompanied by the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons. The IWA ninja army surged toward Konoha like a relentless tide. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly issued orders, prepare for battle. At his command, the ninjas of Konoha brandished their weapons, bracing for the impending clash. In an instant, the two armies collided with a thunderous roar, plunging the battlefield into extreme chaos and fierce combat. The third Hokage had intended to rush toward Huang Tu's position, all the while remaining acutely aware of the potential threats posed by the tailed beasts. Just then, a glint of cold light flashed, and a massive, razor-sharp beheading sword hurtled through the air like a shooting star, embedding itself deep into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The blade radiated a fierce aura, as if it could tear the very air apart, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage was taken aback. What is this? As he grappled with confusion, a raucous, boisterous laughter echoed, akin to thunder crashing in his ears. Ha ha ha, third Hokage, allow me to experience your prowess today. Accompanying this deafening proclamation, a figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen like a specter. This individual was tall and imposing, draped in a black cloak, wielding the very beheading sword he had just thrown. He was none other than Pai Pa Shirzong, the rogue ninja from the mist. Not far behind him stood Jiao Du, clad in black, his expression cold, and his emerald green eyes resembled the icy depths of a well, fixing an unyielding gaze upon the third Hokage, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. As Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the two unexpected arrivals, especially the sight of Pai Pa Shirzong and Jiao Du standing together, a heavy weight settled in his heart. He had never anticipated that the IWA ninja village would enlist external assistance. It seemed that today's battle would prove exceptionally arduous. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two sides became palpably tense, and a breathtaking confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Surprisingly, Jiao Du appeared in no hurry to engage, instead narrowing his eyes with keen interest as he surveyed the battlefield. Conversely, Pai Pa Shirzong could no longer contain himself, brandishing the beheading sword and charging fiercely at the third Hokage. After several exchanges, Pai Pa Shirzong's hand wielding the sword trembled, a look of gravity crossing his face as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held the golden rod. No wonder you are the third Hokage, Jiao Du remarked, admiration evident in his expression. Yet, you still pale in comparison to the first Hokage. What? The third Hokage displayed a hint of astonishment. What does he mean by that? Has he fought the first Hokage? Jiao Du smiled faintly, pleased by the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and then joined the fray. With their combined efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not falter, yet Jiao Du's strength far surpassed that of Pai Pa Shirzong, rendering it nearly impossible for Hiruzen to claim victory over them. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Huang Tu and Shi Tu, along with a throng of IWA ninjas, were wreaking havoc. Ultimately, this battle concluded with a comprehensive defeat for Konoha, marking the total collapse of their strategic position, forcing them to seek peace with both IWA and Kumo. Chapter 64, The Shame of Konoha, Peace Negotiation. Within the grand tent of the Cloud Ninja Camp, the fourth Raikage, AI, sat firmly in the seat of authority. Upon receiving the latest intelligence from Konoha, a scornful expression crossed his face, revealing his contempt unabashedly. His keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura. Humph, what I seek is not a mere peace negotiation, but their absolute surrender. AI thundered, striking the armrest of his chair with force, rising to his feet as he bellowed. It is time for this so-called foremost ninja village to relinquish its lofty title. At that moment, the atmosphere in the tent grew palpably tense, with everyone falling into a hushed silence, hesitant to utter a word. However, Shi gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his voice steady. Raikage-sama, if I may speak candidly, I believe we should accept Konoha's surrender. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. igniting a storm of debate. AI's expression darkened as he glared at Shi, demanding, "Huh? Why? Are you afraid of Konoha?" She calmly analyzed the situation, explaining to the Reikage, Konoha possesses considerable depth, and their plea for peace may not extend to all, but rather to us alone. This would allow them to redirect their efforts against the other two ninja villages, minimizing their losses. Are you suggesting that Konoha might seek peace with others to counter us? AI grasped the crux of the matter, his expression shifting between uncertainty and intrigue. Indeed, should Konoha receive reinforcements, even if we severely weaken them, our own losses would be substantial. Why not accept their plea for peace and reap the benefits? Have the envoys from Konoha arrived? AI's eyes brightened with urgency. Just as he was about to meet with Konoha's envoys in the Land of Fire, within the residence of the daimyo, Uchiha Kid had returned after ensuring Naruto's safety. This place, rich in battlefield intelligence, held significant sway over the decisions, even if the daimyo himself did not directly engage in ninja affairs. Has Konoha been vanquished? Kid remarked, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he regarded the peace treaty in the daimyo's hands, which could be described bluntly as a document of surrender. Indeed, Konoha can no longer withstand the onslaught from the Cloud and Stone Ninja and intends to seek peace with one of them first, the daimyo reported respectfully. The third Hokage believes that as long as the other two villages do not wish to see the Cloud Ninja exploit the situation, they will also choose to end the conflict, albeit at a considerable cost. Excellent. Now it is my turn. Kid's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed a piercing gaze on the daimyo, issuing an unequivocal command. Listen closely. You must immediately declare to the entire ninja world that the Uchiha clan will hereby officially sever ties with Konoha and establish our own village. Furthermore, once Konoha is defeated, the Uchiha clan shall rise to confront the other ninja villages on behalf of the Land of Fire. Understood. The daimyo nodded vigorously in acquiescence. Humph, the Cloud Ninja. Is it? Once this news spreads, let us deal with you first. Before his words could fully dissipate, Kid summoned his chakra, executing the lightning release technique, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing without a trace. The daimyo, not daring to delay, quickly summoned his subordinates to arrange the announcement. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the group led by Inuzuka Hana and Sarutobi Asuma rushed in. However, upon learning that the Uchiha intended to establish their own village, astonishment gripped everyone, whether it be Hana's faction, who had often harbored dissatisfaction towards the Hokage, and the higher-ups of Konoha, or Asuma, who had been unwaveringly loyal to Konoha. All stood frozen in disbelief. Immediately, a heated debate erupted, filling the room with chaos. Daimyo-sama, you must think this through, Hana urged hastily. If the Uchiha establish their own village, it means an additional powerful ninja village within the Land of Fire. Our already limited military resources would be further divided, undermining the overall strategic layout of our nation. Indeed, the Uchiha have betrayed Konoha, even turning against the people of their own village. They cannot be allowed to establish their own village. Asuma chimed in, vehemently opposing the idea, being the son of the third Hokage. Yet, no matter how they implored, the daimyo remained resolute, insistent on legitimizing the Uchiha's independence and allocating resources. The gathered individuals had not realized that the daimyo had already allied with the Uchiha, for they had been stationed outside, and the entire residence was protected by barriers, rendering it impossible for anyone to enter unnoticed. Under the daimyo's insistence, this news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. Upon hearing this revelation, the Konoha ninjas on the front lines were left bewildered, as most had been deployed before the Uchiha's departure from Konoha. They had assumed the Uchiha remained in their ancestral lands, only to be informed now that they intended to establish their own village on the battlefield against the Sand Ninja. Amidst the smoke and the clamor of battle, the atmosphere in Konoha's camp grew exceedingly grave. Tsunade, upon receiving this unexpected news, was consumed by fury. She leapt to her feet, slamming her palm down on the sturdy wooden table, shattering it into pieces with a resounding crack. What in the world is that old man thinking? With wide eyes, she demanded, when did the Uchiha clan separate from the village? How could he conceal such a crucial matter from all of us? Nearby, Kakashi observed Tsunade's fury with a calm demeanor, as though he had anticipated this outcome. After a moment, Kakashi spoke softly, Tsunade-sama, given the current situation, how should we respond? Tsunade took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. After a moment of contemplation, she replied decisively, we must not concern ourselves with anything else. Focus all efforts on thwarting the Sand Ninja's advance. This war must continue, and we will deliberate on our next steps once the conflict concludes. However, at that moment, Ino revealed a concern. But the news indicated that the Uchiha clan will intervene in this war? Tsunade furrowed her brow, responding sharply. That was only mentioned after Konoha's defeat. The reactions of Konoha's ninjas in the other two locations mirrored this shock and confusion. Sarutobi Hisashi, upon receiving the news, was equally incredulous. He had previously sent a letter to the daimyo inquiring about the Uchiha, and at that time, he had clearly stated that he would never support them. How could the situation have changed now? Simultaneously, a fiery rage ignited within him. Allowing a clan that had severed ties with Konoha to establish their own village was nothing short of a disgrace for Konoha. Chapter 65, A New Great War? Haha. The Uchiha have declared their independence. Simultaneously, the other three major ninja villages that had come to invade Konoha received this news. The daimyo of the Fire Nation had disseminated this information to the other country's daimyo, and soon, a cacophony of mocking laughter erupted among the Cloud Ninja. The Konoha representatives, including Jiraiya, stood nearby with dark expressions. They had come to discuss peace negotiations, but the Raikage was laughing heartily, as if deranged. You Konoha truly are a wellspring of talent. After his laughter subsided, Ei continued to ridicule them. Surely we can discuss the terms for peace now? Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze piercing as he stared at his counterpart, silently contemplating. This fellow must be doing this on purpose. What a coincidence that he received this news just as we made contact. The tall and imposing Raikage wore a brazen expression, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he said, "Of course, here are our proposed terms." With a flourish of his arm, he tossed a scroll toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya caught the scroll and cautiously unfurled it. Upon reading its contents, his eyes widened in shock. The first line boldly declared, Konoha must publicly acknowledge that Cloud Hidden is the foremost ninja village in the world. You have no intention of negotiating sincerely. Jiraiya's forehead throbbed with anger. At that moment, among the Konoha ranks, a ninja from the Yamashiro clan suddenly changed countenance, as if sensing something amiss. Simultaneously, a ninja from the Cloud camp exhibited a similar reaction, his gaze drawn involuntarily to a steep slope in the distance. The abrupt responses from these two exceptional sensory ninjas caught everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the distant cliff, where a figure stood resolutely at its precipice. Feng, clad in black, stood tall like a pine, silently observing the standoff below. Suddenly, without warning, Feng stepped forward, appearing merely 10 meters away from both parties. In an instant, all present were stunned into silence by this unexpected development. Who are you? The two factions exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with astonishment and wariness. Clearly, they mistook Feng for a member of the opposing camp, with Jiraiya as the sole exception. Feng slightly raised his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Calmly, he inquired, haven't you received the news? I have already stated that if Konoha were to be defeated, our Uchiha clan would fight on behalf of the Fire Nation. As he spoke, he turned his body slightly, revealing the striking Uchiha clan emblem on his back, which glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed among those present. WH. What? Someone murmured in disbelief. Uchiha Feng, what are you doing here? Jiraiya asked, equally astonished. Feng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, is that even a question? Since you Konoha have chosen to surrender, the Uchiha clan has not yielded. As the representative of the rightful ninja village of the Fire Nation, it is only natural for me to come and thwart the Cloud Ninja's invasion. What? You are the rightful representatives of the Fire Nation? The Konoha ninjas were incensed. Losing the title of the foremost ninja village was one thing, but now someone was claiming the rightful mantle of the Fire Nation as well. So, you are here to fight. Ei sneered, and the Cloud Ninja immediately went on high alert. Indeed, fire style, great fire annihilation. Feng nodded, swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward the gathered ninjas, including those from Konoha. What the hell? Why is he attacking us too? A Konoha ninja shouted in fury. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He sealed his lips and led everyone to retreat from the battlefield at lightning speed. He understood the terrifying power encapsulated in Uchiha Feng's Mangekyō Sharingan. Let the Cloud Ninja deal with him. Meanwhile, Raikage Ei was seething with rage, his already formidable face contorting in fury. He clenched his fists tightly and bellowed at his subordinates. Kill him, with the command issued. The battlefield erupted in a chorus of battle cries. Ninjas unleashed their signature techniques, and an array of powerful ninjutsu cascaded toward Uchiha Fong like a tempest. A ninja adept in Earth Style quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth Style! Earth Spike!" Instantly, sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Feng's position. Simultaneously, another ninja, undeterred, summoned crackling lightning with a sweeping motion of his hands, unleashing a fierce bolt. Lightning Style, Thunderclap. In the distance, yet another ninja inhaled deeply before expelling a massive fireball, the intense heat seemingly igniting the very air. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Facing such a barrage of relentless and ferocious attacks, Feng's Mangekyō Sharingan began to pulse rapidly. Suddenly, a layer of black skeletal armor materialized around him, enveloping him in an impenetrable shield. However, what transpired next left all witnesses dumbfounded. The once formidable ninjutsu, upon contact with the Susanoo, appeared to be drawn into a mysterious force, chakra flowing toward Feng as if magnetized. Gradually, the flow of chakra began to wane, ultimately vanishing completely. The earthen spikes, deprived of their chakra support, crumbled into dust, while the energy-based techniques evaporated as if they had never existed. What is happening? All ninjas observing this spectacle were left stunned, their faces a mask of disbelief. Is this the legendary Susanoo? Ei murmured darkly, having heard tales of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Feng, do you intend to instigate a new war? Ei demanded of Feng. Such needless chatter. Before he could finish speaking, Feng formed hand seals. An overwhelming chakra surging forth as a colossal and formidable Susanoo rapidly took shape. Without hesitation, Ei charged at Uchiha Feng, his body crackling with electric energy, as if enveloped by lightning itself. In the blink of an eye, Ei unleashed his most formidable technique, Lightning Style, Thunderclap, Thousand Chidori Dance. Countless bolts of lightning danced through the air like silver serpents, descending upon Uchiha Feng with cataclysmic force. Chapter 66. The Gathering Storm. A terrifying force of lightning struck upon the Susanoo, instantly creating fissures. Feng manipulated the Susanoo to unleash a powerful palm strike that sent the wreckage flying. Ei staggered back a few steps, astonished as he gazed at his hand. At the moment he made contact with the Susanoo, he distinctly felt the lightning chakra being siphoned away. Feng, noticing the cracks on the Susanoo, displayed a hint of surprise. The contact had been so swift that he hadn't absorbed all the energy. Nonetheless, even with part of the energy drained, breaking through the Susanoo's defenses was no small feat. Indeed, he was the wreckage. However, Feng continued to amplify his ocular power, and the skeletal structure of the Susanoo began to be enveloped by tangible muscle tissue, revealing a unique layer of black Tengu armor. Susanoo's third form. Lightning Release. 4 Pillars of the Earth. Ei's eyes widened as he fixated on the astonishing scene before him. He took a deep breath, instantly channeling an immense surge of lightning power into the 4 fingers of his hand. His arm muscles swelled dramatically, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, radiating an overwhelming aura of might as he forcefully struck the ground. With a brilliant flash of lightning, the earth erupted into chaos, shattering into countless fragments, dust and debris billowing skyward, creating a shroud that obscured the sun. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when that formidable bolt of lightning reached the Susanoo, it seemed to be grasped firmly by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Confronted with this bizarre occurrence, Ei felt a weight settle in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. After a brief contemplation, he seemed to grasp the Susanoo's extraordinary ability. It could effortlessly absorb various attacks. Realizing this, Ei couldn't help but curse. This damned ability is utterly shameless. Since conventional ninjutsu proved ineffective, he would have to resort to the most primal and brute force to resolve the issue. Clenching his teeth, Ei let out a furious roar as the lightning chakra surged wildly within him. Instantly, arcs of blue electricity erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Ei resembled a thunder god, exuding an intimidating presence. With a flicker, he vanished from sight, only to reappear an instant later, his colossal fist crashing down upon the Susanoo with a resounding thud. The force of his punch was staggering. Even the seemingly impenetrable shell of the Susanoo caved in upon impact. Before anyone could react, Ei's figure flickered again like a wraith, reappearing behind Feng's Susanoo to deliver another devastating blow. Thus, the wreckage darted around the Susanoo with lightning speed, each appearance accompanied by a tempestuous flurry of attacks. Foam, standing within the Susanoo, peered through its translucent shell, fixated on the elusive Raikage, whose movements were akin to that of a phantom. He activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, desperately attempting to track the Raikage trajectory. So be it. Uchiha Sprat, meet your demise. With a furious shout, the Raikage's muscles tensed, veins bulging as he swung his iron fist with the ferocity of an enraged lion. Yet, when his fist collided with the Susanoo once more, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. A pitch-black, eerie flame erupted across the surface of the Susanoo. The black fire seemed to possess its own will and life. As the Raikage's fist made contact, it swiftly enveloped his arm like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, igniting in a frenzy. Oh no! Realizing the dire situation, AI's face turned ashen, panic rising within him as he retreated hastily. Despite his frantic attempts to shake off the flames clinging to his hand, his efforts proved futile. Instead, the strange black fire intensified, creeping up his arm, consuming everything in its path. As time passed, the flames grew ever more ferocious, quickly reaching his upper arm. Meanwhile, Foam continued to unleash a barrage of powerful fire techniques, sending searing fireballs hurtling towards the Raikage. Faced with this perilous situation, the Raikage felt an urgent sense of dread, yet found himself powerless. After several futile struggles, as the flames threatened to engulf his entire arm, a resolute glint flashed in the Raikage's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a surge of violent lightning power into his right hand and, without hesitation, severed his left arm with a decisive strike. With a sickening crack, the Raikage's left arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, quickly reduced to ash by the ravenous flames. The injured Raikage grimaced in agony, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the nearby Cloud Ninja were left frozen in shock. They stared wide-eyed in terror at their blood-soaked leader, unsure of how to respond. Lord Raikage. After a moment, one of them finally regained composure and rushed towards the Raikage. Big brother. In the midst of this chaos, Killer Bee swiftly led a group of Cloud Ninja towards the scene, his face a mask of disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? Clutching his wounded arm tightly, AI was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration as the pain rendered his complexion pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious of his Susanoo. That thing can absorb energy. Everyone else, retreat quickly." Upon hearing AI's warning, the crowd displayed expressions of alarm and hurriedly fell back. Uchiha, is it? Killer Bee nodded gravely, his gaze fixed intently on the foe ahead. Slowly, he drew his long knife, its sharp blade gleaming ominously. Meanwhile, Foam had enveloped the massive Susanoo in the black flames of Amaterasu, causing it to blaze fiercely. Then, he maneuvered the Susanoo's colossal arms and swung them violently towards the retreating Cloud Ninja. Unfazed by the impending onslaught, Killer Bee exclaimed in excitement, "Yeah!" He leapt high into the air, his tailed beast chakra erupting like a volcanic explosion, and struck down towards the Susanoo with formidable force. Boom! Feng's eyes narrowed. Killer Bee was no mere opponent. Though he wielded a blade, his strength was immense, amplified by the power of the tailed beast, delivering damage comparable to the Raikage's fists. The Susanoo's hands, wreathed in black flames, swung swiftly towards Killer Bee, who, with a grin, summoned a tentacle-like appendage of chakra to block the attack. However, as the Susanoo's hand veered off course, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Just as Killer Bee registered the shift, a shadow loomed over him. The Susanoo's hand reappeared behind him, crackling with electricity, delivering a crushing blow that echoed with the sound of bones shattering. Chapter 67. The Collapse of the Cloud Shinobi. Standing at a distance, AI watched in horror as Kurabi was propelled through the air like a cannonball. A sharp pang gripping his heart. His pallid face, already devoid of color, turned even whiter, as if the very essence of coldness seeped from his bones. Kurabi traced an arc in the sky before crashing with astonishing speed and force into the unforgiving ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Yet, he did not relent. He wielded the immense Susanoo as if embodying an invincible deity of war. The colossal arms of Susanoo clenched into fists, raining down blows upon the spot where Kurabi had fallen, each strike resonating with a cataclysmic force that shook the earth and set the surrounding air ablaze with a series of explosive roars. At that moment, a torrent of chakra erupted from the depths of the earth, a brilliant crimson that shone like a blazing inferno. Accompanying this surge of potent chakra was a strange, piercing sound, reminiscent of a roar from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. Upon witnessing this, Kiida's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he commanded Susanu's massive hand to reach for the crimson chakra, gripping it tightly. He then exerted all his strength, guiding the furious chakra to flow slowly into his own body. A deafening roar erupted as the dark red chakra of the tailed beast surged forth from Kurabi, enveloping him entirely and gradually coalescing into a thick, wild mantle of beastly energy. But it did not end there. The chakra continued to gather and take form, revealing a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, with 8 robust tails extending from its immense body. The head of the 8 tails, a magnificent and imposing sight, emerged, its enormous eyes resembling 2 orbs of blazing blue flame. It fixated its gaze ahead, its presence imposing enough to seemingly freeze the very air around it. The 8 tail shook its massive head and let out a thunderous roar before charging forward without hesitation. Its 8 powerful tails lashed out in a tempestuous flurry, each imbued with the destructive force capable of leveling the world. Just moments prior, it had resided within Kurabi, witnessing firsthand the terrifying power he wielded. The oppressive sensation of dread was still etched into its memory, compelling it to face the impending clash with utmost seriousness. In an instant, 2 colossal energy forms collided with a cataclysmic force. The entire space trembled violently, the ground fractured, mountains swayed, as if the apocalypse had descended. A maelstrom of shock waves radiated outward from the point of impact, obliterating everything in their path. In the distance, the Leaf Village shinobi stood in stunned silence, having previously witnessed the 4th Raikage and Kurabi dominate the battlefield. Only Jiraiya could contend with such power, yet now these 2 titans struggled against Kid, unable to gain the upper hand. Am I under an illusion? This kid is overpowering the tailed beast. A leaf ninja muttered in disbelief. Jiraiya's expression was a mixture of anxiety and astonishment. He had once seen Kida's Susanoo, but never imagined it could be this formidable. If he turns against the leaf, who can stop him? Raikage-sama, should we assist Kurabi? A worried subordinate urged, glancing nervously at the Raikage. However, AI furrowed his brow at the suggestion, waving his arm vehemently. Ninjutsu is utterly ineffective against that individual. How can we help? Shall we recklessly charge in and meet our doom? A heavy silence fell over the group, each person exchanging apprehensive glances. Perhaps this ability had its limits. Just then, she stepped forward to analyze the situation beside the Raikage. The commotion has drawn the entire Cloud Shinobi force. This power cannot be limitless. No one can continuously absorb energy. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara had his constraints. She asserted with conviction. The Raikage pondered this, recognizing the truth in Shi's words. If there were no limits, Uchiha would have long claimed the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Raikage-sama, let us strike together to force that Uchiha to his limits. She proposed once more. Agreed. AI resolved, understanding the urgency of the battlefield. If they did not intervene, the 8 tails would soon be defeated. At that moment, the 8 tails was bewildered, confused as to why every strike against Susanoo seemed to sap its energy, only for the counterattacks to return with greater force. Though formed of chakra, it too could feel pain. Suddenly, dazzling ninjutsu erupted towards Susanoo from the battlefield. He paused in his assault on the 8 tails, observing the Cloud Shinobi forming hand signs and unleashing a barrage of techniques. What are they up to? He wondered, curious as the Raikage had likely deduced his absorption ability, yet still allowed these ninjas to attack. Nonetheless, he was not one to be courteous. He absorbed all the energy directed at him. Then, pressing down slightly, the lower half of Susanoo materialized, its armor enveloping its form. An immense wings sprouted from its back, complete Susanoo. As the onlookers beheld this sight, they stood agape, utterly astounded, unable to grasp the reality before them. The colossal figure loomed like a mountain, overshadowing the heavens. In comparison, the once mighty 8 tails appeared as insignificant as a mere pet. Many cloud ninjas looked on in terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably, as if bereft of strength. A profound despair spread like a plague across the battlefield, consuming the hearts of every warrior present. Even AI, seasoned by countless battles, felt a chill upon witnessing the majestic form of Susanoo. His remaining strength seemed to evaporate, his arm falling limply. At that moment, the cataclysmic power of Susanoo descended, crashing down with the weight of a mountain. Many cloud ninjas had no time to react before being crushed beneath the overwhelming force. meeting their demise. Yet, the Eight Tails refused to yield easily. It opened its massive maw, furiously gathering tailed beast balls. But with a mere flick of Keed's fist, the fully concentrated Eight Tails was sent reeling once more. Simultaneously, the newly formed tailed beast ball spiraled out of control, hurtling toward the Cloud Shinobi camp, ultimately igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Flames soared to the heavens, smoke billowed, and the entire Cloud Ninja encampment was reduced to ruins. "Stop!" AI bellowed in desperation. Witnessing his forces being crushed like ants, fearing their complete annihilation, He'd heard the Raikage's voice but paid it no mind, continuing the relentless assault. The Eight Tails had retreated into Karabi, uncertain of its fate on the battlefield. We concede. Chapter 68. The new ninja village within the vast expanse of the Land of Fire. The battlefield of the Cloud Ninjas lay shrouded in smoke, its once smooth terrain now marred beyond recognition. The ground was pockmarked, as if trampled by countless colossal beasts, a sight both shocking and horrific. The remnants of ninjutsu scattered across the field resembled grotesque scars, stark against the landscape. Among these, the most striking feature was the immense, bottomless pit at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by a network of fissures. Blood, a chaotic splatter of dark crimson, stained the earth, transforming the area into a chilling tableau reminiscent of a gruesome painting. After a harrowing battle, the surviving Cloud Ninjas remained in a state of shock, dazed and motionless as they gazed up at the now clear sky, their hearts filled with a mix of relief and dread at having survived. However, this fleeting tranquility was soon shattered when a familiar figure clad in black reappeared like a specter, causing all to widen their eyes in undisguised terror. At that moment, they had lost all will to resist, helplessly watching as the shadow drew closer. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kid, having heard the surrender of his opponent, ceased his assault and dispelled the Susanoo. With measured steps, he made his way toward the Raikage. There sat A, now bereft of an arm, his face a portrait of despondence, casting aside his usual imposing demeanor as the Raikage. Like a deflated balloon, he slumped onto the cold, hard ground, his gaze fixed vacantly on the approaching Uchiha Kid, a wave of indescribable bitterness washing over him. "Did you just admit defeat?" Kid inquired, his three-tomo Sharingan locked onto A. "How could the leaf dare to act against you?" The Raikage did not respond directly, instead posing another question. "I now represent the Uchiha. I have no interest in your matters with the leaf, as long as you do not seek compensation from the Land of Fire. Everything else is of no concern to us." Kid spoke earnestly, subtly conveying their stance to the Raikage. "Understood. We only surrender to the Uchiha, not to the leaf." A nodded in agreement. "In a few days, I will send someone to discuss matters of peace in the name of the new ninja village." "Lord Jiraiya, what should we do now?" The Leaf Ninjas, who had witnessed the entire harrowing ordeal from a distance, finally snapped back to reality, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their voices laced with fear and helplessness. They were acutely aware that their relationship with the Uchiha clan had never been cordial. Had their rapport been harmonious, the Uchiha would not have so resolutely chosen to sever ties with the Leaf. At this moment, even Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. Just moments ago, that chillingly powerful presence would have been daunting even for him in sage mode. The aura was reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara returning to the world. "Old man, it seems the Leaf Village is truly facing its demise," Jiraiya mused inwardly, his expression grave. However, he quickly steeled himself, his eyes sharp as he issued commands. "Everyone, heed my words. We must return to the Leaf Camp immediately. Additionally, dispatch someone to the other two battlefronts to relay the situation here accurately. Furthermore, if you encounter that individual named Uchiha Kid again, remember not to engage. Find any means to escape." With that, Jiraiya surged toward the direction of the Leaf Camp, and the Leaf Ninjas hastily followed in his wake. Back at the temporary hall of the Uchiha clan, the discussion of a name for their new village had become the most pressing matter. "I think we should call it Fire Ninja Village. Since we are in the Land of Fire," one suggested. No. How can we call it Fire Ninja Village? We are the Uchiha clan. Let us simply name it Uchiha Village," came the retort. "Why not just call it the Leaf?" Upon Kid's return after defeating the Cloud Ninjas, selecting a name for the ninja village had become paramount. The feudal lord's support had arrived, bringing not only ample resources and funds, but also a multitude of craftsmen to aid in their village's construction. The Uchiha territory had been restored, with the village's streets and buildings beginning to take shape. With the backing of economic policies, their development was nothing short of rapid. It was likely that even the Leaf had not anticipated that while they were engaged in battle at the front, the Uchiha were already on the verge of establishing a complete new village, albeit still far smaller than the Leaf due to their limited numbers. Once merchants and other residents arrived, the village would surely expand significantly. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Shana, beaming with pride, coughed to gain the attention of the assembly. As for the name of the ninja village, I propose we call it Flame Hidden Village. With the leader's proposal, the Uchiha clan erupted in excitement. Yes, Flame Hidden Village is perfect. They cheered. This name truly embodies our Uchiha essence, as we excel in fire release techniques. Truly, Lord Keed, your choice of name is profoundly insightful. Ultimately, the name Flame Hidden Village received unanimous approval. What did you say? Upon hearing the news relayed by Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a daze, momentarily believing he was being deceived. However, it soon became apparent that the entire shinobi world had received word of the Cloud Ninjas' defeat, silencing the previously boisterous realm of ninjas. Everyone grappled with the staggering news. The Uchiha had triumphed over the Cloud Ninjas. It was the Uchiha, not the Leaf. A new ninja village was indeed on the horizon. Initially, many were skeptical following the announcement from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The Leaf's standing in the shinobi world was deeply entrenched, and few would readily accept the emergence of another major ninja village recognized by a feudal lord. At the IWA ninja camp, the stoic Tsuchikage addressed the high-ranking officials of the battlefield. That Tsuchikage has sent word, we must retreat immediately. What? Is this about the Uchiha's victory over the Cloud Ninjas? The crowd fell silent. Soon questions arose. They had also received this news. That Tsuchikage, his face darkened, nodded, and the assembly erupted in chatter. They had come here with nothing to show for it, nearly forcing the Leaf to surrender, only to be ordered to retreat now? Retreat. That Tsuchikage interrupted their clamor, decisively declaring. After the meeting, that Tsuchikage stepped out of the tent, where Kakuzu and Haiden awaited outside. When does the next phase commence? Kakuzu inquired blandly. The plan has changed. We are preparing to withdraw. What nonsense is this? Both men stared wide-eyed, incredulous that they would retreat when victory was within their grasp. Having been in the IWA ranks, they were not privy to the details regarding the Uchiha's village establishment, let alone the recent news of Uchiha Keed's victory over the Cloud Ninjas. That Tsuchikage turned his face away, feeling more troubled than anyone else, yet bound by his father's orders. What about the remaining funds? Kakuzu pressed, sensing that IWA was not inclined to pay the other half. The plan is cancelled. The amount already given should suffice for your previous actions. This is unacceptable, Kakuzu protested. What do you propose we do? That Tsuchikage's tone grew irritated. After Kakuzu questioned the rationale behind the retreat, that Tsuchikage revealed the details regarding Uchiha Keed. Defeated the Cloud Ninjas? The Loquat 10 concealed a sense of astonishment. Indeed, it was imperative to retreat, for he might very well return here in the near future. But what of it? You were merely a step away from vanquishing Konoha. Kakuzu continued to grumble. Lord Tsuchikage has issued an order. We must retreat without fail. Lus, observing Kakuzu's discontented expression, suddenly found a notion blossoming in his mind. Chapter 69. Pain's Contempt. How about I give you the remaining half of the commission, and you go assassinate the third Hokage? Huang Tu suggested tentatively. What? Assassinate the Hokage? The two of us? Pai Pashirzong exclaimed, his expression betraying disbelief. Although they were outside of Konoha, the opposing camp was home to numerous elite jonin. Meanwhile, Kakuzu fell into contemplation, pondering the feasibility of assassinating the Hokage. After all, it was merely the third Hokage they were targeting. He had even dared to confront the first Hokage and lived to tell the tale. Hey, Kakuzu, what are you thinking? Pai Pashirzong sensed an ominous premonition as he observed Kakuzu deep in thought. I'll take the job, Kakuzu declared in a serious tone. Huang Tu and Pai Pashirzong were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Kakuzu's audacity to accept the task. Really? Huang Tu scrutinized Kakuzu, wondering if he was always this daring. Pai Pashirzong opened his mouth slightly. No, my friend, is it really worth it for some money? You're taking me along with you. We're in. Kakuzu reiterated. I won't pass up an opportunity for money. I have 5 lives. I can't die. All right. As long as I receive news, regardless of success or failure, I will give you the remaining payment. Huang Tu exclaimed excitedly. He had witnessed the prowess of the two. Even if they couldn't kill the third Hokage, they could certainly cause chaos in Konoha. With that thought, Huang Tu's mood significantly brightened. and he regarded the two with newfound warmth. At this moment, within the Akatsuki's base, Pain gazed at the empty conference room, lost in thought. Shounen explained, Deidara has gone out to play. In that instant, without any prior warning, the previously tranquil space before them began to twist violently, as if being manipulated by an invisible hand. Accompanied by a disconcerting wave of energy, a figure slowly emerged from the distorted space. Clad in a black cloak and wearing a peculiar, mysterious mask, it was Obito. Upon seeing Obito's arrival, both Pain and Shounen instinctively furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting a sense of wariness. Pain was the first to speak. Uchiha Obito, what brings you here? His tone was frigid, suggesting that Obito's presence was unwelcome. Obito slightly lifted his head, a low, cold chuckle escaping from behind his mask. I merely wish to see how the Akatsuki has progressed. Additionally, do you have any information regarding Uchiha Kid? At the mention of Uchiha Kid, despite Obito's efforts to suppress his emotions, a trace of barely concealed hatred seeped into his words. After all, since his encounter with Uchiha Kid, he had refrained from venturing into the Kemui space, fearing for his safety. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Kid, Shounen's expression turned puzzled, and she softly inquired, Uchiha Kid? We are aware that he defeated the Cloud Shinobi. However, regarding this individual's background and strength, Shounen seemed to possess little knowledge. Obito's voice resonated again, this time tinged with gravity. His strength is unfathomable and should not be underestimated. If he continues to develop unchecked, it will undoubtedly have a profound impact on our plans. As he spoke, Obito unconsciously clenched his fists, clearly wary of Uchiha Kid. In response to Obito's warning, Pain remained impassive, his unique Rinnegan glinting with a cold light as he cast a sidelong glance at Obito and coldly retorted, Strong? Even if he is truly powerful, what of it? After all, he is merely a mortal. Before my Rinnegan, any so-called strong individual will be as fragile as glass. In his words lay an extreme confidence in his own power and a dismissive contempt for Uchiha Kid. Moreover, he does not possess a tailed beast, Shounen added. If we wish to successfully execute this plan, we must first eliminate Uchiha Kid. Obito's gaze turned icy, revealing his hidden intentions. He was intent on utilizing Pain to remove the obstacle that was Uchiha Kid. The loss of the Kemui power significantly impacted Obito, as it had long been the key to his enigmatic persona. Now, without this ability, he felt as though he had lost a layer of mystery, diminishing both his strength and intimidation. Previously, Obito had personally sought out Kakashi, hoping to ascertain the condition of the Sharingan that possessed Kemui. However, he was utterly shocked to discover that the invaluable eye had mysteriously vanished. This abrupt turn of events ignited a blaze of fury within Obito as he seethed inwardly, cursing, Kakashi, you useless fool. You couldn't even protect a single Sharingan. Witnessing Obito's reaction, Shounen furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, Is this Uchiha Kid truly such a significant threat? In truth, neither Shounen nor Pain were foolish individuals. They could easily discern Obito's ulterior motives. Thus, despite Obito's repeated persuasion, Pain ultimately flatly refused his request to deal with Uchiha Kid. At this moment, Obito's expression grew increasingly grim. Ever since his encounter with Uchiha Kid, the meticulously crafted plans he had orchestrated had been thrown into disarray. He had initially intended to rally a few members of the Akatsuki to encircle Uchiha Kid. However, to his dismay, only Pain and Shounen remained. Uchiha Madara seems to harbor a significant fear of Uchiha Kid, Shounen remarked after Obito's departure. Indeed, as long as he does not interfere with our plans, we need not concern ourselves with him. Should he attempt to obstruct us, I will personally eliminate him. Pain replied nonchalantly. Even having defeated the Raikage, he regarded Uchiha Kid with mere disdain. 2 nights later, on the battlefield of Awagakure, within the main camp of Konoha, bang. The third Hokage slammed the intelligence report onto the table, his face flushed with fury. The Hidden Flame Village? How dare they? Damn Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger had been relentless over the past few days. Almost every few days, Uchiha Kid stirred up trouble. He had written numerous letters to the daimyo during this period, but all had seemingly vanished into the void, receiving no replies. He was utterly perplexed and had consulted Asuma, who assured him that everything was normal on the daimyo's end. Why had their attitude changed so drastically? Was it because they had witnessed Uchiha Kid's strength? If this continued, Konoha might truly lose its rightful place in the Land of Fire. Was Konoha truly weakening under his watch? Could Konoha's foundation withstand the challenge posed by Uchiha Kid? The intelligence even stated that Konoha was established by the Uchiha and Senju clans, and their legitimacy was indisputable. Chapter 70. The arrival of Kakuzu, the third Hokage, took a deep breath and produced another piece of intelligence, one that had come from the already defeated Cloud Ninja. Although they had retreated, Konoha had retained a portion of its forces at the border for vigilance, and they soon received a troubling message. Absurd. The third Hokage's hands trembled as he read the report claiming that the Cloud Ninja demanded compensation for their losses. It was Uchiha Kid who had vanquished them, and yet they sought reparations from us. Are these brawny men out of their minds? The third Hokage was already seething with rage when a sudden, ominous sound reached his ears. His brow furrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickly exited the main camp. As he focused on the source of the commotion nearby, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment rising within him. To the west of the camp, dust billowed, accompanied by the sounds of thunderous clashes and battle cries. Clearly, an intense skirmish was underway. As the third Hokage pondered this, a frantic ninja rushed towards him like the wind. Before he could steady himself, he gasped, "Hokage-sama. It's bad news. We spotted rock ninja at the western side of the camp." The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he demanded, "How many? How could they launch an attack at this moment?" The ninja took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and replied, "Hokage-sama, we have only seen one. But that individual possesses tremendous strength, and many of our comrades are no match for him. Fortunately, Lord Hyuga noticed something amiss and has already led his subordinates to confront the situation." Only one. The third Hokage exhaled. His curiosity piqued as he gazed toward the direction of the rock ninja. Would they continue their assault? Even if they were victorious, they would still have to contend with Uchiha Kid. What foolishness would lead Noki to undertake such a risk? We must fortify all other flanks. We cannot allow the rock ninja any opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he swiftly issued commands, gesturing for those nearby to relay the orders. Once the messenger departed, the third Hokage furrowed his brow in thought, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he resolved to personally investigate the source of the disturbance. Stepping into the inky darkness of the forest, an eerie silence enveloped him, evoking a sense of dread. Sarutobi Hiruzen tread cautiously upon the branches, advancing slowly. Suddenly, a razor-sharp wind blade howled through the darkness, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling directly toward the third Hokage. Startled, he instinctively sidestepped just in time. However, the wind blade whisked past him, and with a resounding crack, branches splintered around him, severed cleanly in two. The third Hokage leaped down from the tree. But before he could regain his footing, a gust of wind laden with tremendous force surged toward him. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure darted forth from the depths of the forest. In an instant, a gnarled hand, as dry as a twig, lunged at him with lightning speed from behind. Even though the third Hokage sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, the proximity of the attack left him only able to turn aside, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nonetheless, the hand left several deep gashes upon his shoulder, blood instantly staining his garments. He pressed his hand against the wound, his expression betraying wariness as he fixed his gaze upon the mysterious figure before him. Kakuzu withdrew his hand impassively, a hint of regret flickering across his features, as he had anticipated extracting the Hokage's heart with ease. "You are that hired ninja." The third Hokage recognized Kakuzu. Having familiarized himself with all the formidable figures among the rock ninja, this sudden apparition was undoubtedly a hired assassin. Earth grudge fear. Kakuzu wasted no time, summoning forth dark tendrils from his back, surging toward the third Hokage once more. "How much did the rock ninja pay you? I will double it," the third Hokage exclaimed while dodging. Kakuzu's movements momentarily faltered, but then his assault intensified. "In our line of work, one must maintain credibility," he mused, "for otherwise, who would seek him out again?" The third Hokage felt a wave of despair. In his youth, he would have had no fear of Kakuzu, but now, age and injury had rendered him vulnerable, left to withstand Kakuzu's onslaught, all the while hoping that the Konoha ninjas would arrive soon. Kakuzu, however, was unconcerned. For as long as he attempted to assassinate the Hokage, he would be compensated, regardless of success. His plan was simple: to either strike swiftly and eliminate him or engage in a mere skirmish until the Konoha ninjas arrived, at which point he would retreat. Earth grudge fear. At that moment, Kakuzu's keen senses detected unfamiliar presences rapidly approaching. In an instant, his eyes widened as he chanted fervently, unleashing his unique secret technique. With a deep, menacing roar, several masked creatures emerged from Kakuzu's back like phantoms. These creatures, cloaked in darkness and exuding a chilling malevolence, immediately joined Kakuzu in unleashing their ninjutsu. Kakuzu formed hand seals, and the creatures unleashed a powerful gust of air from their mouths. Wind release, pressure damage. The torrent surged forth like a tempest, uprooting trees and scattering debris in its wake. Then he shifted his hand seals once more, shouting, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive inferno erupted, intertwining with the preceding wind release to create a searing sea of flames. Amidst this conflagration, Kakuzu continued his assault, seamlessly combining both techniques into a more formidable composite ninjutsu, flame wind disturbance. This technique possessed incredible might, as the interplay of wind and fire generated shockwaves capable of annihilating all obstacles in its path. Meanwhile, at the rear of the rock ninja encampment, Noki had ordered a gradual withdrawal of the ninja forces and lingered behind to ascertain whether Kakuzu and his cohorts had indeed embarked on their assassination mission. As he gazed upon the distant horizon, where a sudden blaze illuminated the sky, a faint smile graced Naki's weathered visage. This smile conveyed a blend of anticipation and exhilaration, for he understood the significance of that enormous firelight. Kakuzu had finally made his move. Umph. I hope that Kakuzu manages to eliminate that detestable old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noki muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming with a vengeful glint. However, at that moment, he remained utterly oblivious to the fact that, merely dozens of meters from his encampment, a nearly imperceptible blue lightning bolt flickered into existence. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended onto the ground like a specter. Uchiha Kid. He surveyed the eerily quiet and sparsely populated rock ninja encampment with a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow slightly. Strange. Why is it so silent? Where have the rock ninja gone? Have we truly inflicted such damage upon them? Yet the battle should not have concluded. As Uchiha Kid's mind raced with questions, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly lifted his gaze toward the distance. At that moment, the colossal firelight that had erupted from afar caught his eye, instantly capturing his full attention. Chapter 71. The thoughts of Kakuzu's gaze was captivated by a figure standing prominently ahead, who was battling in the distance. From afar, a brilliant flame flickered within that area, only to be extinguished in an instant. Surely, someone had unleashed a formidable water technique to douse the flames. Had they succeeded? A wave of excitement surged within Lus, his face alight with anticipation as his eyes remained fixed on the distant scene. However, at that moment, an unsettling sensation swept over him. What? Lus felt his muscles tighten abruptly, a chilling dread crawling up his spine, spreading throughout his body. Who is it? He swiftly turned, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. At that moment, Uchiha Foam emerged leisurely from the shadows, his demeanor relaxed, showing no intention of concealment. You are Uchiha Foam. Upon seeing the distinctive three-tomo in the other's eyes, Lus was taken aback, instinctively shutting his eyes and retreating several steps, before finally asking in astonishment, "Do you know me?" Foam regarded the tightly shut eyes of Lus with confusion, silently pondering the absurdity of needing Jinjutsu to kill him. Lus, still with his eyes closed, answered calmly, the only Uchiha active on the battlefield at this time, who has just defeated a formidable opponent from the Cloud Village, is undoubtedly Uchiha Foam. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on Lus's forehead. Upon hearing this, Foam raised an eyebrow and inquired, if that is the case, where are the others from the Rock Village? Have you all been defeated? Lus quickly shook his head in denial, nervously explaining, no, that is not the case. After discussion, we decided to withdraw from the battlefield. We do not intend to continue this fight. Suddenly, Foam pointed into the distance and asked, oh, then what do you make of the flames ahead? As Lus had his eyes still tightly shut, he could see nothing. Nevertheless, he forced himself to respond. That is a group of ninjas I hired. They are preparing to attack the Leaf Village. In the presence of this formidable character who had previously triumphed over the Raikage and Killer Bee, Lus exhibited an unusually obedient demeanor, revealing everything he knew without hesitation. Foam, intrigued, mused silently. Hired ninjas? Who possesses such audacity to dare infiltrate the Leaf's stronghold alone? May I leave now? Lus asked cautiously. Leave? Don't you want compensation from the Leaf? Foam replied with a smile that held an air of mockery. What do you mean? Lus was taken aback. Request compensation from the Leaf in your name. Why? Lus was bewildered, as it should be easy for someone of Uchiha Feng's prowess to cause trouble for the leaf. Why go through the trouble of doing it in their name? You wouldn't refuse compensation, would you? Feng chuckled, explaining that without support from the Land of Fire, the leaf would have to extract compensation from its residents. Would the third Hokage's reputation withstand such a scenario? Would the villagers still take pride in the leaf? Then, he would act, directly confronting the leaf's strong fighters, and the villagers who rejected the Uchiha and Naruto would have quite a spectacle to behold. It would be the third's most devastating moment, watching his beloved leaf crumble at his own hands. The misdeeds he committed could be resurrected with Orochimaru's Edo Tensei for a confrontation. As for Might Guy, he could simply escape upon seeing red steam erupting from him, returning 2 or 3 days later, and see who would dare to stop him. Understood, Lus replied, lowering his head in contemplation, seemingly weighing the matter in his mind. At that moment, amid their conversation, a shadow rushed in like lightning. As he focused, he realized it was Kakuzu. Swift as the wind, he landed firmly before the two. Upon landing, Kakuzu's gaze fixated on Uchiha Feng. When he recognized the individual before him, he momentarily paused, then quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor, as if utterly uninterested in anything else. Without a second glance at Feng, he strode directly towards Lus. Stopping before Lus, Kakuzu spoke with a frigid expression. "All right. Where's the money?" His voice was devoid of any emotion. Lus fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Wait, before that, I'd like to ask, did you succeed in killing Sarutobi Hiruzen?" As he spoke, Lus's eyes were fixed intently on Kakuzu, revealing his eagerness and anticipation. However, Kakuzu merely shook his head nonchalantly, replying, "No, but I did injure him and eliminated several jonin." After stating this, he fell silent, waiting patiently for Lus to procure the payment. Upon hearing this, Lus frowned, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "The remaining bounty isn't here. It needs to be retrieved from the Rock Village. I will ensure it is delivered directly to your organization." Kakuzu was dissatisfied with this response. Receiving it directly at the organization would deprive him of potential side earnings. Meanwhile, Uchiha Feng appeared to have a moment of realization, thinking to himself, "So, it was Kakuzu." At that instant, Kakuzu's attention was suddenly drawn to the mysterious gleam of the 3 tomo in Feng's eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He locked his gaze onto Feng, his voice tinged with astonishment. "You are Uchiha Feng?" In response to Kakuzu's surprise, Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he casually replied, "Oh? Am I truly that well known?" Despite Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Kakuzu maintained his guard and swiftly redirected his focus. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "Since you are Uchiha Feng, you must have a considerable bounty on the black market, correct?" To Kakuzu's inquiry, Feng merely chuckled lightly, a hint of jest in his tone. "Perhaps, but I am not certain of the exact amount. Why, are you interested in my bounty?" With that, Feng crossed his arms, observing Kakuzu with an amused expression, as if awaiting his next move. Kakuzu fell silent, his mind racing with calculations. He understood that this individual before him, capable of defeating cloud ninjas, was not to be underestimated. Yet, the prospect of a potentially lucrative bounty gradually ignited his greed. At the same time, he recalled his previous encounter with the first Hokage, a flicker of hesitation arising within him. "No, why should I be afraid? I dared to challenge the so-called god of ninja, the first Hokage. Surely, this mere Uchiha Feng cannot be stronger than him. Even if I were to find myself outmatched, escaping would not present a challenge for me." Steeling himself, Kakuzu resolved to test the waters and ascertain Feng's true capabilities. The potential gains from this venture were too meager. Should he succeed? Chapter 72. Kakuzu's struggle. "Come on, Uchiha Kid." Kakuzu's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice, and before he could finish, he launched his attack like an arrow released from a bow. Suddenly, his once normal arm morphed, transforming at the shoulder into a series of inky black threads, reaching out like octopus tentacles toward Uchiha Kid. Facing this fierce assault from Kakuzu, Uchiha Kid exhibited no fear. His right hand flickered with sparks of lightning, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky. With a casual sweep of his arm, a powerful surge of electricity erupted forth, crashing violently into the black threads Kakuzu extended. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air as Kakuzu was forced to retreat repeatedly from the unexpected force. Nearby, the Earth Sage watched in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Has this guy lost his mind?" He dares to confront Uchiha Kid for money. Truly reckless. However, Kakuzu had yet to experience the true might of Uchiha Kid. His understanding of Kakuzu was solely based on the Earth Sage's prior descriptions. At that moment, Uchiha Kid unleashed the lightning release, Chidori. In an instant, a crisp and melodious chirping filled the battlefield. Accompanied by this sound, the lightning in Uchiha Kid's hand erupted, radiating a blinding light. In the next moment, Uchiha Kid's figure darted like a flash of lightning above Kakuzu, gripping his electrifying fist tightly. He struck downward with an overwhelming force aimed at Kakuzu. Just as the blow was about to land, Kakuzu remained unfazed, channeling all his strength to perform wind release, pressure damage to evade and counterattack. The air roared with ferocity, stirring up sand and stone. Crash! Uchiha Kid's Chidori slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The once solid earth split open, revealing a deep and terrifying fissure, as if the very ground had been violently torn apart. Yet, just as the raging wind was about to reach Uchiha Kid, he inexplicably vanished without a trace. The Earth Sage stood dumbfounded, watching as Kid appeared beside him, realizing that he would have been overwhelmed had he joined the fray. How swift! Kakuzu's heart grew heavy. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Uchiha Kid had moved. Kid, equally curious, observed the black threads that stitched Kakuzu's hand. Is this the Earth Grudge Fear? Why is Orochimaru not interested in this? Is it not a form of immortality as well? Kakuzu clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely on Uchiha Kid, malevolence flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning toward Kid, bellowing, "Lightning release! False darkness!" In an instant, a razor-sharp lightning spear shot forth from Kakuzu's mouth, hurtling toward Uchiha Kid with cataclysmic force. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Kid did not dare to delay. He swiftly sidestepped the lethal strike. Yet, Kakuzu was relentless, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu in quick succession. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals while chanting incantations. And a tempest of various elemental techniques rained down upon Uchiha Kid. Possessing 5 hearts, Kakuzu wielded unparalleled mastery over 5 elemental natures, executing them with ease. Uchiha Kid, not to be outdone, responded with his own adept ninjutsu, engaging in an intense exchange. The two clashed back and forth, neither yielding. As the collision of their techniques produced thunderous roars, vibrant lights intertwined, illuminating the previously tranquil area as if it were midday. Their fierce battle raged on, progressing from the front lines of the rock ninja camp deep into the dense forest. At that moment, not far away, the weary Uchiha Shisui hurried toward this direction, having just evaded pursuit from the leaf ninja. Upon hearing the immense sounds and feeling the overwhelming chakra waves, Uchiha Shisui's heart raced. Are they fighting ahead? Could it be the rock ninja? As he approached, the scene before him rendered him speechless. Kakuzu stood alone in the heart of the forest, frantically unleashing a myriad of ninjutsu, fire, water, earth, and storms, transforming the forest into chaos, with flames beginning to spread. What shocked Uchiha Shisui even more was that despite Kakuzu's face being etched with astonishment and intense malice, there was no one standing before him. What on earth is Kakuzu doing? Uchiha Shisui thought suspiciously, tightly gripping his executioner's sword just in case. Earth Grudge Fear! Kakuzu roared, tearing off his shirt, revealing monstrous entities surging from his back. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed in disbelief, "Kakuzu, what are you doing?" Yet, Kakuzu seemed oblivious, continuing his perplexing actions without regard for his surroundings. Several monsters encircled Kakuzu, collaborating to help him unleash an unending barrage of powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, the sky ignited with flames, and thunder crackled, plunging the entire forest into chaos, as if on the brink of total annihilation. Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the scene unfold. He watched Kakuzu roll on the ground, contorting into bizarre shapes, seemingly attempting to evade some unseen attack. Finally, unable to contain his growing anxiety and confusion, Uchiha Shisui leapt forward, confronting Kakuzu directly and demanding, "Hey, what in the world are you doing?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's shout, Kakuzu paused for a moment, then slowly lifted his gaze to meet him. Upon recognizing Uchiha Shisui, a fleeting clarity crossed Kakuzu's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by confusion. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Uchiha Shisui? Where is Uchiha Kid?" "Uchiha Kid? What Uchiha Kid?" Uchiha Shisui replied, bewildered, retracting his long blade behind him. He shook his head helplessly, saying, "What are you doing here, punching and kicking at this forest, randomly unleashing ninjutsu?" At those words, Kakuzu's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A series of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that I was under illusion control the entire time? A chill slithered up Kakuzu's spine, sending a shiver through him. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you see Uchiha Kid?" Uchiha Shisui asked, furrowing his brow in concern. Kakuzu's forehead glistened with sweat, his complexion pale as a ghost. "That kid, get back." Just as he was about to respond, his eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing an unspeakable sight. He barely had time to finish his sentence before he exerted every ounce of strength to shove Uchiha Shisui away. In that instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted with a deafening clap of thunder. Then, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens like a raging dragon, striking the very ground where they had just stood with overwhelming force. Under the unguarded moment, Pai Pa was unexpectedly shoved by Jiao Du, causing him to tumble headfirst into a most undignified fall. He hastily rose from the ground, disheveled and bewildered, gazing at the chaos unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Jiao Du, too, could not afford to be complacent. He panted heavily while fervently channeling the chakra within him. This cannot possibly be an illusion, can it? Chapter 73. The death of Pai Pa Shirzong at this moment. The visage of Jiao Du twisted into a grotesque mask of rage as he fixed his furious gaze upon Uchiha Foam, flames of wrath flickering in his eyes. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it! How could I be outsmarted by such a mere child?" Beside him, Pai Pa Shirzong wore an expression of disbelief. He glanced at the furious Jiao Du before turning his attention to the young Uchiha Foam, incredulously asking, "Are you truly Uchiha Foam?" Clearly, the stark contrast between Uchiha Feng's age and his formidable prowess left Pai Pa Shirzong utterly astonished. Undeterred by their scrutiny, Uchiha Foam stood tall, a defiant glint in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Indeed, prepare to perish." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly summoned his chakra, instantaneously manifesting the first stage of Susanoo, a towering, formidable black skeletal figure. This skeletal form surged forward like a moving mountain, its imposing presence lunging fiercely towards Jiao Du and Pai Pa Shirzong. At this juncture, both Jiao Du and Pai Pa Shirzong were already exhausted, particularly Jiao Du, who, despite his initial minimal expenditure of energy, had depleted his chakra reserves by continuously unleashing numerous jutsu. Nevertheless, Uchiha Foam showed no inclination toward mercy, commanding the colossal hand of Susanoo to ruthlessly grasp at them. Jiao Du's countenance contorted in horror, his expression darkening as if it could drip with malice. With a swift motion of his right hand, 3 beams of distinct colors converged upon his arm, coalescing like meteors. These were the embodiments of wind, fire, and lightning. The 3 cursed masks, each radiating eerie and potent hues of blue, red, and purple. Simultaneously, Pai Pa Shirzong charged forward without hesitation, bellowing as he slammed his palm, reminiscent of a mountain, against the shield formed by the cursed masks. A thunderous crash reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air, yet Pai Pa Shirzong remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. Although this assault failed to breach Jiao Du's defenses, it successfully diverted the trajectory of Susanoo's attack. Seeing this, Pai Pa Shirzong swiftly evaded, leaping back a safe distance. He then gripped his long blade tightly, unleashing a flurry of strikes against Susanoo with the ferocity of a tempest. Each swing was infused with boundless strength, leaving radiant trails in the air. "Die!" Jiao Du roared, his eyes alight with a frenzied gleam. At this moment, the vast reservoir of chakra within him surged, compressed to its utmost potential. With one final roar, a terrifying chakra cannon, several meters in diameter, erupted from his palm, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged directly toward Foam. In an instant, the heavens shifted and the winds howled. The chakra cannon sliced through the void at an astonishing speed, producing an ear-piercing whistle. In the blink of an eye, it struck Foam with unerring accuracy. Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, the entire space trembled, unleashing a wave of force akin to a volcanic eruption. This powerful shockwave sent Pai Pa Shirzong hurtling several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, Jiao Du, panting heavily, gazed ahead, contemplating. Surely he must be dead now. His eyes widened as he fixated on the smoke-filled area, anticipating the sight of Foam utterly obliterated. Suddenly, a massive hand of darkness emerged once more, pressing against the earth as Feng himself coalesced within Susanoo, his attire slightly soiled. Pai Pa Shirzong hurriedly approached Jiaodu, and upon closer inspection, he found Feng standing unharmed. With a look of incredulity, Pai Pa Shirzong questioned Jiaodu, "Hey, how on earth did you provoke this kid?" After a moment of silence, Jiaodu, contemplating to prevent Pai Pa Shirzong from abandoning him immediately, finally replied, "There are some grievances." At that moment, Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he softly declared, "Now, it is my turn." The arm of Susanoo slowly lifted, its palm curling into a claw-like shape. Facing upward, simultaneously, Feng began to channel both yin and yang chakra within him, merging them in a precise 2:8 ratio. As the chakra coalesced, a black-purple sphere gradually formed in Susanoo's grasp, exuding an unsettling aura that seemed to weigh heavily upon the surrounding air. Yet, Feng did not cease his actions, inhaling deeply before exerting force, causing Susanoo's hand to tightly grasp the chakra sphere, compressing it further. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from the sphere, illuminating the entire battlefield with such intensity that it was nearly blinding. "What is this?" Jiaodu and Pai Pa Shirzong stood transfixed. While Pai Pa Shirzong merely felt a sense of familiarity, Jiaodu's complexion paled, disbelief etched across his features. "A tailed beast bomb? Impossible!" Jiaodu gasped, his eyes wide with incredulity as the orb pulsating with terrifying power left him utterly stunned. With a flick of Feng's wrist, the tailed beast bomb shot forth like a cannonball, the air around it compressing under the invisible force, producing a series of piercing howls. In that instant, Pai Pa Shirzong let out a furious cry. "Ah!" Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the rapidly approaching tailed beast bomb. Clutching his massive beheading sword, his muscles tensed, veins bulging as he prepared for impact. As the tailed beast bomb neared, he summoned all his strength, swinging the sword down upon the lethal sphere. A deafening explosion reverberated, boom. A blinding light engulfed the entire forest, accompanied by rolling clouds of smoke and searing waves of heat, uprooting trees and reducing them to ruins. When the smoke finally began to clear, a deep, bottomless crater emerged at the center of what was once a lush forest. While Pai Pa Shirzong's lifeless body flew through the air like a severed kite, the mighty sword that once commanded respect lay shattered in two, scattered across the ground. Feng stood quietly, observing the aftermath with a nod of satisfaction. This was merely a preliminary experiment, utilizing a small-tailed beast bomb, yet its power had proven commendable. However, at that moment, Feng suddenly realized something amiss. He quickly scanned his surroundings in search of Jiaodu's presence. But where could Jiaodu be? The rogue had fled amidst the chaos of the explosion. Chapter 74. Jiraiya's fury within the rock ninja camp. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the air thick with dust that seemed to linger from the recent tumult of battle. Huangtu's wide eyes fixated on the distant forest, now engulfed in ferocious flames. The inferno blazed like a fearsome dragon, its fiery tendrils clawing and spreading through the trees. Billowing smoke ascended toward the heavens, and the overwhelming power of the Susanoo remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet, he remained oblivious to the nature of this enigmatic force that wrought such devastation. A shiver coursed through him as he thanked his stars for acting decisively, ordering the rock ninja to retreat in time. Otherwise, they might have shared the tragic fate of the cloud ninjas. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the flames. Upon closer inspection, it was Keed, wielding a half-broken decapitating blade, striding toward him. His gaze was cold and indifferent, evoking an instinctual fear. Sensing this demeanor, Huangtu felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly stepped forward, stammering, "We have no connection with that guy, Kakazu." Truly. However, Keed merely furrowed his brow, offering no further words, and turned away, intent on searching for Kakazu, leaving Huangtu standing in a state of dread, unable to regain his composure. Outside the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya returned to the village with a group of injured comrades, his expression grave. The wounded were bandaged, some leaning on crutches, others supported by comrades, their steps heavy and labored. Each face bore a look of daze and exhaustion, as if they had emerged from a harrowing nightmare. Jiraiya sighed deeply at the scene before him and gestured for everyone to follow him into Konoha. As the villagers of Konoha beheld the returning squad, their initially hopeful expressions transformed into joy and relief, believing that the protracted and brutal conflict had finally concluded. Jiraiya, however, did not linger, quickly ensuring the injured were settled before hastening towards the Hokage's office. Though the Hokage was on the front lines directing the battle, 2 advisors remained at the village. Upon entering the office, Jiraiya was met with a stifling atmosphere. The room was oppressively quiet, the advisors seated silently at their respective desks, not uttering a word. Even upon Jiraiya's arrival, they merely glanced up momentarily before resuming their silence. Jiraiya's heart constricted at the sight. Clearing his throat, he attempted to pierce the unsettling quietude. What is going on? I heard the situation at the front is dire. Yet didn't we just resolve a battlefield with Uchiha Kiid's success? Is there an issue concerning the Uchiha clan? After a moment of silence, one of the advisors, Midō, finally spoke. Jiraiya. The situation is dire. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone missing. What? What did you say? Jiraiya's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his eyes widening as he struggled to grasp the enormity of the news, leaving him momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his senses and exclaimed, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto. What does it mean that he is missing? At this moment, Jiraiya was consumed by rage. His eyes fixed on the advisors, veins bulging on his forehead, his countenance dark as a stormy abyss. He has just gone, possibly taken away. Tsunade replied with a heavy tone. The room fell into a suffocating silence once more. However, this silence did not endure long. Jiraiya suddenly opened his mouth, shouting hoarsely, Who? Who took Naruto? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Do you understand what this implies? We only just discovered Naruto's disappearance. Even we are unsure when he was taken. The 2 Anbu members assigned to guard him seemed to have been placed under a Jinjutsu, losing all awareness. Tsunade paused to gather her thoughts before continuing. We hesitated to notify you immediately, fearing it would disrupt your strategic plans on the front lines. Hoping you could focus on the current crisis. We have already urgently informed the 3rd Hokage, but we have yet to receive a response. Damn it. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, a tempest of anger and self-reproach roiling within him. If he could not even protect the son of his own disciple, how could he face Minato in the afterlife? When did this happen? He pressed, struggling to maintain his composure amidst the turmoil. We do not know. The individual monitoring him was incapacitated, and no reports were made. We had assumed he was as he always was until recently discovering his absence. The 2 advisors exchanged glances and shook their heads. Jiraiya abruptly rose, his expression grave, striding purposefully towards the door. Wait, Jiraiya, where are you going? Midō exclaimed, alarmed as he stepped to block his path. I am going to find Naruto, Jiraiya declared, his eyes aflame with determination. No, absolutely not. The war at the front is far from over. The situation is critical. You must immediately assist there. Midō implored urgently. What did you say? Jiraiya's fury ignited, his voice thunderous as he retorted. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How can we neglect the safety of such a vital individual? We are also left with no choice. All available personnel have been dispatched to search. The most pressing task is to withstand the ferocious invasion from outside villages and ensure the safety of our own. Midō explained, exasperated. Fool. Jiraiya seethed, trembling with rage, and violently swung his arm, flinging open the massive door. It trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, in a courtyard within the hidden flame village, Naruto unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! This sudden outburst caused him to lose balance while climbing a tree, and with a startled cry, he plummeted from his perch. Nearby, Sasuke, perched on another tree, allowed a subtle smile of triumph to grace his lips, clearly reveling in his superior climbing skills. Despite being pleased that Naruto had joined their training, he was astounded that Naruto, having attended the Ninja Academy for less than a year, matched his pace in learning ninjutsu, seemingly with an inexhaustible supply of chakra, practicing techniques without needing to rest. Chapter 75. The Arrival of Orochimaru. What is happening? Naruto sat on the ground. A look of bewilderment etched on his face as he scratched his tousled golden hair and cast a puzzled glance in Sasuke's direction. To his astonishment, Sasuke stood at a height surpassing his own. Anxious and flustered, Naruto hurriedly scrambled to his feet and ascended once more. Just then, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the previously tranquil courtyard, illuminating the entire area. In that instant, Kiid appeared like a specter. Teacher. Almost simultaneously, both Naruto and Sasuke keenly sensed Kiid's arrival. They paused for a brief moment, then, like 2 agile rabbits, leaped gracefully to the ground, quickly adjusting their stances. They bowed deeply to Kiid, exclaiming in unison, "Hello, teacher." Kiid smiled at the 2 disheveled students before him and inquired, So, how has your training been during this time? Overwhelmed with excitement at the teacher's question, Naruto eagerly interjected, Teacher, did you know? I can now practice tree climbing with Sasuke. My progress has been remarkable. I couldn't even master the basic transformation technique before, but now, I feel like I'm about to catch up to Sasuke. With that, Naruto proudly tilted his chin towards Sasuke. Sasuke, though maintaining an impassive expression, felt his eyes involuntarily twitch at Naruto's words. However, he refrained from contesting Naruto, acknowledging the fact that Naruto had indeed made significant strides in a short period. Ah, very good, he'd remarked, his interest piqued as he regarded Naruto. He nodded slightly in approval. After the last encounter with the Nine Tails, it ceased to interfere with Naruto, allowing his potential to gradually surface. One must admit, his talent is quite remarkable. With proper guidance and nurturing, his future is undoubtedly limitless. Moreover, Naruto now harbored a fierce motivation, revenge against the village that had once harmed him. At that moment, Sasuke looked up, his face brimming with anticipation, and asked urgently, Teacher, I have successfully completed the tree climbing and water walking training. Does that mean I can begin learning more powerful ninjutsu? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for strength, as if he could hardly wait to become a true warrior. Coincidentally, he too sought answers from Konoha, questioning why Itachi had been sent to annihilate their clan. In response to Sasuke's request, he did not refuse outright, but began demonstrating ninjutsu. Sasuke watched intently, absorbing every detail of his teacher's movements, determined not to miss a single nuance. Once Sasuke's abilities had improved further, he'd intended to impart more advanced techniques, such as the formidable Chidori and the application of the Sharingan in Jinjutsu. He was also curious whether the stimulation from Jinjutsu could indeed help awaken the Sharingan in members of the Uchiha clan. By the way, teacher, while you were away, someone came looking for you. At that moment, Naruto seemed to suddenly recall something significant and called out to Kid in haste. Indeed, Sasuke chimed in, nodding in agreement with Naruto's statement. That individual appeared quite peculiar, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a snake. As he spoke, Sasuke raised his hand to gesture in the air, attempting to illustrate the person's appearance more vividly to Kid. Upon hearing Sasuke's description, Kid immediately understood. Orochimaru had arrived. It was likely that this visit was to discuss matters concerning the cells of Hashirama. After completing his lessons with Sasuke and Naruto, Kid wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the location of Uchiha Shana. As Kid's figure receded into the distance, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance. In that fleeting moment, an invisible current seemed to clash and intertwine in the midst of their gazes, revealing their shared determination and competitive spirit. At the village entrance, the clan leader Uchiha Shana stood quietly, gazing at the construction of the new gates. Inwardly, he contemplated whether to request the daimyo to send merchants to this location to stimulate the village's prosperity and development. Although the village was still in its infancy, Uchiha Shana firmly believed that once completed, the environment would rival the illustrious Konoha. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Uchiha Shana. He, too, turned his gaze toward the gradually forming gates of the Hidden Flame village, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Kid, you've returned. Upon seeing Kid, Uchiha Shana could hardly contain his excitement. After all, the Uchiha clan's current state was largely due to this man. Kid smiled and nodded, then inquired, Clan leader, I have heard that Orochimaru has arrived here? Indeed, Uchiha Shana replied promptly, recalling the scene of Orochimaru's arrival. Even though he had been forewarned by Kid, he still felt a shiver of trepidation. One of the legendary Sannin had chosen to join their village. Furthermore, Orochimaru had brought several capable subordinates and a wealth of invaluable resources, seemingly intending to settle here permanently, with the prospect of relocating his entire clan. Faced with the inclusion of such a formidable figure, Uchiha Shana dared not exhibit any negligence. He promptly allocated a substantial piece of land for Orochimaru and his followers, as a sign of respect and welcome. Upon learning of Orochimaru's whereabouts, Kid moved with the swiftness of a phantom, reaching the destination in mere flashes of movement. Lord Kid. Upon seeing Kid, Orochimaru's face lit up with unmistakable excitement. Kid halted, his gaze sweeping across the newly established base crafted by Orochimaru, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The speed at which this individual operated was astonishing. He had managed to construct such an expansive base in a short span of time. What about the Hashirama cells? Kid asked directly, without hesitation. Orochimaru nodded eagerly, leading Kid toward the basement. Finally, They arrived at the location where several canisters of the mysterious liquid were stored. He'd focused intently, observing the canisters quietly arranged on the shelves, emanating a faint yet distinctive aura. As he gazed at these vessels, memories of a similar scene he had witnessed with Danzo resurfaced in his mind. However, the Hashirama cells here appeared to be significantly purer, even through the thick glass. He could distinctly sense the powerful vitality contained within. He'd activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and utilized his technique to collect all the Hashirama cells. By the way, do you know about Sage Mode? He'd turned his gaze back to Orochimaru, posing the question. Chapter 76. Reverse Summoning, Sage Mode. Upon hearing these 4 words, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, before gradually responding. Within the sacred realm of my summoning beast, the serpent, known as the Dragon Cave, lies a method to learn sage techniques. However, acquiring such formidable abilities is no simple endeavor. It necessitates meeting exceedingly high prerequisites and is fraught with immense risks. The slightest misstep could lead one astray, possibly resulting in death. At this juncture, Orochimaru paused, seemingly reminiscing about those who had attempted to master sage techniques and failed. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, his previously calm demeanor igniting with fervor. Nevertheless, after extensive research and exploration, I have finally discovered an alternative path that could rival Sage Mode. Orochimaru could not contain his laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Kaze observed him quietly, harboring vague suspicions but refraining from interrupting his discourse. Once the laughter subsided, Orochimaru composed himself and continued, I serendipitously encountered an individual named Sh. His constitution is uniquely exceptional, maintaining a profound connection with the energies of the natural world. Through a deeper analysis of their physical structure and the flow of energy, I am convinced that, given a little more time, I could successfully create a power that is every bit as potent as Sage Mode. As he spoke, a fervent light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. So, you have yet to bring it to fruition? Well, I have made preliminary progress in developing a power known as Cursed Seal, but it is still not fully realized. Kaze pondered momentarily before ultimately deciding that learning the authentic sage techniques would be more prudent. Of course, Orochimaru replied eagerly, promptly biting his finger to perform the summoning technique, conjuring forth a massive python. As the serpent appeared, it obediently opened its mouth, slowly revealing a scroll. Kaze accepted the scroll, unfurling it, and took up a pen to inscribe his name. Following suit, he bit his finger and pressed the crimson blood onto the scroll. Excellent. Let us venture forth to test this summoning technique, Kaze declared, stepping outside with determination. Orochimaru quickly followed, and the duo soon entered the depths of the forest. Upon reaching a clearing, Kaze halted and began forming hand seals to prepare for the summoning. A sharp snap echoed, followed by a resounding boom. In an instant, a thick, impenetrable white mist arose, and as it gradually dissipated, a colossal serpent adorned with enigmatic purple stripes emerged before them. This creature not only boasted an immense size, but also possessed rows of razor-sharp fangs, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its head appeared disproportionately large compared to its body, exhibiting a flattened shape that emanated an oppressive aura. It's the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and he inwardly lamented. It is well known that the 10,000 snakes are among the most arrogant of summoning beasts. Kaze stood confidently atop the serpent's head, inspecting the immense creature with keen interest. This being's prowess should not be underestimated. In the original narrative, it faced off against both Gamabunta and the slug, and when engaged alone, it could likely prevail. Hey, Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? Did I not specify that summoning me requires at least 100 sacrifices? The 10,000 snakes roared at Orochimaru. Who dares to stand atop my head? With a furious bellow, the once still giant serpent began to thrash violently. Its massive body writhed, and its head swung wildly, attempting to dislodge the unexpected guest atop it. However, Kaze remained remarkably composed, as if the tumultuous motion beneath him bore no effect. He narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly regarding the agitated serpent below. Moments later, Kaze leapt gracefully down and landed firmly on the ground. Unfazed, he strode directly toward the giant serpent, locking eyes with its enormous vertical pupils. At that instant, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The once mighty 10,000 snakes, upon meeting Kaze's gaze, suddenly stiffened as though paralyzed by an incantation, its body becoming rigid. Moreover, 3 tomo-like patterns gradually emerged in its once furious eyes. Observing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Just as he was about to speak, Kaze raised a hand to silence him. Now, tell me immediately where the Dragon Cave is located and what qualifications are necessary to learn sage techniques, Kaze demanded, his expression grave. It is essential to note that the 10,000 Snakes holds an esteemed position within the Serpent Clan, regarded as its undisputed leader. In the Dragon Cave, apart from the legendary White Snake Sage, nearly all serpents heed its command. The entrance to the Dragon Cave has always been shrouded in mystery. Even those fortunate enough to have entered may struggle to pinpoint its exact location. Orochimaru had discovered this elusive entrance only after extensive study of the Go clan, using their unique inner power as a vital clue. Later, Kabuto stumbled upon it during a fortuitous exploration. Gaining entry to learn the enigmatic and potent sage techniques is no easy feat, even with prior discoveries. The path is fraught with peril. Requiring one to endure a series of grueling trials before mastery is attainable. After hearing the 10,000 Snakes detailed account, Kaze felt a surge of curiosity. He regarded Orochimaru with a questioning gaze filled with intrigue and softly inquired, "What prevented you from successfully mastering sage techniques in the past?" Orochimaru's expression remained as placid as still water, as if recounting the most commonplace of events. He replied slowly, "It was due to my insufficient physical strength, which rendered me incapable of enduring the violent transformations induced by sage chakra. Moreover, at that time, I had just undergone a body replacement and had yet to fully acclimate to the new body's characteristics." After sharing this, Orochimaru paused briefly before proactively requesting, "Kaze, I wish to accompany you to the Dragon Cave to procure additional materials." Kaze nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us allow the 10,000 Snakes to guide us. We possess a technique that allows summoners to reverse summon," the 10,000 Snakes stated solemnly. "Oh, you also have a technique?" Kaze queried, puzzled. "While the frogs can reverse summon, they can perform hand seals. How might snakes undertake the same?" "We do. As long as you sign a contract with us." "It is feasible," the 10,000 Snakes affirmed, and at Kaze's behest, it returned to the Dragon Cave to commence preparations for the reverse summoning. Chapter 77. Tianxin Shinshur. With a resounding thud, Foam abruptly opened his eyes, only to be engulfed by an expanse of unending darkness. The first sight that greeted him was a myriad of winding passages, varying in width and intricacy, intertwining like a labyrinth that seemed to stretch infinitely. The walls of the passage were damp, as if they had just endured a torrential downpour. Droplets incessantly seeped from above, falling one after another, producing a crisp and monotonous sound that echoed in the eerily silent cave, enhancing the atmosphere of dread. Upon the walls, thick moss and various unknown luminous fungi thrived, emitting a faint and ghostly green glow, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. Bathed in this dim light, the moss appeared a deep emerald hue, adorned with glistening droplets that resembled exquisite green gemstones. The air was saturated with a pungent, musty scent, laced with the distinct odor of serpents, overwhelming and nauseating. "Have I truly arrived within the depths of the Dragon's Cave?" Foam pondered aloud. Just then, a chilling laughter pierced the stillness. "Hee, back again, are we?" It was Orochimaru, who had mysteriously appeared at his side, his tongue flicking over his lips with a glint of elusive excitement in his eyes. Foam raised his gaze, only to find himself surrounded by a plethora of serpents, large and small, thick and slender, a vibrant tapestry of colors. The serpentine throng coiled upon the rocks and entwined around the stone pillars, occasionally flicking their slender tongues and emitting spine-chilling hisses. Their cold, unfeeling stares pierced through Foam and Orochimaru, as if assessing their worthiness to tread upon this sacred domain of serpents. A thunderous roar resonated from the multitude of snakes, causing the others to tremble in fear. "How does one learn the art of Senjutsu?" Foam mused, fixated on the colossal and enigmatic creature before him. The creature's eyes narrowed in contemplation before it spoke slowly. "First, one must endure the numerous trials set forth by the White Snake Sage." With that, the great serpent shifted its massive form, pondering, "Allow me to escort you to meet the White Snake Sage. Here, I command respect and, by virtue of my strength and status, am entitled to grant you an audience with the legendary sage." Upon hearing this, Foam nodded resolutely. "Then I would be grateful for your guidance." However, Orochimaru, who had remained silent beside them, unexpectedly interjected, "My Lord Foam, I shall not accompany you. I have observed a wealth of precious materials that require collection and organization, and I shall attend to this task." With that, Orochimaru gestured towards the towering piles of rare materials surrounding them and indicated his intention to remain behind. Nonetheless, he cautioned Feng. But do exercise caution with the White Snake Sage. The duration of her life is unfathomable. As Feng stood firmly atop the expansive and resilient head of the Great Serpent, they pressed deeper into the dragon's cave. The further they ventured, the more his vision became obscured, thick fog enveloping them, shrouding the world in an air of mystique. Wisps of vapor curled around Feng and the serpent, exuding an aura that inspired awe and reverence. With their progression, the serpents they encountered grew in size, some as robust as colossal pythons, and a few rivaling the impressive form of the great serpent beneath him. Yet, due to the creature's esteemed reputation in this realm, none dared to impede their passage. Suddenly, a melodious feminine voice sliced through the stillness. "Want she?" The words were laced with unmistakable surprise. Upon hearing the voice, the great serpent halted, its keen eyes fixated on the dense mist ahead. Gradually, a figure emerged from within the fog, a strikingly beautiful woman with an exceptional presence. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing against her porcelain skin. Dressed in an exquisitely crafted ancient attire, her flowing garments accentuated her graceful figure and poise. Upon her appearance, her gaze instantly locked onto Feng, who stood atop the serpent's head. "Who is this?" she inquired softly, her voice imbued with curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, the great serpent replied, "He seeks to pay his respects to the White Snake Sage. Please allow us passage." Though the serpent's tone remained calm, a hint of apprehension regarding the woman was palpable. "Oh, to meet the White Snake Sage? That requires passing the prescribed trials," she responded with a smile. "He is my master. I shall lead him in," the serpent protested, visibly displeased at being denied such authority. "Want she? Even you must adhere to the regulations," she retorted, unwavering. "Very well, Want she? Allow me," Feng interjected, signaling for the serpent to remain calm before stepping down to face the woman. "This is Tianxin Shenshi, isn't it?" "Indeed. Esteemed ninja, please follow me," she beamed, her smile radiant as she gracefully led the way. Feng followed her expressionless form, the surroundings growing increasingly indistinct, as though veiled by a thick mist. At that moment, a magnificent castle materialized before Feng, as if conjured by an illusion. Stopping in his tracks, he stared intently at the castle that had appeared out of thin air. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Tianxin Shenshi turned around, still wearing her smile. "What troubles you, esteemed ninja? Why do you hesitate? An illusion?" Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the spectacle, feeling as if he were being tested. Suddenly, his eyes flashed a deep crimson, akin to blazing flames. Concurrently, his Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing a complex and enigmatic pattern. Upon catching sight of the transformation in Feng's eyes, Tianxin Shenshi's expression shifted dramatically, her composure faltering. Yet, it was too late. In an instant, she felt the world tilt, as if everything were turning upside down. An overwhelming force surged forth, rendering her powerless. Ultimately, she lost her balance and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 78. The White Serpent Sage. Feng paid no heed to the unconscious Tian Xinjing lying on the ground. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, an astonishing rumble erupted from his hand. He held no interest in the so-called test set by the snake maidens before him, let alone any intention to accept it. His mind was solely focused on one thought: escaping these tedious entanglements swiftly to pursue the path of the sage. He clenched his fist tightly, channeling his chakra into the thunderous power, continuously amplifying its output. Simultaneously, his eyes widened, and a surge of black flames erupted from his gaze. Amaterasu. This dark flame, imbued with an aura of limitless destruction, fused violently with the raging lightning, creating an unprecedented and terrifying force. Without hesitation, Feng raised his hand and struck the ground with tremendous force, exclaiming, "Lightning release, thunder flow." In an instant, the destructive lightning, enveloped in black flames, spread wildly like a runaway stallion. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air as everything it touched was mercilessly obliterated and consumed. Amidst this thunderous roar, the impact zone continually expanded, causing the dense fog surrounding them to gradually dissipate under the onslaught of this overwhelming power. "Stop this at once." A panicked scream suddenly pierced the air. Shichikujima, having discovered the situation, rushed over in a frenzy, intent on halting Uchiha Fang's brutal actions. Who are you? She exclaimed, as even she found the dark flames beyond her capability. Upon recognizing Feng, a flicker of shock crossed her face. This technique was unleashed by this child? Uchiha? Can you take me to meet the White Serpent Sage now? Feng retracted his hand, calmly inquiring. The Uchiha must undergo a trial. But I shall take you there. Shichikajima instinctively began to refuse, yet upon seeing the lightning crackling in Feng's hand, she quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, another woman appeared before Feng, regarding him with a hint of caution. It was Takuji, one of the 3 snake maidens. Take him to meet the White Serpent Sage. Shichikujima sighed softly, her eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. This child's power is overwhelming. Takuji nodded slightly in agreement. They were indeed facing a situation unlike any they had encountered before. At this juncture, it seemed only the White Serpent Sage could render the final verdict. Feng, standing a short distance away, slowly closed his eyes and then reopened them. The once glimmering scarlet of his Sharingan gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely. He suppressed the urge to control the 2 snake maidens. Under the guidance of Shichikujima and Takuji, Feng followed their lead, stepping deeper into the dragon's cave. The air was thick with fog, obscuring their vision and making the path ahead difficult to discern. However, as they ventured further, the mist began to dissipate gradually. Finally, when the last remnants of fog vanished, a breathtaking sight unfolded before Feng's eyes. A colossal serpent, its body as white as snow and immensely large, lay coiled in a remarkably unique position, seamlessly blending with the cave's surroundings. This white serpent lay motionless, as if it had become an inseparable part of this dark realm. With fiery orange hair and yellow eyes resembling deep flames, adorned with a green cat's eye stone on its chest and a pipe clutched in its mouth. The creature emanated an aura of languor. White Serpent Sage. The 2 snake maidens bowed respectfully before the giant serpent. Its tightly closed eyes slowly opened a sliver, lazily glancing aside before its gaze fixated firmly upon Uchiha Feng, as if drawn by an unseen force. You are of the Uchiha clan? The White Serpent Sage's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. Simultaneously, a powerful sense of perception radiated from its being, enveloping Feng in an instant. From Feng's eyes, it sensed an icy chakra fluctuation. Upon hearing the White Serpent Sage's words, Feng merely lifted his head slightly, revealing no hint of surprise. After all, this serpent had endured countless years. It would indeed be strange if it were unaware of the Uchiha. Then what brings you here? The White Serpent Sage inhaled from its pipe, exhaling a plume of white smoke that danced around it. In response to the sage's inquiry, Feng answered without hesitation. I seek to learn sage arts. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained locked onto the massive white serpent, pondering whether it possessed immortality or if it merely extended its lifespan through the mastery of profound sage techniques. Oh, is that so? The White Serpent Sage's lips curled slightly, revealing a curious smile. With a gentle flick of its tail, it gestured toward the 2 snake maidens, speaking in a calm tone. In that case, you must first pass the trials they have set. However, contrary to the White Serpent Sage's expectations, Feng let out a soft sigh, shaking his head in resignation as he murmured to himself, Alas, it seems I must resort to more direct and effective means. Before the last word faded, Feng suddenly bellowed. Susanoo. With a thunderous clap of his hands, a blinding light flashed, and the kaleidoscopic pattern in his eyes materialized, unleashing an overwhelming aura from his being. In that instant, a massive humanoid figure, resembling a towering mountain, abruptly manifested within the cave. This figure radiated an unsettling energy, its body swirling with tumultuous chakra. In an instant, a violent gust of energy swept through the cavern, obscuring everything in its wake. The enormous hand reached out towards the White Serpent Sage with tremendous force, compressing the air into a piercing sonic boom. You wretch! Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the White Serpent Sage, filled with rage, cursed and swiftly maneuvered, exerting all its strength to evade. Having occupied that position for centuries without budging an inch, it was now compelled to abandon its stable domain. At that moment, a hint of undeniable fury flickered across the White Serpent Sage's face. Its eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling light, and it quickly summoned its surging sage chakra. As the chakra surged, the White Serpent Sage's body began to turn translucent, ultimately vanishing from sight, entering a mysterious state of invisibility. However, despite its physical form being concealed, The white serpent sage's consciousness remained active. It focused, channeling all its power into a singular point, transforming it into an invisible wave of intent that surged toward foam with lightning speed. Chapter 79. Sage Mode. Maple keenly perceived the potent surge of power, instantly recalling the serpent's peculiar abilities. He remembered its capacity to infiltrate minds and record and replay specific visions. Abruptly, the dissipating mist intensified, becoming all-consuming. Simultaneously, the serpent priestesses launched a coordinated, swift assault. Undaunted, Maple's eyes blazed with intense ocular power, a torrent of force that effortlessly nullified the encroaching mental intrusion. He manipulated Susanu's colossal arms, where crimson and azure chakra coalesced into a compact, ominous violet orb. The hitherto concealed white snake sage was aghast. Its immense form froze, a flicker of dread crossing its countenance. Halt! Cease! The white snake sage, as if jolted back to reality, frantically emerged from concealment, waving its tail at Maple, imploring him to desist. The serpent priestesses exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden, panicked interruption. Maple remained steadfast, Susanu's hand aloft, the ominous sphere radiating palpable energy, his gaze icy and unwavering. Desist. I shall impart sage arts. The white snake sage shrieked, its voice piercing. It trembled, fearing the orb's catastrophic potential to obliterate the cavernous abode. At these words, Maple casually dismissed the potent sphere, which vanished into his hand and then into his being. The white snake sage, eyes wide, scrutinized Maple, baffled by his effortless control over such formidable power. It was particularly astounded by the technique he had just displayed, a tailed beast ball. Despite the eons that had passed, the sage vividly recalled its devastating potential. Such an impact would not only obliterate the cavern, but also render the surrounding landscape barren. The sage was further perplexed by how this individual had mastered a technique exclusive to tailed beasts. Could he be a Jinchuriki? But what about the Susanu from earlier? Unable to contain its curiosity and apprehension, the white snake sage inquired, "Are you a Jinchuriki?" Maple nonchalantly waved his hand, responding casually, "Perhaps." The white snake sage furrowed its brow, striving for composure. As the master of Ryuchi Cave, it could not afford to lose composure before a mere youth. After a moment of contemplation, the white snake sage spoke with renewed gravity. "Are you certain? Sage chakra is exceedingly difficult to control, and recklessness can lead to demise. I believe that even without sage arts, few in this world could best you." "It is not enough," Maple countered, his gaze fixed on the white snake. While the return of Madara and his ilk remained uncertain, mastery of sage arts was indispensable for Kaga-level combat. Even the vaunted Madara sought to augment his power by absorbing Hashirama's sage chakra. "Very well," the white snake sage conceded, its serpentine eyes narrowing as it flicked its forked tongue, its massive form undulating slowly toward Maple. Maple stood firm, his gaze unwavering, his mind racing through recollections of Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. In that fleeting moment, the white snake sage was upon him, jaws agape, fangs bared, lunging for Maple's neck. Maple's eyes sharpened, but he offered no resistance, bracing himself for the onslaught. A surge of otherworldly energy flooded Maple's veins, coursing through his body, inflicting excruciating pain. However, invoking his innate ability, Maple channeled his chakra to assimilate the invading energy. The white snake sage, releasing its bite, observed Maple's impassive visage with bewilderment. Had the youth's abundant chakra rendered the sage chakra insufficient? "Are you all right?" the white snake sage inquired, noting subtle changes in Maple's demeanor. Maple clenched his fist, savoring the potent energy coursing through him, wild and untamed. "Is this sage chakra?" he murmured. The white snake sage stared in disbelief. It had anticipated a struggle or some adverse reaction upon initial exposure to sage chakra, but Maple appeared unaffected. "How are you unscathed?" The white snake sage circled Maple, scrutinizing his every move. Undeterred by the sage's astonishment, Maple focused on stabilizing the volatile sage chakra. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "How does one stabilize sage chakra?" The white snake sage pondered the query. Even the most gifted individuals typically experienced some discomfort or imbalance when first attempting to harness sage arts. Maple's composure was perplexing. "Has sage chakra successfully entered your system?" The white snake sage inquired, its tone tinged with bewilderment. "Balance. Achieve equilibrium, a 1:1:1 ratio, between sage chakra, physical energy, and spiritual energy, and sage mode shall manifest." Despite its confusion, the white snake sage responded. I see. It appears that the only difference with the toad side lies in the method of infusing celestial chakra. The risks associated with the serpent's approach are evidently greater. Should there be an imbalance, one could potentially transform into a stone statue, the white serpent continued to articulate. Chapter 80. During the cultivation, does this method in the dragon cave imply that there is but a singular opportunity for trial? Feng slowly settled into a cross-legged position, his gaze fixed upon the incessantly chattering white snake sage, who spoke with the eloquence of a flowing river. He distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, when Naruto embarked on his cultivation journey, he encountered a severe imbalance of sage chakra. Fortunately, the adept sage Shinsaku intervened in time, preventing Naruto from ultimately transforming into a colossal frog. Yet, what if he were to find himself in a similar predicament? What if he lacked the capacity to absorb the energy? If the surging sage chakra were to rush unimpeded into his being, it would most likely lead to a complete energy imbalance. The seemingly enigmatic white snake sage was undoubtedly aware of this, perhaps secretly scheming to devour him once he succumbed to the uncontrolled sage energy, transforming into a stone statue. This urgency in the white snake sage's demeanor, his detailed explanations, served as a clear indication of his anxiety over potential retribution. Indeed, as long as he focused wholeheartedly on adjusting the delicate balance of the various energies within him, the hope for success remained. While the white snake sage spoke, he subtly shifted his position, intentionally increasing the distance between himself and Uchiha Feng. Upon hearing these words, Feng chose not to utter another syllable. Instead, he closed his eyes tightly, casting aside all distracting thoughts, and began to attune himself to the sage energy coursing through him. This sage chakra was unlike the regenerative-tailed beast or ordinary chakra. It resembled a consumable resource, which explained the time constraints inherent in sage mode. Thus, the sage energy within him served two purposes. 1. To cultivate sage mode and master the absorption of natural energy. 2. To be utilized like normal chakra, vanishing once expended. It is well known that sage energy originates from the wondrous forces of nature. When a practitioner enters a meditative state, they can keenly perceive the vast natural energy enveloping them. Among the boundless realms of the ninja world, the three great sanctuaries stand as the richest reservoirs of natural energy, as if the essence of nature itself converged there. However, at this moment, Feng did not enter a meditative state to absorb natural energy, for the white snake sage had directly infused him with the invaluable sage chakra. As the energy surged, astonishing transformations began to manifest upon Feng. Delicate, glimmering scales emerged from beneath his skin, reminiscent of spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, gradually spreading to his neck. Simultaneously, his formerly normal eyes underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, transforming into the piercing, frigid gaze of serpentine orbs. The white snake sage, who had been silently observing, nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Yet, he pondered why Feng had not entered a meditative state. At that moment, Feng was wholly engrossed in maintaining the delicate equilibrium among the various energies within him, exerting every effort to perceive the mysterious forces of nature. He kept his eyes tightly closed, brow slightly furrowed, beads of sweat forming upon his forehead. Outside the room, the three snake maidens wore expressions of concern, hesitantly entering as the prolonged silence within had aroused their apprehension regarding potential mishaps. Upon finally seeing Uchiha Feng seated there, seemingly in a trance, their gazes flickered in unison. Among them, Tian-Shin, the snake maiden, revealed a hint of unmistakable dread in her eyes, recalling the illusionary attack she had faced during their previous encounter, which had rendered her unconscious before she could react. Had the other two snake maidens not awakened her with their sage powers, the outcome would have been dire. White snake sage, they spoke in unison. Shoo! The white snake sage, pipe in mouth, merely lifted his tail slightly in response, signaling them to remain silent. Tuanjin, observing this, felt a cold glimmer in her eyes and hesitated before tentatively inquiring, Sage, should we seize this opportunity to act against him? However, before she could finish, the white snake sage resolutely waved his robust tail, interrupting her. No, this Uchiha boy is exceptional. He can wield sage chakra effortlessly without entering a meditative state. His strength is unfathomable. Given the current situation, it would be unrealistic to confront him. The white snake sage exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Feng in the distance. Suddenly, the serpents within the cave changed their expressions, particularly the white snake sage. They sensed the natural energy within the cave flowing, converging towards a single direction. They turned their gaze towards Feng, who had shed his serpentine fade, appearing normal once again, save for the lingering traces of his snake-like eyes. What was happening? Could he actually sense the natural energy? Tuanjing pondered, incredulous at the rapidity of his progress. No, he had already begun absorbing natural energy, but if he absorbed too much, it would lead to an energy imbalance. Wouldn't it? Tianqian murmured. Feng's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly before gradually opening. His once heavy form began to support itself, slowly rising from the ground. At that moment, the white snake sage, who had been closely monitoring Feng's every move, suddenly froze. He keenly felt the natural energy continuing to dissipate around him. Though the rate of loss was exceedingly slow, the experienced white snake sage immediately caught this subtle shift. It was perplexing, for Feng had evidently stood up. Logically, one cannot absorb natural energy while in motion. The energy loss should have ceased. Yet the current circumstances defied the white snake sage's expectations. As the enormous white serpent observed Feng approaching, it instinctively recoiled slightly before cautiously asking, could it be? Have you mastered the method of converting natural energy into sage chakra? Hearing the query from the white snake sage, Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently shook his head and replied with a relaxed tone, not yet. I have merely sensed and absorbed the natural energy, thanks to the sage chakra you provided earlier. In response to Feng's gratitude, the white snake sage quickly replied, no need for thanks. Feng took a deep breath. For at that moment when he sensed the natural energy using sage chakra, he had activated his absorption ability, drawing the natural energy into his being. Chapter 81. Movements of all parties in the ensuing days. Uchiha Feng remained sequestered within the dragon cave, where the white snake sage reluctantly imparted the method of converting natural energy into Ninjutsu chakra. Yet, he still could not comprehend how Feng was able to continuously absorb natural energy while controlling the quantity absorbed. Wait a moment. It seemed the white snake sage had an epiphany, realizing the implications of this. Could he not remain in sage mode indefinitely? As long as there was consumption, he could replenish with natural energy, absorbing more as needed. Hiss. The white snake sage, now devoid of any distractions, understood better than anyone the immense power of Ninjutsu. Meanwhile, as Feng dedicated himself to his training, the outside world descended into chaos. Within the confines of Konoha, the retreat of the cloud and stone villages alleviated some pressure. Yet the high-ranking officials bore no signs of relief. The reason for their grim demeanor was the catastrophic losses the war had inflicted upon Konoha. Not merely the casualties on the battlefield, but the losses sustained at home were far more daunting. In the aftermath of the conflict, the Uchiha clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Sealing Scroll were all lost, along with numerous ninjas and resources, tarnishing Konoha's once revered reputation and placing its legitimacy in jeopardy. Yet, they had gained nothing in return. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just returned, nearly fainted upon hearing of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's disappearance. After a thorough inspection, the realization that the Sealing Scroll was also missing caused him to lose consciousness entirely. Upon awakening, he hastily summoned ninjas to investigate. As the scroll was in many respects more perilous than the loss of the Jinchuriki, containing numerous forbidden jutsu. What shall we do, Sarutobi? Tsunade looked anxiously at the third Hokage. We must retrieve the Sealing Scroll, Hiruzen declared gravely, his wrinkled face etched with determination and a sense of irrefutable authority. Tsunade and Mito Menka exchanged glances, a wave of unease washing over them. Mito furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. But the one who could so stealthily abscond with these two vital items, especially now that Jiraiya has taken a contingent of ninjas to assist at the Sand Village front, leaving our village's defenses considerably weakened. Can we truly manage with only the remaining forces? Damn those sand ninjas! Hiruzen could no longer suppress the tumult of anger and despair within him, his usually calm demeanor twisting into a fearsome visage of rage. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, his roar echoing as if to pierce the very roof of the room. The third Hokage understood that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Konoha's decline under his leadership was inevitable. For years, he had meticulously curated his image and role as Hokage, but now it felt as fragile as gossamer, easily torn apart. The two advisors beside him wore similarly grim expressions, their lips pressed tightly together, revealing the fury that burned within them as their bodies trembled. They inwardly cursed the obstinate Raza for his refusal to withdraw. At that moment, a ninja rushed into the room, his expression frantic, clutching 2 letters tightly. Upon reaching the 3rd Hokage, he quickly presented the letters and briefly explained, "Hokage-sama, these are letters from the Stone and Cloud villages." With that, he did not linger and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, in the distant Stone village, a diminutive elder with an enormous nose stood quietly at the village's gates, his gaze vacantly fixed on the horizon. This man was Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage. His mind replayed the battle reports relayed by the ninja, Kuratsuchi. When he heard that Uchiha Phone could wield the legendary Susanoo, Inoki was taken aback, springing from his seat. In that moment, he envisioned a formidable figure clad in red armor, scornfully gazing down upon them, rendering his proud lineage as nothing more than fragile paper. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that not every Sharingan wielder was Uchiha Madara. After marking Uchiha Phone as one not to provoke unnecessarily, he cheerfully dispatched a messenger to Konoha to request reparations. Even if Konoha refused, it would serve to irritate them without any loss on his part. The situation among the Sand Ninjas was particularly complex and precarious. Despite the widespread acknowledgement that prolonging the conflict was futile, merely leading to further unnecessary casualties, Raza, the 4th Kazekage, remained obstinately resistant to calls for a ceasefire. Even as Chiyo and many senior Sand Ninjas implored him to reconsider, Raza paid no heed, persisting in directing the Sand forces to launch relentless assaults on Konoha's defenses. In the Sand camp, the atmosphere was tense and fraught. Chiyo, her face a mask of anxiety and anger, disregarded her usual respectful address of Raza as Kazekage-sama and shouted, "Raza, this wretched war cannot continue endlessly." Her voice resonated, causing the entire tent to tremble. Yet, in response to Chiyo's outburst, Raza merely clenched his fists, remaining silent. Deep down, Raza was acutely aware of the precarious state of affairs. However, he felt unwilling to concede. Konoha had offended them, and given the financial constraints of the Sand, he could not bear to return empty-handed after investing so much manpower and resources. How could he face his village if he returned in disgrace? Word of such a retreat would surely tarnish his reputation, jeopardizing his position as Kazekage. At this moment, his singular focus was to secure a decisive victory. Reclaiming the lost honor before considering the end of the war, this was the most advantageous course of action for him. "We have not lost yet," Raza declared with resolute conviction, as if to dispel the looming gloom that enveloped them. However, Chiyo merely shook her head in silence, feeling utterly fatigued, unable to muster even a rebuttal. She understood that the current predicament was overwhelmingly unfavorable for them, yet Raza remained steadfast, leaving her both exasperated and anxious. Chapter 82. The Eternal Sage Mode. What does victory mean, even if achieved? Chiyo's expression remained impassive, her gaze cold and unyielding as she fixed her eyes on Ashura, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Ashura felt a jolt within, though he maintained a facade of composure. However, when Chiyo mentioned Uchiha Kid, he could no longer conceal the tumult of anger and unease within him. Uchiha Kid. Ashura hissed the name through gritted teeth, a surge of uncontainable fury igniting in his heart. Reflecting upon the encounters with that young Uchiha, he was filled with vexation at having been wounded by a mere child from that clan. Now, that same child had grown to such formidable strength, a reality that gnawed at his pride. The final battle. Ashura's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Chiyo, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, as if seeking to unleash the entirety of his wrath. In response to Ashura's hostile glare, Chiyo remained silent, standing resolute like an immovable iceberg. Time ticked by, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At last, Chiyo let out a soft sigh, shattering the suffocating silence. After this battle, the Sand Ninjas must retreat. Her tone was firm and resolute, leaving little room for dissent. With that, she turned away, leaving Ashura to stand alone, gazing at her receding figure, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Within the dragon cave, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed throughout the cavern. Sage art, lightning release, Chidori. Kid raised his hands high, dazzling blue lightning crackling in his palms. Resembling a multitude of birds in unison, their cries deafening and heart-stirring. In that moment, Kid appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet his eyes displayed the 3-tomo pattern, with only a faint serpentine shadow lingering at the edges. In the distance, the immense white snake sage coiled gracefully in the air, observing Kid, who had successfully activated and stabilized the sage mode. Its expression was inscrutable, calm to the point of being enigmatic, as it leisurely inhaled from its pipe. He'd approached the white snake sage, first noting the deep marks left by the Chidori on the ground, marveling at the formidable power of the technique. Compared to utilizing ordinary chakra, the Chidori released this time had increased in potency by several dozen times. This astounding enhancement offered him a newfound understanding of the power inherent in sage mode. As Keed continued to absorb the natural energy surrounding him, it flowed into him like an unceasing torrent. Through a series of intricate transformation processes, this energy ultimately coalesced into sage chakra, melding with the innate energy within him, maintaining a delicate yet stable equilibrium. In the original narrative, Naruto relied on the shadow clone technique for sustained combat. Sage Toad, on the other hand, cleverly utilized a snake to assist in refining sage chakra, sustaining its remarkable fighting prowess. Even the formidable Jiraiya required the aid of two frogs to effectively harness sage techniques. Yet now Keed was unique, able to maintain his sage mode through his distinctive abilities. This capability resembled an eternal kaleidoscope of Sharingan, representing a perpetual sage mode. At this moment, the white snake sage regarded Keed, a hint of curiosity and intrigue glimmering in its eyes. After a moment's hesitation, it finally spoke. "I am curious. Does your ancestry still hold the bloodline of other clan members?" In response to the white snake sage's inquiry, Keed pondered briefly before shaking his head and replying, "There shouldn't be any." Just then, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to look back at the white snake sage and ask, "However, I am curious if you're familiar with the sage of Mount Myaboku?" Upon hearing the name of Mount Myaboku, the white snake sage's expression shifted slightly, revealing a complex array of emotions. It responded with a hint of confusion. "How do you know about the sage of Mount Myaboku?" "I merely wish to learn more about that sage," Keed shrugged, expressing mild interest in the ancient toad that had existed since the era of Kaguya. After all, it had taught the Six Paths techniques and aided in defeating Kaguya, even foreseeing the existence of Naruto and Sasuke. That old toad? The white snake sage scoffed dismissively, harboring no fondness for the toad sage. As the realms of the sages were rife with competition, all vying for exceptional ninja resources to promote their own techniques. Back in the day, Mount Myaboku had secured the finest resource, Kaguya Akatsuki. That old toad was merely fortunate to encounter a promising talent. The white snake sage scolded as it spoke. "I see," Keed realized. It appeared the white snake had limited knowledge of that toad, only aware that it had taught sage techniques to Kaguya Akatsuki, allowing Mount Myaboku's techniques to overshadow them for many years. "Well then, farewell," Keed said with an impassive expression, having successfully mastered sage techniques with results surpassing his initial expectations. With his objective achieved, he felt no attachment to this place. Yet, just as he turned to leave, an urgent voice called out from behind. "Wait." Keed halted his steps, glancing back to see the white snake sage's expression wavering with indecision. After a brief pause, it slowly inquired, "You are considered a successor of our dragon cave, are you not?" Keed felt a sense of surprise at this remark, his brow furrowing as he regarded the white snake sage with a questioning gaze. "I suppose so. Then, if you encounter the sage of Mount Myaboku in the future, could you assist in administering a sound thrashing with sage techniques?" A faint smile graced the white snake sage's face as it spoke. Despite the infrequent interactions between the two sages, the white snake had long harbored dissatisfaction over the toad's perceived superiority, feeling overshadowed. Observing the young man before it, the white snake sage mused. Given this young one's displayed prowess, should he face the inheritors of Mount Myaboku, he would undoubtedly leave them at a loss. With that thought, the white snake sage felt a surge of anticipation. "Oh, is that all?" "That's absolutely no problem," Keed readily agreed, initially expecting a request of considerable difficulty. After all, he would inevitably encounter that lecherous sage, Jiraiya, whether it be to teach Jiraiya a lesson or to show the toads a thing or two, avenging the white snake sage. He would gladly oblige. Chapter 83, The Enhancement of Wood Release and the Acquisition of the Divine Artifact, Kanyu Raijin. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng's eyes suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance of lightning, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Following this, a deafening clap of thunder resonated, and Feng vanished from the depths of the dragon's cave, as though he had never been there at all. Shortly after his departure, 3 graceful figures gradually emerged. The white snake sage pondered. Did he truly leave just like that? Tenjin Heim's eyes widened in disbelief. She had initially thought the intruder was secretly sent by the likes of Mangekyō, for given the displayed prowess and means, it seemed improbable that he could so effortlessly extricate himself from the dragon's cave. Indeed, that was an exceedingly profound space-time ninjutsu, Tangenheim softly elucidated. Yet before she could finish, the silent white snake sage interjected, "Enough? He is the heir to our dragon's cave." Although the white snake sage's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. At this moment, deep within, the white snake sage was filled with joy. To have an heir like Feng, endowed with formidable strength and potential, seek them out was akin to receiving a heavenly blessing. Throughout the years, the white snake sage had always felt his fortune paled in comparison to that of the old toad of Myoboka Mountain, but now it seemed the tides had turned, and it was finally his turn to revel in triumph. Feng, like a phantom, silently appeared in his abode. With a mere thought, he waved his right hand and summoned the Hashirama cells previously bestowed upon him by Orochimaru from the enigmatic realm of Kanyuraijin. The containers filled with Hashirama cells were neatly arranged, each brimming with a pale green liquid that emitted an otherworldly glow. Taking a deep breath, Feng's gaze fixated on one particular container of Hashirama cells. He extended his left hand, gently unscrewed the cap, and without hesitation, tilted the opening towards his right palm, pouring the contents forth. In an instant, the viscous liquid, seemingly alive, swiftly seeped into his skin, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a powerful and vibrant life force erupted from within Feng, akin to a torrential flood coursing through his veins. The most apparent transformation was the further enhancement of his wood release abilities. Feeling the relentless surge of power within him, Feng exhaled a long breath of relief. He then unhesitatingly picked up another vial of Hashirama cells and repeated the process, pouring it into his other hand. Thus, one vial after another of Hashirama cells flowed into his grasp, and the waves of power emanating from him became increasingly intense. Gradually, as the energy continued to overflow from Feng, even the floor beneath him began to undergo a transformation. Tender green saplings broke through the earth, growing at an astonishing rate. Before long, the entire living room floor was covered in lush greenery. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into Feng's mind. These memories vividly showcased various exquisite wood-release techniques, originating from the very experiences of Hashirama Senju himself. Despite Orochimaru's repeated dilution of the Hashirama cells, the essence remained rooted in the legendary Hashirama. Fortunately, unlike Uchiha Madara, Feng did not find Hashirama's formidable visage manifesting upon his chest. After this, it is unlikely that anything else will enhance my strength, Feng mused. In the current ninja world, aside from the Rinnegan, what other treasures remain? The dragon veins? The zero tails? Rising to his feet, Feng departed from the hidden flame village and journeyed to a mountain in the land of fire. A tremendous rumbling erupted as the ground seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands, with countless robust roots bursting forth, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, colossal trees shot up from the earth like bamboo after a rain, intertwining to form a dense forest. These towering giants reached for the heavens, their canopies nearly obscuring the sky, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The forest expanded at an astonishing pace, swiftly covering the flat land and extending into the valley ahead. As it advanced, dust swirled, and birds and beasts fled in panic. Gazing upon this magnificent sight, Feng wore a satisfied smile. Senjutsu, wood release, the arrival of the tree world. Suddenly, Feng paused, sensing two faint chakra fluctuations shimmering ahead, beneath the wood release's grasp. What could it be? He wondered, filled with curiosity. He treaded lightly toward the source of his intrigue, unable to recall any treasures within this valley. As Feng delved deeper into the valley, the elusive sensation remained feeble. Yet he keenly perceived that this mysterious energy bore a resemblance to the unique aura of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Feng activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, a torrent of ocular power surged forth, clarifying the once indistinct sensation. Guided by his Mangekyō Sharingan, Feng ventured to the innermost depths of the valley. He raised his gaze to behold an intricate array of bizarre sealing techniques covering the area like a spider's web, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Feng's mind began to form a rough conjecture about the origins of this enigmatic object. Taking a deep breath, he approached the colossal seal. The Mangekyō in his eyes glimmered with a chilling light as a continuous stream of chakra surged from within him, flooding into the seal. As his chakra flowed forth, the once unyielding seal began to emit a deep, resonant hum, gradually loosening its grip. At last, in a moment of profound intensity, all the runes vanished as if erased by an invisible force. In that instant, a cataclysmic energy erupted, unstoppable as if a volcano had awakened. Amidst the brilliant radiance, two objects, entirely composed of condensed chakra, began to materialize. Indeed, the Ten Kusanagi sword and the Yada mirror. The Ten Kusanagi sword, a variant of the Kusanagi blade, ensnares those pierced by it into a dreamlike illusion, forever sealing them within. The Yada mirror, devoid of physical form, serves as a divine shield, possessing the ability to alter its properties according to the nature of the attack, rendering any physical assault ineffective. Feng's gaze shifted as the skeletal hand of Susanoo reached out towards them. Upon contact, the two artifacts melded seamlessly into Susanoo. Feng discerned the transformation of Susanoo. These artifacts were not originally bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi, but were obtained later, likely guided by the Mangekyō. Chapter 84. The death of Asuma within the borders of the Land of Fire. In the Lord's estate, sunlight cascaded into the courtyard, where a gentle breeze rustled the verdant leaves, producing a soothing sound. The Lord sat comfortably in his spacious, well-lit study, delicately fanning himself with an exquisitely crafted folding fan. Seemingly detached from the tumultuous events unfolding outside, his tranquil visage revealed no hint of concern or anxiety regarding the current tense situation. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, followed by the slow creaking of the study door. The Lord raised his gaze to the figure entering, Asuma Sarutobi. With a solemn expression, Asuma bowed respectfully before the Lord and spoke in a low, resolute tone. "My lord, I wish to request a leave of absence to return to Konoha." Upon hearing this, the Lord's leisurely demeanor faltered, his fan pausing mid-motion. He regarded Asuma with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Why must you request leave again?" the Lord inquired, frowning. "Have you forgotten that you already requested time off just a few months ago?" In response to the Lord's inquiry, Asuma inhaled deeply and replied, "Indeed, my lord. However, the situation in Konoha has grown increasingly dire, and I am deeply concerned for its welfare. I earnestly request your approval to return and assess the situation." Yet, Asuma did not fully disclose the true doubts that plagued his mind. He could not comprehend why the Lord exhibited such leniency towards the Uchiha clan, indulging them to the extent of providing substantial aid to the Hidden Flame village. At that moment, Konoha was engulfed in chaos, desperately in need of resources and support, while precious supplies flowed uninterrupted to the Hidden Flame village. Why was this so? He felt compelled to inform the third Hokage of the Lord's stance. The Lord might truly be relinquishing the resources and legitimacy of the Land of Fire to the Hidden Flame village, were it not for his vigilant watch. He might have suspected the Lord was under some malevolent influence. Enough. Do not waste my time here. The Lord's brow furrowed in impatience, his vexation palpable. He held a deep disdain for those who perpetually sought excuses for absence. Asuma bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude before hastily exiting the room. He dared not linger. Swiftly collecting his pre-packed belongings, and hurried towards Konoha. As he ran, Asuma reflected on the unsettling events of recent days. The Lord's behavior had become increasingly peculiar, as though he were an entirely different person. This thought stirred a profound unease within him. Wood release, cutting technique. In an instant, a multitude of robust wooden spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Asuma with alarming speed. Startled, Asuma evaded to the side, yet despite his quick reflexes, he could not entirely escape the onslaught. A muffled thud echoed as a sharp wooden spike mercilessly pierced his left shoulder, the force pinning him against a nearby tree. Gasping in pain, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, gripping the spike embedded in his shoulder, attempting to extract it. However, as his hand made contact, something unexpected transpired. The smooth spike suddenly branched into several sharp spines, viciously piercing his palm. "Ah!" Asuma's anguished scream echoed. His face contorted in agony and disbelief. His eyes widened, fixated on the shadow ahead, striving to discern who had inflicted this torment. From within the darkness of the forest, it seemed as though a pair of concealed eyes watched intently. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, ghostly in its grace. As it clenched slightly, an enigmatic power surged forth. Asuma's body convulsed violently, the life force within him swiftly draining away, coursing along the surrounding thorns. In mere moments, The once vibrant Asuma was reduced to a lifeless husk, his skin taut against his bones, a ghastly sight. Just then, Uchiha Kid emerged from the darkness. Approaching Asuma's lifeless form, with a gentle clap of his hands, the tree writhed and enveloped the corpse, erasing all traces of its existence. Meanwhile, far away in the palace, the Lord, indulging in a sumptuous feast, suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him, causing him to nearly drop his utensils in shock. Hastily setting down his meal, he rose to his feet. Upon turning, he discovered Uchiha Kid had silently appeared behind him. The Lord's face immediately lit up with a sycophantic smile as he addressed Kid with utmost deference. "Lord Kid, what brings you here in person?" Without a glance in the Lord's direction, Kid coldly inquired, "What is the situation in Konoha?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Lord stammered, They reported that they successfully repelled the attacks from the Cloud and Stone villages, but the Sand village still resists." Kid's lips curled into a barely perceptible, cold smile. He then declared in an authoritative tone, "Immediately send word to the entire shinobi world. From this moment on, the Hidden Flame village shall be recognized as the sole legitimate shinobi village of the Land of Fire. As for the so-called Konoha, it is no longer officially acknowledged and shall not receive any resources henceforth." Upon finishing, Kid's icy gaze swept over the Lord, who nodded vigorously in agreement. "Understood, Lord Kid," he affirmed, though with a hint of resignation. He added, "However, they possess their own resources. Even if we do not provide assistance, they can sustain themselves. I can only restrain the merchants from trading with them to weaken them, but I cannot interfere with their internal commerce." This was also why he found it so vexing to deal with Konoha. It operated almost as an independent political entity. The Lord felt the Land of Fire should not be providing resources while lacking complete control over them. "Leave that to you. Act according to your capabilities," Kid replied, turning towards the Sand village. The Lord then called for his guards to enter. "My lord, what is it?" Hama was the first to rush in. "Hurry, summon the envoy. I wish to announce Konoha's severance from the Land of Fire. We have no further ties with them," the Lord proclaimed. This startling revelation left everyone in a stunned silence. Wasn't Konoha an integral part of the Land of Fire? "My lord, are you suggesting we no longer acknowledge Konoha?" Hama inquired, a complex expression crossing his face. Although he held a disdain for Konoha, he envisioned a scenario where the Hokage was deposed, allowing the Lord to assume control, rather than completely severing ties. No matter the circumstances, Konoha remained the foremost village in the shinobi world. Who would protect the Land of Fire in their absence? "Indeed. Quickly announce it," the Lord insisted, his tone leaving no room for dissent, as if he had already made a definitive decision. "This cannot be," the Lord's voice echoed. Hama, filled with anxiety, urgently interjected. "Announcing this news now will only extinguish the fighting spirit of the Leaf Ninjas who are battling on the front lines, leading to an inevitable collapse and ultimately causing our Fire Nation to lose this war." However, the daimyo appeared deaf to Hama's words, responding with palpable irritation. "Why are you all so bothersome? I have decided to announce it, and with so many people in the Fire Nation, do you think we lack guardians? I have long found the Leaf's incompetence intolerable. We no longer need them." Upon hearing this declaration, the audience exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for how to proceed. Hama stood frozen, pondering the true intentions of the daimyo. After a moment, he cautiously ventured, "My lord, when you referred to others, you weren't implying the Uchiha clan, were you?" At the mention of the Uchiha, the daimyo narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk creeping across his lips as he replied without hesitation, "And if I am?" Hama was rendered speechless. He had initially hoped to use this opportunity for the daimyo to seize control of the Leaf Village, only to realize that the daimyo merely sought to replace the Leaf with the Uchiha clan. Chapter 85. The Sand Shinobi Ultimately. Despite the doubts and reluctance that lingered within their hearts, the assembled crowd found themselves with no alternative but to obediently comply with the indisputable commands of the daimyo. At this moment, amidst the smoke-filled battlefield of the Sand Shinobi, Raza took the lead, rallying the spirited Sand Shinobi as they braced for a decisive and fierce assault. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and he gripped his weapon tightly, exuding a chilling aura of authority. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat quietly in the command tent, her eyes sweeping over the neatly arranged Leaf Ninjas below. Her demeanor was solemn and grave, as if she were contemplating the optimal strategy to navigate the precarious situation at hand. Just then, Kakashi stepped forward. Bowing slightly before Tsunade, and speaking in a low voice tinged with urgency. "Lady Tsunade, has the Sand Shinobi yet to agree to withdraw?" Tsunade gently shook her head, her tone remaining calm and composed. "No, the Kazekage has yet to relent on the matter of withdrawal. However, there is no need for undue concern. We have received word that Jiraiya is hastening to our aid. With his support, I am confident that victory will be ours." With that, she lifted her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes shimmering with determination. What troubled them was the situation concerning the Uchiha clan. Even now, Uchiha Kid had yet to make an appearance, leaving everyone perplexed about the Uchiha's intentions. Was it merely to establish a new shinobi village? Kakashi sighed, his memories of Uchiha Kid still rooted in their previous expedition to the Sand Shinobi village, yet now he had the capability to vanquish the Cloud Ninjas. He could only attribute his past defeat by Raza to his own failure to exert his full strength at that time. On the battlefield, the wind howled, and sand swirled chaotically. Raza stood atop a height, his cold gaze surveying the leaf camp below. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shouted, "All troops, heed my command. Initiate the final assault." At the sound of his fierce proclamation, the Sand Shinobi forces surged forward like a relentless tide towards the leaf camp. Within the leaf camp, the personnel sensed the impending danger. Alarms blared throughout the encampment as soldiers quickly assembled, seizing their weapons in preparation for the impending confrontation. Magnet release, Sand Tsunami. Raza unleashed the first strike, his hands swiftly forming seals as chakra poured forth from within him. In an instant, countless golden sand particles surged forth like a towering wave, engulfing the leaf camp. The crashing and clashing of the golden sand resonated with a deafening roar, as if it aimed to consume everything in its path. Undeterred by the ferocious assault, Tsunade stepped forward with unwavering resolve. In a flash, she positioned herself before the oncoming wave of sand and, summoning her strength, delivered a powerful punch into the golden sea. A resounding impact echoed as her fist, imbued with tremendous force, scattered the sand before her, sending countless fragments flying. "Raza, what purpose does this relentless assault serve? Must we truly engage in mutual destruction?" Tsunade shouted at Raza, who remained unresponsive, his expression as cold as ice, his eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. Once again, Raza formed seals with haste, declaring, "Magnet release, Sand Gold Cube." As his words fell, the scattered golden sand swiftly reassembled, coalescing into an enormous cube that gleamed with a blinding radiance, hurtling directly towards Tsunade with unparalleled momentum. In response, Tsunade sidestepped deftly, raising her long leg to deliver a powerful kick towards the oncoming cube. A cataclysmic collision ensued, sending sparks and waves of energy erupting into the air. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, appearing without warning amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Astonishingly, this lightning struck precisely where Raza and Tsunade were engaged in their fierce confrontation. Both warriors widened their eyes in astonishment, fixating on the source of the lightning as a figure gradually materialized. It was Uchiha Kid, appearing unexpectedly. "Who are you?" Raza and Tsunade exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with caution, scrutinizing the enigmatic figure before them, pondering his motives and strength. In response to their queries, Uchiha Kid offered a faint smile, his eyes directed at Raza. "Has the Kazekage forgotten me?" he inquired with a hint of amusement, then asked, "How is your injury healing? Is it you?" "Uchiha Kid." Raza seethed with rage, his fury erupting like a volcano. With a swift motion, he summoned the surrounding golden sand, which coalesced in his hands into a razor-sharp spear. Magnet release, Sand Gold Spear. With a furious shout, Raza hurled the spear, a flash of golden lightning, towards Uchiha Kid with blinding speed, its might seemingly capable of penetrating all obstacles. Yet, to Raza's astonishment, Uchiha Kid remained immobile, exhibiting no intention of evasion. In the blink of an eye, the golden spear pierced through his form, curiously passing through as though it were merely a figment of the void, devoid of any resistance. Witnessing the flickering lightning surrounding Kid, Raza's expression darkened further. Having never encountered such an enigmatic ninjutsu, Tsunade, equally astonished, marveled at the sight of the young Uchiha, who had managed to defeat 2 shadow-level warriors from the Cloud Village. Raza, gritting his teeth, unleashed a torrent of chakra, summoning the surrounding golden sand to rise and form a colossal sand serpent, its maw agape as it lunged at Kid. With a swift motion, Kid raised his right hand, channeling a surge of lightning energy that erupted into several thick bolts, obliterating the sand serpent. Raza clenched his jaw, unleashing the full force of his chakra as the surrounding golden sand began to levitate. Magnet release, sand gold domain. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in a storm of golden sand, countless sharp sand spikes shooting towards Keed. Yet, the young Uchiha was encased in a dazzling aura of lightning, weaving together to form an impenetrable lightning shield. As the sharp spikes rained down upon him, they met the shield with a cacophonous explosion, rebounding with tremendous force and scattering across the terrain. Just as the onlookers were left in awe, Keed's figure vanished in a flash, reappearing almost spectrally behind Raza. His fist clenched tightly, a torrent of formidable lightning energy surged within, accompanied by the melodious sound of birdsong echoing through the air. Without hesitation, Keed unleashed this terrifying power in a devastating strike upon Raza's back. Raza's heart raced as he sensed the lethal threat approaching from behind. Despite his swift reflexes, he was a moment too late to evade the overwhelming blow. In a desperate attempt, he channeled the golden sand's power to form a thick protective layer around his body, bracing for the impending impact. With a thunderous crash, Keed's fist collided violently with Raza's sand barrier. In an instant, an unparalleled surge of energy erupted, radiating outward from the two individuals at its epicenter, causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently. As a result of this immense shockwave, Rasha was propelled forth like a cannonball, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the atmosphere. Lord Wind Shadow. Witnessing Rasha's devastating plight, the nearby sand ninjas were struck with alarm, rushing towards him in haste. Meanwhile, Chiyo arrived at the scene in a state of urgency, her gaze filled with wariness as she fixated intently on Uchiha Keed. On the other side, Tsunade stood in a state of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the recent events. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed Wind Shadow had been so effortlessly cast aside. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" At that moment, Guy and Kakashi hurriedly approached Tsunade, with Kakashi furrowing his brow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Keed in the distance. Was that truly Chidori he had just witnessed? Chapter 86. Rasha die? Chiyo's hawk-like gaze was intensely fixed on Foam, as if she sought to pierce him with her stare. In a swift motion, she drew a massive scroll from behind her, exuding an ancient aura adorned with intricate runes and designs. Chiyo recited incantations with remarkable speed yet clarity. White's secret technique, 10 people of Chikamatsu, accompanied by her chant. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly erupted. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to behold a row of lifelike puppets before them. These puppets were exquisitely crafted, indistinguishable from humans, their facial expressions meticulously detailed, resembling 10 loyal samurai. Each puppet wielded an array of weapons, sharp long swords, piercing spears, and heavy battle axes. Under Chiyo's deft control, the 10 puppets sprang into action, swiftly forming a formidable formation. They moved in perfect unison, aggressively charging towards Uchiha Foam. One puppet, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged directly at Foam. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded, just as the puppet was about to collide with Foam. A jet-black skeletal frame materialized from thin air, effectively blocking the puppet's advance. At that moment, within the crowd, Rasha suddenly stood up. His already somber face now bore a fierce expression, his eyes locked onto Foam. He strode purposefully to Chiyo's side, unleashing a thunderous roar. Instantly, the previously tranquil ground began to quake violently, as torrents of golden sand surged forth like a roaring sea, sweeping towards Foam. Magnet release, sand gold domain. With Rasha's furious shout, he quickly formed hand seals, an immense chakra erupting from his being. Countless glistening grains of gold burst forth, racing ahead with astonishing speed, carving deep rifts into the ground. Meanwhile, Foam closed his eyes, feeling his chakra surge wildly. A layer of blue energy gradually coalesced around him, forming a colossal humanoid silhouette, Susanoo. The figure then morphed, a magnificent set of armor rapidly enveloping it, as Susanoo entered its third form. In an instant, a cataclysmic surge of chakra erupted from Foam, sweeping outward like a devastating tsunami. The ordinary ninjas surrounding him could not withstand such overwhelming force, screaming as they were flung into the air, crashing down far away. Their fates uncertain. Yet Kakashi, at the eye of the storm, gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the deluge of power. Although his legs trembled, his indomitable will kept him firmly in place. In contrast, Tsunade appeared remarkably composed. Though her green robe flapped wildly in the wind, her face wore only a grave expression, her body standing resolute. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Gazing at the imposing Susanoo, Tsunade recalled her formidable granduncle, Senju Tobirama, who once dominated the ninja world. At this moment, she understood why he had harbored such trepidation towards the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, sensing the dire situation, Chiyo and Rasha exchanged glances and simultaneously launched a fierce assault on Feng. A barrage of ninjutsu and hidden weapons rained down upon him. Yet, unfazed by the ferocious onslaught, Feng deftly commanded Susanoo to lift its colossal arm, effortlessly deflecting each attack. Furthermore, a massive shield adorned with ancient patterns materialized on Susanoo's left arm. This shield appeared unassailable. Any physical strikes from the enemies were rebuffed upon contact, posing no threat to Feng whatsoever. What in the world is that accursed shield? Rasha bellowed in rage, his voice filled with fury and frustration. The seemingly indestructible shield resembled an immovable turtle shell, and no matter how vigorously he struck, he could leave no mark upon it. Kazekage, we must retreat, Chiyo urged anxiously. As an experienced ninja, she recognized that the current situation rendered their hopes of defeating Feng, or even injuring him, virtually impossible. Reluctantly, Rasha acknowledged the grim reality. Fine. He gritted his teeth, though his heart brimmed with reluctance. He had to confront the harsh truth. However, as they turned to flee, Feng showed no signs of relenting. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a formidable Raijin towards Rasha's direction. As Rasha hastily retreated, he felt a chilling presence approaching from behind, akin to death itself brandishing a scythe. Without time to ponder, he instinctively dodged to the side. A deafening roar followed, as the once flat ground was violently cleaved by the raging lightning, creating a vast, jagged chasm. Gazing at the horrifying fissure, terror washed over Rasha, his mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of bizarre ninjutsu is this? He murmured incredulously, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Lightning release? But why is the cut so smooth and even? Chiyo, witnessing Rasha's disarray, realized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, she reached into her robes and withdrew a pair of precious puppets she had long cherished. These puppets were her last resort, never to be utilized unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, her eyes reflected profound reluctance, yet an unwavering resolve prevailed. She gripped the control strings tightly, channeling her chakra into them. As her chakra flowed, the seemingly ordinary puppets suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance, as if imbued with life. They moved in perfect harmony, executing a dazzling combination attack. A fierce glint flashed in Feng's eyes, disregarding Chiyo's assault as he continued to command Susanoo to strike at Rasha, a colossal sphere of chakra forming in Susanoo's palm. Enveloped in terrifying energy capable of obliterating all, Rasha stood paralyzed, as if rooted to the ground. His eyes widened in despair, devoid of vitality, akin to a stagnant pool. Only now did he awaken from his stupor, realizing how lenient Feng had been during their earlier confrontation. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Kakashi could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, as the surging waves of energy swept over him, hurling him dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Tsunade, gritting her teeth, exerted every ounce of her strength, forcefully stamping down on the ground. With a sharp crack, the hardened earth yielded beneath her foot, fissures spreading like a menacing spiderweb. At this very moment, Tsunade's gaze was firmly fixed on the direction of the wind shadow, yet her heart was ensnared in an unprecedented turmoil and struggle. She was acutely aware of the intricate relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, but at present, the Sand Ninja belonged to an external village force. Thus, should she intervene? Moreover, even if she did, could she prevail against Uchiha Kaze? Following a thunderous explosion, the entire battlefield was shrouded in billowing clouds of dust. Chiyo, her heart racing, widened her eyes, peering through the dense haze toward a gaping chasm that resembled the maw of an abyss. However, no matter how diligently she searched, she could sense not a trace of Raza's presence. Thus, the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village had fallen into obscurity without a trace. Chapter 89. The shock of Tsunade with a thunderous roar, Chiyo's voice, filled with fury and resentment, reverberated across the battlefield. Despite the numerous irreconcilable conflicts between her and Raza, he was, after all, the Kazekage of Sunagakure. To witness him so effortlessly slain by the enemy on the battlefield was nothing short of a profound disgrace for the village. Kazekage. Upon hearing Chiyo's anguished cry, the sand ninjas snapped back to reality, their faces painted with shock as they gazed in disbelief at the vast circular pit. Unable to comprehend the sight before them, had their Kazekage truly perished in battle? Chiyo's expression darkened, her eyes blazing with intensity. Without hesitation, she summoned her puppets once more, charging toward Uchiha Kid like a pack of ferocious beasts. Yet, Uchiha Kid remained remarkably composed in the face of her onslaught. Just as Chiyo's puppets were about to close in, he swiftly clasped his hands together and intoned, "Would release, great forest spear." As his words echoed, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The earth trembled violently as enormous trees burst forth from the ground, growing at an astonishing pace. Their sturdy, sharp branches swept out like lances, unleashing an unmatched force that struck Chiyo's puppets with devastating impact. A cacophony of cracking sounds filled the air as Chiyo's puppets were sent flying, scattered across the battlefield, leaving a haze of dust and splintered wood in their wake. In an instant, the once fierce combat descended into a profound silence. Both the leaf and sand ninjas stood in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape at the sight of the towering grove formed by the immense trees. Chiyo's aged eyes widened in horror as she fixated on the vibrant trees, her face a canvas of shock and fear. She could scarcely fathom that this young Uchiha could wield the legendary would-release ninjutsu. No, how could this be? Is he not of the Uchiha clan? A voice trembled from the leaf side, filled with incredulity. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with disbelief as he turned to Tsunade, stammering, "Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. What is happening? How can Uchiha Kid use would-release?" At that moment, Kid continued to unleash the power of would-release, relentlessly assaulting the sand ninjas, shattering their defenses. Tsunade, however, stood frozen, her beautiful eyes transfixed on the scene before her, as if time had stopped. The powerful vitality radiating from Uchiha Kid was reminiscent of her long-deceased grandfather, Hashirama Senju, the original wielder of would-release. Just then, Chiyo regained her composure, her expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled, shouting at the sand ninjas behind her, "Run! Everyone, flee for your lives!" Upon hearing Chiyo's frantic call, the others snapped out of their daze, panic gripping them as they scattered in terror. The once fierce battlefield devolved into utter chaos, filled with screams, hurried footsteps, and the clashing of weapons. Yet, unlike the others, Tsunade chose not to retreat amidst the turmoil. Instead, she resolutely surged forward, heading straight for Uchiha Kid. Her sole intention was to uncover the means by which this Uchiha had mastered the unique would-release abilities of the Senju clan. "Uchiha Kid," Tsunade exclaimed, her gaze firmly locked onto the man before her. However, Kid seemed oblivious to her call, entirely ignoring her. Seeing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, deciding without further hesitation to confront him. "Why can you use would-release ninjutsu?" Faced with Tsunade's inquiry, Kid recognized that further concealment was futile, for there was no longer anyone in the shinobi world capable of threatening his life. After a moment, he slowly lifted his head, gazing at Tsunade with cold indifference, and replied calmly, "Do not fret, it will soon be your leaf village's turn." Tsunade felt a surge of frustration at his cryptic response, exclaiming, "What? You're completely avoiding the question. I merely wish to understand how you acquired your would-release abilities. Does Uchiha blood flow through your veins?" A smirk curled at the corners of Kid's mouth, his voice dripping with derision as he retorted, "I have no ties to the Senju clan. As for this would-release, why not ask your esteemed teacher? See what unspeakable deeds he has committed with Hashirama Senju's remains." That old man. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with confusion. She could not fathom how her beloved grandfather's remains could relate to this matter. Kid offered no explanation, for he doubted that Danzo's and Orochimaru's actions had gone unnoticed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Standing high, Kid fixed his icy gaze on the direction of the leaf camp. Swiftly forming hand seals, the imposing Susanoo beside him began to gather tremendous power once more. This force surged like a torrential river, coalescing into a dazzling sphere of energy that hurtled toward the leaf camp. Witnessing this, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in shock and fury as she shouted, "No! Uchiha Kid, how dare you attack the leaf?" Kid, momentarily puzzled by her question, replied with a hint of bemusement, "Aren't we enemies? Is there a problem with that?" He disregarded Tsunade once more, continuing to focus intently on controlling the Susanoo, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the Leaf Ninjas. However, at that moment, Tsunade took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly. With her movement, a powerful aura erupted from within her, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzy. Simultaneously, a blue flame enveloped her body, a manifestation of her overflowing chakra. Noticing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, in the next instant, Tsunade's figure vanished like a specter. Keed was stunned, watching as Tsunade dashed toward the Leaf Camp without hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he released the Susanoo and followed her lead. Chapter 90. Itachi takes action. Kumo Village, a settlement perched atop numerous towering peaks, is perpetually shrouded in dense mist. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha has exhibited signs of decline, while Kumo, as the second-largest military force following Konoha, has subtly begun to eclipse it. However, this burgeoning trend was abruptly interrupted in a recent conflict, where nearly all citizens of Kumo believed they could vanquish Konoha and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Regrettably, news of a crushing defeat soon reached them. Their revered Reikage had been bested by a mere child of the Uchiha clan, losing a hand in the process. The once proud villagers of Kumo fell into a profound silence, as a heavy sense of despair enveloped them. Within the grand and imposing Reikage office building, a gathering of senior ninjas convened, their expressions solemn as they engaged in a post-war debriefing. The spacious and well-lit conference room was suffused with a weighty atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. Reikage sat at the head of the table, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over each assembly member. Upon observing the thick bandages wrapped around many of them, and the shocking scars that marred their faces and bodies, a wave of sorrow and pain surged within him. Most distressing was the absence of familiar faces, particularly that of the immobile Killer Bee, who lay in a hospital bed. The memory of this battle haunted them like a nightmare, leaving them utterly powerless. "What are your thoughts on that, Uchiha Kid?" Reikage asked, suppressing his rising fury. His voice low and grave. The mere mention of Uchiha Kid conjured memories of his empty arm and the agonizing pain from that fateful wound. Yet, at the Reikage's inquiry, the gathered ninjas fell into an eerie silence, each avoiding the daunting topic. The room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness, broken only by the occasional soft cough. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed unexpectedly throughout the room. Even the powerful Reikage felt a shiver run down his spine, every muscle tense and alert. "Who dares to be so brazen?" A exclaimed, his voice booming like thunder, causing the air to quiver. The assembly turned to see a mysterious figure, adorned in a white mask, materialize from the window like a specter. "Who are you?" Reikage demanded, his expression dark and his sharp eyes fixed on the masked intruder. The other Kumo ninjas clenched their fists, their gazes fierce, ready to act at a moment's notice. "I am Uchiha Abido," the masked figure intoned, his voice deep and raspy, imbued with an aura of weighty significance. The name, long thought to be a relic of the past, elicited surprise from A, who quickly regained his composure. Though astonished, he scrutinized the figure before him, undaunted by the name. He was ready to confront even the legendary Uchiha Abido. Is it not laughable that the esteemed Reikage has been reduced to such a state by a mere Uchiha descendant? The masked figure mocked, igniting the long-suppressed anger within the Kumo ninjas. Yet, none moved to attack, awaiting A's command. Instead, A merely fixed his gaze upon the figure, refraining from striking as previously. He had learned a harsh lesson from the last encounter with Uchiha Kid. "What is your purpose here in Kumo?" A demanded, his eyes wide with fury. The visitor, draped in a black cloak that obscured his form save for his enigmatic eyes, responded with unwavering confidence. "I have come to propose an alliance." At this, A scoffed, his tone icy. "An alliance? Pray tell, how do you envision this collaboration?" Abido tightened his fist, his voice low and resolute. "Uchiha Kid." "What?" A's expression shifted, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Kid would be the target of this proposal. "Are you suggesting we join forces to eliminate him?" "Precisely," Abido affirmed, his tone imbued with a chilling intent. Reikage suddenly erupted into laughter, yet it was devoid of mirth. "You? How presumptuous! What makes you think we would ally with you?" He signaled to one of his ninjas, who vanished in an instant. Moments later, the ninja reappeared behind Abido, wielding a sharp kunai aimed directly at him. However, Abido remained unfazed. In an instant, a formidable chakra surged from within him, and the eye hidden beneath his cloak opened, transforming into the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a swift motion, the kunai pierced through his body, yet he remained unscathed. Raikage furrowed his brow, fixating on Obito's Sharingan. Another Mangekyō? Do you not harbor hatred towards him? Obito's voice rose once more. He has shattered your ambitions for dominance in the ninja world, gravely injured your Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and slain many of your comrades. This is a blood feud. At these words, many Kyumo ninjas' eyes reddened. Friends and family had perished at the hands of Susanoo. They were at a loss for how to confront the grieving villagers and kin of their fallen comrades. Why should we trust you? A's expression darkened. His hatred for Uchiha Kid surpassed that of anyone present, yet he understood the formidable power he wielded. What if I told you I have secured the support of the Mist and Stone villages? Obito dropped this bombshell. What? The assembly gasped in disbelief. The tensions between those villages hardly compared to their animosity towards Uchiha Kid. Why would they agree to collaborate with him? Indeed, I even plan to invite the Sand as well. I have received word that their Kazekage fell to Uchiha Kid. Obito's declaration struck like lightning. The room was charged with astonishment, eyes turning fervently towards Raikage. As long as Uchiha Kid lives, Kyumo will never ascend to the status of the foremost ninja village. Very well. This proclamation became the final straw for A, who conceded. In this dire situation, he could not believe that the Uchiha still had a chance. With the four major ninja villages joining forces alongside the enigmatic Uchiha Obito, victory was assured. Obito chuckled, revealing that he had yet to disclose his trump card. Even before he uttered a word, these individuals acquiesced to his plans. In truth, Akatsuki would indeed partake in this endeavor. For Kakuzu had bestowed upon him an unexpected revelation. He had managed to escape from Uchiha Kid and return with news of the demise of Kaki JZ at the hands of Uchiha Kid. It was precisely due to Akatsuki's involvement that the Rock Shinobi resolved to take action. Obito proclaimed himself as the emissary of Akatsuki, emphasizing the significance of Uchiha Kid's youth. He asserted that Kid was destined to become the next Uchiha Madara, which ignited a fervor in Noki, prompting his agreement. Chapter 91. The fall of the shinobi army in the incessantly drizzling rain village. Konan stood quietly before the towering and imposing figure of Pain. Close behind her was a fair-skinned, red-haired youth. With an expressionless demeanor, Konan succinctly introduced, Pain, this is Sasori, a new member of our organization. Sasori's curious gaze scrutinized Pain, particularly captivated by the enigmatic and indifferent hues of his Rinnegan, which sparked a flicker of astonishment within him. Pain nodded slightly, producing a ring symbolizing jade from his hand and handing it to Sasori, pondering internally. At last, a seemingly reliable individual has arrived. At this juncture, Konan suddenly inquired, Pain, have you truly resolved to confront Uchiha Kid? She made no effort to conceal the conversation from Sasori, fully aware that he would inevitably need to contribute to the forthcoming actions against Uchiha Kid. Pain's expression remained as cold as ice, devoid of emotional fluctuation as he replied. Not only did he slay Zukizi, but more importantly, his currently displayed formidable power poses a severe threat to our plans. Upon hearing this, Sasori interjected with a look of incredulity. Wait, is this Uchiha Kid the same individual who defeated the Hidden Cloud Village? Konan nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, we are about to become his adversaries. Sasori's lips curled into a faintly amused smile. How intriguing. A member of the Uchiha clan, and a master who can vanquish the Cloud Shinobi. I am eager to witness just how powerful this so-called Uchiha Kid is. Perhaps I could even turn him into my puppet. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Sasori's eyes. On the battlefield of the Sand Shinobi, a fierce wind howled, swirling clouds of dust. In the distance, a group of figures darted rapidly towards them, and at the forefront was Jiraiya, flanked by a cadre of anxious ninjas, their foreheads beaded with fine sweat. Each ninja's face was as pale as parchment, eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the ravaged land ahead. Jiraiya, lips tightly pressed together, remained silent, yet his pace quickened, as if he yearned to reach their destination immediately. He fervently prayed within, Tsunade, please be safe. Not long ago, a cataclysmic explosion had erupted, unleashing a terrifying energy that resonated even from miles away, allowing all present to distinctly feel the tremors of the earth. According to the sensing ninjas, the source of this immense power originated from the battlefield where fierce clashes were underway. Finally, upon reaching the Konoha encampment, the group stood in stunned silence, unable to believe the devastation before them. The Konoha camp lay in utter ruin, replaced by a scene of desolation. At the center, a gaping chasm yawned, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. The numerous tents that once surrounded the area had mostly been reduced to dust, with only a few small encampments at the periphery standing lonely and forlorn amidst the wreckage. Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes turned crimson as he beheld this sight, a heart-wrenching roar escaping his throat. The sound reverberated deafeningly across the desolate ruins. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the previously silent ruins erupted in violent tremors. A green figure shot forth like lightning from the depths of the wreckage, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. The figure moved with astonishing speed, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye, emanating an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Guy. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Jiraiya and the other ninjas erupted in joyous exclamations. In Guy's arms lay the battered and unconscious Kakashi. He swiftly rushed to where Jiraiya stood, gently laying Kakashi on the ground. Jiraiya-sama. Guy panted heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He struggled to lift his hand, releasing the 8 gates technique he had just activated. At that moment, low rumblings echoed from the ruins, and several figures slowly emerged. Jiraiya looked up at the sound, his face alight with mixed emotions as he called out, "Tsunade!" Tsunade appeared before them, somewhat disheveled, her body covered in dust, hair tousled, and her face marred with grime. However, upon seeing Jiraiya, her taut nerves seemed to ease slightly, her expression softening, though the shadow of despair lingered in her eyes. "Are you all right, Tsunade? What on earth happened here?" Jiraiya queried urgently, hastening towards her. Tsunade did not immediately respond to Jiraiya's question. Instead, she silently approached the ruins, gazing intently at the grim scene before her, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she clenched her teeth and spoke deliberately, "Uchiha, Kid." Her voice brimmed with fury and hatred, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Simultaneously, her beautiful eyes blazed with a fierce fire. "Uchiha Kid," Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, "he has arrived. After defeating me, he followed to the Konoha camp, soared into the sky, unleashed Susanoo, and conjured a colossal chakra sphere, claiming it was a parting gift before launching it at us." Tsunade struggled to suppress her anger as she recounted the events. Jiraiya's complexion turned ashen. The Konoha forces had been reduced to this paltry number. "You mean to say he killed the 4th Kazekage? What exactly was that chakra sphere? Why did he turn against us?" Jiraiya murmured. "That thing. It resembled a tailed beast bomb?" Tsunade replied, her face etched with skepticism. Although she harbored suspicions, she dared not affirm whether what she witnessed was indeed a tailed beast bomb. Instinctively, she turned to her companions, seeking affirmation or denial of her doubts. However, upon meeting Jiraiya's gaze, she was taken aback to find his expression even graver than before. At that moment, Jiraiya's mind flashed with images of Naruto and his mysterious disappearance. A tightness gripping his heart, the tailed beast bomb. Could it be he took Naruto away? Realizing this, Jiraiya could no longer maintain his composure. Desperation surged within him as he shouted at Tsunade, "Tsunade! This is a dire situation. We must return immediately." At this point, the fierce battle had drawn to a close, and logically, the Sand Village would not recklessly launch another attack. Thus, Jiraiya was solely focused on returning to the village to search for Naruto. Upon hearing Jiraiya's urgent call, Tsunade did not respond immediately. Instead, she clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly from rage. After all, Uchiha Kid's actions had resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 Konoha ninjas. For Konoha, at any time, this represented an incalculable blow, a loss that was nothing short of catastrophic. Gazing at the anxious Jiraiya before her, Tsunade could no longer contain her fury and shouted back at him. "What on earth are you so frantic about?" Confronted with Tsunade's inquiries, Jiraiya, with little time to elaborate, responded in a voice both somber and resolute. "The Jinchuriki and the Book of Seals have vanished." Chapter 92, Feng's Directive, the current state of Konoha Orochimaru. Are you now capable of employing the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the former Hokages back to this realm? Feng stood firmly in the center of Orochimaru's damp chamber, filled with various peculiar experimental apparatus, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru as he posed the direct inquiry. Orochimaru's elongated, cold eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he nodded in affirmation. Impure world reincarnation? This is, of course, not a daunting task for me. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, Without sufficiently powerful vessels to support them, even if I succeed in summoning those departed souls, their abilities will be significantly diminished. Upon hearing this, Feng nodded thoughtfully and pressed further. What about the fourth Hokage? With your skills, you should be able to bring him back, right? Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly at the mention of the fourth Hokage, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. He spoke slowly. The fourth, he differs from the other Hokages. He perished due to an exceedingly peculiar ninjutsu, and for many years, I have been unable to successfully summon him. The Shinigami sealing technique, Orochimaru uttered, his tone growing grave. This technique requires the practitioner to sacrifice their own soul to seal the enemy's soul. After a moment of silence, Feng suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. It is said that within the long-abandoned temple of the Uzumaki clan, there exists a place known as the Neiman Hall. Perhaps there, you might discover a means to break free from the Shinigami's binding and successfully recall the fourth Hokage. As for the Shinigami within the Hokage's realm, Feng had no particular thoughts. With extraterrestrial beings present, a Shinigami seemed quite normal. The Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru expressed mild curiosity, but refrained from further inquiry. Lord Feng, the Akatsuki have been in contact with me, Orochimaru reported after a nod. Ah, then you should return and investigate. Feng waved his hand dismissively. The Akatsuki currently lacked complete membership and had even lost one member at his hands, making any significant actions unlikely. Just a few days ago, upon your return, I secretly contacted them. I heard of a particular mission, Orochimaru elaborated. What mission? Feng inquired, noting Orochimaru's hesitation. To besiege the Uchiha. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? The Uchiha? Have they provoked them? They merely eliminated a member, Yuzu Shizuku, did they not? Are you certain it is a siege against the Uchiha, not against Uchiha Feng? The focus is indeed on you, but the mission states it is to besiege the Uchiha, Orochimaru replied, his expression impassive, silently mourning the Akatsuki. Forgive me, I am an undercover agent. Feng remained silent, pondering the implications. If it were merely Yuzu Shizuku, then even if they acted, it would only be directed at him. The current situation likely indicated that Obito had orchestrated matters to set the Akatsuki's target as the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, Obito now had not only the Akatsuki but also the Mizukage under his control, namely the Mist Village. This was indeed intriguing. Initially, he had intended to resolve matters with Konoha before attending to the Akatsuki, yet it seemed they had arrived first. Konoha, once a bustling hub, had now lost its vibrancy. While merchants still operated, customers were scarce. Indeed, Konoha was out of funds. Without the support of the feudal lord, merchants within Konoha had begun to depart, leaving only a handful of local traders. These individuals had lost their competitive edge and found no one willing to conduct business with them. The market within Konoha had dwindled, and profits were minimal, especially given the current dismal state of affairs. In just a few short days, the number of merchants declaring bankruptcy within Konoha had astonishingly surged tenfold. The streets were filled with shuttered shops and abandoned businesses. Furthermore, numerous establishments located outside Konoha had also suffered the same fate, mercilessly seized. Faced with such a dire situation, the Hokage was in a state of desperation, dispatching envoys to seek assistance and solutions from the feudal lord. However, to their dismay, these envoys, one after another, returned empty-handed. The feudal lord seemed to have closed his doors, unwilling to meet with anyone from Konoha. As the situation grew increasingly critical, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer contain himself and prepared to personally approach the feudal lord. At that moment, an envoy returned with news that the feudal lord had agreed to a meeting. This unexpected good news invigorated everyone, as they believed a turning point had finally arrived. Yet, who could have anticipated that the envoy's next words would strike like a thunderbolt? The feudal lord's announcement was not one of assistance, but rather a cold, ruthless declaration. From this day forward, the land of fire and Konoha would have no further ties. In that instant, Konoha fell into a profound silence. Prior to this, although people were apprehensive, they harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that the feudal lord's heartlessness was merely a means of punishment for Konoha's battlefield losses. But now, upon hearing the feudal lord's decisive words, they awakened to the grim reality far worse than they had imagined. What could have led to this? Overnight, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair turned entirely white, as if all vitality had been cruelly stripped away by the passage of time. He appeared haggard, with a profound sense of melancholy etched across his face. eyes blankly staring at the two companions before him. Once, this had been the very heart of Konoha, and indeed the entire land of fire. A place of immense power that countless sought to enter. Now, however, this land lay desolate and forsaken. The former glory and honor seemed to have vanished like the wind, leaving only ruin and desolation in their wake. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the tragic scenes unfolding before him, a wave of longing surged within him. He thought of Danzo, the man whose ideals often clashed with his own yet who remained devoted to Konoha. Had Danzo been alive, he would undoubtedly have relinquished the position of Hokage to his counterpart without hesitation, choosing instead to distance himself, for this place had become unworthy of his presence. Why would the feudal lord make such a proclamation? Has he utterly forsaken the land of fire? Tsunade exclaimed in agitation, unable to accept this grim reality. For as long as anyone could remember, Konoha had been intricately linked with the land of fire, mutually dependent. If Konoha were to cease to exist, who then could shoulder the responsibility of protecting the land of fire? Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kurama furrowed his brow and inquired, "Hiruzen, isn't your son serving the feudal lord? Why not hasten to inquire about the situation? Perhaps he can provide us with valuable insights." "I have inquired long ago. He claims they remain stationed outside, and the feudal lord's barrier is intact," Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly replied. "I sent him a letter recently, but he has yet to respond. This cannot continue. Konoha will be destroyed if this persists," Mito Kurama declared sternly as she gazed out at the bleak scene beyond the window. Chapter 93. The village of Mist. The land of water resembles a resplendent jewel, nestled upon the vast expanse of the ocean. It is truly an island nation, surrounded by the boundless, tumultuous sea. This infinite ocean serves as both a natural barrier for the land of water and a vital conduit to the outside world. Hidden amidst the deep mountains of this realm lies a mysterious village, Kiri no Sato, or the village of mist. This village seems to be specially favored by nature, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, as if draped in a veil of haze, completely isolating itself from the outside world. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade lies a chilling moniker, the Blood Mist. This fearsome title was bestowed upon the village during the reign of the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, who issued a series of extreme and brutal orders. These commands swept through the village like a tempest, utterly dismantling the previously gentle ninja training system of the village of Mist. The fourth Mizukage's decisions were marked by fierce aggression and unpredictability, plunging the village's reputation into disrepute throughout the ninja world. Once a highly respected ninja village, it had now become infamous, inciting wariness from other villages, which regarded it as a potential threat. The Mizukage Tower stands majestically in the heart of Kiri no Sato, the most grand and iconic structure within the village. "Mizukage-sama," one of the subordinates dared to inquire, "why must we confront the Uchiha clan so directly?" Suigetsu Hozuki's gaze was fixed intently upon the Mizukage, his expression as unyielding as still waters, revealing nothing of his innermost thoughts. Kagaya Yagura, his countenance as frosty as ice, cast a sharp glance over the assembly and coldly retorted, "You need only follow my orders without question." The other high-ranking officials had long grown accustomed to this domineering demeanor, almost to the point of numbness. For some time now, the Mizukage had become increasingly autocratic, implementing a series of ruthlessly cruel policies. Even the inhumane decree allowing comrades to slaughter one another was enacted without hesitation. Thus, ordering an assault on a mere Uchiha clan seemed trivial in comparison. Previously, the Mizukage had asserted that the Uchiha had completely severed ties with Konohagakure, and therefore, this campaign would not instigate a full-blown war with the Leaf Village. However, having remained isolated for so long, they were woefully uninformed about the outside world, unaware even of Uchiha Kide's formidable reputation. At this moment, Kagaya Yagura abruptly rose, hands clasped behind his back, and issued an undeniable command in a booming voice. "Immediately assemble all the elite shinobi in the village to accompany me. We shall eradicate the Uchiha clan in one fell swoop." "Mizukage-sama, the distance to the land of fire is considerable if we dispatch so many elite shinobi at once," a ninja hastily interjected, cautioning against potential risks. Yet, the Mizukage disregarded the warning, impatiently retorting, "Then summon only the strongest among us." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he interrupted those who sought to continue advising caution. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes, radiating a murderous intent that swept through the assembly, rendering them mute with fear. Meanwhile, Suigetsu Hozuki returned to his clan's territory, burdened by heavy thoughts. As he gazed upon the desolate landscape before him, a deep sigh escaped his lips. Their clan faced an increasingly dire situation, teetering on the brink of existence. Moreover, this dismal plight was not confined solely to their clan. Nearly all ninja clans within the Village of Mist were confronting the same formidable challenge, an exodus of talent. Prolonged conflict and escalating internal strife had drastically diminished the ranks of promising young ninjas, while the elder generation had either aged or fallen in battle. In the face of such adversity, mistrust and accusations began to fester among the clans, with some even speculating that the Mizukage harbored intentions to eradicate them entirely. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached Suigetsu's ears. Turning towards the sound, his previously grave expression softened slightly. "Kisame, what brings you here unexpectedly?" he inquired. Kisame approached, his normally expressionless face now bearing a shadowy countenance, his voice tinged with a hint of somberness. "Senpai, has the Mizukage issued any new perilous missions?" He had begun to feel a sense of confusion regarding the village's policies. During the execution of the village's increasingly frequent tasks, he had become aware of the corruption and darkness lurking within, leading him to feel resistance towards the village's directives. Indeed, Suigetsu nodded. Though he refrained from disclosing the specifics of this mission, uncertain of the adversary's strength, he did not wish for Kisame, a rare talent emerging from the village under such dire circumstances, to be entangled in danger. "This is a high-ranking mission. I will handle it alone. Remain here in the village." With that, he retrieved Samehada and departed. Days later, the formidable shinobi of the village stood assembled, led by Suigetsu Hozuki and Kagaya Yagura, armed with a long blade imbued with lightning. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, Lomi and Red Earth exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of resignation as they regarded the Tsuchikage. Particularly Lomi, who felt there was no need to provoke the madman Uchiha Kid. "Father, must we truly collaborate with Akatsuki? The Uchiha have no ties to us," he implored. Noki, casting a sidelong glance at Lomi, gradually lifted off the ground, speaking once he reached an altitude comparable to Lomi's. "Address me as Tsuchikage." "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. I believe we have no reason to make an enemy of Uchiha Kid. Our plans to attack Konohagakure have been thwarted because of him. Akatsuki has stated they have already reached out to 3 other ninja villages. Do you genuinely believe Uchiha Kid stands a chance?" Lomi fell silent. Although he had witnessed Uchiha Kid's might, it was inconceivable for one individual to contend against so many formidable foes. Moreover, Uchiha Kid posed a significant threat. At his current age, his potential was limitless. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was like a sumptuous feast, Sharingan. Noki halted, fixing his gaze upon Lomi. "Do you have any further objections?" "No, Tsuchikage-sama." Lomi responded respectfully. "Very well." Noki nodded in satisfaction. "This time, I shall not bring many with me. It shall be I, along with all of you." Lomi was taken aback. "Is that even possible? If you do not return to Awagakure, enough. It will not be long. If I do not go, you may very well return with nothing, not even a single eye," Noki stated calmly. Chapter 94. The Actions of Kid in the Village of Enyan, at Kid's residence. Naruto was voraciously devouring a large bowl of ramen. Orochimaru's cold, piercing gaze was fixed intently on the person before him, his tongue gently brushing against the corner of his mouth, betraying a hint of barely concealed excitement. He pondered to himself, this is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Naruto, completely unfazed, patted his round belly, blinked his big eyes, and looked at Orochimaru with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "Uncle, who are you looking for?" Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Orochimaru smiled slightly and replied, "I am looking for Kid." "Teacher?" A look of surprise crossed Naruto's face, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had been here for some time and had not left empty-handed. Under the influence and instruction of the Uchiha clan, he had acquired a certain understanding of the current situation. Naturally, he had also heard of the infamous rogue ninja, Orochimaru. At that moment, Kid slowly stepped out of the house, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at Orochimaru and asked in a calm tone, "What is it, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru's gaze swiftly swept over Naruto before returning to Kid. Respectfully addressing him, "Lord Kid." Kid raised his hand slightly, signaling him to proceed without hesitation. "No need for formalities, just speak your mind." Orochimaru's expression turned grave as he spoke. "They are about to take action." Upon hearing this news, Kid merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, I see." Orochimaru continued, "Lord Kid, This situation is likely more complex than we anticipated. It's not just the Akatsuki organization that is on the move. Other ninja villages are involved as well. Their target seems to be the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Orochimaru's demeanor grew increasingly serious. He'd, intrigued, questioned, "Other ninja villages? Are there any besides the Mist Village?" For a moment, he could not fathom which other forces might be intervening. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, according to the information provided by the leader. It is highly likely that both the Rock and Cloud Ninja are implicated. For this reason, I have been ordered to return to the headquarters immediately. After pondering for a moment, he gestured. "Very well, you may return." However, he secretly mused about the involvement of the Cloud Ninja, which he could somewhat comprehend. But what was the Rock Ninja doing in this affair? He couldn't recall having harmed any of them. At this point, Orochimaru, with a worried expression, could not help but advise, "My lord, in my humble opinion, the current circumstances are indeed dire. With formidable enemies converging, yet you have yet to make a move." He nodded thoughtfully, agreeing. Indeed, instigating a large-scale conflict here is not prudent. After all, this Indian village has been established through great hardships. Orochimaru, feeling somewhat exasperated, clarified, "That is not what I meant. Do you have a map?" He'd inquired, his tone serious. Orochimaru nodded slightly in affirmation, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, as if he was confident about what was to come next. He opened his mouth and, under Naruto's horrified and disgusted gaze, he astonishingly produced a scroll. Gently placing it on the ground, he began to unfurl it. As the scroll gradually opened, a detailed map revealed itself before Kid's eyes. Orochimaru pointed to several locations on the map, explaining, "My lord, based on my intelligence, they are located here. You see, the Akatsuki organization is positioned at this spot. But as I understand it, they may not necessarily gather before taking action." Yet, Kid remained silent. He was acutely aware that with Obito's cunning and tactics, he would undoubtedly devise a way for all Akatsuki members to converge before making a move. After all, this plan was of monumental importance, and Obito would not allow any mistakes to occur. Furthermore, Kid suspected that Obito might be lurking in his Kimui dimension, awaiting him, concerned he might seize the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately for Obito, he was unaware that Kid still possessed the Kagenui. With this thought, Kid's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He gently tapped the weathered map before him with his fingers, his eyes sharp and focused on the marked locations and routes. He slightly turned his head to glance at Orochimaru, calmly stating, "You should return to the Akatsuki and proceed according to the original plan. When the time is right, I will naturally make my appearance and strike them down with overwhelming force." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned bewildered. He hesitated momentarily, but could not resist reminding him, "But, my lord, you may not be aware that the leader of the Akatsuki possesses the legendary Rinnegan." However, Kid merely smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. "I am already well aware of that. Ever since he successfully absorbed Hashirama's cells and mastered Sage Mode, his strength has dramatically increased. Not to mention, even if the original Senju Hashirama were to be resurrected at this moment, I am confident that I could defeat him. As for the current Akatsuki, which has yet to mature and can only be considered half-baked, there is nothing to fear." Kid refocused his attention on the map, seemingly plotting his next course of action in his mind. Meanwhile, Orochimaru ceased to argue and headed toward the direction designated by the Akatsuki. Kid marked him with a signal. Once he arrived, Kid would appear and take action. In the distant Rain Village, Pain withdrew his hand, coldly observing the three individuals below, Sasori, Deidara, and Kikuyu. "Orochimaru is about to return," Pain announced. Standing beside him, Conan nodded slightly and added, "Indeed, as soon as he arrives here, we will immediately commence our operation." Her beautiful yet cold countenance appeared particularly stern at that moment. Suddenly, the previously silent Deidara timidly raised his hand, his voice trembling as he asked, "Leader, could I possibly sit this one out?" Ever since learning of their collaboration with the Rock Village, Deidara's heart had been in turmoil. He was exceedingly fearful that if the formidable Inoki were to appear, given his past ties with the man, he was unsure if the leader could protect him. However, Pain unhesitatingly rejected Deidara's request. "No, this operation is of utmost importance. Everyone must participate." Upon hearing this response, Deidara instantaneously deflated, resembling a punctured balloon, his spirits plummeting. Meanwhile, Kakazu, standing nearby, paid no heed to Deidara's despondent demeanor. Instead, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. as if he could already envision the scene following a successful revenge. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Pain suddenly cast his gaze downward. Black and white figures resembling ghosts emerged from the ground and swiftly approached Pain, whispering, "Leader." According to the latest intelligence, numerous formidable warriors from the 4 great ninja villages are currently making their way toward us. It appears they plan to unite and jointly assault the Uchiha clan. The 4 great ninja villages? Pain furrowed his brow. All the ninja villages were being rallied by Obito. He had thought only the Mist and Rock villages were participating, but it turned out 4 villages were involved. Was it truly necessary to mobilize so many for just an Uchiha? Pain felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could they maintain their mystique this way? He emphasized the need for absolute certainty, as the Uchiha Kid posed a significant threat. Absolute Cold chuckled derisively. Chapter 95. Confronting the Akatsuki organization on the morning of the 2nd day, outside the Rain Village. A figure clad in a black robe and wearing a straw hat approached slowly. Orochimaru lifted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the rain, fixating on the towering buildings in the distance. After a brief pause, he began to walk purposefully into the Rain Village. The moment he stepped into the village, Pain, situated at the Akatsuki headquarters, sensed Orochimaru's return almost instantaneously. Pain's profound eyes shifted to regard Konan beside him. Without the need for words, a mere exchange of glances conveyed everything, and Konan transformed into a multitude of paper fragments, scattering in the wind. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru walked, he discreetly infused his chakra into the Ninjutsu seal inscribed on his body. The mysterious mark flickered with a faint glow, transmitting a message to Uchiha Kid, who was far away, indicating that he had returned to the Rain Village. Soon, Orochimaru arrived at the main street of the village. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him without warning. Clad in the distinctive Akatsuki cloud-patterned cloak, Konan's expression was impassive, her eyes cold as ice, silently observing Orochimaru. In response to her frigid gaze, Orochimaru's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He followed her in silence as they proceeded towards the Akatsuki base. Upon their arrival, they found Pain already waiting, having summoned all the senior members. The atmosphere was palpably tense, clearly indicating that the meeting's agenda was still centered around the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Sasori also made his entrance, but he did not appear in his usual form. Instead, he concealed himself within a hunched humanoid puppet. The puppet, entirely black, glimmered ominously at its joints, exuding a chilling aura. Deidara and Kakuzu sat nearby, their faces betraying visible dissatisfaction. They were displeased that Orochimaru's return had necessitated yet another emergency meeting, silently grumbling among themselves. "Orochimaru, where have you been these past few days?" Konan inquired with a piercing gaze, her tone serious, given Orochimaru's prolonged absence. Unfazed, Orochimaru replied casually, "I was naturally investigating the situation in Konoha, as if it were the most ordinary matter." However, Konan was evidently dissatisfied with this response. She furrowed her brow and pressed on, "You took so long. What useful intelligence did you uncover?" Her eyes revealed unmistakable skepticism. In the face of Konan's scrutiny, Orochimaru merely scoffed, dismissing her inquiry with a wave of his hand. Shouldn't we first discuss the matter at hand?" he remarked, deftly shifting the topic. At this juncture, Pain, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "The objective of this mission is clear. We must eradicate the Uchiha clan completely." He was acutely aware of the ulterior motives harbored by the Akatsuki members, yet he had little expectation that they would fully obey orders, as they were all rogue ninjas, and it was a challenge to compel them into action. Upon hearing Pain's declaration, the others nodded in agreement. Orochimaru then inquired, "When do we commence our operations?" This was undoubtedly a pressing concern for everyone present. At this moment, no one seemed particularly worried about Konoha intervening in their incursion into Uchiha territory. After all, Konoha was mired in its own troubles and likely lacked the resources to thwart their plans. Pain remained silent, his impatience to act palpable. In truth, he had grown weary of waiting for Orochimaru and the other ninja villages, feeling that such delays were unnecessary. Yet, Zetsu incessantly insisted on ensuring that their plans were foolproof, urging him to wait a little longer. Just a bit more. Pain suppressed his rising anger and spoke slowly. His chilling Rinnegan scanned the room, landing coldly on Orochimaru. Hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange smile. With a low, raspy voice, he replied, "No need to wait any longer. As his words fell, his gaze slithered over each person present like a serpent. This sudden proclamation left everyone, including Pain, in stunned silence, rendered momentarily speechless. What did he mean by that? Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Orochimaru's previously motionless body began to flicker with dazzling lightning, the crackling sound of electricity reverberating throughout the room. Pain's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming and chilling chakra surging from behind Orochimaru. In the dimly lit room, a brilliant light erupted, rivaling the radiance of Pain's signature Rinnegan. As everyone focused, a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 tomo patterns materialized, quietly surveying their surroundings. At that moment, Deidara, standing beside Orochimaru, instinctively retreated, distancing himself from him. Observing this development, Pain maintained an unervingly calm demeanor, perhaps due to his own nature as an emotionless vessel. Unable to show any signs of disturbance on his expressionless face, he regarded the suddenly revealed Uchiha Kid with a detached gaze. You are Uchiha Kid? Konan, perched above, fixed her stunning eyes on the somewhat gaunt figure below, her voice unconsciously tinged with shock. This individual had appeared here? Moreover, from his demeanor, it seemed he was acquainted with Orochimaru. How audacious of him to venture in alone. Indeed, that is correct, Uchiha Kid replied, gradually lifting his head to scan the gathering with nonchalance, ultimately resting his gaze on Konan and the others. You all must be the esteemed associates of Orochimaru. Upon hearing Kid's unabashed declaration, Pain's gaze snapped back to Orochimaru, his purple eyes deepening ominously. Orochimaru, you dare to betray us. Pain's voice was cold and accusatory. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, smiling faintly as he responded with an air of tranquility. No, Pain, you are mistaken. I have never harbored intentions of betrayal. I have always been under Lord Kid's command. What treachery are you speaking of? Orochimaru's words left everyone present in a state of shock. After all, Orochimaru was once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and now this formidable figure was openly acknowledging himself as merely a subordinate to a younger individual. Such a revelation was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 96. Battle with Pain. What an audacious Orochimaru. Xiao Nan's eyes widened in fury, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her anger palpable. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly innocuous individual had been an undercover agent lurking among them. This sudden twist of events ignited a blazing inferno of rage within her. Meanwhile, Pain had already ascended gracefully, darting towards Uchiha foam like a specter. His icy gaze pierced through the air, as if attempting to see into the depths of Feng's soul. Knowing our entire plan, what audacity compels you to seek us out? Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Pain's voice resonated with a deep authority, imbued with an undeniable sense of oppression. In the face of Pain's interrogation, Feng remained undaunted, a slight smile curving the corner of his mouth. I have come to resolve these troublesome matters. As he spoke, Feng slowly raised his hands, and in an instant, dazzling bolts of lightning crackled and flickered in his grasp, emitting a cacophony of sound. Pain scoffed coldly, abruptly slamming his hand against the ground, producing a resounding boom. In that moment, 6 pains simultaneously manifested, forming a fan-like formation around Feng. Is that all you have? Such delusions. Pain bellowed, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. At this juncture, Deidara and Sasori, standing nearby, fixed their gaze intently upon Feng, their chakra flowing rapidly, clearly prepared to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the usually silent Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly directing his attention towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, sensing Kakuzu's scrutiny, let out a chilling laugh that echoed ominously in the air, sending shivers down the spine. Just then, Feng shouted, "Lightning release! Lightning beast pursuit!" As his words fell, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, thunder rumbling ominously. Countless thick bolts of lightning descended like roaring dragons, striking towards everyone present. In a blinding flash, a deafening explosion erupted, and the Akatsuki's base was reduced to ruins. The raging lightning tore through the sturdy structure, obliterating it into nothingness. Thankfully, this base was situated on the outskirts of the Rain Village, sparing the village from significant harm. Thick clouds of dust surged forth like a massive gray tide, expanding outward. Amidst the chaos, Feng gazed skyward. Above him, Pain's Deva path hovered like a deity, his cold, unfeeling eyes fixed intently on Feng below. Slowly, Pain extended a hand, and a clear yet somber voice emanated from his lips. a bag of rice. How many floors can it bear? Experience the sensation of suffering. Universal pull. With this iconic phrase, an overwhelming force of repulsion erupted violently, sweeping towards Foam with cataclysmic intent. In response to such a terrifying assault, Foam reacted swiftly. His eyes whirled rapidly. Just as the force was about to strike him, a shield made of bones materialized before him. Yet, despite this protection, Foam could not fully withstand the terrifying power. With a deafening roar, he was propelled away like a cannonball. Observing this, Pain's Devapath furrowed his brow slightly. Through his all-seeing Rinnegan, he noted that Feng's aura showed no signs of waning. In an instant, a colossal skeletal hand emerged as if from the depths of hell, crashing down with tremendous force onto the ground. Simultaneously, another skeletal formation rapidly coalesced into an enormous fist, surging with titanic power towards the suspended Pain. Unfazed by the sudden assault, Pain shouted, "Shinra Tensei." As his words resonated, an immense force of repulsion erupted, violently colliding with the gigantic Susanu's hand. With a resounding crash, the colossal hand of Susanoo was sent flying. However, Pain offered no respite. With a swift motion of his arm, the remaining 5 Pains rushed forward in unison. At this moment, Foam remained calm, clasping his hands together. In the blink of an eye, 5 identical wooden clones appeared beside him, each wielding various weapons, fearlessly charging towards the other 5 Pains. Pain's expression remained cold and inscrutable as he unleashed powerful repulsions, relentlessly battering the towering Susanoo. Astonishingly, despite enduring such fierce assaults, the Susanoo showed no signs of retreat, instead growing even larger, resembling an immovable mountain. As the situation escalated, Xiaonan cried out, "Paper release! Dance of the paper!" Instantly, her form transformed into countless delicate paper fragments, fluttering gracefully in the air, resembling a shower of ethereal blossoms. Just as this transpired, Feng's Susanoo erupted in fierce black flames. The once light and airy paper fragments, upon contact with the terrifying black fire, were instantly reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, some fragments triggered violent explosions, illuminating the sky with flames and swirling smoke. Nearby, Kakuzu, engaged in battle with Orochimaru, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are those explosive tags?" Deara, taken aback, soon grew fervent, excited by the realization that someone could appreciate his art. He hastily retrieved his clay, eager to compete with Xiaonan. Feng remained silent, his arms sweeping forward as the Susanoo's hand shimmered with radiant light, revealing the legendary Tatsuka sword. Without hesitation, he swung the Susanoo's hand, unleashing a fierce slash towards Xiaonan. With remarkable speed, Pain swiftly countered, employing his abilities to assist Xiaonan in deflecting the lethal strike. However, at that moment, Pain's focus was wholly fixed upon the formidable Susanoo before him. Had he possessed the capacity for expression, his countenance would have darkened to a brooding shade. In an instant, Pain darted forward with lightning speed, cleverly maneuvering behind Foam. He suddenly extended his hands, unleashing a cataclysmic force. As Pain struck, a torrent of dark flames erupted behind Foam, igniting the air and tearing through the fabric of space with horrifying cracks. Yet, this was merely the third form of Susanoo. Undeterred by such a formidable adversary, Foam inhaled deeply, channeling every ounce of chakra within him. The lower half of the yet-to-be fully formed Susanoo began to rapidly coalesce. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, fully realized Susanoo emerged, standing tall above the rain village. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent, Pain understood that the scale and destructive potential of this battle would surpass all imagination. Thus, he made a swift decision, turning and racing into the distance. Chapter 97. Celestial Explosion. Foam closely followed the elusive figure of Pain, soaring above the dense, shadowy forests surrounding the Rain Ninja village. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, noting that Konan, Deidara, and Sasori were in hot pursuit behind him. "Here, I shall obliterate you completely." Pain hovered in midair, his form enveloped in shadows, emanating an eerie malevolence. He slowly raised his seemingly frail, yet immensely powerful hands, directing them towards the colossal and imposing Susanoo below, unleashing a tremendous force. Simultaneously, the battlefield erupted with deafening explosions, a result of the numerous wooden clones released by Foam clashing with the remaining Pains. Observing Pain's gestures intently, Konan decisively led Deidara and Sasori in a swift retreat, launching themselves towards the other Pains to join the chaotic skirmish. In the sky, The razor-sharp blade aura of the Tenketsu sword dazzled like lightning, while Pain continuously unleashed formidable repulsive forces, effortlessly deflecting Feng's relentless assault. Not far below, a figure of black and white stealthily emerged from the ground. It was Zetsu. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed up at the fierce confrontation unfolding above him. Is that Uchiha Feng? How could he possibly appear here? The white half of his form let out a piercing gasp. We must inform Madara quickly, Black Zetsu replied, his confusion directed at the fully realized Susanoo above. This little brat is wielding the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, Feng's threat level surged in Black Zetsu's mind. He had previously underestimated him as merely a stronger child with a standard Mangekyō. Now, however, the disparity between the eternal and standard Mangekyō was glaring. Does this mean our plan is doomed? White Zetsu lamented, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation as he sighed heavily. Just then, Pain's voice thundered through the air, Shinra Tensei. As his roar echoed, an overwhelming force erupted forth. Pain's visage contorted in agony as his features warped, the clarity of his features dissolving into an abstract chaos. Yet, Feng remained unscathed, and Pain could no longer maintain his composure. He furiously summoned chakra, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. Unlike in the original narrative, this time the attack did not result in widespread destruction, but concentrated all its might into enhancing its offensive power. In the face of the oncoming assault, Feng raised his shield, the Yata mirror, firmly before him. A resounding crash reverberated as the impact struck, a deafening sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of the heavens. Even the clouds above were violently dispersed by the sheer force, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. At the edge of the battlefield, Zetsu, embedded in the ground, was nearly propelled into the air by the terrifying gusts. Konan, who had been monitoring the battle, felt a surge of anxiety as she anxiously watched the central explosion. As the dust slowly cleared, everyone finally discerned the scene. Pain's upper garments lay in tatters, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused. Surprisingly, the previously formidable Susanoo had vanished, and Feng himself was nowhere to be seen. Although Pain could no longer sense Feng's chakra, he dared not relax his vigilance. Chidori's sharp spear. With a furious shout, a spear of lightning surged forth from behind Pain, racing towards him with blinding speed. In an instant, the spear pierced Pain's form, igniting a burst of dazzling sparks and a chilling crackle, as if it had materialized from thin air. Meanwhile, Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the sudden lightning strike effortlessly impale Pain's body. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Black Zetsu stood transfixed, his mind swirling in turmoil. Space-time ninjutsu. This is space-time ninjutsu, he murmured, his voice laden with incredulity and deep shock. Only those who mastered such techniques could launch lightning attacks with such stealth from another dimension. This is a major problem. Black Zetsu lamented silently, having believed that Madara's plan was foolproof. Now, with Feng wielding such unpredictable space-time ninjutsu, capturing him would prove to be a Herculean task. Just then, Pain slowly lowered his gaze to the flickering lightning surging from his chest. His expression darkened, eyes glinting with cold fury. He abruptly raised his hand, fixating on the approaching Uchiha Feng emerging from the realm of the Thunder God, and gritted his teeth, snarling, Shinra Tensei. As Pain's voice resounded, the air around them seemed to solidify. A powerful force erupted, drawing chakra from the surroundings as if summoned by some mysterious force, converging violently towards a singular point. The scene unfolded like a torrential flood, drawn by an unseen hand, rushing towards the center with a deafening roar. The once peaceful earth trembled violently, as if shaken by an invisible giant. With booming sounds resonating, the ground split apart, rocks and debris flying in all directions. A fierce wind howled through the chaos, kicking up clouds of dust, obscuring vision and making it nearly impossible to discern the unfolding spectacle. Amidst this turmoil, observers were astounded to witness a pitch-black sphere slowly manifesting at the convergence of immense forces. As it fully materialized, an unimaginable gravitational pull surged from within the sphere. Surrounding objects, from massive boulders weighing tons to towering trees, lost their grip on gravity, hurtling towards the sphere with increasing speed, tracing arcs through the air before being mercilessly consumed, vanishing without a trace. Nagato, Konan, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, was struck with horror, her beautiful face paling in fear. She could hardly fathom that Uchiha Feng had pushed Pain to such an extent. It was worth noting that this technique was one Nagato had yet to fully master. Chapter 98. Encounter with the true body of Nagato. Deidara stood quietly beside the animal path, his gaze fixed on the terrifying scene in the distance. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, he appeared as if ensnared by a spell, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. There's a flaw. The wooden clone facing Deidara was enveloped in blinding lightning, dashing towards him with an astonishing swiftness, and without mercy, it unleashed a powerful punch to his cheek. With a cry of agony, Deidara was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body as he struggled to support his precarious form with trembling hands, slowly rising to his feet. His once handsome face was now bruised and battered, and he glared fiercely at the animal path nearby, inwardly cursing, "What on earth is this guy doing? Why isn't he coming to my aid?" However, when Deidara turned to look at the animal path again, he was astonished to see it standing rigidly in place, resembling a wooden puppet, utterly motionless. Even more unsettling was the vacant expression in the shared Rinnegan eyes, devoid of any vitality, as though it were a marionette with severed strings. "What is happening?" Deidara exclaimed in shock. "Is he really leaving me to fend for myself?" Meanwhile, the other four paths were huddled together, along with Konan and Sasori, but their state mirrored that of Deidara's. Konan, disregarding everything else, charged towards the Deva path, fixated solely on the importance of the body. Sasori observed her rush away, then glanced at the four wooden clones wielding Sharingan. At that moment, a shocking sight emerged at the center of the battlefield. An enormous earthen sphere hovered in the air, towering like a mountain. The Deva path, appearing somewhat weary and weakened, slowly descended to the ground, his once formidable presence now somewhat diminished. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kid strolled leisurely from the side, his movements light and unhurried, as if taking a casual stroll. Thus, the two faced each other, enveloped in a silence that neither dared to break. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Kid who spoke first. "This cannot be your true body." His gaze was locked onto Pain, and after a brief pause, he continued, "Now, you must be willing to have a proper conversation, yes?" In response to Kid's inquiry, Pain coldly retorted, "What is there to discuss?" His voice was devoid of any emotional inflection. "Certainly about your so-called peace," Kid replied resolutely. Upon hearing the word peace, Pain seemed to be triggered, finally breaking his silence. "Only through actions like ours can true and everlasting peace be realized. There is no other way." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through as Konan hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Uchiha Kid, who was untouched by even a speck of dust, disbelief crossed her face. She quickly positioned herself in front of Pain, shielding him protectively while keeping a vigilant eye on Kid. "Humph. You refer to peace achieved by collecting tailed beasts to create weapons? Do you truly believe that such means can ensure eternal peace?" Kid gazed directly at Pain, internally sighing at the evident brainwashing inflicted by someone named Obito. "How do you know this?" Konan gasped, wide-eyed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how Kid could so effortlessly unveil their plans. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Orochimaru leaked this information? "This is the most effective strategy at present," Pain replied with a blank expression, his tone as calm as still water, suggesting that everything was anticipated. However, at that moment, Kid's eyes shifted dramatically. A mysterious and potent ocular power surged through Pain's Rinnegan, penetrating deep into Nagato's consciousness. In an instant, Nagato's mind was flooded with intricate details regarding the Eye of the Moon Plan and Infinite Tsukuyomi, though it did not touch upon deeper secrets involving Uchiha Madara or the Akatsuki clan. As he witnessed these visions, Nagato felt an unprecedented shock, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, Konan's heart raced with concern. "Pain, what is happening to you?" In response to her worry, Pain took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and slowly told her, "Bring him over." Though brief, his words conveyed an undeniable resolution. Konan hesitated, seemingly wanting to dissuade Pain. But upon meeting his determined gaze, she ultimately nodded in agreement, signaling her compliance. Just then, a deafening crash echoed from a distance. Boom! Kid furrowed his brow at the sound, glancing towards its source. "It's Deidara," Konan quickly deduced, relying on her familiarity with her companion's unique jutsu. Art is an explosion. In the depths of a distant forest, Deidara had lost the thrill he once had. Even his signature shout seemed feeble and lacking vigor. He knew full well that he was merely facing a clone, and the outcome of this battle would only lead to his humiliation. What was worse, after a fierce exchange, he realized that he might not even be a match for this opponent. "Hey, come help me," Deidara shouted desperately towards the direction of the animal path. But all he heard was his own voice echoing back, with no response whatsoever. "Curse this wretched fool," Deidara fumed, his anger flaring even more intensely. Meanwhile, He'd calmly addressed Conan. "Ignore him. Take me to Nagato at once." Conan nodded slightly in agreement, and together with the Deva path, they soared into the sky. Racing towards the hidden cloud village, He'd followed closely behind, while the two sides embroiled in combat remained oblivious to the departure of their key players, fiercely battling on, with the struggle intensifying as each side faced mounting difficulties. Chapter 99. Nagato. Within the towering edifice of Rain Ninja Village, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. Conan cautiously guided Keed as they stepped inside, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the desolate corridor. As they traversed a dense shadow, a chilling figure abruptly materialized before them. The gaunt man with crimson hair appeared emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. What drew immediate attention were the numerous black rods embedded throughout his body, akin to the spines of a hedgehog. Having lost his legs, he relied on intricate mechanical apparatuses to sustain his mobility. Nagato's Rinnegan fixated intently on Uchiha Keed, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes. "What you have shown me, is it truly real?" His voice emerged hoarse and subdued. Keed nodded slightly, responding with calm composure. "Is there any reason for me to deceive you?" Beside them, Conan wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by what Keed had revealed to Nagato, prompting such an uncharacteristic reaction. "Nagato, what is happening?" She could not help but inquire. However, Nagato did not immediately address Conan's question. He lowered his gaze, ensnared in profound contemplation. It was the first time Conan had witnessed such a look of confusion on Nagato's face. For so long, he had steadfastly pursued the plan imparted by Obito, striving for a so-called peace. Yet now, confronted with the truth presented by Uchiha Keed, Nagato began to question the significance of their years of endeavor. Indeed, Keed had no need to deceive him, for he had exerted himself fully without inflicting any harm. He harbored no interest in ensnaring the ninja world within an illusion. Thus, what did their relentless toil amount to? If you still doubt, you may plunge a blade into your own Rinnegan. "What do you mean?" Nagato queried, perplexed. Keed glanced at Pain, understanding that the Rinnegan was the linchpin of the Moon's Eye plan. Without it, the entire scheme would collapse, and neither Obito nor Madara could have overlooked that fact. "Your Rinnegan is also a part of their plan." This revelation struck Nagato like a bolt from the blue, leaving him aghast. "Impossible," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his voice raspy from overwhelming emotion. He had always regarded the Rinnegan as a divine gift, an innate ability. It was precisely because of this power that he believed he could effectuate change in this chaotic world. Even his former mentor, Jiraiya, had once deemed him the prophesied child. Yet now, hearing such words, the once unshakable conviction within Nagato began to fracture. "You will know once you try," Keed replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Nagato's reaction. Nagato bit his lip tightly, his gaze slowly shifting towards Conan. After a moment's shared glance, he finally broke the silence. "Conan." Conan nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Nagato's intent. She swiftly performed a jutsu, creating a paper clone. The clone, armed with a sharp kunai, approached Nagato without hesitation. Nagato's eyes were riveted on the advancing clone and the glinting kunai, his heart racing uncontrollably. As the kunai drew near to the Rinnegan, an indescribable force erupted suddenly. With a deafening crash, Conan's paper clone was obliterated by the overwhelming power, scattering paper shards like mocking remnants of Nagato's shattered hopes and dreams. Nagato stood transfixed, trembling as he absorbed the uncontrollable force emanating from his Rinnegan, the last vestige of hope within him dissipating entirely. It dawned on him that the Rinnegan he had so proudly claimed was not truly his own. "Nagato." Conan observed the despondent figure before her, a pang of heartache coursing through her. Since Yahiko's passing, it had been long since she had witnessed such despair and helplessness in Nagato's expression. "You might as well listen to my vision for peace," Keed interjected, smiling. "You?" Nagato raised his head slowly, skepticism etched across his features. Conan mirrored his expression, and after a shared look, they both turned to Keed, bewilderment and confusion evident in their gazes. "You desire peace as well?" With a slight smile, Keed nodded, articulating his thoughts. "Indeed, To achieve true peace, the entire ninja world must be unified. Only by establishing a singular nation, a single village, can we fundamentally eradicate the outbreak of further wars. He elaborated on his vision, unhurriedly outlining his plan for unification. Unify the ninja world? Nagato and Conan exchanged incredulous glances. After a moment of silence, Nagato shook his head, his voice heavy with doubt. How could that possibly be achieved? Setting aside whether you possess the strength to do so, the vast disparities between the villages and nations make it nearly impossible for everyone to coalesce into a single village. No one would willingly submit. In response to Nagato's skepticism, he merely smiled coldly, stating, "Those who refuse to comply will soon vanish." What? Upon hearing this, Conan's heart jolted, as if a realization had struck her. Are you referring to the powerful figures from the 4 great shinobi nations who are hastening here? Indeed. It is these so-called strong individuals who have vowed to take my life, He'd replied, a smile gracing his lips as he emphasized the final words. Even the usually composed Nagato could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He fixed his gaze on Keed, hesitating before asking, "You don't mean to?" "Why not? You must find my plan agreeable," Keed said, crossing his arms. Could this? Nagato hesitated, contemplating whether this might be too ruthless. Yet he hesitated to voice such concerns, for he found little virtue within himself. "Nagato." Conan observed him with growing apprehension. "Our plan has been orchestrated by Uchiha Madara." Nagato replied coldly, "I consent to your plan, but it is Uchiha Madara who has commanded me to eliminate." Chapter 100, The First Arrivals of the Rock Ninjas. Of course, it was no concern for Keed. After all, the Uchiha Madara known to Nagato was, in fact, a guise of Obito. Regardless of who ultimately met their demise, it mattered little to Keed, as long as the corpse was delivered to him in the end. However, at this moment, the real worry lay with Black Zetsu, that great filial son. Having endured the passage of time, one could only wonder what hidden tricks he might still possess. Before addressing that, it was prudent to deal with the subordinates lingering on the periphery. Keed gently closed his eyes, concentrating on the ongoing battle in the outside world. Well, all right then. Nagato was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded in agreement. Their long-cherished dream of peace had crumbled, and as for the members of the Akatsuki, they were never paragons of virtue. If any showed signs of surrendering, they could be spared, otherwise, they would be eliminated. At that moment, even Nagato began to doubt his own eyes. Could it be that the original owner had placed some bizarre jutsu upon them, capable of triggering self-destruction? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Art is an explosion. On the other side, Deidara shouted weakly. His face was etched with despair as he faced the wooden clone before him. At merely 12 years of age, the seed of surrender began to sprout within him. Given his still maturing artistic prowess, his offensive capabilities were exceedingly limited. "I surrender," he cried out in resignation, gazing at the flickering lightning before him with helplessness. At that moment, he was filled with a sense of defeat and impotence. Just then, a powerful wave of energy surged through the sky. Pain descended from the clouds like a divine being. With his arrival, an invisible repulsive force radiated outward, centered around him. Upon seeing Pain, who had just landed, Deidara's eyes sparkled with hope. "Leader, you've finally come. Please save me." After exclaiming this, he turned to the nearby wooden clone, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he laughed boisterously. "Ha, you're done for now." However, the wooden clone merely paused, pondering to itself, "Is this guy out of his mind?" While unaware of the situation concerning the original, as long as it remained intact, it was proof of the original's safety. And now that Pain had arrived, the tide of battle was likely to shift. As the wooden clone swiftly analyzed the situation, Pain exclaimed, "Shinra Tensei." He raised his right hand, unleashing an overwhelming force. Deidara, caught completely off guard, could not react in time and was sent hurtling away by the tremendous power. "Ah, leader, you've hit the wrong person." With a piercing scream, Deidara soared through the air, crashing forcefully into the ground dozens of meters away, sending dust swirling. Despite sustaining such a severe blow, Deidara summoned his indomitable will to rise once more. Coughing, he wiped the blood from his mouth and gazed in disbelief at Pain and the wooden clone of Uchiha Keed approaching him. "What?" Deidara stood frozen in place, terror-stricken. "What is happening? The leader has surrendered?" Pain raised his hand again, startling Deidara. "I surrender. Leader, I too surrender." Pain lowered his hand and nodded toward the wooden clone, which promptly vanished with a loud bang. Deidara rushed over, panting, "Leader, I didn't expect you to surrender too. If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have fought for so long. Pain remained expressionless, while Nagato in the tower wore a darkened expression. What surrender? Couldn't you phrase it more eloquently? Meanwhile, Scorpion found himself in a dire predicament, battered and bruised, his true form laid bare. Before him lay the formidable third Kazekage puppet, now defeated and powerless. After this fierce battle, Scorpion's pride had dissipated entirely. Faced with the 4 wooden clones not far away, he realized he was no longer capable of continuing the fight and began contemplating retreat. After all, he had only recently joined the organization. It was hardly worth risking his life for them. At that moment, Pain and Deidara rushed forth like swift birds. Deidara, grinning coldly at Scorpion, could barely contain his excitement. Leader, allow me to engage. I am certain I can make him surrender. However, Pain did not immediately respond to Deidara's request, remaining silent. At this point, all 6 paths of Pain had converged. Pain meticulously gathered them, fixing his gaze upon the bewildered Scorpion. Meanwhile, hidden in the dense forest nearby, 2 white Zetsu observed the sudden turn of events with curiosity. What on earth is happening? One murmured, suspicion evident in his tone. Could it be that Pain has successfully defeated Uchiha Kid? The other shook his head repeatedly, expressing disbelief. That seems unlikely. They were just locked in a fierce battle. As the 2 whispered among themselves, they remained oblivious to a pair of stealthy hands extending from behind them. Absorb, Kid exclaimed as he seized both white Zetsu by their heads, vanishing them into nothingness. This marks the 3rd pair, Kid mused. Recalling how he had been capturing white Zetsu nearby since leaving the tower, yet had not encountered the one accompanying black Zetsu. The surrounding area had been thoroughly cleared. Within the Land of Rain, a team of ninjas hurried along their path. Though they appeared modest in number, merely 20 or so, any seasoned ninja familiar with their reputation would be gripped by an involuntary chill upon sighting them. The reason was simple. This seemingly unassuming team was comprised entirely of elite jonin from the Rock Village. Each of these ninjas was formidable enough to render ordinary ninjas awestruck. At the forefront of this fearsome group floated a diminutive old man, unfazed as he made his way forward. Such a Kijinoki. As one of the neighboring nations to the Land of Rain, the Rock Village was among the first to be successfully persuaded and allied by Obito. Hence, they became the first force to arrive in the Land of Rain, ahead of all other factions. Chapter 101. The excitement of Obito father. Look. Just ahead should be the hidden Rain Village. Huangta gazed into the distance and reported to Anoki beside him. Anoki nodded slightly, acknowledging the information, and replied with a calm demeanor, there is no need to rush. Arriving early does not guarantee an advantage. What matters is the timing of our arrival. He continued thoughtfully. Moreover, that organization has not solely invited our IWA and Kiri villages. As he spoke, Anoki narrowed his eyes in contemplation. In the current ninja world, it could be said that nearly everyone bore a grudge against Uchiha Kid. Who would not wish to seize this opportunity for revenge and acquire a pair of invaluable Sharingan? Even the typically reclusive Mist Village had made an exception this time. Meanwhile, within the Land of Wind, Obito, having successfully persuaded Chiyo, was filled with excitement. Reflecting on the unexpected circumstances that had arisen during Itachi's mission to annihilate his clan, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. However, he soon found himself reveling in the present situation. The 4 major ninja villages, along with their clandestine organization, Akatsuki, had gathered such formidable forces that Obito could hardly fathom how Uchiha Kid could contend against them. Even if the legendary Uchiha Madara were to resurrect at this moment, he would likely find himself in a considerable predicament against such a terrifying power. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a surge of intense hatred welled up in Obito's eyes, stemming from the repeated disruptions that Uchiha Kid had inflicted upon his meticulously crafted plans, leading to his frequent setbacks. Yet this time, Obito was resolute in his belief that Uchiha Kid was utterly trapped and destined for death. Activating Kamui, Obito intended to return to the Hidden Rain Village ahead of the 4 major ninja villages. He first arrived at a secluded cave within the Land of Rain. The environment was dark and damp, filled with grotesque rock formations and an oppressive, mysterious atmosphere. Since he could no longer utilize the Kamui space, he had carefully selected this relatively hidden location as his temporary refuge. At this moment, Black and White Zetsu were anxiously awaiting Obito's arrival, particularly Black Zetsu, whose anxiety was increasingly evident due to the dramatic changes in their current plan. It was crucial to note that the individual named Uchiha Kid had actually mastered space-time ninjutsu and possessed an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Such overwhelming power caused even the previously confident black and white Zetsu to harbor concerns. How could they possibly defeat him? And who would ultimately prevail in this confrontation? Despite the dire circumstances, they had rushed back here just as Pain initiated the planetary devastation. Their urgency stemmed from the desire to promptly inform Obito of these astonishing developments. They had also left several white Zetsu behind to monitor the situation as progression, but due to time constraints, they were entirely unaware of the specifics regarding Pain's current condition. Shouldn't you two be carrying out missions for the Akatsuki organization? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Obito inquired. A sense of foreboding rising within him as he regarded the flustered black and white Zetsu. Breaking the silence, white Zetsu spoke in a hurried tone. Lord Madara, that Uchiha Kid is far too powerful. What? Obito was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of shock. You encountered him? He widened his eyes, incredulity lacing his voice. Indeed, he is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Pain in the Hidden Rain village. White Zetsu quickly responded, a hint of tension evident in his voice. What? Upon hearing this news, Obito's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a mix of astonishment and fury. He could hardly believe that Uchiha Kid had the audacity to provoke them first. White Zetsu proceeded to describe the ongoing battle within the Hidden Rain village in detail. As the narrative unfolded, Obito's expression grew increasingly grim. When he learned that Pain had unleashed the powerful technique of planetary devastation, he could not help but urgently inquire, was he ultimately killed? From what we can see, it appears not yet. Black Zetsu, who had been silently listening, finally spoke with a grave tone. It seems he has mastered space-time ninjutsu. Humph, that hardly comes as a surprise. Obito scoffed, showing no sign of astonishment at this outcome. After all, he had already encountered Uchiha Kid in his Kimui space, and could deduce that the latter had undoubtedly seized Kimui's abilities from Kakashi. Black Zetsu refrained from contradicting Obito, but instead fell into deep thought, filled with uncertainty. Was that lightning-based ninjutsu indeed Kamui? Enough of this. Obito impatiently interrupted Black Zetsu's contemplation, pressing for clarity. I just want to know the specific situation in the Hidden Rain village right now. Rest assured, we have left several white Zetsu on site to closely monitor the situation. They will report to us immediately if any new developments arise. White Zetsu replied hastily. Let us head there immediately. Obito declared with urgency, his heart surging with concern that Pain might be nearing his limit. After all, executing such a powerful technique as planetary devastation would undoubtedly require tremendous physical and chakra expenditure, pushing him to the brink of overload. In a swift motion, Obito activated Kamui without hesitation, bringing Zetsu along as they returned to the entrance of the Hidden Rain village. Suddenly, Obito exclaimed in surprise, Huh? He turned sharply to look behind him, spotting a squad approaching in the distance. Upon recognizing the figures, his heart tightened. It was Onoki leading the IWA ninja forces to the scene. At that moment, Black Zetsu, who had been observing from the shadows, lowered his voice to Obito, saying, if this guy can use Kamui, then should he wish to flee, only you would be able to apprehend him. However, since the IWA ninja have arrived, it might be prudent to let them engage Uchiha Kid first. Once they have worn him down, you can then strike to eliminate him. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's suggestion, Obito's expression shifted between contemplation and indecision. After a brief moment of weighing his options, he slowly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Onoki had also noticed Obito standing at the village entrance, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. He inquired, aren't you the envoy of the Akatsuki organization? Why have you appeared here? Faced with Onoki's inquiry, Obito dared not display any indifference. He promptly bowed respectfully and replied, Lord Tsuchikage, I have just returned to the Hidden Rain village and heard of your esteemed arrival. I am here to welcome you. Please, enter the village. Our leader awaits your arrival within. With that, he gestured for Onoki and his IWA forces to enter the village. Chapter 102. The Death of Kakazu. Outside the Rain Ninja village, beneath a somber sky, Pain stood quietly, flanked by Deidara and Sasori. The trio bore an air of gravity, particularly as Deidara and Sasori instinctively averted their gazes from Uchiha Kid, who lingered not far away. It was Pain who broke the silence. Speaking slowly, a ninja from a certain village is approaching. Hearing this, Uchiha Kid's lips curled into a cold smile, and he inquired with interest, Oh? Which village do they hail from? Pain slightly closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something. and after a moment, opened them to respond. Judging by the chakra, they should be from the rock village. Additionally, Uchiha Obito has returned. Nodding in understanding, Uchiha Kid said, "Well then, I shall first check on Orochimaru's situation." He mused inwardly. "Uchiha Obito, let us see where you will flee this time." Meanwhile, deep within another forest, Orochimaru stood firmly atop the enormous head of the great serpent, gazing down at Kakuzu with a commanding view. Kakuzu, fully alert, sensed that the fierce battle in the distance had concluded, yet he remained oblivious to the victor. His heart brimmed with vigilance, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Serpent's formation. With a soft command, Orochimaru licked his lips, a chilling smile gracing his face. As if mocking some unseen foe, he was resolute in his belief that Kid would not lose this encounter. In an instant, countless snakes emerged from all directions, intertwining and coiling like animated whips, swiftly converging into an immense snake formation. This colossal structure of serpents resembled an impregnable fortress, ensnaring Kakuzu within. Faced with such a tight encirclement, Kakuzu exhibited no signs of panic. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his body slightly before swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, head hardening, wind release, pressure damage. Instantly, raging flames and tumultuous winds surged towards the snake formation. However, at that moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning sliced through the air, descending like a sword aimed directly at Kakuzu. The speed of the lightning was staggering, darting past Kakuzu's side in the blink of an eye, illuminating his face, which contorted in terror. A dull thud echoed as Kakuzu's heart was obliterated beneath the lightning's wrath. Wounded, Kakuzu was propelled backward, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly approached Kid, bowing respectfully. "Lord Kid." Kid stood tall, his gaze coldly fixed on the fallen Kakuzu, proclaiming loudly, "Kaku, I let you escape last time, but this time, it shall not be so easy." Kakuzu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he slowly rose, scanning his surroundings. Despair and defiance flickered in his eyes as he demanded, "Uchiha Kid, where is the leader?" Kid's lips curled into a derisive smile as he coldly replied, "That is of no concern to you. Today marks your end." With that, he raised his hands and shouted, "Would release, violent tree spear." In the face of Kakuzu's incredulous expression, a massive wooden spear surged forth from behind him with lightning speed. In that instant, Kakuzu's mind was flooded with memories. The most vivid being his confrontation decades ago with the man known as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. With a soft sound, another vibrant, beating heart faded into silence. Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to pull the hardened wood embedded in his body, only to realize, in despair, that with every slight movement, his strength ebbed away like a breached dam. "Impossible, I still have a heart." A profound terror began to envelop him, for he keenly sensed that not only was his chakra dissipating rapidly, but even his will and consciousness were becoming increasingly blurred. Kakuzu struggled to part his lips, attempting to utter a final word, but only hoarse, feeble whimpers escaped his throat. Ultimately, after a slight tremor, his body collapsed, lifeless. Coldly, Ki gazed at Kakuzu's corpse and, without turning, instructed Orochimaru, "You must immediately head to the land of water and retrieve the item I mentioned earlier." Orochimaru nodded slightly, understanding the command without question, and vanished like a specter. Simultaneously, within the Rain Ninja village, Inoki led a group of ninjas through the winding streets, skillfully evading the villagers' notice as they made their way to the secret base of the Akatsuki hidden deep within the village. Upon reaching the entrance of the well-concealed base, they found Pain standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold, deep-set eyes calm as still water, quietly observing ahead. Beside him, Deidara and Sasori stood ready. Deidara spotted Inoki and his team approaching and felt an uncontrollable surge of anxiety. Clenching his fists, he fought to steady his trembling hands, silently reminding himself to remain composed. "Deidara!" Inoki's low, furious voice resounded across the battlefield, his gaze like lightning, fixating on the familiar figure. Inoki's expression darkened significantly. He could not fathom that this wayward disciple would appear here. At that moment, Obito stealthily arrived on the scene, his eyes, hidden behind a mask, radiating extreme vigilance and unease. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, where is Uchiha Kid? Yet Pain's icy stare was firmly locked onto him. Without a flicker of emotion, Pain raised his hand and unleashed a formidable Shinra Tensei. This sudden strike caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. reacting swiftly. Obito sidestepped to evade, but due to his reluctance to use phasing, he could not entirely escape the blow and was nonetheless struck by the immense force. Damn it! Obito roared, filled with shock and fury. He glared at Pain, demanding loudly, "What are you doing?" However, Pain remained indifferent to Obito's inquiry, coldly launching another Shinra Tensei, showing no intent of granting him any respite. The rock ninjas, witnessing this scene, stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Where is Uchiha Kid? At this point, Obito could no longer maintain his facade. He was thoroughly enraged, shouting at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Kid, the rock ninjas instinctively tensed, sensing imminent danger. Chapter 103, Dust Escape. The first to react was Scorpion. His gaze sharpened, and with astonishing speed, he seized a scroll beside him. As he formed intricate hand seals, the scroll unfurled instantaneously, and a blinding light flashed, revealing numerous puppets before him. Each puppet, distinct in form, was exquisitely crafted and possessed formidable power. Without hesitation, Scorpion issued commands, and the puppets charged forth like tigers descending a mountain, targeting the rock ninja forces. Simultaneously, Deidara, following closely behind Scorpion, was unwilling to be outdone. With a flourish of his hands and incantations on his lips, he unleashed a barrage of white clay bombs that soared toward the enemy. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with explosions echoing and flames leaping into the sky. Witnessing such audacity from the opposing side, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was engulfed in fury. He bellowed, "You scoundrels!" And in a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Deidara. However, as Inoki drew near, a vast expanse of golden sand suddenly surged into the air, forming a colossal net that obstructed his path. Inoki was taken aback. Was this magnet release? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of the sand was a puppet standing beside Scorpion. When the earth saw the puppet's appearance, it could not suppress an exclamation. The third Kazekage. Faced with this scenario, Scorpion's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. He had not intended to deploy the third Kazekage so soon, for this puppet held immense significance for him. Yet, the recent fierce battle had cost him dearly. Aside from the third Kazekage, his remaining puppets were nearly all rendered inoperable. At that moment, Inoki launched another assault. He clasped his hands together and intoned, "Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique." Instantly, a semi-transparent cube-shaped barrier materialized between his palms, rapidly extending toward the golden sand. Any sand touched by the barrier vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, disintegrated into its atomic state. Realizing the peril, Deidara leaped backward, propelled by the force of the explosions, narrowly evading Inoki's lethal strike. Uchiha Kid. At that instant, the earth raised his head, eyes wide with terror as he called out. Hearing the shout, Inoki's heart tightened, and he ascended slowly, locking eyes with Uchiha Kid. Uchiha Kid gazed at Inoki with an air of calm, and said, "I believe I have not engaged in battle with your rock ninja. It is you who chose to meddle in this affair." Inoki snorted coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes as he retorted, "Umph. It is precisely because you disrupted our meticulously planned offensive against Konoha that we find ourselves in this predicament. How absurd for you to claim you have not acted." In the face of Inoki's accusations, Uchiha Kid merely shook his head with a sigh of resignation, stating, "In that case, it seems this conflict is unavoidable." No sooner had he spoken than Inoki roared, "Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique." A torrent of immense power erupted from his hands, transforming into a blinding, terrifying white light that surged toward Uchiha Kid like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the white light enveloped Uchiha Kid entirely. As the dreadful light began to dissipate, the spot where Uchiha Kid had stood was left devoid of his presence. As the crowd stood in astonishment, a dark skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the void, lunging fiercely at Inoki. Inoki's countenance shifted drastically. He swiftly dodged, narrowly evading the skeletal hand's grasp. Meanwhile, the rock ninja on the ground, witnessing this spectacle, unleashed their respective jutsu in an attempt to assist their Tsuchikage against Uchiha Kid. A dazzling array of jutsu illuminated the sky, but despite their best efforts, the rock ninja's techniques could not touch the elusive figure of Uchiha Kid. Bloodline elimination? With narrowed eyes, Kid swiftly formed seals and pressed his hands to the ground, exclaiming, "Would release, would clone technique." With a resounding thud, the earth trembled violently, and a towering tree burst forth, transforming rapidly before their eyes. In an instant, a colossal wooden figure stood majestically before them. Inoki stared in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "Would release? How is this possible nearby?" Obito shared a similar expression of astonishment, fixated on the newly manifested wooden figure. Why was it that every time he encountered Uchiha Kid, he unleashed a plethora of unprecedented jutsu? Just how much was this individual concealing? At that moment, the wooden figure's enormous hands descended upon Inoki like a mountain crushing an egg. Inoki immediately deployed his dust release technique, beams of radiant light shooting from his hands, accurately striking the wooden figure's palms. However, despite the overwhelming power of the dust release, the wooden figure's regenerative abilities were astonishing. The damaged parts restored almost instantaneously. Inoki found himself darting left and right, appearing exceedingly flustered. Behind him, the rock ninjas were in dismay. As the ground continued to erupt with trees that seemed to possess a life of their own, skillfully ensnaring the bodies of the rock ninjas and restricting their movements. In a mere encounter, numerous elite rock ninjas had sustained severe injuries, with some even meeting their demise. In the distance, Kurizetsu's expression grew grave as he called out to Shirazetsu, "Hurry and assist Lord Madara. Time is of the essence." Shirazetsu nodded but was still plagued by doubts, asking, "And what about you?" Kurizetsu's brow furrowed, and with impatience, he barked, "Don't ask questions. Execute the order immediately. There is no time for hesitation." Elsewhere, Pain was utterly indifferent to Kid's movements, his sole focus fixated on Uchiha Madara. Like a specter, Pain relentlessly pursued Obito, showing no mercy. At that moment, despite Obito's amplified strength, he was no match for Pain and could only flee desperately, even suffering a crack in his mask that revealed a glimpse of his true visage. "Damn it, this wretched man is a complete lunatic." Obito cursed in frustration as he ran. He could not comprehend why Pain pursued him with such fervor, refusing to heed any explanations or counsel. Were it not for the protective measures left by Madara in his Rinnegan, he would have begun to doubt whether Uchiha Kid had already extracted his Rinnegan. In that critical moment, White Zetsu appeared beside Obito with the speed of lightning. He transformed into armor, enveloping Obito's form securely. Not only that, but White Zetsu also fashioned a swirling white hood for Obito, cleverly concealing the previous cracks in his mask and restoring a semblance of his original appearance. As the red light surged in Obito's Sharingan, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning colossal trees to stand before Pain. At this moment, Pain was not yet the formidable master of the original narrative. Having just expended considerable energy, he found himself in a stalemate against Obito in this weakened state. Chapter 104. The annihilation of the rock ninjas on the other side of the battlefield. The ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village were far from fortunate. The colossal wooden figure, under the control of foam, moved with the relentless efficiency of a merciless killing machine. Each swing of its massive arms unleashed a whirlwind of carnage, rendering the rock ninjas diminutive and fragile, their anguished cries filling the air. As he witnessed the elite warriors he had meticulously trained fall lifeless into pools of blood, Inoki felt as though his heart was being pierced by daggers of sorrow. These were the very hopes of the Hidden Stone Village. Yet now, they found themselves utterly powerless against the overwhelming assault of their adversary. Beside him, the anxious K2 shouted desperately for everyone to retreat. But the wooden tendrils that erupted from the ground ensnared the feet of the rock ninjas like venomous serpents, rendering their movements laborious. At last, Inoki could bear it no longer. His rage ignited. He leapt into the sky, channeling all the fury that burned within him into his hands. Dust release, boundary disruption technique. With a bellow, Naki's once translucent barrier swelled like a balloon and hurtled towards the wooden giant's head at astonishing speed. The force behind this strike was terrifying. Should it connect, the entire wooden figure would likely be obliterated in an instant. Foam, standing atop the wooden giant's head, narrowed his eyes. He was acutely aware that this very technique had once annihilated 25 of Uchiha Obito's wooden Susanoo clones during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As the formidable attack bore down upon him, his Sharingan spun rapidly, and a dark radiance enveloped him, summoning a colossal Susanoo to shield the wooden giant. Moreover, a massive shield materialized to the left of the wooden figure, steadfastly absorbing Naki's cataclysmic strike. What? Naki's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-force attack had failed to breach the defenses of his opponent. The game is over. Inoki, you shall pay dearly for your choices. Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he clapped his hands together and intoned, "Would release. Birth of the forest." In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from foam, akin to a torrential flood. As this immense power was unleashed, countless towering trees sprang forth with astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping the vast terrain surrounding the Rain Ninja Village. These towering trees seemed almost sentient, their branches intertwining to form an impenetrable green sea. The rock ninjas were caught off guard, their bodies pierced by the multitude of extending branches. Next, the trees acted like ravenous beasts, voraciously consuming the life force of the rock ninjas, who writhed in agony as they gradually succumbed to despair. Noki was filled with horror, witnessing his subordinates perish before his very eyes. In a fit of desperation, he dove downwards, rushing towards his son K2. With every ounce of strength, Noki grasped K2, striving to free him from the branch's grip. However, at that moment, a gigantic wooden figure loomed before him. This figure, colossal as a mountain and entirely black, raised its powerful arms and struck downwards with terrifying speed towards Noki and K2. Caught off guard by this sudden, lethal blow, Noki had no time to contemplate. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his might and fled with his unconscious son. As he ran, he cast a glance back at the battlefield now transformed into a hellscape, his heart heavy with regret and seething hatred. He harbored a fierce rage towards the Akatsuki organization that had devised this ill-fated plan. Their operation was yet to commence in earnest, yet they had suffered a catastrophic defeat due to the emergence of Uchiha foam, nearly losing their entire force. In that fleeting moment, a massive shadow, as dark as ink, enveloped him from above. He looked up in astonishment to see a gigantic wooden arm, like a mountain, poised to collapse upon him. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the terrifying palm descended, leaving no time for Noki to react before he was struck down. The impact shook the ground, sending dust swirling as he and K2 plummeted like two falling meteors. Simultaneously, the original trees seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing at an alarming pace, ensnaring Noki. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to rise. His eyes widened as he clutched the dust release technique, unleashing its formidable power without pause. K2. At that moment, Noki's heart sank as he realized his son was ensnared by the serpentine trees, swiftly being consumed. In a panic, he rushed forward, determined to save him. Yet before he could reach K2, the colossal wooden figure's foot came crashing down once more, creating a tempest of wind and dust that forced him back. Noki could only watch helplessly as his son gradually disappeared into the dense thicket of branches, despair and anguish flooding his heart. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with blood as they fell from his bloodshot eyes. Witnessing this horrific scene, Noki succumbed to madness. He roared towards the heavens, as if to expel all his pent-up rage, frustration, and pain. He could not comprehend how events had spiraled so tragically. The messenger had assured them that they would unite to eradicate the Uchiha and seize their Sharingan. Yet now, they were the only village to face annihilation. As despair consumed him, Noki trembled with overwhelming emotion. He gazed up at the wooden giant, unable to see foam behind its head. Yet the madness in his eyes remained unrestrained. Forming several hand seals, he concentrated the dust release power and charged at the wooden figure. Fully aware that retreat was no longer an option. Die! He bellowed, as the ground beneath the wooden giant suddenly sank, allowing Noki to surge towards Uchiha foam. Foam swiftly evaded the wooden giant's head and darted towards Noki like a gust of wind. Unyielding, Noki kept his gaze locked on the approaching Uchiha, chakra surging within him as the energy of his dust release erupted like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, their forms collided with a force that seemed to distort the very air around them. Yet, just as Noki believed he had successfully struck foam, he was astonished to find that the translucent figure, which should have been obliterated by his dust release energy, simply passed through his terrifying attack. Shinra Tensei, intangibility. As Uchiha Feng's form collided with Noki, the latter felt as if he were confronting an elusive specter, utterly unable to grasp its physical form. Had Minato been present at this moment, he might have empathized with Inoki's current predicament. After all, Minato had once faced a similar situation, yet, through his keen insight and exceptional combat acumen, he quickly discerned the flaws in Obito's abilities after a single encounter and successfully mounted a counterattack. Regrettably, in the face of Keed, who possessed a similar phasing ability, Inoki was not afforded the same fortune. Once Inoki had expended all his energy, Keed's figure re-emerged. In the next instant, he abruptly extended a hand, from which a sharply pointed wooden spike erupted with lightning speed, piercing directly through Inoki's chest, delivering a chilling blow. Chapter 105. The aftermath of the struggle. Inoki gasped as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sharp wooden spike deeply embedded in his chest, his gaze gradually becoming vacant and lifeless. In the fleeting moment before he closed his eyes, an overwhelming tide of regret surged within him. He could scarcely fathom that he had met such a tragic end. Meanwhile, the weight of concern for the future of Awagakure pressed heavily upon his heart. How could I die like this? What will become of Awagakure? Inoki lamented inwardly, wondering who could possibly stand against Uchiha Kid now. On the other side, Uchiha Kid, expressionless, gripped Inoki's lifeless body, a flicker of sentiment stirring within him. This Tsuchikage, who had held power for as long as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had ultimately met his demise here. Yet, Kid felt no shred of compassion for his adversary. Without hesitation, he unleashed his unique absorption ability, and in an instant, Inoki's corpse shriveled visibly, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. At that moment, an unfamiliar and potent force surged through his arm. This energy was wild, yet imbued with a mysterious essence. After a moment of careful contemplation, Kid nodded slightly. Dust release. Having successfully acquired dust release, Kid cast a cold glance at Inoki's withered remains. Immediately, a pitch-black flame, eerie as ink, erupted from his palm, enveloping Inoki's body entirely. As the inferno blazed, the once mighty form of the Tsuchikage disintegrated into countless particles of dust, vanishing into the air, leaving no trace behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Kid turned swiftly and raced toward another battlefield, his steps swift like the wind. Shortly after his departure, Deidara and Sasori, who had been hiding at the fringes of the battlefield, cautiously peered out, their faces etched with terror. They exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting profound trepidation. The previous battle had been perilously intense, and they feared that the now bloodthirsty madman might suddenly redirect his wrath toward them. In such a case, they would have no recourse. Deidara surveyed the ravaged battlefield, a wave of desolation washing over him. He sighed softly, alas. Old man, rest easy. I shall erect a magnificent monument in your honor. And rest assured, my art is beyond reproach. As he clenched his fist, it was as though he sought to validate his declaration. Sasori, hearing this, cast a few more glances at Deidara. As a recent addition to the team, he did not yet know Deidara well. Upon hearing the word art, Sasori began to scrutinize the individual before him. You understand art? Sasori's tone carried a hint of skepticism. Of course, Deidara exclaimed, as if ignited by passion, his voice rising an octave, becoming fervently animated. True art is explosion. That dazzling, breathtaking spectacle of detonation is the epitome of artistic expression. However, Sasori scoffed at this, retorting with a cold humph. Ignorant child, true art is an eternal existence. Only creations that withstand the test of time can be deemed true art. Your pursuit of fleeting explosions is but a shallow understanding. What did you say? Deidara's ire ignited. He could not abide criticism of his art. And thus the two began to quarrel vehemently, both conveniently neglecting the task of aiding their leader. Obito's lips curled slightly into a chilling smile as he fixed his gaze intently on Pain. This fierce battle had raged on, and he keenly sensed that Nagato was nearing his limits, fatigued and weakened. Yet, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a towering wooden figure on the battlefield, sending a shiver of fear through him. Even with the power granted by Akatsuki, he doubted he could wield such an astonishing scale of wood release. Just as Obito surveyed the distant conflict, his heart sank. That colossal wooden figure vanished without a trace. In that instant, he understood that the Awagakure forces had been defeated. Without a moment's hesitation, a singular thought raced through his mind. Flee. As if on cue, Obito's form flickered, and he swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to activate Kimui to escape the scene. However, just as he was on the brink of success, Pain struck again, bellowing, Shinra Tensei. A torrent of immense repulsive force surged toward him like a tidal wave. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Obito dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, determination flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he halted his hand seals and swiftly transitioned to another intricate and mysterious seal. This technique had been imparted to him by Uchiha Madara as a final trump card during the teachings of the Eye of the Moon plan and various ninjutsu. With this move, the Rinnegan could be seized. Meanwhile, high atop the tower, Nagato felt a piercing pain in his eyes as an unprecedented sensation surged within his Rinnegan. Before he could comprehend what was amiss, that eerie feeling intensified. Nagato's complexion shifted, and he urgently shouted to Konan beside him, "Konan, get away!" Before he finished speaking, an uncontrollable torrent of terrifying energy erupted from his Rinnegan. Konan, startled, hesitated momentarily before retreating a few steps, glancing back at the agonized Nagato. In that moment, Pain stood frozen, unable to move. Obito smirked, "Kamui." Suddenly, an oppressive force surged forth, and Obito reacted instinctively, unleashing would release. Thick branches burst from the ground, forming a sturdy barrier to shield against the impending attack. Simultaneously, Kiid's hand crackled with dazzling lightning. With a deafening roar, the lightning struck fiercely against the wooden barrier, sending splinters flying and sparks scattering. Confronted with such fierce aggression, Obito dared not delay further. He turned and fled, his thoughts consumed with escape rather than confrontation. At that moment, he could scarcely utter a single harsh word, consumed with the urgency to vacate this perilous place. "Humph, do you think you can escape so easily? You are naive." Kiid scoffed, his steps swift as the wind, his gaze radiating resolve. Last time, this individual had narrowly evaded capture. This time, he would not let him slip away again. He would see what tricks he had left. Just then, Akatsuki's voice echoed, "Don't run. He possesses space-time ninjutsu. Let us confront him. He has already fought 2 fierce battles and must be significantly drained." Upon hearing this, Obito paused. There was merit in Akatsuki's words. Uchiha Kiid had indeed engaged in 2 intense skirmishes against Pain, Akatsuki, and Noki. The chakra expended during this time was no trivial amount. Reflecting on this, Obito's previously frantic heart began to calm, and his pace gradually slowed. Perhaps, just as Akatsuki suggested, now was the opportune moment for a counterattack. Chapter 106. Obito stood silently, his chest heaving violently. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixated sharply on Uchiha Kiid in the distance. "Uchiha Kiid." Obito's voice was slightly hoarse, infused with an unmistakable fury and resentment. As he roared, a fierce light flickered in his Mangekyō Sharingan, and an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. At that moment, Uchiha Kiid swiftly formed hand seals, calling out, "Would release, thorn kill." Instantly, countless sharp wooden spikes surged toward Obito like a torrential downpour. Realizing the impending danger, Obito flashed into action, hastily employing the same technique to counter the fierce assault. However, to his astonishment, when the wood spikes collided, his thorn kill was forcefully broken through, and the sharp wooden spikes continued to rush at him with astonishing speed. Obito's heart sank as he recognized that Uchiha Kiid's mastery of wood release far exceeded his own, revealing a staggering gap in their abilities. His expression darkened, fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, overwhelmed by disbelief and anger. Had he not already exhausted himself? Why was he still? Obito murmured, confusion etched across his face. Despite being at a disadvantage, Obito was unwilling to concede defeat. He glared at Uchiha Kiid, shouting, "Why are you here to disrupt my plans? This is for the entire shinobi world." Hearing this, Uchiha Kiid let out a derisive laugh, his face a mask of disdain and contempt. "For the shinobi world? Spare me your theatrics, you treacherous wolf who betrays his own masters, a mere jester." "What?" Obito's pupils constricted suddenly, his body trembling involuntarily. "How? Have you forgotten what kind of person you truly are?" "Uchiha Obito." Kiid's cold laughter echoed, his eyes glinting with an icy chill. It was most surprising that this individual could somehow redeem himself, even more so than Itachi, who was far more merciless. The Minato couple treated him like family. Yet he chose to kill during Kushina's childbirth. It was one thing to extract the 9 tails, but to watch Kushina and revel in her survival after losing her tailed beast was the epitome of cruelty. As for his motives, they were for a teenage girl who held no interest in him whatsoever. "How do you know?" Obito's eyes widened, disbelief evident in his voice, cold enough to freeze. "Lin told me," Kiid replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, speaking with a calmness that belied the gravity of the revelation. "What did you say?" At the mention of that name, Obito was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place before erupting in a furious roar like a wild beast. His face contorted in a grotesque grimace, veins bulging, revealing the most sensitive wound in his heart. "What's the matter? By the way, does she even know how hard you're trying for her? Even if she did learn of your sacrifices, she would likely be moved only by the fact that you sent Minato and others to their doom for her sake." He taunted, his words dripping with scorn and disdain. In Kiid's eyes, Obito was nothing more than a deranged individual, unworthy of any respect. "Shut up!" Obito screamed hysterically, his piercing cries seemingly capable of reaching the heavens. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity, memories of Lin's tragic death at Kakashi's hands flashing relentlessly in his mind. An overwhelming torrent of sorrow and fury erupted from within him like a volcano, the immense power of would release surging uncontrollably as he lunged recklessly toward Kiid. "You've been given face. Would release, would dragon technique." In the face of Obito's fierce assault, Kiid showed no sign of retreat. He leapt high into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, a tremendous chakra surged forth from his body, gathering in his palms. Soon, a colossal wooden dragon formed at a visible speed, expanding rapidly. With a deafening roar, the dragon opened its massive jaws, charging toward Obito with ferocity. Yet, lost in his frenzy, Obito remained oblivious to the imminent danger, continuing his relentless assault against the oncoming wooden dragon. Akatsuki, witnessing the chaos, desperately shouted, trying to restore Obito's calm, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Powerless to halt Obito's madness. "Would release, cutting technique?" Kiid shouted, his arms suddenly erupting with sharp wooden spikes that shot toward Obito with incredible speed and ferocity. In response, Obito was not to be outdone, swiftly forming seals. "Would release, tree world wall." In an instant, a massive wooden shield appeared, taking the form of a terrifying, ghoulish face, emanating a chilling aura, aiming to withstand the onslaught of wooden spikes. However, as they were locked in a stalemate, Kiid suddenly vanished, reappearing like a specter behind Obito. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he uttered, "Amaterasu." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pitch-black, searing flame erupted, enveloping Obito entirely. The black flames of Amaterasu sent White Zetsu, who was clinging to Obito, into a panicked shriek. Startled, Obito's muscles tightened, and without hesitation, he broke free from White Zetsu's grasp, moving swiftly to narrowly evade the lethal strike. But Akatsuki was not so fortunate, consumed entirely by the relentless black flames. Reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. "Humph, letting you die so easily seems too simple," Kiid observed coldly, their eyes locking momentarily. Just then, a strange light flickered in Kiid's pupils, a unique ocular technique manifesting. "Tsukuyomi." As Kiid spoke, Obito felt his vision blur, the surrounding scenery morphing into an indistinct haze. When clarity returned, he found himself in a strange space. "Where is this?" Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around, realizing he stood in the very place where Lin had tragically lost her life. Before him, the scene replayed, Kakashi wielding Raikiri, his Sharingan enhancing his accuracy. "No!" Obito clutched his head, roaring in anguish. Chapter 107. The Thoughts of Black Zetsu in the Realm of Reality. Obito knelt on the ground, his body slightly bent forward, hands pressed to the earth, his face a grotesque mask of intermingled terror and agony. His once formidable and stable chakra now surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, overflowing uncontrollably from his being as it sought to break free from the bindings imposed by Tsukuyomi. However, Fong approached Obito with measured, deliberate steps, towering over him as he gazed down at the shattered remnants of his mask. Without a trace of mercy, Fong reached out, akin to an eagle seizing its prey, and forcefully extracted Obito's powerful Mangekyō Sharingan. Even amidst the excruciating pain, Obito remained ensnared within the grasp of Tsukuyomi, unable to regain his senses. His expression was one of utter distortion, features contorted by unbearable suffering, yet it seemed he had lost the capacity for normal sensation, his entire being trembling as if rendered somewhat numb. In the blink of an eye, Fong absorbed the recently acquired Sharingan into his own body. Instantly, a tide of profoundly dark and malevolent energy surged within him. Concurrently, the Indra and Ashura chakra that had long lain dormant within Fong ignited, undergoing astonishing transformations. Lin. At that moment, Obito began to mutter incoherently, his voice low and hoarse, eyes vacant and devoid of life, resembling a soulless shell. "Humph. Go to hell and find her." With a disdainful snort, Fong waved his arm, and in an instant, brilliant lightning flickered upon his palm, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Subsequently, the technique lightning release, thunderclap surged forth like a tidal wave toward Obito. As the sound reached Obito's ears, it jolted him awake from a long and terrifying nightmare. His body shuddered violently, finally regaining some semblance of awareness. Yet, he found himself enveloped in darkness, as if consumed by an endless void, unable to perceive anything further. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, followed by a searing pain. The thunderclap pierced directly through Obito's chest. The immense power of the lightning did not dissipate with this strike. Rather, it raged within him. Seeing this, Feng's eyes glimmered with determination. He resolutely channeled more chakra, unleashing the technique Thousand Birds. Countless blue currents of electricity coiled around Obito like frenzied silver serpents, crackling with sound. Under the onslaught of this terrifying electric shock, Obito's body began to smoke, charred, and ultimately unrecognizable. Feng gradually withdrew his hand, expressionless as he gently clapped his palms together. In that instant, two enormous wooden blocks materialized in the air and swiftly converged. With a resounding crash, Obito's already disfigured remains were crushed between them, instantly reduced to a pile of blazing ash. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu, desperately fleeing, felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He halted, eyes wide with dread as he glanced back, silently lamenting his fate. Previously, he had left a unique mark on Obito to track his movements, but now, that mark had inexplicably vanished. This is bad. Obito must be in trouble. Black Zetsu murmured, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood all too well that if something were to befall Obito, then his own fate would be sealed. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. It was over. Everything was lost. Black Zetsu lamented, the meticulously devised Eye of the Moon plan now teetering on the brink of collapse with Obito's demise, as if a once sturdy edifice had lost its foundation. Worse still, without Obito, who could possibly execute the plan and resurrect Uchiha Madara? The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. No, there is still a chance. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, unwilling to allow years of ambition to slip away. Uchiha Madara. As long as I can bring him back, there is still hope. Indeed, he had the will of Uchiha Madara manifest before him, earning the absolute trust of Madara, serving as his final trump card. The original plan was for Obito to resurrect him. If Obito failed, then Black Zetsu would control Nagato to do so. Now, with Obito gone, he would have to assume control over Nagato to initiate the rebirth technique and resurrect Uchiha Madara. Gritting his teeth, Black Zetsu hastened back to the original stronghold to exhume Madara's corpse. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, the towering edifice had been reduced to rubble, revealing its interior. Nagato's condition was increasingly dire. Each breath seemed excruciatingly laborious, as though he might collapse at any moment. Standing beside him, Konan was frantic, pacing anxiously, utterly at a loss in the face of their predicament. Just then, Feng returned hastily after dealing with Obito. Upon seeing him, Konan rushed forward like a lifeline, exclaiming, "The Rinnegan is malfunctioning." At this, Feng furrowed his brow and followed Konan's gaze. The once soaring tower now lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Feng couldn't help but inwardly muse on the magnitude of power Madara had infused into those eyes. Gradually, Feng crouched down, pressing his palm gently against the ground. In an instant, a deep rumble echoed as numerous thick roots erupted from the earth, intertwining at a visible pace to restore the shattered tower to its former glory. After completing this task, Feng rose and turned to Nagato. However, Nagato shook his head and spoke in a weak voice. "Did you kill Uchiha Madara?" Feng nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes, he has been dealt with. However, he was never the true Uchiha Madara, merely a shameless impostor borrowing his name." Upon hearing this, Nagato exhaled with a hint of relief, only to be followed by a fit of coughing, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. "If that is the case, should we wait for the others from the ninja villages to arrive and eliminate them all?" After speaking, Nagato coughed violently again, clearly uncertain of his own ability to fight given his current state. Feng remained silent for a moment before responding, "Indeed. Before they arrive, I must temporarily withdraw for a while." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, the energy within him swelling as if on the verge of eruption. Thus, he needed to find a place to awaken his Rinnegan. Chapter 108. Tsunade's disappointment. The desolation enveloping Konoha village has profoundly impacted the daily lives of ordinary citizens, as well as the incomes of the shinobi. Under the merciless commands of the daimyo, merchants from the land of fire and beyond severed their commercial ties with Konoha. Refraining from setting foot on this land, thereby depriving the village of vital economic support. The once thriving merchants rooted in Konoha, witnessing the village's defeat in war, hastily abandoned this once glorious settlement in search of more prosperous opportunities elsewhere. Yet, a stubborn few remained, grappling with equally dire circumstances, with external merchants refusing to engage in trade. Even the most basic supplies and resources could not be smoothly transported into Konoha, despite their relentless efforts to sustain their livelihoods. These resolute merchants found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming economic pressure. As time passed, the plight of Konoha's populace intensified. The scarcity of food escalated into a critical crisis. Faced with such dire conditions, the citizens' dissatisfaction began to erupt like a volcano, particularly magnified when they observed the affluent families still indulging in sumptuous feasts. Ordinary folk began to question the third Hokage's capability to lead them out of adversity, their anger igniting fervently within. In front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, the ever-optimistic Uncle Tucci now struggled to conceal his inner sorrow, frequently sighing in despair. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that many nearby establishments had shuttered their doors, displaying signs of closure. Rumors from various merchants hinted at the newfound wealth of the recently established Yamagakure, a land brimming with opportunities. Consequently, numerous businesses contemplated abandoning Konoha in pursuit of better prospects in Yamagakure. However, the Uchiha there had no interest in the shops from Konoha, and the current situation rendered survival impossible. There were no patrons, and even the supply of ingredients was dwindling. "Give me a bowl of ramen." At this call, a middle-aged man with a head of white hair and a weathered visage slowly approached the ramen shop. Coming right up, Uncle Tucci, busy with preparations, instantly donned a warm smile and swiftly began to prepare the ramen for his guest. At this moment, Jiraiya appeared fatigued, his eyes bloodshot. Clearly having gone days without proper rest, he had been tirelessly searching for Naruto's whereabouts and had now almost confirmed that Naruto was trapped within Yamagakure. However, a new dilemma loomed. How could he rescue Naruto? The thought of single-handedly storming Yamagakure left Jiraiya feeling uncertain, especially with the formidable Uchiha clan, particularly the formidable Uchiha Kid, casting a shadow of apprehension over him. The odds of succeeding against the entire Uchiha clan seemed insurmountable. In his despair, Jiraiya resolved to return to Konoha and confer with the Hokage about a plan for rescue. Upon entering Konoha, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The once bustling streets lay eerily silent, with every household tightly shut, as if fearing some dreadful intruder. The desolate streets offered no signs of life, and even locating a shop that could provide food proved to be a formidable challenge. How could it have come to this? As Jiraiya gazed at the desolation surrounding him, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Just as he pondered this grim reality, a familiar voice called from behind, "Jiraiya." He turned abruptly to find Tsunade striding toward him. Tsunade, without uttering a word, Tsunade approached him, pausing momentarily before asking, "Have you found the Jinchuriki?" "I have," Jiraiya replied, observing the calm yet lifeless expression on Tsunade's face, which stirred a sense of shock within him. Her eyes appeared hollow, as if devoid of all vitality. "Then why haven't you brought him back?" Tsunade's voice was cold, betraying no hint of emotion. "He is currently in Yamagakure." Unable to contain his growing anxiety, Jiraiya blurted out, "Tsunade, what on earth has happened to Konoha?" Tsunade remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed by the news, and simply stated, "Yamagakure Uchiha Kid. As you can see, the Land of Fire has forsaken Konoha, and the daimyo has unhesitatingly allied with the Uchiha clan." An oppressive silence fell between them. Jiraiya stared at the woman who was once vibrant and spirited, now rendered numb and desolate, filled with sorrow and helplessness. The world had indeed transformed dramatically. The once magnificent Konoha had drawn its curtains on an era of glory, and even Tsunade had lost all hope for the future. Who should bear the brunt of this responsibility? After a lengthy pause, as if a decision had crystallized within him, Jiraiya took a deep breath and declared, "Tsunade, regardless of the circumstances, we must go to Yamagakure and retrieve Naruto." His fists clenched, his gaze unwavering, for that child was the last remnant of Minato's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Tsunade lifted her gaze to Jiraiya and slowly inquired, "Are you suggesting we confront the Uchiha directly?" "No, I merely wish for you to accompany me. Our aim is solely to find Naruto and depart swiftly," Jiraiya hastily clarified. Tsunade shook her head, recalling Uchiha Kid's formidable powers, reminiscent of her grandfather's vitality. Even if Kiid's strength was not at its peak, he wielded the Mangekyō Sharingan, leaving them with little chance of success. Jiraiya, I am weary. I have witnessed Konoha's plight these days. The continuous power struggles at the top have fundamentally led to Konoha's downfall. This Konoha is but a corpse, yet to fully decay. With a sigh, Tsunade expressed that she had exhausted her efforts for Konoha in this war and did not wish to partake any further. Tsunade Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, revealing a member of the Umbu clad in black attire and a mask. He respectfully bowed to the two before him and stated, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage requests your presence. Without lifting her head, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Her face etched with impatience, I will not go. In contrast, Jiraiya appeared hesitant. After a brief silence, he finally responded, understood. Turning to Uncle Tucci, who was still busy in the shop, Jiraiya called out, forget it. With a complex gaze, he glanced at the indifferent Tsunade and sighed softly. Konoha, after all, was built by the first Hokage yet. Before he could finish, Tsunade interjected with unyielding resolve. My grandfather's Konoha and the Konoha of today are no longer the same entity. Her words resonated with profound disappointment and discontent. With that declaration, she decisively turned and walked away in the opposite direction, leaving only her silhouette behind. Jiraiya, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation before following the Umbu member and departing the scene. At this moment, Uncle Ilu slowly emerged from the store, gazing at the desolate expanse before him. A faint smile of bitterness crept across his face as he inwardly lamented, alas, it seems our business has once again gone awry. Chapter 109. Awakening the reincarnation eye with a grave expression, Jiraiya swiftly traversed the winding streets and the neatly arranged houses, escorted by the Umbu, until he arrived at the solemn and imposing Hokage building. Upon reaching their destination, the Umbu members vanished without a trace, leaving Jiraiya to walk slowly into the building alone. Pushing open the heavy door, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar yet somewhat antiquated office. The unforgettable trio remained unchanged, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated firmly in the main chair. However, unlike before, he did not have his iconic pipe in his mouth. His head of white hair made him appear even more aged and haggard. As soon as Jiraiya stepped into the room, his gaze instinctively fell upon the third Hokage. In that moment, he felt a wave of disorientation, blinking in disbelief. Hiruzen was undeniably much older now. Time had mercilessly etched deep lines upon his face. The once upright figure now hunched over, and the once bright eyes were dulled by an endless fatigue. At this moment, he resembled a frail old man on the brink of death, devoid of the vigor and grandeur that once characterized the legendary ninja. Jiraiya. Hiruzen silently observed his proud disciple, his heart filled with countless emotions. Reflecting on their early days, he had not held high hopes for this pupil. Yet fate often unfolds in unexpected ways. Who could have foreseen that the one once deemed least likely to succeed would ultimately become the last bastion of this land? Old man, have you not yet met with the daimyo? What in the world has transpired? Why has our leaf village changed so drastically in such a short time? Jiraiya inquired, furrowing his brow as he unceremoniously took a seat before Hiruzen. Feudal, the third shook his head. The daimyo refuses to meet with us. Not even I can gain an audience. Even Asuma, who has always been by his side, is missing. As he spoke, Hiruzen's back bent slightly more, a trace of sorrow evident on his face. Asuma is missing too? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. While the daimyo might dismiss the Hokage, it was unfathomable that he would dare to harm the Hokage's son. Jiraiya, have you located the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Tsunade asked, her eyes fixed on him, betraying a hint of anxiety. Under the tense and expectant gazes of the three, Jiraiya slowly nodded, his voice grave, I found him. However, the situation is not optimistic. He is currently in the land of hot water. Upon hearing this news, Mito Gate's flames ignited with excitement. His eyes widened as he shouted in anger, the land of hot water? As expected, it must be the doing of that Uchiha Kid. Yet, the third Hokage remained bowed, silent. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply as she stated with conviction, then the Book of Seals must have fallen into Uchiha Kid's hands. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression turned troubled as he sighed helplessly. Alas, the greatest challenge now is how to rescue Naruto and recover the Book of Seals. Uchiha Kid's power is overwhelming. I have witnessed it firsthand, and we are simply unable to contend with him. Recalling the scene when Uchiha Kid struck, a wave of helplessness surged within Jiraiya. Mito Gate, seeing the third remain silent, turned anxiously and exclaimed, Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? Regardless of the cost, we must recover the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Book of Seals. If we lose these two crucial items, Konoha will be left with no hope. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Yet he was at a loss for what to do. Currently, he and Jiraiya were the only strong enough to stand against Uchiha Kid. And even if they mobilized all of Konoha's ninjas, victory was uncertain. Cloud Ninja was a prime example. I believe, Jiraiya, understanding Hiruzen's predicament, proactively suggested, we can organize an elite team to rescue and retrieve the book without engaging in all-out war with the land of hot water. Absolutely not. What if you were discovered? With so few of you, you would all perish. Hiruzen countered, disallowing the idea. Konoha's elite were of utmost importance and could not afford further losses. However, war could not be instigated again either. Yet, we have no alternative, Jiraiya lamented, aware of the risks involved in the plan, yet recognizing it was the only course available. Hiruzen, the other two advisors also chimed in, urging him. Ultimately, with reluctance, Hiruzen made a decision, allowing Jiraiya to assemble a team of 10 jonin, including Kakashi and Guy, to execute the mission, continuously stressing that if discovered by Uchiha Kid, they were to abandon the mission immediately. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, Kid remained on the soil of the Land of Rain, having found a secluded cave free from disturbance. Upon entering, he located a flat area, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes, immersing himself in the continuous fusion of two chakra forces within him. These two chakra types, one of extreme yin and the other of extreme yang, flowed like two relentless rivers, gradually merging within Kid's body. As time slipped by, the two distinctly different energies ultimately converged at his eyes, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. In an instant, an unprecedented power began to surge forth from his gaze. Just then, without warning, a fierce wind swept in. The entire cave trembled slightly under the onslaught of this violent force, and debris and dust rained down around him. Yet Kid remained firmly seated, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. In that moment, 3 Tomo distinctly emerged within his gaze, spinning at a remarkable speed. Subsequently, these 3 Tomo began to transform, intertwining and merging, ultimately forming a pair of dazzling eternal kaleidoscopes. Even so, the ocular prowess contained within Kid's eyes continued to ascend. His once blood-red irises were now completely consumed by a rich violet glow. Simultaneously, the central pupil, dark and profound, began to expand gradually until it resembled a full moon. Surrounding this lunar pupil, intricate Tomo patterns surfaced quietly, glimmering with a chilling light. Taking a deep breath, Kid slowly rose to his feet. With this movement, his body surprisingly lifted off the ground, gently floating upward and moving toward the exit. His eyes, unlike Nagato's awakened eyes, possessed capabilities that were not merely foundational. Although Nagato had developed his abilities to their utmost in later stages, they still paled in comparison to the true power of the reincarnation eye. Upon awakening the reincarnation eye, in addition to all the foundational abilities possessed by Nagato, Kid had awakened 2 special powers. The first was a curse technique enhancement, which allowed him to significantly amplify all ninjutsu and ocular techniques he released, including casting speed and the potency of the jutsu. The second was time reversal, akin to the abilities of Urashiki, yet without limitations on the time being reversed. As long as he had sufficient chakra and energy, he could continuously employ it, and it need not necessarily apply to himself. In other words, if a corpse were placed before Kid now, as long as he had enough chakra, he could keep reversing time until he brought it back to life. Chapter 110. The convergence of 3 villages. The mountaintop outside of Rain Shinobi Village appeared shrouded in a heavy veil of gloom. The incessant downpour enveloped the entire area in a damp, dim atmosphere, rendering the environment stiflingly oppressive. Shadows flitted through the dense forest like phantoms. AI led the Cloud Shinobi to this location silently, refraining from any rash actions, instead quietly lurking at the forest's edge, vigilantly observing the movements ahead. On the same day, another group arrived in succession. Chiyo, at the helm of the Sand Shinobi, stepped into the mountain woods with a steady gait. Concurrently, the Mist Shinobi squad led by Yagura made their grand entrance. However, unlike the others, Yagura's countenance was markedly grim, his sharp eyes ablaze with fury. His expression dark as if it could drip with malice, fixated on the distant, elusive Rain Shinobi village. Not long ago, The unexpected demise of Obito had rendered the mysterious jutsu that controlled him null and void. Consumed by rage, Yagura chose not to retreat, but to press forward. He was unaware of the fate that had befallen the one who had manipulated him, but that individual had thrown his beloved Mist Village into chaos, leaving it unrecognizable. He sought vengeance. Even if that person was deceased, he was determined to locate the body and reduce it to ashes to quench his burning hatred. Chiyo, observing the arrival of AI and Yagura, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the organization had not deceived her. Uchiha Foam was in grave peril. Chiyo and AI conspired to venture forth and find the organization, while Yagura listened in silence, comprehending from their dialogue that they were summoned by a masked figure. A sudden resolve surged within him. That mysterious individual was the very one who had controlled him. After a brief discussion, he ultimately decided to accompany the other two teams into Rain Shinobi Village. Under the cover of night, the three teams silently advanced toward their destination. At this moment, Uchiha Foam, perched atop a high tower, gradually opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze piercingly directed toward Nagato's location. Nagato seemed to sense this, immediately turning to meet Uchiha Feng's gaze, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. They had finally gathered. A smile graced Uchiha Feng's lips. This development certainly alleviated numerous troubles. Meanwhile, Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the distance as he softly remarked that they were currently positioned at the village's flank. Before he could finish, the figure of Pain swiftly appeared before them. I shall draw them out of the village, Uchiha Foam declared without hesitation, rising and retrieving a white mask that originally belonged to Obito from his robe. In a fluid motion, he donned the mask and strode purposefully toward the exit. Conversely, the three cautiously advancing teams suddenly sensed an abnormal distortion in the space ahead. A spiraling wave undulated through the air like a water serpent, and then an eye emerged through the warped spatial rift, fixating intently upon them. This sudden turn of events tightened the hearts of all present, particularly Yagura, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist, who clenched his fists. He was desperate to ascertain whether this enigmatic figure was indeed the one who had once controlled his will. Everyone, our leader awaits your esteemed presence outside. Feng's voice, slightly raspy, resonated, akin to sandpaper grating against stone, causing listeners to furrow their brows. Suddenly, AI, surrounded by crackling lightning, surged forth like a bolt, reaching Feng's rear in an instant. He then swung a powerful fist, unleashing a thunderous roar. The might of his blow was akin to a tempest, hurtling straight toward Foam. Yet, AI's fist passed through Foam's form unimpeded, as if he were merely a fleeting shadow. AI quickly retracted his fist, returning to his previous position. Lead the way, AI stated coldly, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. It was evident he had confirmed that the figure before him was indeed the one he had encountered previously. Subsequently, Foam took the lead, with the Raikage team closely following. Chiyo and Yagura also trailed behind. Hey, I demand to know where your leader is hiding. Why are we still not there? Chiyo, unable to suppress her growing impatience, shouted loudly as they ventured deeper into the dense forest. Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Foam slowly halted, surveying the gathered crowd before raising his hand and pointing toward a towering tree not far away. Following Feng's indication, the group beheld Pain standing atop the sturdy trunk, gazing down upon the assembly of ninjas with an imposing demeanor. Who are you? AI began to ask, but was abruptly interrupted as Pain lifted his arm and shouted, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, sending half of the elite shinobi present hurtling backward. Dust swirled, smoke enveloped the area, and chaos ensued. The ninjas from the three villages stood in shock, bewildered by Pain's sudden aggression. What are you doing? Chiyo trembled with rage, her wrinkled face flushed with fury, her eyes wide and fixed on Pain. Yet, before anyone could react, a chilling voice pierced the air, Amaterasu. In that moment, a torrent of ravenous black flames surged forth from behind the ninjas, akin to the gaping maw of a demon. The cloud shinobi at the forefront bore the brunt of the onslaught, meeting a devastating fate. The formidable AI, utilizing his agility, narrowly evaded the inferno. But the majority of the cloud shinobi were not as fortunate, swiftly consumed by the black flames. You are Uchiha Foam. AI's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the familiar visage, disbelief etching his features as his gaze fixated on the masked man, especially his eyes. As Foam slowly removed his mask, revealing a cold visage. His eyes shimmered with peculiar patterns, resembling two deep whirlpools, locking onto Reikage AI. A chorus of anguished wails echoed as those engulfed in the black flames writhed in torment, yet ultimately succumbed to their grim fate. Before long, they were reduced to charred corpses amidst the fiery inferno. Witnessing this, AI's eyes widened in shock. He realized that the flames burned far more rapidly than he had witnessed in the past. No, AI let out a heart-wrenching roar, his heart shattered. The fallen Cloud Shinobi were elite warriors from their village, having already sustained severe losses on the battlefield. This additional toll threatened to extinguish their dreams of a powerful Cloud nation. Uchiha Foam, you shall pay for this, AI bellowed, charging forward as pain leaped down to confront the mist and sand shinobi. Wait, Yagura urgently intervened. He had no desire for conflict. Onward. Chiyo's expression darkened. The situation had exceeded all expectations, and the only path to survival lay in a forced charge. With a crackling aura of lightning enveloping him, AI surged forth. Electricity coiling around him like a silver serpent, crackling ominously. He glared furiously, his eyes wide with rage, as he summoned all the chakra within him to his right fist. This punch, imbued with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, represented the most formidable strike he could muster to date. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Foam remained utterly composed. Thus, the Reikage, fueled by a torrent of wrath and murderous intent, launched himself fiercely towards Foam. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, causing the very ground to tremble violently. The Reikage's unparalleled fist struck the earth with tremendous force, instantly raising a cloud of dust and creating a vast crater in the ground. However, within that pit, Foam stood steadfast and scathed. A sudden glimmer of brilliance flashed in his deep-set eyes, and an invisible, formidable power surged forth from them. Dual divine might. As this mysterious and potent ocular energy was unleashed, the surrounding space warped instantaneously. The Reikage sensed impending doom. In the blink of an eye, the distorted space sliced through him with the ruthlessness of a razor-sharp blade. Alarmed, AI could not help but be taken aback. He understood all too well the peril of the dual divine might, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength to evade this lethal blow. With a sickening sound, AI's remaining arm was brutally severed by that bizarre spatial force, blood gushing forth. Chapter 111. The annihilation of the Allied forces. A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the air, causing AI's body to tremble violently. The excruciating pain surged over him like an overwhelming tide, drowning all his consciousness and rationality in an instant. Darkness enveloped his vision as he plummeted straight towards the ground, crashing heavily onto the cold, hard earth. Not far away, Shikaru and Chiyo, locked in a fierce battle with pain, were taken aback by the sight, their scalps tingling in shock. In just a mere encounter, the Reikage had been utterly incapacitated without the slightest chance to retaliate. Realizing the dire situation, Shikara did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift movement, he adeptly evaded Pain's relentless assault and quickly made his way to Uchiha Kid amidst the chaos. Yet, Uchiha Kid remained undeterred, continuing his actions. With a gentle clap of his hands, sharp wooden spikes erupted violently from the ground, piercing through the air with a menacing whistle. The Cloud Ninja who had rushed to assist AI were caught off guard, unable to react in time, and were mercilessly impaled by the horrific wooden spikes, dying on the spot. Despite the overwhelming agony, AI was still helped to his feet. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he desperately attempted to dodge left and right. But his injuries rendered his movements slow and clumsy. Nevertheless, he resolutely refused to give in. At that moment, Shikara shouted, "Hey, are you Uchiha Kid?" Upon hearing the call, Uchiha Kid finally redirected his attention towards Shikaru. Recognizing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, he recalled that this individual was under Obito's control, but it no longer mattered. "Shikaru, it's surprising that you, with whom I have no grievances, would come seeking trouble," Kid said with a slight smirk, laced with mockery. Shikara's expression darkened, his face resembling a storm cloud as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "No, I came here only to uncover who is manipulating me from the shadows. If this misunderstanding cannot be resolved, I fear everyone here will perish today." Regret washed over Shikaru as he thought back. Had he known, he should have simply returned to the village at the outset. Upon hearing Shikaru's words, the battling ninjas froze in disbelief. The Mizukage had been controlled? How could this be? Who possessed such power? All eyes instinctively turned toward Uchiha Kid, as if at that moment, he alone bore the greatest suspicion. As realization dawned upon the Mist Village ninjas, expressions of enlightenment began to emerge. No wonder the policies enacted by the Mizukage were so unfathomable. They were indeed the result of external manipulation. However, facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Kid remained unfazed, coldly responding, "The one who controlled you is already dead." Throughout this exchange, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, while pain showed no signs of relenting, continuing to claim the lives of the sand ninjas. Hearing this, Shikara hesitated briefly, but soon resolved to shout, "Then we leave." At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with uncovering the truth. Ensuring the safety of his subordinates was of utmost importance. "You won't be able to leave," Kid said, slowly crouching down and pressing his palm firmly against the ground. In an instant, countless sturdy wooden stakes erupted from the earth, weaving together to form a thick, solid wooden barrier. In the blink of an eye, this massive wooden wall loomed like a towering fortress, sealing off the entire battlefield. The ninjas found themselves trapped in this confined space, with no escape. "What do you mean by this?" Shikara glared at Uchiha Kid, confusion and anger swirling within him. He believed there to be no animosity between them, and could not fathom why Kid would treat them in such a manner. Yet, in response to Shikara's inquiry, Kid replied, his expression impassive, "Now, the means to achieve lasting peace lies before us. That is, to unify the entire ninja world. You are presented with but two choices, either acquiesce or remain here forever." Kid's tone was eerily calm, yet the conviction behind his words was unmistakable. Clearly, regardless of whether these individuals agreed with his plan, he would pursue it relentlessly. Unify the ninja world? The declaration sent a collective gasp through the assembly, faces awash with incredulity as they stared at Uchiha Kid. They could scarcely believe their ears. Had he truly lost his mind? After all, even the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had failed to accomplish such a monumental feat. Yet this young boy dared to aspire to such an ambition. It was utterly unfathomable. "Just you?" Chiyo scoffed derisively. In response to her skepticism, Kid merely tilted his head slightly, dismissively retorting, "Is that not sufficient? Humph. What if the populace refuses to accept your rule? Would you then exterminate them all?" Chiyo continued to mock him. "If it comes to that, then let them make sacrifices for peace," Kid replied coolly, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil. Everyone stared at Kid in shock. Realizing from his unwavering demeanor that he was not jesting, he would indeed eliminate all opposition. "Madman, you will not succeed," Chiyo thundered. "The Mist Village will never agree to such a thing," Shikara added gravely. "Unifying the ninja world? What does that make me, the Mizukage? Would release, Flower Tree World." A furious roar erupted as Kid suddenly raised his hand, powerful chakra surging forth like a tidal wave, rapidly expanding across the land. In an instant, colossal trees adorned with vibrant blossoms sprouted from the ground. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood release, pillar insertion technique. Wood release, flower dance technique. With abandon, Kid unleashed his chakra, summoning a series of formidable wood-based jutsu that left the assembled ninjas in a state of terror. They dashed through the lush forest, yet could not escape the relentless bindings and assaults of the trees. Before long, the battlefield descended into chaos and devastation. As the smoke began to clear, only Chiyo, Shikara, and the airborne pain remained on the field. At this moment, Shikara was engulfed in a blazing inferno of chakra, the power of the three tails within him igniting fiercely. With a cataclysmic roar, a colossal-tailed beast emerged before the gathered crowd. Yet, as soon as this fearsome three tails appeared, it was swiftly ensnared by the spiraling wooden dragon. The dragon's powerful form constricted tightly around the three tails, relentlessly siphoning its chakra. The three tails thrashed and cried out, bewildered and enraged by the situation it found itself in. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Nagato sensed the unfolding events and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed within the village. Nagato's expression hardened as he glanced at Konan, questioning, "Didn't Kid take everyone into the forest?" Shounen nodded, and a pair of wings crafted from paper materialized behind her, allowing her to soar into the sky. Chapter 112. The ambush of Black Zetsu. Konan gracefully leaped into a shadow above. Her delicate brows furrowed as she gazed intently at the inferno raging below. Could it be an explosion within the building? Konan pondered, before decisively jumping down like a bolt of lightning towards the distant blaze. Meanwhile, Nagato stood silently, absorbing the diminishing chakra of Conan as she moved away. He remained mute, gently touching the corners of his eyes, a profound sense of fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave. The intense side effects of the ocular technique he had previously employed lingered, weighing heavily upon his body. At that moment, the serene atmosphere around the tower shifted abruptly, with unusual occurrences unfolding in quick succession. Nagato's expression darkened. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he possessed an innate and acute sense of perception. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, an overwhelming repulsive force erupted from within him, sweeping across the surroundings like a torrential flood. 2 hidden white zetsu were blasted away by this immense power, crashing heavily to the ground. However, before Nagato could catch his breath, a shadowy figure surged towards him from the inky darkness, wrapping tightly around the iron rod behind him. His countenance shifted dramatically, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had failed to detect this entity's approach. What is this creature, and how could it evade his keen senses? Questions raced through Nagato's mind. The black zetsu, like a specter, swiftly spread down the unyielding iron rod, and in the blink of an eye, it clung to Nagato's body. In that instant, a blinding purple light erupted from his Rinnegan, powerful energy surging forth, Shinra Tensei. Yet, due to the severe limitations on his mobility, even this formidable repulsion could not free him from Black Zetsu's firm grasp. Before long, his body became as rigid as if ensnared by a binding spell. Nevertheless, Nagato was no ordinary individual. He quickly realized that Black Zetsu was targeting his Rinnegan. A fierce determination surged within him. In a split second, he used his still-functioning left hand to grasp at his eye. At that moment, he merely intended to test the waters, thinking that even if he destroyed it, he could not allow it to fall into enemy hands. To his astonishment, as his fingers made contact with his eyeball, he effortlessly extracted it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield nestled within the dense forest, the scene was truly horrific. The once fiercely battling ninja forces lay completely defeated, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, including Chiyo and the 4th Mizukage, with not even the corpses left intact. As Nagato successfully removed his Rinnegan, Pain was immediately affected. He stood frozen, as if his soul had been siphoned away, his Rinnegan slowly disintegrating, the once brilliant purple light dimming like a candle flickering in the wind. Nearby, Uchiha Kid, engaged in restraining the Three Tails, sensed Pain's unusual state. Reacting swiftly, he waved his hand, and the massive wooden dragon tightened its grip on the beast, rendering it temporarily immobile. In the next moment, Uchiha Kid appeared in front of Pain. What happened? He inquired, but Pain trembled and collapsed. Noticing something amiss, Kid swiftly seized Pain and activated the Kamui, transporting them to the tower in Mangekyō. Observing the now Rinnegan-less Nagato, Kid surveyed the surroundings. Who is it? He sensed. Yet he could not detect anyone's presence. Zetsu, the black one, Nagato exhaled, blood streaming from his eyes. He had underestimated Black Zetsu. Its ability to escape and conceal itself was utterly unfathomable. However, it seemed that Black Zetsu's strength was not formidable. Black Zetsu? He'd realized. This explained why it was so difficult to sense its existence. After all, this being had survived since the era of Sage of the Six Paths. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki had failed to uncover its trail, showcasing its unparalleled stealth capabilities within the shinobi world. Furthermore, this Black Zetsu was pivotal in Uchiha Madara's eventual resurrection. It was reasonable to assume that the multitude of white Zetsu would heed his commands. Thus, it seemed the enemy they were soon to face might very well be Uchiha Madara. He narrowed his eyes. He now possessed sage techniques and Mokuton. Yet his proficiency with the Rinnegan could not rival Madara's. However, with the advantage of time manipulation, he could not possibly be defeated. I estimate that he intends to revive the original owner of those eyes, Kid remarked, gazing at Nagato. At that moment, Nagato was consumed by resentment and anger. He could hardly believe he had fallen so easily to Black Zetsu. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Kid sighed gently. After all, he could not perpetually guard Nagato's side. Moreover, Black Zetsu was a cunning and treacherous foe. Even someone as powerful as Madara had been ensnared by its machinations, making the current situation less surprising. However, from another perspective, Black Zetsu's hasty retreat indicated that its own strength was not particularly great. As Uchiha Kid contemplated how to confront Uchiha Madara, a distinguished team from Konoha had already arrived at the entrance of the hidden fire village. Kakashi, like a stealthy leopard, concealed himself in the shadows, intently observing the bustling gates of the hidden flame village. As he beheld the scene before him, he could not help but reflect on the stark contrast between this place and Konoha. Beside him, Jiraiya, with a serious expression, began to outline their mission. Listen closely, everyone. We will stealthily infiltrate the village to gather intelligence and ascertain whether Uchiha Kid is here, as well as Naruto's whereabouts. The Hidden Flame village had been established not long ago, and they were all elite from Konoha, thus infiltrating it would pose no problem. With Jiraiya's command, the entire team dispersed like arrows released from a bow, employing their skills to silently advance towards the Hidden Flame village. The members either utilized the surrounding terrain for cover or employed unique ninjutsu to mask their presence, each remaining focused and vigilant, leaving no room for complacency. Chapter 113. Watergate's rescue in the training grounds of Yanin. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire area with a dazzling light. At this moment, Naruto stood with his fists clenched and feet slightly apart on one side, while Sasuke, on the other, gripped a sharp kunai, his posture upright like a pine tree. His cold gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke broke the silence first. Sasuke. Naruto responded defiantly, determination blazing in his eyes. Before the echoes of their voices faded, both lunged at each other with furious roars, instantly entangled in an intense close-quarters combat, their fists and legs a blur. Almost simultaneously, they drew their kunai, the shimmering blades clashing together, producing a crisp metallic sound. Suddenly, Naruto retreated a few steps, chanting, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, resembling a roaring dragon, surging towards Sasuke. Faced with such a fierce attack, Sasuke's expression tightened, yet his body remained unyielding. He nimbly leaped into the air, executing a series of elegant flips, effortlessly evading the onslaught of wind. Upon landing, Sasuke swiftly adjusted his stance, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of blazing flames, forming a massive fireball that shot directly towards Naruto. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, an unremarkable man observed the scene, his gaze particularly fixated on Naruto. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, waiting for Jiraiya's arrival to proceed with his next move. On another front, Kakashi, disguised, engaged in conversation with a group of people in the now bustling and tidy streets. Some patrons sat in a newly established tavern, chatting amiably. Kakashi mingled among them, noting a member of the Uchiha clan present, though this individual was clearly not a ninja. The group primarily discussed the current state of Yanin village, particularly a civilian from the Uchiha clan, whose mention brought a smug look to his face. Kakashi subtly redirected the conversation away from Uchiha Kid and Naruto, bewildered to find that Naruto's identity seemed not to be a secret here. Even passers-by remarked having seen a yellow-haired kid running through the streets, followed by a Uchiha boy. The Uchiha member boldly stated that they were the two disciples of Lord Kid. Kakashi was perplexed. Was Uchiha Kid not concerned about concealing his identity? Was he allowing such exposure in the streets? Yet, observing the expressions of those around him, he noticed no resentment or fear when they mentioned Naruto, but rather a calmness, as if he were simply an ordinary child. Perhaps, Kakashi mused, life for Naruto here might be a little better. He had known from the beginning that Naruto was the child of his teacher. Suddenly, an ominous wave of energy surged from afar, causing Kakashi's body to tense. Was it a tailed beast? The people nearby sensed the malevolent aura, their expressions shifting to alarm as they hurriedly dispersed, some ninjas rushing toward the source. Kakashi followed the direction of the chakra explosion, filled with confusion. Shouldn't they have quietly taken Naruto away? Why create such a commotion? At the epicenter, Jiraiya's expression darkened as he watched Naruto's outburst. He had intended to use Earth Release to extract Naruto, but Naruto had detected him immediately, leaping away while a massive amount of chakra surged within him. The sheer volume of chakra made Jiraiya question whether the seal on the nine tails was even intact. Unbeknownst to him, during Naruto's time in Yanin, Uchiha Kid had subdued the nine tails, and under Kid's influence, the seal had been significantly weakened to allow Naruto to better control the beast's power. Lord Jiraiya, what should we do now? A nearby ninja inquired. Forcefully take Naruto away, Jiraiya resolved, knowing they had already been discovered. They had to act against Naruto first, or their efforts would be in vain. Damn it! Came a furious shout from a distance as the Uchiha ninjas arrived. Without hesitation, Jiraiya instructed several Konoha ninjas to delay time while he swiftly prepared to enter Sage mode, aware that Uchiha Kid would not grant him a moment's respite. Soon, Uchiha Shana, the clan leader, rushed over. his fury directed at the Konoha ninjas who had revealed their true selves. With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates into battle. After unleashing a surge of Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's strength surged, directly confronting a Konoha J-nin under Sasuke's astonished gaze. Sixth gate, opening the view. Green steam erupted as Guy struck a J-nin, forcing others to retreat. During this interval, Jiraiya had successfully entered Sage mode. His eyes snapped open. Though Guy's assault was formidable, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Is Ki not here? Jiraiya's focus sharpened as the two toads perched on his shoulders quickly locked onto Naruto, leading him toward the boy. Jiraiya's power in Sage mode had risen significantly. An ordinary J-nin stood no chance against him. Bastard! Uchiha Shana seethed, directing several ninjas to fend off the J-nin near Naruto and facilitate his escape. While he positioned himself in front of Jiraiya, the two toads began to chant simultaneously, as Jiraiya conjured an enormous Rasengan to strike at Uchiha Shana. Meanwhile, Kakashi, engaged in a fierce battle with an Uchiha J-nin, wore an expressionless face. Would Naruto truly be better off returning to Konoha? Summoning technique. Surrounded by adversaries, Jiraiya bit his finger, and the massive toad, Fumita, appeared in a flash. What is going on, Jiraiya? Fumita questioned, pipe in mouth. Jiraiya had no time for explanations, urging the two sage toads to act. Fumita unsheathed a colossal blade, swinging it toward the ground. Although it did not strike near him, Naruto instinctively closed his eyes. In that instant, Fumita's massive form vanished, reappearing far in the forest, barely visible as a small black silhouette. All present, including Jiraiya, stood in shock, as a kunai imbued with the sword of compassion plunged into the ground before Naruto. Am I late? A flash of yellow light followed, and Naruto opened his eyes wide. Seeing a figure with the same yellow hair, adorned in the Hokage robe, bearing the title of the fourth Hokage. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Is that? Kakashi, previously with a vacant expression, felt his heart race. Sensei, no, it can't be. Is that the fourth Hokage? All the ninjas recognized the figure, even the Uchiha ninjas swallowing hard, as they had all come from Konoha and knew that man. Minato? At that moment, Jiraiya was the most astonished, never expecting his deceased disciple to appear here, and on the opposing side no less. Meanwhile, at Fumita's location, amidst a swirl of smoke, a massive serpent emerged, the mighty Manda. Hey, Orochimaru, where's the sacrifice? Manda grumbled. That is Lord Kiid's instruction, Orochimaru replied coolly, perched atop a giant tree. What? Fine. I'll be right there. Manda's tone shifted dramatically as he quickly nodded and rushed toward the still bewildered Fumita. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Yin village, revealing a sinister smile. Jiraiya, I hope you appreciate my gift. Chapter 114. The Inquiry of Minato Namikaze within the confines of Yin village. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of Minato Namikaze. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Minato bore a peculiar countenance, with fissures marking his visage. Minato? How could you possibly be here? Jiraiya exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Jiraiya. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of indescribable emotions flickered across his gaze. Yet, this complexity was but a transient shadow, quickly masked by his composure. He then directed his gaze towards Naruto, who stood a short distance behind him. Upon beholding that familiar, youthful face, a gentle smile instinctively graced his lips. Naruto. Minato softly called his son's name. At the sound of his father's voice, Naruto paused momentarily, his eyes swelling with unshed tears. He bit his lip, striving to prevent the tears from cascading down his cheeks, but ultimately, he succumbed, allowing the tears to flow freely. Dad, Naruto responded, his voice tinged with emotion. In that instant, all his grievances, loneliness, and yearning for his father surged forth, overwhelming his composure. Upon hearing Naruto utter the word dad, the weight that had burdened Minato's heart finally lifted. Although they had encountered one another under unique circumstances previously, the reality of the moment made Minato anxious. Fearing that Naruto might harbor resentment towards him, the father who had failed in his responsibilities. For he alone understood the extent of Naruto's hardships and the trials he had endured after losing his parents at such a tender age. Sensei, Lord Fourth, Minato Namikaze. Various voices erupted suddenly. Minato gently reached out, affectionately ruffling young Naruto's hair, then turned to face Jiraiya. Sensei, are you intending to take Naruto away from me? Minato's gaze was resolute as he instinctively shielded Naruto behind him. Minato, what are you talking about? Naruto is an indispensable part of our Konoha. He has been abducted by those vile Uchiha. Jiraiya shouted, his forehead veins bulging with urgency. Understanding the dreadful capabilities of the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, Jiraiya initially misapprehended Minato's presence as one of manipulation. However, Minato exhibited an unsettling calmness and rationality, devoid of any signs of being controlled. His icy demeanor starkly contrasted with the warm and amiable persona he was known for. Only the deceased from the Third Great Ninja War would recognize this true visage of the Yellow Flash. A part of Konoha? Sensei, do you comprehend the life Naruto has led in Konoha all these years? Minato's voice was as frigid as the wind sweeping across a frozen wasteland. His grip on the flying thunder god kunai tightening. Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless, his throat constricted as if caught by an unseen force. Deep down, he was well aware of the truth. Upon learning of Minato's legacy, he had been overjoyed to return to Konoha to visit. Alas, by then, Naruto had become a host for the Nine Tails, and all he could do was entrust Naruto to the third Hokage and other higher-ups for proper care. Furthermore, he had to seek out Orochimaru and the prophesied child, leaving him no choice but to part from young Naruto. Seeing Jiraiya at a loss for words, Minato's lips curled into a disdainful smirk before he fell silent. Had the third Hokage been present, he would have undoubtedly intervened without hesitation. However, Jiraiya had once been his mentor, and thus, Minato refrained from acting against him. Minato, regardless of the circumstances, Naruto is ultimately our village's Jinchuriki. And Konoha is currently an A. Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he attempted to reason with Minato. Yet, Minato coldly interrupted, Sensei, I have long since perished in battle. I am no longer the fourth Hokage of Konoha. I am merely a father to a child. His words left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was taken aback, gazing at the once familiar figure before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas below were paralyzed by fear. Rendered mute by the overwhelming presence of the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who could effortlessly extinguish their lives. At that moment, Uchiha Shun, who had been lost in shock, regained his composure. Realizing Minato's stance towards Jiraiya, he understood that any hope of assistance from the fourth was utterly futile. Unable to contain his fury, he bellowed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you wretched fool! How dare you come to my Yenin village and wreak havoc, believing you can leave unscathed? With Shun's furious command, he gestured forcefully, issuing an order to attack. Charge. Instantaneously, a multitude of ninjas with blood-red eyes surged forth in unison, akin to a tidal wave directed at Jiraiya and his companions. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he glanced at Naruto, letting out a resigned sigh. Retreat was the only option. With swift hand seals, Jiraiya shouted, Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. In an instant, a torrent of flammable oil spewed forth from his mouth, coalescing into a raging tide that surged toward the enemy. Simultaneously, the toad, Fukasaku, opened its wide mouth, unleashing a roaring inferno akin to a fire dragon. The oil and flames converged violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward, enveloping the area in thick smoke and blinding flames. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, uprooting trees and scattering debris. The once tranquil battlefield was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Two Uchiha ninjas, standing at the forefront and facing the terrifying blaze, turned pale at the sight, their legs trembling uncontrollably as though they would collapse at any moment. Just then, Minato's figure darted forth like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he reached the two Uchiha ninjas, swiftly pulling them aside to evade the oncoming inferno. Minato. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. Minato, his expression impassive, turned to Jiraiya and said softly, I apologize, Sensei, but I owe Uchiha Kid a significant favor, and I must assist them this time. Chapter 115, The Shocking Gate. As soon as Watergate's words fell, he suddenly swung his arm with lightning speed. The shuriken in his hand shot forth, slicing through the air with a fierce whistling sound. Simultaneously, a dazzling yellow light erupted, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Jiraiya, standing not far away, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off the ground with all his might, rapidly retreating to establish a safe distance from the blinding flash. In that fleeting moment of retreat, his white hair, which had been neatly tied behind his head, seemed to come alive, growing at an astonishing speed, enveloping his entire form like an impenetrable white shield. However, the true target of Watergate's strike was not Jiraiya, but rather the scattered ninjas of Konoha surrounding them. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed inwardly, his teeth clenched. He understood the urgency of the situation. If he did not stop Watergate in time, more of his comrades would surely suffer. Thus, he exerted all his strength to charge forward, yet Watergate's speed was simply too great, and his flying thunder god technique rendered him elusive and unpredictable. Despite Jiraiya's utmost efforts, he could only watch helplessly as Watergate darted through the crowd like a specter, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 Konoha ninjas who fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Uchiha Shana, who had been observing the situation from the shadows, felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration upon witnessing this. Although he had previously harbored doubts about Watergate's allegiance, seeing him ruthlessly eliminate Konoha ninjas confirmed his complete defection to their cause. Brothers, attack. Not a single Konoha ninja shall leave this place alive. Uchiha Shana shouted with fervor, rallying his subordinates to launch a fierce assault against Konoha. At that moment, Watergate flickered, appearing behind Kakashi as if by teleportation. His expression was as cold as ice, and he relaxed his grip on the shuriken, allowing the glimmering weapon to fall. Just as the shuriken was about to touch the ground, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the turning Kakashi. In the instant he made contact with Kakashi, Watergate transitioned from the shuriken to a hand chop, striking Kakashi's back. Kakashi complied effortlessly, collapsing to the ground, and Watergate casually kicked him aside. Nearby, Guy's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. He quickly broke free from the Uchiha ninjas attacking him and rushed over. Lord Fourth, have mercy. Kakashi could only respond with silence. Watergate looked at Guy, a mix of helplessness and resignation in his gaze, yet he dared not let down his guard, remaining ever vigilant. Despite possessing the flying thunder god technique, which allowed him to move instantaneously, he would never underestimate any opponent on the battlefield. At that moment, Jiraiya shouted at the top of his lungs, "Watergate, stop this at once." Meanwhile, Watergate's left hand gripped a razor-sharp shuriken, glinting ominously, while his right hand slowly began to coalesce a sphere of azure chakra. The Rasengan collided with Guy's leaf gale, both forces clashing explosively in the air, producing a thunderous sound. Guy was propelled skyward by the impact, landing heavily on the ground. Upon landing, his expression turned grave, his legs trembling slightly from the force of the blow. To make matters worse, he scanned his surroundings but could not locate Watergate. This was the true terror of the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His speed, ghostly and elusive, made him almost impossible to track. Just as the crowd was stunned into silence, Jiraiya erupted with anger. Senjutsu, Great Flame Rasengan. A massive red Rasengan appeared in his hand, radiating intense heat like a burning fireball. He raised his arm, hurling the formidable Rasengan towards Uchiha Shana. Shana summoned an earthen wall, but it proved futile against the onslaught, and he was swiftly sent flying. The tremendous force of the attack carved a path through the crowd, creating an avenue for escape. Seeing this, Jiraiya urgently called for his comrades to retreat. The elite ninjas of Konoha, realizing their lives were at stake, no longer hesitated. They had witnessed the Fourth's lethal speed firsthand. Yet, Guy refused to flee. He noticed that Kakashi had been captured by several Uchiha ninjas. Although he did not know how Kakashi had been taken, he could not abandon his comrade. "Lord Jiraiya, you all go ahead," he shouted, activating the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. A torrent of azure steam erupted from his body, his skin reddening and hair standing on end. Captured Kakashi shouted, "Guy, run. Don't do anything foolish." However, Guy seemed to hear nothing, his eyes widening in fury as he unleashed a deafening roar and charged recklessly towards Kakashi's direction. Just then, a blinding light flashed, and Watergate appeared before Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could react, Watergate swiftly whisked Kakashi away from harm's reach. This unexpected turn of events left Guy momentarily stunned, but when he regained his senses, he found Watergate standing far away once more. Without hesitation, Guy resumed his pursuit. At this point, Jiraiya's expression darkened considerably. He realized that Watergate was carrying Guy away in the opposite direction of their planned retreat. Despite his growing worry, Jiraiya chose not to turn back to rescue them. After all, he had witnessed Kakashi's previous actions, and it appeared Watergate had no intention of harming them. Resolving himself, Jiraiya clenched his teeth, decisively raised his hand, and commanded, "Let us go. We must leave this place at once." He led those few who had narrowly escaped towards safety, not daring to look back. In the heightened state of the seventh gate, Guy's speed reached extraordinary levels, allowing him to close the distance to Watergate in an instant. Yet, Watergate's reflexes were too swift. He perfectly evaded Guy's attack while retreating further away. Growing anxious, Guy knew he could not maintain this state for long. His entire body ached, and he needed a swift resolution. Guy, stop attacking. Kakashi, held in Watergate's grasp, finally spoke up, prompting Watergate to release him. Huh? Guy froze, eyes wide. Kakashi? You all. Kakashi, feeling exasperated, could not comprehend why this hot-headed friend had charged in without assessing the situation. He turned to Watergate, momentarily speechless. Sensei. Kakashi began, his voice filled with regret. I'm sorry, Naruto. Watergate remained silent. He bore no resentment towards his student. He understood the depths of Kakashi's despair. His father was gone, Rin was gone, Obito was gone, and now, as a teacher, he too faced a tragic fate. Most others would have crumbled under such weight. Chapter 116. The despair of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi's ears gently resonated with the soft and tender voice of Minato, akin to a gentle spring breeze. His gaze was as tranquil as water as he softly uttered, I do not blame you. I never anticipated that Naruto's situation would escalate to this extent. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Kakashi's heart jolted, and a hint of bitterness welled up in his remaining eye. For so many years, he had been engulfed in a relentless darkness, with loneliness and confusion shadowing him. Since the loss of his comrades and the light, he had become utterly lost, unable to find the motivation to move forward. Had it not been for Obito's Sharingan still residing within him, providing a glimmer of strength and faith, he might have succumbed to despair and chosen to end his own suffering. Minato approached Kakashi, gently resting his hand on Kakashi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief. Moments ago, he had radiated an intense aura, determined to retrieve Kakashi back to Konoha, but now he appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Kakashi, shall we return to Konoha? Guy asked helplessly, feeling a pang of frustration that his relentless pursuit had seemingly been in vain. Kakashi turned to Minato, his gaze questioning. Minato subtly shook his head, indicating his resolute decision not to return to the once familiar village of Konoha. Understanding his mentor's intent, Kakashi took a deep breath and replied with conviction, Guy, I too have decided not to return. To him, Konoha no longer held much worth clinging to, save for his dear friend, who still evoked a flicker of concern in his heart. Why? Guy exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend Kakashi's decision, as Konoha was the very home where they had both grown together. Kakashi, do you believe Konoha is still worth protecting? Kakashi's serious gaze locked onto Guy's, prompting the latter to fall silent, deeply contemplating Kakashi's resolute eyes. He understood that for Kakashi to voice such sentiments, he had undoubtedly made a monumental decision. Guy's heart grew heavy, and he lowered his head, filled with disappointment and confusion. For him, Konoha had always been a warm sanctuary. Despite some dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's directives, he had never entertained thoughts of betraying the village. Minato gently placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and their figures vanished from sight. Guy remained behind, rooted in place, his gaze turned skyward, lost in myriad thoughts. Konoha, it seemed, was no longer the united and indomitable village it once was. Conflicts and divisions had emerged, and the hearts of the people were scattered, filling him with profound concern. He wondered how much longer this village, laden with countless memories and hopes, could endure. Meanwhile, Minato and Kakashi silently appeared in the land of hot water. Upon seeing the two unexpected arrivals, Uchiha Shisui and the other shinobi felt a tightening in their chests. However, at that moment, Orochimaru appeared, a smile gracing his face as he approached, softly saying, Chief, there is no need for concern, they are friends of Kid. With Orochimaru's explanation, Shisui's tense nerves relaxed somewhat. A warm smile spread across his face as he eagerly beckoned his subordinates, cheerfully arranging accommodations for Minato and Kakashi. After all, for the land of hot water, the addition of every powerful ally meant heightened security and strength. Thank you deeply, Lord Orochimaru. Minato expressed his heartfelt gratitude, looking sincerely at Orochimaru. The latter squinted slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips as he responded, No need for thanks. It is merely the will of Lord Kid. As he spoke, memories of a recent event flooded Orochimaru's mind. When he had just acquired the enigmatic Shinigami mask, excitedly preparing to report to Lord Keat, only to be met with two peculiar white entities thrust before him. Ordered to return immediately to the land of hot water to utilize the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The thought thrilled Orochimaru, as he had not anticipated that these two strange white beings would facilitate the process of the technique so smoothly, with the resurrected individuals retaining powers nearly indistinguishable from their former selves. This astonishing discovery was a treasure for the scientist, obsessed with the study of ninjutsu. At that moment, Orochimaru could hardly contain his eagerness to return to his laboratory, filled with various secret experiments, to delve deeper into the mysteries of these extraordinary beings. Just then, a familiar, youthful voice called out from a distance, "Dad." Naruto, brimming with excitement, sprinted towards them. Upon reaching Minato, he leaped into his father's warm embrace. Minato held his son tightly, his eyes filled with affection, yet he turned to Orochimaru, his expression serious, and inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, how long can this technique be sustained?" After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, "As for the duration, based on my initial observations and assessments, the impure world reincarnation technique utilizing these experimental subjects can be said to have an almost infinite duration." Minato paused, and Kakashi felt a surge of excitement. Now, their teacher could remain indefinitely. In Konoha, Jiraiya solemnly recounted the affairs of the land of hot water to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his two advisors were taken aback. Minato has been resurrected? Upon hearing this news, Hiruzen felt a flicker of fear. Who could withstand Minato's Flying Thunder God technique? He doubted that Minato had not left Flying Thunder God marks during his tenure as Hokage. What if he suddenly appeared at one's home while they were asleep and struck them down? A shiver ran down Hiruzen's spine as he surveyed his surroundings. Pondering every possibility, there was no one who could stop him. "Old man, I must take my leave," Jiraiya said, observing the fear etched on Hiruzen's face. He felt a profound sense of loss. If he had nothing to feel guilty about concerning Naruto, why did he feel this way? "Brothers, Konoha is in peril. Should we annihilate them all or spare a few?" Chapter 117, The Arrangement of Keyed Weight. Jiraiya, the third Hokage, quickly interjected to stop him, as Konoha's remaining high-level combat strength rested solely on Jiraiya. "What's wrong? Do you think one day Minato might become our enemy?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was particularly gentle. "If we had not wronged him, how could he stand opposed to us?" Jiraiya slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness and fatigue etched upon his face. At that moment, he felt as though he were shrouded in an invisible weight, burdened by an overwhelming heaviness. He could somewhat understand Tsunade now. He too wished to leave. As he gazed at Jiraiya's somewhat desolate figure gradually receding, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently watched for a long while. Eventually, he turned and commanded the Umbu members hidden in the shadows. "Immediately notify all clan leaders of the shinobi, urging them to hasten to the meeting. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be mismanaged." The Nara clan, renowned for its wisdom and strategy, had its leader, Nara Shikaku, currently gathered with the other two clan leaders of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans, Inuzuka Haichi and Akimichi Choza. "Shikaku, what do you think has led Konoha to such a state?" Inuzuka Haichi took a sip from his teacup, exhaling deeply. Nara Shikaku remained silent, as he had organized this gathering, while Akimichi Choza was engrossed in his meal, seemingly unconcerned with the turmoil surrounding them. Time passed slowly, and after a considerable while, Nara Shikaku finally spoke. "Konoha may not endure much longer." His words struck like a thunderclap in the ears of the other two, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, Shikaku?" Inuzuka Haichi asked, his face awash with astonishment. Although he had sensed the dire circumstances in Konoha, he had only considered scenarios such as the third Hokage stepping down. However, he never anticipated Nara Shikaku would utter that Konoha was on the brink of collapse. Nara Shikaku gently shook his head. "In the current situation, there are only two possibilities to save Konoha. One is the resurrection of Senju Hashirama. The other is the immediate demise of Uchiha Kid. If the Uchiha clan regains its strength, Konoha will surely fall." Upon hearing this, Akimichi Choza ceased his eating, hastily swallowing the food in his mouth before asking, "Shikaku, how should we respond?" In the past, Nara Shikaku had always been the one to devise strategies for such challenging matters. This time, they could not proceed without a plan, even though he had never faced such a perilous predicament. After another prolonged silence, he inquired, "Do you still harbor any support for Konoha?" Inuzuka and Akimichi exchanged glances. rendered speechless. We must consolidate our clan's assets. In the Rain Village, Konan stood with deep sorrow in her eyes, gazing at Nagato, who had lost his sight. Filled with guilt and regret. We were too careless. Konan murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Nagato sat quietly, silent. After a moment, he spoke softly, Konan, go check on Yahiko's body. He then turned to Uchiha Kid beside him, asking, what are your plans next? Uchiha Kid, upon hearing this, directed his gaze at the weakened Nagato, an impulse stirring within him. He gradually approached Nagato, softly responding, currently, the upper echelons of the 4 great ninja villages have been nearly annihilated. The remaining obstacles are Konoha and Black Setsu. Once we eliminate these 2 troubles, unifying the shinobi world will become effortless. However, at that moment, Nagato's expression suddenly shifted. A strange sensation emanated before him. He attempted to discern what was transpiring, but sensed everything around him transforming in an eerie manner. Hearing Nagato's exclamation, Konan rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she too was left in disbelief. Uchiha Kid extended a hand, suspended before Nagato, yet astonishingly, Konan felt no trace of chakra emanating from him. What are you doing? Kid did not respond. In the face of Konan's incredulous gaze, Nagato's frail body began to change rapidly, the machinery behind him vibrating violently before shattering completely. As Nagato landed, his legs firmly planted on the ground, he exclaimed, my body, it has recovered. Due to the burden of the Rinnegan's ocular power. Even as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he had nearly exhausted his life force. Yet now, a continuous surge of vitality erupted from within him, as if he had never utilized the Rinnegan at all. Kid, however, observed his eyes. Nagato's eyes remained unrepaired. When did he awaken them? How did you accomplish this? Nagato asked, steadying the excited Konan with a hand. The Rinnegan, Konan exclaimed in awe. Kid shrugged, explaining that he merely reversed the flow of time for Nagato's body, not the environment. You possess the Rinnegan as well. Nagato was at a loss for words, suddenly feeling somewhat foolish for having underestimated Kid. It seemed he had never fully exerted his power. Kid nodded, and Konan bit her lip, affirming, he does. I will personally take action to deal with Konoha. As for you two. Kid paused for a moment before continuing. You shall remain here and await the arrival of peace. What? Upon hearing this, Nagato's face expressed discontent as he retorted, are we to simply wait idly? Konan quickly chimed in. Yes, we are fully capable of joining you in Konoha. Without doubt. They could assist with Konoha. Their organization had not yet been entirely defeated. Besides, there were still Deidara and Sasori. With her and Nagato's combined strength, how could they fear conquering the small Konoha? After a moment of contemplation, Kid nodded in agreement. However, he felt that deploying such a formidable force against Konoha seemed somewhat excessive. Although Nagato had lost his sight, his physical condition had returned to peak form. Moreover, he hailed from the Uzumaki clan. Within this lineage renowned for its bloodline talents, Nagato's gifts were undoubtedly exceptional. If not, how could Uchiha Madara have chosen him as a vessel for the Rinnegan? Even blind, Nagato, possessing the unique skill of the Goddess Eye, could navigate his surroundings without impediment, perceiving every movement and discerning each attack from his foes. Chapter 118. Hinata's choice in the solemn and austere edifice of the Hyuga clan within the village of Konoha. The high-ranking members of the main family were seated with utmost gravity, their gazes collectively fixed upon Hinata Hayashi, who occupied the central position. Hayashi, usually composed and unflappable, now displayed an uncommon trace of anxiety upon his countenance. A meticulous observer would discern that not only Hayashi, but nearly every individual in Konoha bore an unusually grave expression, as if enveloped by a dense shroud of foreboding. The urgency behind Hayashi's summons for this clan meeting stemmed from his recent participation in a conference held at the Hokage's tower, where the deliberations struck him like a bolt from the blue, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. The gravity of the revelations had the potential to plunge the entire clan into irreversible turmoil. Did you just say, the fourth Hokage has been resurrected? An elder of the clan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. His voice reverberated throughout the silent assembly, prompting the other elders to exchange glances, each reflecting a mixture of shock and confusion. As esteemed members of the Hyuga clan, they were acutely aware of Naruto's intricate ties with the fourth Hokage and possessed insight into his past tribulations. Yet, confronted with such an unexpected revelation, they found themselves at a loss for an appropriate response. After all, within the power structure of Konoha, despite their esteemed positions, they wielded no genuine decision-making authority. Should the fourth Hokage seek retribution against Konoha for any reason, it would likely be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would bear the brunt of it, rather than these peripheral figures. Hayashi remained silent before continuing with the news he had received. The fourth Hokage was resurrected on Uchiha territory. This pronouncement caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, as all present turned pale at the mention of the Uchiha clan. They were no strangers to this once preeminent clan of Konoha, now the founders of the legitimate Hidden Flame Village. Their shared ocular abilities had long fostered a contentious relationship, leading to incessant friction within the village. Ever since hearing of Uchiha Kid's exploits on the battlefield, they had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that he might turn his wrath upon Konoha, leaving them with no avenue for escape. If Minato's resurrection were an isolated incident, it might have been manageable, especially with Sarutobi Hiruzen still at the helm. However, if Minato were now allied with the Uchiha, the situation would become dire. Just as Konoha could not endure the existence of the Hidden Flame Village, the combined forces of Uchiha Kid and Namake's Minato would surely not tolerate Konoha's continued presence. Even if they distanced themselves from the third Hokage, would the Uchiha, with whom they had such a contentious relationship, truly spare them? Even if they did, could the Hyuga expect to fare well in a new regime? A collective gasp filled the room as the implications sank in. They were not foolish, and the analysis brought forth an immediate sense of panic. They certainly wished to avoid the wrath of the Flying Thunder God. Hayashi, given the circumstances, what should we do? An elder inquired, his face etched with concern. Hayashi furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute and unwavering as he replied without hesitation. In my view, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly seek retribution against Konoha. He struggled to comprehend why the third Hokage remained so composed in the face of such dire prospects. Even those in a semi-observer role, like themselves, could clearly perceive the Uchiha's ambitions and intentions. Once they amassed sufficient power, they would inevitably return to Konoha to settle old scores. Was this not the most compelling evidence of their intent? Currently, within the Land of Fire, Konoha had gradually become a dispensable entity. If that were the case, why would the Uchiha tolerate Konoha's continued existence? What course of action should we pursue next? The members of the room exchanged glances, each wearing a mask of indecision, hesitant to voice their thoughts. After all, it was inconceivable for them to align with the Uchiha. Meanwhile, on the side of the third Hokage, although the situation appeared grim, Konoha still possessed a rich legacy to draw upon. For instance, the Nine Tails, whose current Jinchuriki was none other than the son of Namake's Minato. This raised a critical question. Would Minato, as the father of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, come to retrieve his son? Just as the assembly was engulfed in turmoil over this dilemma, Hayashi suddenly seemed to recall an important piece of information. He exclaimed, "The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is currently in Uchiha territory. Leader, we should align ourselves with the Uchiha." One clan member sighed, his face clouded with despair. However, as soon as his words escaped, a chorus of vehement objections erupted from the surrounding members. No, even if we submit to the Uchiha, there will be no favorable outcome for us in the end. Hearing the fervent dissent from his kin, Hayashi couldn't help but furrow his brow, a wave of indescribable melancholy washing over him. If only the Uchiha were more amicable towards the Hyuga clan, perhaps the current predicament would not be so fraught with challenges. After all, both clans were meant to coexist as equals. At that moment, a loud clap echoed through the room, as a member of the hardline faction could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and fury, rising abruptly from his seat. With eyes ablaze, he bellowed, "What utter nonsense! Why must we be the ones to make this choice? Shouldn't it be them making the decision? The strength of the Hyuga clan is not significantly inferior to that of the Uchiha in their prime. Our overall combat capabilities are indeed comparable. Logically, it should be them vying for our favor." His impassioned words sent ripples through the assembly, plunging them into a contemplative silence. After exchanging glances, some began to reconsider. Soon after, one murmured in agreement, Upon reflection, perhaps he has a point. Given the current circumstances, neither the Uchiha nor the Hokage possesses an absolute advantage over the other. At this juncture, Hayashi too appeared somewhat uncertain. Although he recognized the validity of the hardliner's perspective, the reality was far more intricate than it seemed. How could they navigate this convoluted landscape to safeguard the interests of the Hyuga clan and ensure their survival, or even advancement, amidst this conflict? Ultimately, They made their choice to support the Hokage. After all, they were members of Konoha, and some still held sentiments for their home. While the Hokage's odds of success appeared slim, aligning with the Uchiha would yield no benefits, even if they were victorious. Chapter 119. Return to Konoha. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Foam, behold these valiant warriors. They are indeed the most formidable ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shana's face radiated excitement as his gaze burned intensely upon Uchiha Foam. Yet, at this moment, Foam wore a frown, his eyes slowly scanning the elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan standing before their clan grounds. Behind him stood the few remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. There is truly no need to mobilize such a large force. Foam shook his head in resignation. Initially, he had intended to bring only Minato and Orochimaru along. For to completely annihilate Konoha, this handful of Uchiha clansmen would likely provide little substantial assistance. Hearing Feng's words, Uchiha Shana hurriedly interjected, "But Foam, you must understand the deep-seated animosity between Konoha and our Uchiha clan. Moreover, even if your powers are exceptional, can you truly eradicate the entire village of Konoha? With its vast population, how could a mere few of you manage? We could assist you in controlling the ordinary civilians." As he spoke, a subtle glint of cunning flickered in Uchiha Shana's eyes. Deep within, he harbored an insatiable desire to witness the demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other once dominant figures of Konoha. For only then could he alleviate the long-simmering resentment in his heart. The mere thought of personally ending the reign of those haughty leaders of Konoha made Uchiha Shana involuntarily break into a cruel smile. This argument indeed holds merit. Standing alongside the group, Minato nodded slightly in agreement. It is crucial to note that the populace of Konoha is not easily managed. However, this was merely relative to him. After all, figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen had held power for the majority of their lives, earning the trust of the citizens. Even so, upon learning that Feng intended to personally address the issues of Konoha, Minato's heart tightened with concern. He feared Feng might mercilessly eradicate everyone. Nonetheless, Minato was also acutely aware that there were still many good people within Konoha. Take Mike Guy, whom he had encountered previously, for instance. He was a commendable individual. Just as Minato was lost in worry, he suddenly heard Feng declare that he would only eliminate the third Hokage and his supporters, allowing Minato to breathe a sigh of relief. As for those who had bullied his son, well, even if they were all wiped out, they would have brought it upon themselves. Meanwhile, a complex emotion flashed rapidly in Orochimaru's eyes. Although he was currently under the control of the Kotoamatsukami, the personal sentiments within him remained unchanged aside from his obligation to obey Uchiha Feng's commands. Then let us proceed. Feng nodded in agreement. However, he firmly believed that the populace supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen would constitute a significant majority, likely leaving few behind. Excellent. Uchiha Shana could hardly contain his excitement, shouting exuberantly. At the same time, the Uchiha ninjas accompanying him were equally stirred, their blood boiling with anticipation. Who could have predicted that within less than a year since their forced departure from Konoha, they would have the opportunity to return to their homeland? Nothing could be more exhilarating for them. With Feng's decisive command, "Let us depart," the Uchiha clan's contingent swiftly mobilized towards their objective. Almost simultaneously, an earth-shattering event occurring in the Rain Village spread across the vast ninja world with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. The rapid dissemination of this news suggested the presence of unseen hands deliberately orchestrating its spread, causing it to engulf the world like a raging wildfire. As this shocking news reached the ears of many, the entire ninja realm fell into a profound silence. Every individual who heard the news, whether a common civilian or a powerful ninja, stood frozen, their minds blank as they struggled to comprehend this unbelievable revelation. Uchiha Foam, the once obscure figure, had single-handedly annihilated numerous top-tier experts from the 4 great ninja villages. Faced with such an unexpected upheaval, everyone felt disoriented, their hearts filled with indescribable shock and skepticism. Particularly those nations that had lost their leaders and core strength plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. Within Konoha, Nara Shikaku trembled slightly, unable to control his usually steady hands upon hearing the astonishing news. "The third, it's truly over," he murmured, his voice laden with uncontainable fear. Simultaneously, strange changes unfolded in the skies above Konoha. The once pristine white clouds gradually darkened ominously. Soon after, Thick storm clouds surged like turbulent waves from the horizon, ominously pressing down upon the village. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the citizens of Konoha hastily retreated indoors, shutting their windows and doors, silently praying for this dreadful deluge to pass swiftly. For days, the hearts of the Konoha populace had been shrouded in a pall of gloom, the oppressive atmosphere rendering them breathless. For the villagers accustomed to clear blue skies and gentle breezes, this was an unprecedented torment. At that moment, within Tsunade's residence, a hint of confusion crossed her slightly flushed face as she slowly lifted her gaze to the pitch-black clouds outside. These clouds seem excessively dark? In one of the three legendary sanctuaries, Myaboka Mountain, a serene and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the entire area. However, at this moment, the great toad sage, resembling a towering mountain, suddenly opened his long-closed eyes. In stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, his gaze revealed a disturbing shock. At that instant, the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, positioned below, first sensed the anomaly. They exchanged puzzled glances, their hearts filled with confusion, and inquired curiously, "What has transpired? Why do you display such distress?" In response to the two sages' concerned inquiries, the great toad sage did not immediately answer, instead breaking into a sweat. Possessing extraordinary prophetic abilities, he had just witnessed a horrifying vision in his recent slumber, a mysterious boy with the Rinnegan abruptly appearing in Myaboka Mountain, subsequently annihilating everything in his wake. The great toad sage understood that his dream was no ordinary nightmare. It was a genuine reflection of future events. Yet, what troubled him was that this sudden harbinger of destruction was a complete stranger, someone with whom he had never crossed paths before. Chapter 120. The Truth. The third Hokage, clad in battle attire, steadily emerged from the Hokage building, his expression calm as he gazed upon the immense dark clouds above. His heart brimmed with resolve. At this juncture, the hope of survival seemed bleak. He would rather meet his end with dignity, preserving what little honor remained. The fierce winds stirred the very essence of Konoha, and nearly every ninja sensed the extraordinary nature of the tempest. Before perceptive ninjas could discern the situation, a colossal dark Susanoo hand tore through the clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning, revealing the full form of Susanoo hovering ominously above Konoha. Panic-stricken, several ninjas rushed to the scene. To those on the ground, the gigantic figure loomed like a mountain, now descending upon them. The third leapt atop the Hokage building, fists clenched against the howling wind. This was akin to a monumental upheaval, a fusion of nature and chakra that conjured such tempestuous conditions. Lower-ranking ninjas, lacking the power to withstand the force, were swept away, while ordinary citizens cowered in their homes, watching in terror as Susanoo descended. Uchiha Kid released Susanoo, and all who had been within it leapt down. Uchiha Shana grinned malevolently at the third Hokage. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, did you expect me? The Uchiha have returned." Increasing numbers of Konoha ninjas gathered, including clan leaders who brought their own ninjas, surprisingly positioning themselves not alongside the third, but rather observing from the sidelines. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared. He had not anticipated betrayal from within his ranks before even engaging Uchiha. "Uchiha Kid," the third bellowed, directing his ire at the leader before him. "You have repeatedly attacked Konoha, causing countless casualties. Many have lost their families because of you, and today, I shall seek justice for all of Konoha." At this proclamation, Orochimaru, lurking behind Kid, could not suppress a laugh. "Oh, Sensei Sarutobi, how hypocritical you are. Orochimaru, you traitor of Konoha. Your cruelty towards the innocent is appalling, and yet you dare to return." Whether it was Sarutobi's awareness of his impending doom or the madness wrought by prolonged torment, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations at any who spoke up. "Sensei, why the haste? The true spectacle has only just begun," Orochimaru sneered. With Kid's nod, Orochimaru began weaving seals. "Edo Tensei." Three coffins rose ominously from the earth, leaving the gathered Konoha populace exchanging bewildered glances. "What is happening?" The third's heart raced. "Edo Tensei? 3 of them?" The coffins creaked open, revealing a figure clad in crimson armor, with straight black hair and an unremarkable face. The crowd fell silent, recognition dawning upon them. "Is that the first Hokage?" Narashikaka gasped in disbelief. "What is the meaning of this?" Hashirama Senju stared at his hands, bewildered. "Am I not dead? Edo Tensei, someone has revived me using my own technique." The second Hokage stepped forward, casting a disgruntled glance at Orochimaru. He soon found himself captivated by the scene, a confrontation unfolding in Konoha. "Ah, Tobirama, you live," Hashirama exclaimed, delight evident in his voice. Indeed, he was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Even Uchiha Shana took a step back. No one dared provoke the man who single-handedly forged an era. "Foolish elder brother, consider the current circumstances before you speak." Tobirama sighed, then raised his gaze to meet Sarutobi's. "You are a monkey, are you not? What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing Tobirama's authoritative tone, Sarutobi instinctively recoiled, mirroring the motion of the final figure emerging from the last coffin. Danzo Shimura appeared, a look of confusion etched on his face. Upon seeing Sarutobi and Uchiha's positions, he began to piece together the situation. The only source of his ire was the presence of Uchiha Kid. Wasn't he supposed to have been taken away? "Two Hokages, I summoned you merely to show you the current state of Konoha, and soon, the Konoha that shall no longer exist," Orochimaru remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression darkened. What did he mean by a Konoha that would cease to exist? This was the village he and Madara had painstakingly built, and it seemed Orochimaru sought its destruction. "Grandfather!" A clear voice rang out, and Tsunade, tears welling in her eyes, called out. She had just arrived to witness both of her grandfathers resurrected. "Grandfather? You are, little Tsunade?" Hashirama's face lit up with joy. "You've grown so much." "It's me, grandfather," Tsunade nodded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Enough of this reunion. I can no longer endure this farce." Uchiha Kid interjected, unable to tolerate the prolonged nostalgia. "Who are you?" "Monkey, answer my question." "I am Uchiha Kid," he replied coolly. "Uchiha?" Tobirama regarded him with a piercing gaze. "No wonder your chakra is so malevolent." "Uchiha," Hashirama exclaimed, excitement in his voice. "You are of Madara's clan. Did you summon us for a purpose?" Though Hashirama was usually carefree, he quickly discerned that this gathering was orchestrated by Kid. "Danzo, Orochimaru, enlighten them with your knowledge." "Danzo, you two have perished?" Tobirama finally turned his attention to the last figure emerging from the coffin, realizing the weakened chakra and unfamiliar visage had masked his identity until now. Danzo's face darkened. His lips sealed tightly. He would not speak, even under duress. Yet, Orochimaru chimed in, recounting Sarutobi's tacit approval of his and Danzo's experiments, detailing the exhumation of the Senju clan's corpses for research, and revealing various malevolent schemes. "Orochimaru, you shall not slander me." Sarutobi's composure shattered. If all were revealed, his final reputation would be tarnished. The onlookers' expressions soured, including those from noble clans, as they recognized that their own ninjas had also been victims of Orochimaru's machinations. "Calm down, Sensei Sarutobi." "I am not flustered," Orochimaru retorted nonchalantly. "I possess the cells of all those involved in my claims. I could summon them forth to confront you one by one. What say you? Do you require this?" "You." Sarutobi's face flushed with indignation, words escaping him. "Monkey, is what he says true?" Tobirama glared at Sarutobi. "Kidnapping for research, exhuming corpses. Did you even dig up my brother and me?" "Sensei, it was all Danzo's doing." Sarutobi exclaimed in desperation, hastily shifting blame to Danzo, who had remained silent. "It was all Danzo's doing." Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm dead. You still wish to pin this on me?" As the ominous gaze of Tobirama bore down on him, Danzo's fear intensified. All his skills had been learned from Tobirama, including the strategies against the Uchiha. "It was not me, Sensei." Danzo seethed, furious at Sarutobi's betrayal. "How could you pin this on me when you never even spoke against me when I was alive? And now, you would condemn me even in death." "Sensei." Sarutobi orchestrated it all. Danzo, exasperated, unleashed a torrent of accusations, revealing even more hidden truths. What concocts the rumors that slanders Shumo, schemes to annihilate the Uchiha clan, seeks to acquire the talents of various clans for brainwashing, deceives the populace of Konoha, and resorts to grave robbing to extract genetic material. Chapter 121. Strangulation. As Danzo's narrative unfolded, resembling a devil's whisper, the gathered shinobi of Konoha stared in stunned disbelief, gasping in shock. Their gazes instinctively turned toward the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, brimming with uncontainable fury. Meanwhile, Orochimaru from the Uchiha clan observed with keen interest, marveling at the ruthlessness of Sarutobi, who had eliminated anyone posing a threat to his interests without mercy. For the sake of pursuing his so-called gains, he had resorted to unscrupulous means. Beside him, Minato Namikaze was equally astonished, his expression morphing into one of profound shock and anger. He had always believed that the third had acted thus only toward his family. But in this moment, he realized that this old man was equally heartless toward all of Konoha, devoid of compassion. Even the death of Kakashi's father was intricately linked to their machinations. The once steadfast Konoha ninjas standing behind Sarutobi were now retreating instinctively, resembling frightened rabbits. As they looked at the figure of the third Hokage, once so familiar, now feeling strangely alien. Sarutobi's frail frame trembled slightly, his face pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He clenched his teeth, fists tightening until his nails dug painfully into his palms. Despite being overwhelmed by fear and shame, he could not muster the courage to lift his head, terrified of meeting the gaze of the second Hokage. Ah, the esteemed Hokage of Konoha, indeed. Almost kept Konoha as the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Kid applauded sarcastically, unabashedly giving the second Hokage a thumbs up, his expression one of feigned admiration for the chosen successor. At that moment, the first and second Hokage sat silently, absorbing Danzo's lengthy monologue, both rendered speechless. The first Hokage, known for his optimistic demeanor, now wore a frown as dark as the sky before a storm, his powerful hands clenched tightly, betraying his immense anger and dissatisfaction. On the other hand, after divulging everything he knew, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He cast a hasty glance at the cold coffin, eager to return to the Pure Land. With Sarutobi's heartlessness laid bare, he felt no obligation to honor past friendships. At that instant, the second Hokage could no longer contain his simmering rage. Seeing Uchiha Kid's provocative gesture, he erupted like a volcano. Monkey. His eyes widened with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched in indignation. He lamented that Sarutobi had done nothing beneficial for the village, instead plotting the downfall of the Uchiha clan. How had he been so blind as to choose this scoundrel as his successor? Look at Konoha now, torn apart by these miscreants. Following the second Hokage's furious roar, the first Hokage suddenly released an overwhelming surge of chakra, causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter under the immense pressure, scattering debris in all directions. At the same time, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed impending disaster and hastily attempted to rein in the first's turbulent power. Luckily, he had not employed the white Zetsu as a medium for this reincarnation, or he might have struggled to contain such a formidable presence. Uchiha Kid raised his right hand and waved it gently. In an instant, the Uchiha clan braced themselves for battle, their nerves taut and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the third Hokage gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intensely on the audacious Uchiha Kid, filled with boundless fury and hatred, for it was this individual who had obliterated everything he held dear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, open your eyes and see. You now possess nothing. No Hokage, no honor, not even your family. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi could no longer suppress the raging inferno within. Aware that further verbal sparring would only unveil more of his regrettable past, he decisively abandoned the futile argument, roaring, "Damn you. Even if it means our mutual destruction, I shall drag you down with me." With that, Sarutobi's aura surged dramatically, a powerful pressure radiating outward. The onlookers were taken aback, not expecting the typically composed third Hokage to so resolutely choose to strike first. Divine might. Kid's eyes suddenly blazed with a chilling light, his once dark irises transforming into a blood-red hue adorned with intricate patterns. In a mere instant, that terrifying energy wrenched one of Sarutobi's arms from its socket with a sickening crunch, accompanied by the grotesque sound of bones splintering and flesh tearing. Sarutobi let out a horrific scream, his face a mask of terror as he clutched the gushing wound with his other hand, blood pouring forth like a breached dam, quickly staining the ground beneath him. In that moment, his expression was one of profound agony and deep despair. The second Hokage, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. His fury halted by the unexpected turn of events. Myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Is that the Mangekyō Sharingan? Such spatial time techniques? Who is this boy, wielding such extraordinary powers at such a young age? However, Kid offered them little time for contemplation. He approached slowly, looking down at the prostrate and disheveled third Hokage. Were you planning to use the Shiki F gene against me? Alas, you have lost your opportunity. At Kid's words, Sarutobi trembled, his pallor intensifying. Just then, the shinobi behind him finally reacted, with one shouting, "Lord Third." and rushing toward him without hesitation. Despite Sarutobi's years as Konoha's leader, he still had loyal subordinates. As they surged forward to protect Sarutobi, the second Hokage remarked coldly, "Humph, monkey, from this day forth, you are no longer the Hokage. I should have chosen Danzo. Though he is no saint either." Chapter 122. The beginning of annihilation. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi's body trembled. Years ago, he had gained the recognition of the second Hokage by speaking out before Danzo, thus surpassing him to become the third Hokage, a fact that had always gnawed at Danzo's pride. Now, Tobirama openly declared before everyone that he was no longer the third Hokage. The title he had clung to for most of his life was finally slipping away. Perhaps it had long lost its significance. After finishing his statement, the second Hokage turned his attention to Uchiha Kid. "Uchiha, you did not bring these individuals merely to witness our leaf's farce, did you?" Tobirama surveyed the crowd, acutely aware that the greatest threat to Konoha had yet to be neutralized. "Of course not." Kid waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely the prologue. We were once part of Konoha, but these individuals conspired to annihilate us. We are here to seek justice. And behind me stands the fourth Hokage." "The fourth?" Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. "This blonde fellow is the fourth Hokage?" Minato Namikaze stepped forward, quietly observing the anguished third Hokage on the ground. "I initially intended to vindicate Naruto, but now I see that Konoha's demise may indeed be justified. Naruto is my son," Minato suddenly shouted, his voice echoing, causing the upper echelons of the great clans to turn their heads in shock. The ordinary citizens gathered at the periphery were momentarily stunned, witnessing this absurd spectacle without fully grasping its implications. They exchanged bewildered glances before whispering amongst themselves. "Who is Naruto? Is he the demon fox? Surely not. How could that monster be the son of the fourth Hokage? Impossible. That creature cannot possibly be the son of the fourth." Some could not accept this revelation. After all, wasn't he the one responsible for the Nine-Tails rampage? How had he transformed into the hero's son? The demon fox? Naruto? Who is that? Hashirama wondered aloud, glancing at the surrounding villagers as they debated. The demon fox? The Nine-Tails? Is he the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? Tobirama pieced together the situation from the villagers' discourse. The fourth Hokage's son was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? The Nine-Tails? That creature? Hashirama realized, perplexed by why their mention evoked such fear. Wasn't it merely a mascot? Indeed. I perished due to the Nine-Tails rampage. My son bore the burden of its power and was subsequently tormented by these villagers, Minato explained to the first Hokage. What? Hashirama's eyes widened. The Nine-Tails? That thing can kill. Silence. Tobirama interjected, his expression darkening. When the tailed beasts were divided, even he opposed it. Yet his foolish elder brother had treated the tailed beasts as symbols of peace, distributing them to other ninja villages. This matter is the fault of Sarutobi. You may take action against him, Tobirama stated indifferently. A fine scapegoat, Sarutobi's fault. It is not he who bullied Naruto, but rather those foolish villagers who needed an outlet for their frustrations. He'd pointed at the inhabitants of Konoha. The crowd stirred restlessly. Under the third Hokage's leadership for far too long, they had come to accept him as infallible, branding Naruto as the demon fox. Naturally, they were displeased by such accusations. Observing the turmoil, Tobirama took a deep breath, feeling a weight upon his chest. Was their original purpose in founding Konoha to protect these people? He'd chuckled coldly. This was not the first time the villagers had acted as weapons for the third Hokage. Wasn't White Fang driven to suicide by their scorn and accusations? What do you intend to do? Tobirama inquired. As you can see, we shall begin with their families, one by one, He'd replied. You intend to destroy Konoha. Tobirama's eyes turned icy. And if I do? Fear not. I shall not harm the Senju clan, He'd reassured him. Including Tsunade, the others wore grim expressions, while Tobirama relaxed slightly. But you cannot destroy Konoha, Hashirama mumbled, incredulous that an heir of Uchiha Madara would come to assault Konoha. Grandfather, great-uncle. Tsunade hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. What is it, little Tsunade? Tobirama felt an unsettling premonition as he observed the peculiar looks exchanged among the bystanders. The Senju clan has perished. Tobirama fell silent, and Hashirama paused, bewildered. What did that mean? Wasn't Tsunade still present? Grandfather, the Senju clan has long been extinguished. I am the last of my bloodline, Tsunade revealed. What? Tobirama questioned, doubting his hearing. When he had died, hadn't the Senju still been the foremost clan in Konoha? How could they all be gone in such a short span? After Tsunade's explanation, Hashirama and Tobarama finally comprehended the truth. They were the last of their lineage, with only Tsunade remaining. Fool! Tobarama erupted in fury, wishing he could slap himself. Why had he chosen to play the bait instead of fleeing with the flying thunder god? He should have let those ruffians perish. At this moment, Sarutobi remained dazed, oblivious to the chaos around him. Damn it! Uchiha brat! Hurry and act. Annihilate the Sarutobi clan. Tobarama roared, his efforts seemingly wasted for the sake of these indifferent villagers. He, a veteran of the Warring States period, prioritized his clan above all. Very well. Let us proceed. He'd commanded, and Minato, swift as lightning, transformed into a streak of yellow light and dashed away. The other Uchiha members followed suit, racing towards the Sarutobi clan's territory, causing the scene to descend into chaos. The prominent clans dared not intervene as they charged forth. Orochimaru manipulated 3 individuals and rushed forward, while Sarutobi's loyal subordinates hurried to assist him in stopping the impending disaster. The ordinary villagers stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Minato hurled kunai as he swiftly approached the Sarutobi clan's estate, located in the heart of Konoha, not far from the Hokage building. Without uttering a word, he stepped inside. His kunai gripped tightly as the wind billowed his ceremonial robe behind him. The residents within remained oblivious to the approach of the fastest man in the ninja world. Although they noticed the enormous Susanoo, few recognized it, and some ninja had already rushed towards the Hokage. They felt no cause for alarm. During the years of Sarutobi's rule, they had feasted on the bounties, becoming well-fed and complacent, with a significant portion of the village's resources flowing into their clan, enabling their ninja ranks to swell to the thousands. Do you think the situation over there has been resolved? Someone from the Sarutobi clan casually inquired of a companion. Who knows? With the 3rd Hokage in charge, we shall be fine, the companion chuckled, dismissing any worry. However, another individual failed to respond. The companion turned in confusion, only to find that his comrade lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Before he could speak, a flash of yellow light darted past, rendering him unconscious as well. Chapter 123. The arrival of Kai outside the territory of the Sarutobi clan. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Orochimaru, with an expression devoid of emotion, swiftly appeared on the battlefield, accompanied by Danzo and 2 other Hokage. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was hurriedly brought to the scene by several ninjas. His eyes widened, red-rimmed as if on the verge of tears, fixated on the unfolding chaos before him. Meanwhile, a group from various ninja clans arrived. Astonishingly, they merely stood by, observing silently, with no one stepping forward to offer assistance. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene emerged before the onlookers, as nearly all of Konoha's elite forces gathered there, passively watching the Uchiha clan wreak havoc. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his fury, bellowing at the indifferent crowd, "Why do you not rush to save them?" Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears. On the side of the Hyuga clan, the head, Hayashi, was engulfed in turmoil and hesitation. Previously, they had resolutely decided to stand against the Uchiha clan alongside the 3rd Hokage, but the current situation instilled fear within him. To continue following the 3rd Hokage could very well lead to their demise today. However, they had no desire to side with the Uchiha either. In that moment, Hayashi felt a splitting headache, utterly at a loss regarding whether to offer help. Damn it! Die! Suddenly, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, roared with fury. His murderous intent was palpable as he struck without mercy. Since his reanimated body did not require consideration of chakra consumption, he unleashed a barrage of formidable water jutsu, each one relentlessly bombarding the enemy. Hashirama, however, felt a twinge of pity. These individuals were, after all, innocent. Danzo looked on with a bitter and helpless expression, internally lamenting. I am powerless. The force controlling him dictated every action, leaving him unable to resist. In truth, Danzo was not a top-tier ninja by original standards. After his reanimation, his strength had significantly waned, making it difficult for him to defeat even some ordinary non-ninjas. At that moment, Kai appeared behind the 3rd Hokage, exclaiming, Kimui! A surge of potent energy erupted from his eyes, sweeping towards the surrounding ninjas protecting the 3rd Hokage. In an instant, blinding light flashed, accompanied by anguished cries, as the last batch of loyal defenders fell in this terrifying assault. You bastard! You bastard! Hearing the anguished wails of his fallen comrades, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress his rage and sorrow. Grabbing his wounds with fervor, he recklessly charged forward. Kai, wrapped in dazzling lightning, abruptly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivering a powerful kick to the old man's face. The force was beyond imagination, and with a thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, and a few teeth were knocked out by the sheer impact. Humph, old man, just stay here and watch. Once your clan is wiped out, you'll be next, Kai said coldly, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Grandfather. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream echoed. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank, an ominous premonition engulfing him. He turned in terror, spotting a ninja clad in Uchiha attire striding towards him, gripping his beloved grandson, Konohamaru. Tightly in his grasp, the boy's face a mask of fear and helplessness. This sight twisted Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, a blend of anger and despair rendering him nearly breathless. Upon reaching Kai, the Uchiha ninja knelt, lifting Konohamaru high above his head, a smug expression on his face. Lord Kai, look, I have captured Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson. However, instead of displaying any pleasure or appreciation, Kai frowned and waved dismissively. Take him away. Is this worth reporting? What should be done will be done. Just because he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson does not mean he deserves special treatment. Absolutely not. We must maintain fairness and justice without any privileges. Taken aback by Kai's severe response, the Uchiha ninja quickly regained composure, nodding vigorously, yes. I understand. I will act according to the rules. He then stood up, dragging Konohamaru directly to the third Hokage. With widened eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to intervene, but his body felt as though it had been ensnared by a paralysis jutsu, immobilizing him. The overwhelming blow plunged him into profound despair, his vision blurring until it faded to black, and he collapsed. Quick, wake him up. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen faint, Kai immediately commanded. The onlookers gasped in shock, trembling involuntarily. This was truly a strike at the heart. Bastard, you shall not treat the third Hokage like this. A voice filled with rage pierced the air, leaving the crowd astonished, wondering who possessed such audacity. Suddenly, a figure clad in a tight green suit, Guy, bolted forward like a gust of wind. Having sustained severe injuries from his last encounter when he opened the 8 gates, he had been recuperating at home until now. I had completely forgotten about you, Kai observed, his gaze sharpening. Release the Hokage at once, Guy shouted, his eyes wide with fury. As he yelled, an immense force erupted from his feet, shattering the hard floor beneath him, green energy surging like a tidal wave enveloping him. Yet, in the face of the furious Guy, Kai merely smiled lightly, calmly saying, it seems you have not quite grasped what we just discussed. Before he could finish, Guy felt the world around him spin, realizing he had fallen into a genjutsu. However, seasoned by experience, he hesitated not, preparing to unleash the 8 gates to break free from the illusion's grasp. Just as he was about to execute his ultimate technique, he was surprised to discover that this genjutsu was not aggressive, but merely a memory being presented. As the memory unfolded before him, Guy's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelations. How the third Hokage had been involved in so many undisclosed matters, the children, the innocent people, even Kakashi's father. In that moment, the fierce aura that had once surrounded him deflated like a punctured balloon. At that instant, he could not help but ponder. Should he truly continue to aid Sarutobi Hiruzen? Well, do you still intend to fight me? Kai asked with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on the somewhat dazed Guy. I opened my mouth, intending to articulate something, yet ultimately failed to utter a single coherent word. Chapter 124, The Door of Death. The massacre continued mercilessly, saturating the scene with blood and terror. The cries of the Sarutobi clan echoed mournfully, sending chills down spines. Standing nearby, Kai, initially marked by hesitation, gradually succumbed to a heavy resolve as time wore on. He fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Foam and could no longer contain his voice, shouting, Uchiha Foam, cease this at once. Even if the third Hokage has erred, these innocent clanspeople do not deserve such slaughter. However, upon uttering these words, the surrounding ninjas gasped in horror, internally lamenting, is this brother seeking death? We wish to live, pleading for him to refrain from speaking further. Hearing Kai's outcry, Uchiha Feng slowly turned his head. He could not be bothered to respond. If they wished to impede him, then they should prepare for demise. Suddenly, with a cold snort, Feng's eyes underwent a peculiar transformation. A dark, sinister chakra surged into his eyes like a tidal wave. And in the next moment, Dark flames erupted forth from his gaze, roaring to life. Amaterasu. The black flames raced toward Kai with astonishing speed, enveloping him in an instant. Realizing the peril he was in, Kai's muscles tensed, his face contorted in pain from the unexpected attack. He never anticipated that Uchiha foam would strike him so decisively. And the speed of Amaterasu was far too swift for any response, hitting him squarely. To make matters worse, Kai was clad in a tight-fitting suit during this mission. Thus, the moment the black flames made contact with his attire, a searing agony surged through him, overwhelming his senses, as if his very soul were being incinerated. The seventh gate. Open. With a furious roar from Kai, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from within him. In an instant, an unmatched force intertwined with surging chakra, desperately battling against the relentless blaze of Amaterasu. Yet, even so, the flames clung to him like a relentless curse, refusing to extinguish easily. Kai gritted his teeth, emitting a pained howl. The situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. The final choice of whether to open the eighth gate of death loomed before him. The eighth gate, open. As those words erupted from Kai, a chilling red mist explosively emanated from his body. In that moment, the heavens shifted, and a howling wind arose, shaking the very sky. The once rampant flames of Amaterasu, under this shocking surge of life force, were extinguished as if a candle had met a fierce gust, crashing down to the ground. At that moment, Kai's hair stood on end, rigid like steel needles. Veins bulged upon his forehead, resembling grotesque worms. His bloodshot eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Uchiha foam in the distance, the determination within them almost palpable. Having come this far, there was no turning back. The onlookers were left speechless, their faces etched with shock. Those closest to Kai felt an irresistible force pulling at them, as if they might be swept into the vortex of energy. Is Kai this strong? Foam pursed his lips, remaining silent, but in an instant, he vanished. Soaring into the air. Simultaneously, he raised his arm, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a dragon, flashed across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The lightning rent the air, forming a heart-stopping spatial rift. Foam stood firm before the rift, his hands weaving swiftly to form a seal. Kaleidoscope. Can you ride, Jean? Without hesitation, he dove into the unfathomable rift, disappearing from the crowd's sight. At that moment, imbued with the fire of life, Kai leaped without hesitation, hurtling toward the lightning. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, all 8 gates opened, chakra surging within him like a flood bursting its dam. In that instant, his sole thought was to confront Uchiha foam, no matter the cost. The crowd below was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. They never imagined that just as Kai opened the 8 gates, Uchiha foam, as if foreseeing everything, would effortlessly open a spatial rift to escape. What should we do? Finally, a member of the Konoha ninja clan gasped, coming to his senses. Riku, should we flee? Akimichi Dingzu whispered, his face pale as he turned to Nara Riku. There's no escape. We must wait. Nara Riku shook his head. Uchiha foam possesses spatial ninjutsu. None can outrun him. We can only wait. Although Kai's might is formidable, we do not believe he can defeat Uchiha foam. Besides, we have done nothing to wrong the Uchiha. Kai surged forth like a wild horse, disregarding his own safety. Charging ahead, beyond the rift lay an utterly desolate and lifeless expanse. This was a realm Uchiha foam had meticulously prepared, utilizing Kinyu Raijin's power to connect this formidable space. It is known that the power contained within the 8th gate is extraordinarily potent. If unleashed in Konoha, the village itself could be obliterated. Therefore, Kai understood that to avoid wasting the power of the 8 gates, he must closely follow Uchiha foam into this domain for a decisive battle. With each roar, the blood within Kai surged, burning with intense fervor. His gaze was laser-focused, locking onto Uchiha foam below. With a fierce shout, he cried, "Tsukuyami!" In an instant, his body ignited like a rocket, transforming into a dazzling red lightning bolt, speeding toward foam with breathtaking velocity. His pace exceeded the limits of human perception, leaving a trail of long-lasting afterimages in his wake. Simultaneously, the air around him was torn apart as if by an unseen blade, resonating with thunderous roars akin to galloping steeds. Uchiha foam quickly summoned Susanoo, a pitch-black skeletal form rising from the ground, coalescing into an immense chakra giant. Without hesitation, Susanoo advanced to meet Kai, who was charging like a meteor. With an earth-shattering crash, Kai's powerful fist collided with Susanoo's impenetrable head. In that moment, an unparalleled force erupted. sweeping through the surroundings like a violent tempest. The sheer ferocity of the impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying, darkening the sky. Chapter 125. Temporal reversal in the blink of an eye. The enormous and formidable Susanoo shattered like fragmented sand, scattering countless shards across the ground. At that moment, Might Guy, having activated the 8 gates, descended like a meteor from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force that struck the earth with tremendous impact. The ground beneath him could not withstand such a terrifying shockwave, collapsing into a deep crater as clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Uchiha Fong, who had been closely monitoring the battle, suddenly lifted his gaze. His blood-red eyes, with their kaleidoscopic Sharingan, shimmered with an eerie and mysterious light. At that instant, his gaze locked onto the plummeting Might Guy, as if 2 bolts of lightning had collided in the air, igniting a myriad of sparks. Shinra Tensei, Fong quietly uttered. And in an instant, his form vanished without a trace, shifting positions like a specter. However, despite his rapid reaction, Might Guy's assault did not falter. Fong felt a surge of dread. He had initially believed he had sufficiently overestimated this physical powerhouse, but it now appeared he had gravely underestimated him. Particularly, Guy's speed was escalating, nearly impossible to perceive. Guy did not waver after his initial strike missed. His robust physique deftly adjusted midair, and with astonishing agility, he unleashed a powerful punch. This blow was akin to a thundering tempest, imbued with unmatched strength, striking the reformed Susanoo with precision. Each attack was accompanied by a deafening roar, with mighty air blasts and raging flames intertwining to create a terrifying energy storm. The surrounding space seemed to warp under the storm's ferocity. Though Susanoo boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it struggled to withstand the relentless barrage from Might Guy. It was continuously shattered and, under the enchanting power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, laboriously reformed. Yet, this cycle could not persist for long. Gradually, the reconstruction speed of Susanoo could no longer keep pace with Guy's furious onslaught, forcing Fong to retreat, striving to evade Guy's increasingly ferocious attacks. The battlefield was shaken by the astonishing might of the 8 gates, the earth trembling violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke and roaring flames, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. Guy inhaled deeply, his chakra surging like a torrential flood. In an instant, a brilliant red light erupted from him, transforming him into a tempestuous red tornado. This whirlwind carried the terrifying force capable of distorting space as it hurtled toward Feng's Susanoo. Simultaneously, under the intense illumination, Feng's eyes spun like rapidly rotating gears, morphing into peculiar circular shapes. Success! Guy rejoiced internally, unhesitatingly channeling all his strength into a punch. Yet, unexpectedly, the once clear figure of Uchiha Fong became indistinct, as if dispersed by an invisible wind. In the next moment, Fong vanished from sight, causing Guy's seemingly assured blow to miss yet again. What is happening? Guy felt a jolt of confusion. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a piercing pain, each inch of his skin feeling as though it were being pricked by countless steel needles. He understood that time was running short, yet he could not fathom how Uchiha Fong had evaded his lethal strike. Just as doubt clouded Guy's mind, Fong reappeared in the very spot he occupied mere seconds ago. Rinnegan, temporal reversal. By harnessing the power of time, he successfully traversed back to that fleeting temporal junction. Shinra Tensei, with a furious roar, an unparalleled repulsive force surged forth, as if seeking to push the entire world away. This power was utterly ineffective against Might Guy in his 8-gate state. In a flash, Guy leapt into the air, resembling a swift leopard, as a massive and majestic dragon head formed from the crimson steam surrounding him, alive and menacing. As the chakra within Guy surged wildly, the steam-generated airflow erupted with unstoppable momentum, distorting space itself in its wake. A colossal air column, akin to a roaring dragon, locked onto the central figure of Uchiha Fong. Fong felt the pressure mounting, as if he were becoming 6 paths Madara. Yet, facing such a fierce assault, Fong would not foolishly endure it head-on. In that moment, a brilliant purple light flickered in his profound eyes, fully awakening the power of the Rinnegan. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded as time began to flow backward, and everything around him blurred into obscurity. Even as space was firmly locked, Uchiha Feng's figure vanished once more. Simultaneously, the once mighty Crimson Dragon faltered, its ferocity diminishing as it lost its target. Guy had little time to ponder, relying on his combat instincts. He delivered a powerful kick in the direction he anticipated foam might appear. A deafening crash ensued, resembling the sky's collapse. As the ground within the Shinra Tensei space trembled violently, the raging shockwave swept through, mercilessly obliterating all in its path. At that moment, a violent disturbance suddenly erupted above the Sarutobi clan in Konoha village. Following this, a figure materialized like a specter above the Sarutobi clan. Upon closer inspection, it was foam. His chakra surged like tumultuous ocean waves, leaving all present in awe. Guy had indeed perished. At this moment, foam appeared somewhat grim. As Guy unleashed his ultimate technique, Night Guy, Foam had unhesitatingly activated the full potential of the Rinnegan, channeling the power of temporal reversal to successfully traverse back to the moment before the spatial rift emerged. After regaining his composure, Foam turned to the unfathomable spatial rift before him, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "The Shinra Tensei space. Has it collapsed entirely?" However, after a brief contemplation, he seemed to make a decision, shaking his head. "Never mind, let us not dwell on it for now. I shall enter in a couple of moments to collect the remains." Chapter 126. Ravaging Konoha. A sinister smile adorned Orochimaru's face as he leisurely advanced, flanked by two Hokages and the grim-faced Danzo, emerging from the shadows. Remarkably, none of the four bore a single trace of blood. At that moment, a tide of Uchiha ninjas surged forth, each wielding sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for blood. In stark contrast, the previously bustling territory of the Sarutobi clan had succumbed to an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only a chilling atmosphere of death to pervade the air. The onlookers fell silent, paralyzed by fear, afraid that a moment's misstep would render them victims of this looming carnage. Yet, amidst the oppressive quietude, Uchiha Kakashi suddenly stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with Keed. "Keed, the Sarutobi clan has been utterly obliterated from this world." Keed's sharp eyes darted around before he inquired calmly, "What of Sarutobi Hiruzen?" A ninja from the crowd stepped forward respectfully, stating, "My lord Keed, he is deceased. I brought him to the Sarutobi territory as you commanded, to witness the ruin of his clan. However, perhaps due to excessive blood loss from his prior injuries and the immense psychological shock of witnessing his family's demise, he ultimately succumbed." After a moment of silence, Keed pondered, "Is that how he met his end?" At that moment, the observing second Hokage interjected, "Hey, Uchiha brat, are you satisfied now? The monkey's clan has been thoroughly exterminated." Keed merely smiled faintly, turning his gaze to the distance where Orochimaru stood, conveying a significant look. "Bring me the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Understanding immediately, Orochimaru's lips curled into a wry smile as he swiftly began to perform hand signs to invoke a jutsu. Meanwhile, some residents of Konoha, filled with dread, hastily packed their belongings, intent on fleeing the village, fearing retribution for their past bullying of Naruto and insults towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, a faction of diehard loyalists to the third Hokage resolutely refused to leave, proclaiming that Konoha belonged to them and holding faith that the third would repel the Uchiha and expel them. They disdainfully regarded the panicked citizens and seethed with anger at those who condemned the third upon learning of his actions. Jiraiya hurriedly made his way towards the Sarutobi clan's territory. However, just a few steps in, an eerily familiar figure blocked his path. He halted abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. Tsunade stood there, her expression grave, staring intently at him. "Tsunade, what are you doing here? Why are you stopping me?" Jiraiya exclaimed incredulously. Tsunade inhaled deeply before responding somberly, "Jiraiya, do not proceed. Uchiha Keed has allied with Orochimaru and Minato, and they have successfully resurrected our grandfathers, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. With your current strength, charging in recklessly would be tantamount to seeking your own demise." The shock of her words struck Jiraiya like a thunderbolt. He could scarcely fathom such an unfathomable occurrence. He recalled his past battle against Minato, even in that state. The formidable power displayed remained vivid in his memory. The thought of the resurrected first and second Hokages possessing their former terrifying might left him trembling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He understood that if these three powerful beings united in combat, not only would his mentor Sarutobi Hiruzen struggle to withstand them, but the entire Sarutobi clan would likely face annihilation. "No, Tsunade, I cannot stand idly by while my teacher is in danger. Step aside," Jiraiya shouted, desperation fueling his fury as he attempted to push past Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head gently, sighing, Jiraiya? Are you unaware of the harm Sarutobi Hiruzen has caused to Konoha over the years? Perhaps this is divine retribution for him. Regardless, the other members of the Sarutobi clan are innocent. And who will speak for the Senju clan's innocence? They never considered innocence while enjoying the resources of Konoha. Why did you not advocate for the Uchiha civilians when Hiruzen plotted their extermination? Tsunade's brow furrowed as she spoke with quiet fury. Sundara. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. The old man had indeed committed numerous wrongs, yet he could not bear to watch him perish before his eyes. Art is an explosion. Both paused, glancing upwards at the source of the voice. There stood Deidara atop a towering structure in Konoha, his exuberant face brimming with excitement and madness as he surveyed the chaos below. With hands moving like lightning, he hurled clumps of pure white clay towards the ground, hurtling towards the two below. In an instant, the clay was upon them. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing all in its vicinity, flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing, as a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The once sturdy buildings of Konoha crumbled under the blast, reduced to mere ruins and debris. Yet, the battle raged on. As the reverberations of Deidara's explosion lingered, a figure to the side, Sasori, slowly extended his right hand. Threads of blue chakra surged from his fingertips, curling and twisting forward like serpents. At the end of these chakra threads, a grotesque puppet with a gaping maw and razor-sharp fangs lunged toward Jiraiya with ferocious speed. Simultaneously, countless pieces of paper began to swirl in the air, as if endowed with life. They danced and intertwined, swiftly forming an immense paper dragon. Within this vortex of paper, the explosion erupted, fire and debris intertwining, creating a cacophony of destruction. The innocent citizens of Konoha, gripped by terror, fled in all directions, their cries for help echoing through the chaos. Witnessing the pandemonium, Deidara grew increasingly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he hastened the pace of his clay projectiles. Beside him, Conan observed the battlefield silently, while Pain nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with the unfolding situation. In that moment, one thought consumed him. The foolish villagers of Konoha must be made to experience profound suffering. Chapter 127. Resurrection of the Third Generation. How infuriating. Who are these scoundrels? Jiraiya's eyes widened in fury as he lifted his head sharply, fixating intently on Deidara above. Beside him, Tsunade furrowed her brow, struggling to recall. I remember now. They were also brought by Uchiha Foam. Her gaze swept over the figures, and the fragments of memory began to crystallize in her mind. At that moment, a flurry of paper fluttered down like snowflakes. Jiraiya focused his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he murmured, "Is this the paper jutsu? It reminds me of my former disciple. Tsunade, time is of the essence. We must join forces to stop them, or Konoha will be doomed." Jiraiya shouted anxiously. And without hesitation, he dashed forward, engaging fiercely with the puppets. He chanted, summoning technique. Then, he bit his finger, and a jet of blood spurted forth. In an instant, an enormous toad appeared in the center of Konoha, its massive form resembling a small hill, emanating an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Scorpion bent his fingers slightly, commanding his puppets to launch a swift and relentless assault. Concurrently, Deidara was not idle, hurling clay explosives at the gigantic toad, creating a tumult of dust and explosions. The expression on Fukasaku's face turned grim, neglecting even the pipe he held, silently lamenting, "Why must I always find myself in such perilous situations whenever summoned? What terrible luck!" Despite his complaints, he steeled himself to confront the enemy. At that moment, Conan uttered a soft command, and a pair of pure white paper wings unfurled behind her. With a gentle flap, she ascended gracefully, swiftly positioning herself before Jiraiya, standing defiantly against him. "Sensei, it has been a long time," Conan remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the familiar figure before her. You are Conan. Is it truly you?" Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the unexpected reunion with his former beloved student. "Indeed, it is I. Sensei, we have no time for nostalgia. For the sake of peace, please remain here." Her voice was as frigid as the bitter winds of winter, devoid of any sentiment. "Wait, Conan, what on earth is happening? Why are you aiding Uchiha Foam? Where are Nagato and Yahiko?" Jiraiya shouted urgently while reaching out, desperate to halt Conan's assault. However, before he could finish, countless sharp paper blades soared towards him like a torrential downpour. "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." Suddenly, Nagato leaped high into the air, unleashing a colossal fire dragon that lunged towards Jiraiya with ferocity. The blazing flames illuminated half the sky, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Nagato. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya was struck with profound shock, unable to comprehend why Nagato, whom he had once regarded as a son, would turn against him. A torrent of questions flooded his mind, but there was no time to ponder. As the fire dragon and paper blades approached, Jiraiya made a snap decision. Swiftly forming hand seals, summoning technique. With a surge of smoke, a massive toad, armed with twin short blades upon its back, appeared beside Jiraiya. It was none other than Toad Ken. Fukusaku. Ken, quickly buy me some time, Jiraiya called out. Responding to his command, Toad Ken opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of powerful water bullets that collided violently with the oncoming fire dragon and paper blades. A resounding explosion echoed as the two attacks neutralized each other, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fong turned his gaze towards the distance. Has Jiraiya arrived? It seems I promised the White Snake to assist him against Miyaboka Mountain. Edo Tensei. With a resounding cry, Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground, and a powerful wave of chakra surged from beneath him. Soon, a pitch-black coffin emerged from the earth, its lid slowly opening to reveal a figure. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes were tightly shut, as if still immersed in the slumber of death. However, when the power of Orochimaru's technique flowed into him, Sarutobi's eyes snapped open. He gazed around in confusion, first resting his eyes on the smiling Orochimaru, then sweeping over the Uchiha clan members. The Konoha ninjas present were all struck with terror. What is happening? Was I not already liberated? Why have I awakened once more? Fear flooded Sarutobi's eyes. He had been resurrected. Lord Third, we may need your assistance with the upcoming families. The Uchiha clan members wore faint smiles. No, absolutely not. Sarutobi shook his head vehemently, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, no matter how much he resisted, he could not escape the constraints Orochimaru had placed upon him. With a mere wave of his hand, Orochimaru completely seized control of Sarutobi's movements. Under Orochimaru's cold gaze, Sarutobi could only march forward with heavy, despairing steps. At that moment, Fong suddenly transformed into a dazzling flash of lightning and vanished without a trace. The other ninjas exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to this sudden shift. The entire scene descended into chaos and tension. Shikaku, where are we heading? Akimichi Chozo inquired. As friendly glances were cast his way, he had taken the initiative to ask, sparing them from appearing ignorant. Follow Orochimaru. It seems dangerous over by Uchiha Fong. Shikaku replied helplessly, leading the group towards Orochimaru's direction. The Nara clan, having experienced a significant reduction in their privileges since the departure of the formidable Danzo, had nonetheless managed to retain resources and status that surpassed many ordinary clans through a period of development and consolidation. At this moment, outside the tranquil clan gates, a keen-eyed individual suddenly noticed a figure approaching in the distance. As the figure drew nearer, the onlookers realized with astonishment that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He approached the gates of the Nara clan with a deliberate and unhurried gait. Is that the Hokage? A voice broke through the crowd, filled with astonishment and confusion. Chapter 128. Sarutobi Hiruzen's destruction of the Shimizu clan. With a thunderous shout, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, an intensely scorching flame erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a colossal and formidable fire dragon that roared towards the territory of the Shimizu clan. Not good. Take cover. The Shimizu clan members were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the ferocious fire dragon, and only after a brief pause did panic set in, prompting some to scream in terror. Yet, it was already too late. The fire dragon raced forward with astonishing speed, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. What on earth is happening? Why would Lord Hokage suddenly attack us? Some bewildered Shimizu clan members, faces etched with shock and rage, demanded answers. However, no one could respond, as everyone was preoccupied with fleeing for their lives, desperately trying to evade this lethal strike. A cacophony of anguished wails and cries of despair filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos. It turned out that, due to the suddenness of the attack, most of the Shimizu clan's ninjas had already perished at the Hokage's hands after responding to earlier disturbances. Consequently, the clan was now left predominantly with defenseless civilians. Faced with the onslaught of the ferocious fire dragon, many had no time to escape, and were instantly consumed by the raging flames, resulting in significant casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart brimmed with fury, yet he found himself entirely under Orochimaru's control. To make matters worse, Orochimaru, having been resurrected through Hiruzen's very body, retained a considerable portion of his strength. Despite Hiruzen's fervent attempts to break free from the restraints, he could not escape Orochimaru's grasp. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hiruzen made a swift decision, summoning 4 shadow clones to charge in different directions towards the Shimizu clan. These clones moved with remarkable agility, akin to a whirlwind, further intensifying the pressure on the Shimizu clan. A handful of ninjas remained within the clan, hastily mobilizing to fend off the impending threat. At that moment, Minato and Orochimaru approached leisurely, seemingly unfazed. Danzo's expression was grave. Although he had already met his demise, these were still his kin. Now he was compelled to issue orders to slaughter his own people, a truly tragic circumstance. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Minato, who remained calm, devoid of any visible emotion. Orochimaru quietly suggested, "Let us wait for the 3rd Hokage to unleash his wrath before we intervene." Minato, perplexed, inquired why. Orochimaru smirked slyly, explaining, "In my view, Sarutobi Hiruzen will surely suffer amidst the hatred of the villagers of Konoha." Though Minato felt a hint of confusion, he chose not to press further. Thus, the 2 leaders stood with their subordinates, observing the unfolding chaos from a distance. As time passed, the shouts of anger from within the Shimizu clan rose and fell, intermingled with various curses and pleas for mercy, creating a scene of utter disorder. Yet, Minato and his companions remained unmoved, patiently biding their time for the opportune moment. At last, as the cries of battle echoed to the heavens, Orochimaru abruptly raised his arm, shouting, "All soldiers, heed my command. Follow the 3rd Hokage into battle and fight valiantly." Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, realizing that no explanation would suffice. He had to act swiftly to find release. 5 elements Great Bomb Technique. The 4 shadow clones emerged simultaneously, each infused with potent and distinct chakra attributes. In an instant, the energies of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water intertwined and fused, forming a cataclysmic force akin to a roaring beast, barreling towards the Shimizu clan. "Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen! How dare he lead an assault against us?" Someone shouted in fury, despair and resentment permeating their voice. "It's all because of Danzo's death. Otherwise, how could we have fallen to such a fate?" Another lamented, placing the blame squarely on Danzo's demise. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Danzo seems to be among them too?" This revelation struck like a thunderclap, further spiraling the already chaotic scene into disarray. The Shimizu clan was in utter turmoil, with people frantically fleeing in all directions, desperate to escape the impending catastrophe. However, the Uchiha ninjas had anticipated their intentions, swiftly positioning themselves to block any escape routes, leaving no one an avenue for retreat. How brutal! In the distance, newly arrived Leaf ninjas gasped in shock at the horrific scene. Meanwhile, the members of the Hyuga clan grew increasingly anxious. If the current situation continued to escalate, all 4 clans in Konoha would likely face annihilation. What would become of them? Would they simply follow the Uchiha clan into oblivion? Just recently, they had agreed to align with the 3rd Hokage. The senior members of the Hyuga clan wore grave expressions, one of them whispering to Hisashi, given the circumstances, "You must make a firm decision. We cannot allow ourselves to be manipulated by the Uchiha clan." This senior member was resolute, harboring a palpable resistance towards the Uchiha. Hisashi silently cursed, "How can I make a decision in this chaos? The 3rd Hokage is no longer with us. How can I oppose the Uchiha clan?" Frustration overwhelmed him. After a moment of silence, Hisashi sighed, conceding, "Very well, given the current pressure, it would be wiser to temporarily ally with them. Though the future may be fraught with challenges, preserving our lives must take precedence." The other clan leaders shared his sentiment. As practitioners of ocular jutsu, they were reluctant to ally with the Uchiha, yet found themselves powerless to act, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle began to wane, signaling the impending conclusion of this fierce confrontation. With tears welling in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely launched a final, devastating assault, mercilessly claiming the lives of his enemies. Chapter 129. The Descent upon Myaboka Mountain next. Orochimaru declared with a smile as he surveyed the ruins before him. Following suit, A group of individuals systematically eradicated the remnants of 2 other clans, thereby obliterating the existence of the Konoha F4 and their families from the shinobi world. On a different note, Jiraiya's plight was nothing short of tragic. He fought valiantly alongside the lethargic Tsunade, standing against the formidable Akatsuki quartet. In this battle, Jiraiya bore the brunt of the conflict, facing 4 adversaries single-handedly, which weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, even amidst such formidable challenges, Sage Mode transformed Jiraiya into a bastion of resilience. He darted like lightning, nimbly evading the onslaught of his foes, utilizing his extraordinary ninjutsu and indomitable spirit to fend off their tempestuous attacks. Although his 2 summoned beasts suffered grievous injuries and were forced back to Maiboka Mountain, Jiraiya remained unyielding, showing no signs of defeat. Truly, he is the great Jiraiya. Nagato, observing from a distance, could not help but express his admiration. At that moment, Jiraiya was engulfed in dust and disarray. His eyes widened in fury as he gazed upon the ravaged Konoha village, his anger igniting to a fever pitch. The sight of the village, now a desolate wasteland, unleashed a torrent of grief and rage within him. Sage Art, Toad Oil Flame Bomb, he bellowed, unleashing a surge of immense fire-release chakra that spread like wildfire, engulfing the sky in a sea of flames. The villagers, buried beneath the debris, were paralyzed with terror, gazing upward at the inferno as if doomsday had arrived. Nagato could not see, yet he felt an overwhelming heat radiating from the scene. Conan's expression darkened, recognizing that fire release was particularly advantageous against them. Explosive clay, paper, and puppets proved utterly powerless against the raging flames, especially in the face of such formidable sage art fire techniques. At that moment, the Hungry Ghost Path invoked a powerful ninjutsu, summoning a spiraling vortex of space. He'd extended an arm from within, astonishingly drawing the previously uncontrollable flames towards his palm, as if under the influence of an unexplainable force. Since awakening the Rinnegan, his ability to absorb energy had undergone a transformative evolution. No longer did he fear burns from energy absorption. He could effortlessly control it even before contact. This was the power of the Hungry Ghost Path. What? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. The flames released from sage art could be absorbed so easily? The 2 toad sages beside him were equally dumbfounded. Shinra Tensei, an unparalleled repulsive force erupted like a volcanic explosion. Jiraiya felt as though he had collided with an indestructible wall, losing his balance and being hurled backward. Yet, this was not the end. He'd extended another hand, commanding, Bansho Tenin. Instantly, countless fragments of debris were drawn upward as if magnetized, and Jiraiya's expression soured as he realized he had lost control of his body, being pulled uncontrollably toward Keed. Conan marveled at Keed's movements, wondering why his Rinnegan techniques seemed so much smoother and more powerful than Nagato's. Curse it! Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he anxiously inquired, can we still perform the reverse summoning technique? In that critical moment, he could think of no better strategy to counter the dire circumstances. The 2 toads nodded in agreement, hastily forming hand seals to initiate the reverse summoning. However, Keed merely scoffed, making no move to intervene. His Rinnegan coldly scrutinized the energy fluctuations generated by the toad's reverse summoning, taking in every detail with crystal clarity. Meanwhile, deep within Maiboka Mountain, the great toad sage abruptly opened its eyes, filled with dread. It had once again experienced that terrifying nightmare, one featuring the mysterious boy with Rinnegan. Who was he? This question haunted the great toad sage, preventing it from finding peace. As the great toad sage pondered, it suddenly realized that the 2 small sages, who should have remained at its side, were nowhere to be found. What happened? Where have my toads gone? The great toad sage was engulfed in confusion. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted as Jiraiya plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the hard ground of Maiboka Mountain, stirring a cloud of dust. Little Jiraiya, time is of the essence. We must hurry to inform the great toad sage of this matter. That individual is far too dangerous. The deep sage shouted urgently before hastily departing. Jiraiya struggled to rise, gasping for breath. Yet, before he could regain his composure, an overwhelming sensation of being watched surged upon him without warning. This feeling prickled his skin, raising every hair on his body. It was as if a pair of colossal eyes were fixated on his back, sending chills down his spine. He swallowed hard, his body stiffening involuntarily. Slowly, Jiraiya turned his head with utmost caution. Indeed, he was met with the sinister smile of Uchiha Kid. Super Shinra Tensei, with a deep, furious roar. An earth-shattering force erupted from Kid. In an instant, a tremendous repulsion radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering leaves. This repulsive force formed a colossal circular shockwave, its speed astonishing. Before Jiraiya could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he was consumed by the torrent of power, rendered utterly defenseless. His life force flickered and dimmed in an instant, fading into oblivion. Simultaneously, countless toads on Mayaboka Mountain felt the cataclysmic force. They were gripped by terror, unleashing deafening cries of despair. Towering trees were uprooted as if they were mere blades of grass, spinning helplessly through the air. The once vibrant forest was reduced to chaos, as countless beings perished under this dreadful power. The great toad sage, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened its eyes wide. It was startled, a foreboding premonition rising within. Without hesitation, it leaped from its resting place, for the events unfolding before it mirrored the very visions it had seen in its dreams. Chapter 130. The Last Frenzy of the Sacred Land. The enormous toad sage, Wentai, exerted all its might to leap upward, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the divine gravity that enveloped it. The once calm expression on its froggy face was now replaced by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Feng's gaze flashed like lightning, locking onto the toad as it struggled to jump away. With a swift motion of his arm, a powerful repulsive force surged forth like a raging torrent, hurtling towards the toad with astonishing speed. Amidst the ruins buried under earth and stone, the battered and bruised toad, Wentai, fought valiantly to emerge from the thick clods of dirt. Despite its numerous injuries, it steadfastly shielded the two sages, Shinzua and Jima, beneath its broad and sturdy body. With sorrowful eyes, when I surveyed the devastation surrounding it, its kin lay nearly extinguished from the recent calamity, sprawled lifelessly upon the ground. Even the two children it held dear were nowhere to be seen, their fates uncertain. What on earth has transpired? The sage Shinzua, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped atop Wentai's head. His eyes wide with despair as he beheld the apocalyptic scene before him, filled with disbelief and anguish. The sacred land of sage arts, cherished for millennia, had been utterly obliterated. At that moment, the sage Jima suddenly shouted, "Look over there. It is the great toad sage." Everyone's gaze followed her pointing finger, revealing a massive toad hastily fleeing in the distance. Just then, deep rumblings emanated from nearby ruins, as if something was breaking free from the earth. Soon after, several toads slowly emerged from the ground, their bulging eyes filled with fear and confusion, cautiously surveying their unfamiliar surroundings. "Quick, follow me." Shinzua's voice boomed like thunder, as he nimbly leapt onto Wentai's broad head, grasping its antennae and directing it to chase after the fleeing great toad sage. Beside them, Feng's eyes ignited with brilliant purple light, a powerful gravitational force erupting forth. The great toad sage, caught off guard, suddenly stiffened, a familiar sensation washing over it. This overwhelming attraction compelled it to recall events from a millennium past, when it was merely a small toad named Wani. Under the influence of Feng's terrifying gravity, the great toad sage's immense body raced uncontrollably toward Feng's position. Just as it was about to reach him, Feng swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Divine gravity." With a deafening roar, a tremendous repulsive force erupted, violently propelling the great toad sage away. Struck hard. The great toad sage crashed to the ground, but quickly struggled to rise. Its expression was grave as it rapidly formed hand seals, channeling an inexhaustible flow of sage chakra from within. As it opened its mouth, a colossal jet of water erupted forth like a roaring dragon, aimed directly at Feng and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Wentai, once far in the distance, had appeared before them like a moving mountain, bloodied and fearsome. Wentai's eyes blazed with fury as it wielded two sharp blades that glimmered ominously. With a thunderous force, it brought the blades crashing down upon them. In response, a dark hand erupted from the ground, striking swiftly toward Wentai. With a sharp crack, Wentai's dual blades shattered upon contact with the dark hand. Without mercy, the dark hand seized Wentai's massive form, black flames igniting instantly, enveloping it entirely. Wentai barely had time to emit a cry before being consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes in an abyss of despair. Wentai, Shinzua, and Jima cried out in grief and rage, their eyes wide with fury as they rushed to the side of the great toad sage, their expressions filled with despair and indignation. The great toad sage sighed deeply. foreseeing the inevitability of its demise. It slowly rose, beginning to leap with an unusual grace, each movement accompanied by twisting motions and intricate gestures that dazzled the onlookers. As it moved, complex and mysterious hand seals formed rapidly in the air. Having just vanquished Wentai, Feng found himself momentarily stunned, a powerful intuition surging within him. He distinctly sensed that the sage chakra throughout the sacred land surged like a torrential tide, converging toward the great toad sage. In an instant, the area became inundated with an overwhelming density of chakra, transforming into a vast ocean of energy. Indeed, as one of the three great sacred lands, it harbored such formidable reserves. The sheer magnitude of chakra present far surpassed what any ninja in the realm could possess. The great toad sage stared intently at Uchiha Feng, its eyes filled with madness and determination. This immense chakra, amassed from centuries of accumulation and the precious natural energy surrounding the sacred land, was now at its disposal. Though this technique could unleash cataclysmic power, it would leave the sacred land as nothing more than a hollow shell, stripped of its former glory. Sage Art, Super Chakra Cannon. The energy swirled violently in the air, the potent chakra compressing and coalescing into a radiant, tangible form, exuding a terrifying force that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of space as it surged toward Feng. Simultaneously, the surrounding air became a tempest, whipped into a frenzy by the energy's violent fluctuations. This whirlwind, akin to a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tore at the earth, carving a gaping chasm into the hardened ground, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Feng's Susanoo materialized suddenly, its imposing form resembling an indomitable fortress, as it extended its powerful arms to meet the oncoming chakra cannon. At that moment, the power of the hungry ghost realm within Feng surged to its zenith, as he desperately activated his absorption abilities. However, when the chakra cannon collided with the palm of Susanoo, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The once formidable chakra cannon merely rippled like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, failing to stir even a semblance of disturbance. The nearby toads, who had tightly closed their eyes in anticipation of a cataclysmic explosion, felt nothing after a prolonged wait. Filled with confusion, they finally succumbed to curiosity and slowly opened their eyes. The sight before them rendered them speechless. The dark and profound Susanoo was retracting its hand, while the annihilating chakra cannon had vanished without a trace. Chapter 131. The Absorption of Celestial Chakra. How could this be possible? Gamamaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the immovable Susanoo before him, standing firm like an insurmountable mountain, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. It is worth noting that the recent strike had harnessed an immense chakra power accumulated over millennia. Even the legendary Indra himself would likely struggle to evade such a terrifying assault. Yet, the reality before Gamamaru compelled him to accept. This Susanoo remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, Feng, with steady hands, supported the Susanoo and advanced step by step towards them. Each footfall felt as though it pressed upon the very hearts of the frogs, instilling boundless pressure and dread. Wait, who exactly are you? The great sage toad finally regained his senses, his voice hoarse from shouting. It was only now that he realized he knew nothing of this enigmatic figure. Even their previous encounter in a dream could hardly be deemed true acquaintance. He is Uchiha Feng. The nearby Senjutsu master Shinsako hastily exclaimed, his voice laden with despair and helplessness. Uchiha? Upon hearing this surname, the great sage toad narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Feng. Surely he could not forget the clan renowned for their powerful Sharingan. Moreover, as he recalled, Indra of Yore was also a wielder of the Sharingan. Could it be that this individual shares a connection with Indra? With this thought, the great sage toad could not resist inquiring further. Why have you come to take our lives? In response, Feng shrugged lightly and replied with an air of nonchalance. That question is quite peculiar. It was you who allied with Jiraiya to confront me. Are you allowed to harm me while I am not permitted to retaliate? Jiraiya? So that is it. The great sage toad slowly closed his eyes, falling into silence. A deep sigh escaped his heart as memories of Jiraiya's past flooded his mind, each scene flashing before him like a cinematic reel. Feng's Susanoo loomed like a colossal demon, extending its enormous hand that blotted out the sun, firmly grasping Gamamaru. At this moment, Gamamaru found himself utterly immobilized beneath this overwhelming power. Yet, in this perilous moment, Feng's expression bore no trace of fear or panic, but rather an unexpected calmness. As if he had long prepared himself for the impending death. Without any theatrics, Foam swiftly choked the life from him and began to absorb his chakra. The ancient sage chakra within this old toad had been passed down for a millennium and was indeed quite substantial. The realm of the hungry ghosts. A formidable and irresistible force suddenly descended, accompanied by a chilling, tearing sensation. Shinsaku and Shima, the two sages, were the first to experience this terrifying power. Their bodies, once brimming with sage chakra, now felt as though they had been punctured like a balloon, the chakra draining at an astonishing rate. It was akin to the source of life being ruthlessly siphoned away, leaving them in despair and helplessness. However, this catastrophe was not confined to Shinsaku and Shima alone. It surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping across the entirety of Myaboku Mountain. This ancient and mysterious mountain, once rich in energy, now witnessed its essence dissipating at an unprecedented pace. The previously tranquil and harmonious Myaboku Mountain descended into chaos and panic. Streams ran dry, trees withered, and flowers wilted. Energy surged like a relentless tide, pouring through the great sage toad, this mystical conduit, wildly rushing towards Uchiha Fang's body. As the energy flowed ceaselessly, the once powerful and vibrant toads instantaneously lost all their strength, their forms appearing as though drained of life essence, dissolving into lifeless heaps of ash. Uchiha Fang coldly surveyed the desolation before him once more, then vanished in a flash, as if a specter disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the distant Konoha village, Uchiha Shana stood proudly atop the towering Hokage building. Behind him, numerous elite members of the Uchiha clan stood in formation, each a battle-hardened warrior of extraordinary prowess. Additionally, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze stood quietly by. Stepping forward, Uchiha Shana's figure appeared particularly imposing in the sunlight, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority that compelled all to avert their gazes. Below, a throng of people had already gathered. Representatives from various ninja clans stood at the forefront, their expressions a cacophony of shock, anger, fear, and even schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens could only crowd at the back, exchanging glances filled with confusion and unease. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Where is Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen?" This outcry plunged the scene into further chaos. Faced with the crowd's doubts and panic, Uchiha Shana snorted coldly, clearing his throat before proclaiming loudly, "Humph. Everyone listen closely. This decaying Konoha has been utterly destroyed by our Uchiha clan. From this day forward, Konoha village shall cease to exist. You lot may go wherever you please." His words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the crowd. Aside from the dignified members of the great clans, the others were consumed by terror, utterly at a loss. Konoha had been obliterated just like that? Where could they possibly go from here? What would their future hold? This is outrageous. You vile traitors of the Uchiha clan dare to utter such brazen words. One individual shouted with a face full of fury. Indeed, what have you done to our revered Hokage? Hand him over quickly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Another echoed, eyes wide with anger, glaring fiercely at the Uchiha clansmen as if they could unleash flames with their gaze. At this moment, the loyalists of the third Hokage could no longer contain their rising anger and anxiety, standing up in unison, their emotions boiling over. For them, the life or death of the third Hokage and the fate of Konoha village were of utmost importance. Any threat to either was utterly intolerable. Upon hearing the term traitor, Uchiha Shana felt his rage ignite. He had long detested this label, for in his view, all that he and his comrades had done was for the future of the Uchiha clan, which could hardly be deemed a betrayal. A bunch of oblivious fools. Let me tell you, your third Hokage has long since perished, and Konoha village no longer exists. From today onward, you will possess nothing. Yet even in the past, what were you worth? Shana, enraged to the point of laughter, chuckled derisively, his mirth dripping with mockery and disdain. Chapter 132. The Hinata division. The bustling crowd of Konoha was in a state of uproar, their cacophonous voices surging like relentless waves, much to Orochimaru's vexation. His brow furrowed in irritation as he listened to the senseless clamor, his simmering rage intensifying. Finally, unable to endure the incessant disturbance any longer, a chilling aura emanated from him, his icy gaze piercing through the throng of people before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold swept through the air, causing the citizens of Konoha to shudder as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. Those who had been vociferously shouting were now rendered pale with fear, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. Deep down, despite their unwillingness to accept it, the profound terror made it unmistakably clear the third Hokage was truly dead. As the crowd gradually quieted, Orochimaru nodded slightly in satisfaction. He could hardly be bothered with this rabble any longer and shifted his gaze towards the shinobi clans ahead. With an impassive expression, he spoke coldly, "You may leave now." The tone was devoid of any invitation or persuasion, resembling more a decree for them to depart post-haste. The words left the crowd in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gaped at Orochimaru, unable to comprehend the situation. How could he dismiss them so mercilessly? Confusion reigned as they looked to Nara Shikaku, standing in the center, hoping for guidance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's command, Shikaku felt a jolt of shock, rendering him momentarily frozen. His mind raced, contemplating their next course of action. If they left Konoha, where could they possibly go? Were they to establish an entirely new shinobi village? Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. It was evident that no one possessed the requisite authority to unite them or marshal their strength. Moreover, the formidable and ruthless Uchiha F would undoubtedly not allow any forces that posed a threat to his dominance to flourish. Could they simply retreat? No. That was not the fate Shikaku desired. In that instant, a newfound determination surged within him as he resolutely shook his head, casting aside the negative thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he raised his gaze towards Uchiha Shana, simultaneously exchanging a steadfast glance with Ding Zhuo and Hai. The three moved in unison, standing shoulder to shoulder. All eyes converged upon them as Shikaku broke the silence, slowly articulating, "Uchiha Shana." His voice quivered slightly, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. The atmosphere grew somber, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. After a brief pause, he continued, "Might I inquire if your Yane village is still accepting new members?" The moment the words left his lips, he felt a flush of heat on his face, inwardly lamenting the awkwardness of the situation. After all, Konoha had just faced a devastating downfall, and now they were contemplating aligning themselves with the enemy, a notion that was undeniably difficult to voice. However, there was no turning back now. In response to Shikaku's inquiry, Uchiha Shana's lips curled into a knowing smile, his interest piqued. "Oh, you wish to join?" Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Shikaku clenched his jaw and nodded resolutely, "Yes." In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the world reverberating solely with Shikaku's unwavering affirmation. "Excellent. The Uchiha welcome friends." Shana did not decline. Recognizing that although these three clans had once aligned with the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had granted them little authority. With Konoha's demise, their defection seemed unsurprising. With the first brave individual stepping forward, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crowd, once quiet observers, now buzzed with renewed fervor. Many eager shinobi clans expressing their fervent desire to join the Yane organization. Even ordinary citizens felt stirred by the prospect. Yet, amidst the commotion, Shana merely scoffed disdainfully. His contemptuous gaze swept over the restless throng, internally dismissing them as ignorant rabble, unworthy of asylum. What purpose could these powerless and valueless commoners serve to Yane? Meanwhile, the Hinata clan was equally engrossed in their own deliberations, their leaders intently observing their patriarch, Hinata Hisashi. Suddenly, an impassioned elder rose, exclaiming, "Hisashi, we absolutely cannot ally with those Uchiha scoundrels." His words were met with a chorus of agreement, the majority resolutely opposing any alliance with the Uchiha. Nevertheless, a few remained silent, quietly assessing the rapidly evolving situation, acutely aware that failing to align with the Uchiha and Yane would spell doom for the Hinata clan. The current climate was unmistakably clear, their chances of survival on their own were slim. What are you all thinking? Are you truly considering surrendering to the Uchiha? Even if we leave here, we can seek survival on our own without necessarily bending to Yane. The elder continued to voice his indignation, attempting to sway the others. Hisashi felt a headache coming on as he glared at the obstinate assembly. Was it truly so difficult to lower their heads? "Hisashi, if you choose to side with the Uchiha, then we shall depart on our own." The elders could no longer contain their frustration, shouting, "Take your people and follow the Uchiha." "What did you say?" Hisashi's eyes widened in disbelief at the mounting pressure. "Let us vote," someone suggested. Though it was quickly countered, a division of the clan should only occur under the most dire circumstances. The atmosphere thickened with turmoil and confusion. At that moment, the elder stood up, raising his voice. "Now, If anyone is willing to follow him, please raise your hand. As the words hung in the air, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances. After a lengthy pause, a small number of hands hesitantly lifted, indicating their willingness to follow. However, others who had intended to join faltered under the stern gazes of their formidable elders, retracting their hands in fear. Just then, Hisashi, who had remained silent, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! Such a significant matter cannot be decided solely by those of us present. Shouldn't other members of the clan and those from the branch families have a say in this vote?" Hisashi was clearly shocked and displeased by the hasty decision-making. After all, this matter affected the fate of everyone and should rightly involve a collective discussion among all clan members before reaching a final resolution. In the face of the doubts raised by the Sun family, the elder merely scoffed coldly and replied indifferently, "The affairs within the family are naturally to be determined by us core members. As for the separation of the family, they are utterly unqualified to partake in such significant decisions." Upon hearing these words, Sun's anger surged. If a misjudgment were to occur, it would spell doom for everyone. Yet they did not even utter a word of dissent. Chapter 133. The Departure of the Sun Foot in the Village of Konoha. Shana was meticulously reviewing the list of various ninja clans willing to depart with them. However, upon completing his verification, he was astonished to discover that the pivotal Hyuga clan had yet to express their stance. Shana felt a wave of confusion and disbelief wash over him, pondering, could these individuals truly be so foolish? At such a critical juncture, instead of approaching us to discuss cooperation, they choose to await our invitation to come to them? What on earth are they thinking? At that moment, a visibly furious Hisashi emerged from the crowd, his demeanor darkened as if shrouded in storm clouds. Upon witnessing Hisashi's anger, Shana was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Hyuga clan leader, what is the matter? Why are you so enraged?" With clenched teeth, Hisashi shot a glare over his shoulder before slowly uttering, "I am no longer the leader of the Hyuga clan." Shana was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How can this be?" Faced with Shana's probing, Hisashi appeared resigned, letting out a long sigh before explaining, "Alas, the clan members vehemently opposed joining the Uchiha side. No matter how I implore them, they remain steadfast in their refusal. Thus, I have been compelled to step down as leader." Shana, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually shook his head and muttered, "This is truly regrettable." After a brief pause to collect himself, Hisashi suddenly lifted his gaze towards Shana and sincerely asked, "Mr. Shana, may I inquire when you plan to depart for the Hidden Flame Village?" Without hesitation, Shana replied, "We shall set off shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, Hisashi seemed to resolve himself and continued, "Then, might I ask you to wait a moment?" As night fell, the stars twinkled in the vast expanse of the sky. Hisashi stood in the center of the family hall, his expression grave, surrounded by numerous clan members. He took a deep breath and, with a steady and resolute voice, announced the dire situation and his decision to leave the Hyuga clan. Upon his declaration, the hall erupted in uproar. The clan members exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with fear and confusion. They were acutely aware of the curse seal binding them like caged birds, having long been under strict control with no autonomy to choose for themselves. Meanwhile, in a corner of Konoha village, atop a towering structure, Keed stood silently, his figure erect, eyes gazing deeply into the distance. Beside him, Uchiha Shana appeared somewhat hesitant, finally voicing, "Keed, what will become of the Hyuga clan from here on?" Keed did not respond immediately, merely tilting his head slightly to continue observing the resplendent stars above. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Do not concern yourself with them." At that moment, Konoha seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of shadow, darkness permeating every corner. Except for the illuminated areas where the prominent clans resided, the rest appeared notably desolate and silent. These clans were busy packing their belongings, making final preparations for their journey to another ninja village the following day. Keed's gaze penetrated the thick veil of night, clearly observing the chaotic scene within the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There seemed to be those with an interest in the Byakugan above. The reincarnation eye, Keed murmured softly to himself, fully aware that those legendary eyes possessed unparalleled power, rivaling even the Rinnegan. A sudden loud crash interrupted the serene ambience. Bang! The unexpected noise shattered the tranquility. Keed turned towards the sound, noticing that it emanated from the vicinity of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, several esteemed elders from the Hyuga clan glared furiously at Hisashi, their eyes ablaze with indignation. One elder, taking the lead, bellowed thunderously, You may betray the clan, but how dare you propagate such treasonous ideas? Attempting to sway the clan members to follow you. This is utterly inexcusable. Hisashi's expression darkened ominously, and he stood his ground against the elder's accusations, responding defiantly. Everything I do is for the sake of my clan. They have the right to know the full situation and make their own choices. However, the elders dismissed Hisashi's words with disdain, one of them scoffing derisively, "Humph. Do you truly believe any clan member would choose to follow you down this path of betrayal?" Upon hearing this, Hisashi fell silent, observing around him. Although the clan members displayed surprise, not a single one stepped forward to support him. At that moment, a twinge of regret surged within him. Had he acted decisively and taken his family away, perhaps he would not find himself in such a passive predicament. Yet, in his quest to alter the clan's fate and garner more support, he had dared to take the risk, only to be met with this outcome. Seeing Hisashi speechless, the clan elders exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. They then immediately launched their assault, their hands moving in swift unison, unleashing the 8 trigrams their palm. A fierce gust of wind roaring towards Hisashi. As Hisashi struggled to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks, despite his best efforts to retaliate, he found himself overwhelmed by sheer numbers, forced into retreat. Just then, a figure leapt down from above, landing firmly between the two warring factions. Uchiha Kid? The elders from the main family regarded Kid's sudden appearance with surprise, whispering among themselves. One elder shouted, "Hey, this is a private matter within our clan. It is inappropriate for an outsider to interfere." Yet, Kid, with an air of indifference, replied, "Private matter? I beg to differ. As far as I am aware, this Mr. Hisashi has decided to join our hidden flame village. Thus, it is no longer merely a private affair for your clan." He pointedly gestured to Hisashi behind him. Upon hearing this, the clan elders turned pale with rage but dared not refute him. Kid slowly extended his right hand, and an immense force surged forth from his palm. With a thunderous sound, the invisible repulsion barreled towards the clan leaders like a massive wall. In an instant, the once menacing clan leaders were sent tumbling backward, landing in a heap on the ground, utterly defeated. "Thank you," Hisashi said, gazing at Kid, his heart a tumult of emotions, his tone turning complex. Kid waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, "No need for thanks. Now, go and bring your wife and children out." With that, he turned his gaze back to the fallen clan elders, a subtle chill evident in his eyes. Chapter 134. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara. The hidden sand village lay shrouded in a pall of despair. The recent demise of the pivotal figures, the Kazekage and Chiyo, had resulted in a dire depletion of the village's upper echelon's combat power. The organizational structure seemed to have lost its backbone, nearly plunging into a state of complete paralysis. The once bustling streets, teeming with life, were now filled only with the fearful and anxious gazes of the villagers. The hurried figures of ninjas passing by provided no solace. Rather, witnessing the fall of their once revered elites only intensified the villagers' dread, with all the elite forces fallen, who would safeguard their lives. Meanwhile, far away, the name Uchiha Kid spread like a plague. He emerged in a manner that instilled terror, supplanting the once mighty Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, becoming the new nightmare of the ninja world. Whenever the denizens of other ninja villages uttered his name, both body and spirit would involuntarily shudder. This individual acted without regard for any order or rule, driven by his whims and devoid of restraint. No one could predict when he might suddenly deem their village unworthy and ruthlessly obliterate it. In the midst of this turmoil, the leaders of the Sand Village, engulfed in despair, found their last flicker of hope resting on Chiyo's brother, Eyes. However, even the experienced and formidable Eyes felt utterly powerless in the face of such adversity. Despite the burning desire for vengeance for his fallen kin, reason dictated that relying solely on his own strength or the remnants of the Sand Village's forces to confront the ascendant Uchiha Kid was akin to chasing phantoms. He had even contemplated forming alliances with other ninja villages, but after careful consideration, he recognized the slim chances of victory. As the inhabitants of the Sand Village remained mired in anxiety and confusion, a figure clad in crimson armor and exuding an imposing presence strode leisurely through the vast desert beyond the village. This man radiated an unparalleled aura of authority, each step resonating heavily upon the sand. Suddenly, the previously tranquil ground began to writhe, as if something sought to emerge from beneath. Two figures, one black and one white, swiftly erupted from the sand, Kuro and Shiro. With a sycophantic grin, Shiro announced, "Lord Madara, we have arrived at the hidden sand village." After decades of silence, Uchiha Madara re-emerged in the ninja world. He lifted his gaze slightly, his deep, oceanic eyes fixed upon the direction of the sand village, revealing an unrestrained murderous intent. Since his resurrection, Madara felt profound dissatisfaction with the current circumstances. Everything deviated significantly from his meticulously crafted plans, and even his once promising ally, Obito Uchiha, had perished. Not to mention the vital-tailed beasts, none of which had fallen into their hands. Faced with such a dismal situation, it seemed that only he could rectify matters. The flames of fury within Madara intensified, urging him to raze the hidden sand village to the ground. However, he felt a flicker of surprise at Kuro's ability to resurrect him under these circumstances. Nonetheless, he firmly believed Kuro was a manifestation of his will, a unique creation, deserving only of his admiration. Thus, upon his revival, he wasted no time in initiating his plans, with the first target being the location of the one-tail, Shikaku, in the hidden sand village. Disregarding Kuro's warnings, Madara held in his mind only one true adversary, Hashirama. The presence of other ninjas, even those skilled in space-time ninjutsu, posed little concern for him. With his cold, profound gaze, 3-Tomo glimmered ominously in his scarlet eyes. He peered into the distance, his sight piercing through layers of mist and sand, finally capturing the elusive outline of the hidden sand village. A slight smile graced his lips as he mused. Let this village be the sacrificial offering to announce my return to the entire ninja world. With that, Madara surged forward, his speed akin to lightning, racing toward the hidden sand village and stirring a tempest of sand and wind. He possessed no patience for the tedious task of locating the Jinchuriki, believing that if he turned the village upside down, the Jinchuriki would inevitably reveal themselves. With a thunderous roar, Madara swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a roaring dragon, clawing forward. The searing fires swiftly engulfed a vast expanse of land, creating an inferno that blotted out the sun, surging relentlessly toward the hidden sand village. The ordinary citizens bustling around the outskirts of the sand village suddenly sensed a wave of scorching heat bearing down upon them. They looked up in astonishment, witnessing a towering wall of flames, threatening to incinerate the entire world. Momentarily, they stood frozen in terror, their legs trembling, unable to move. Then, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the earth as flames soared skyward. The raging inferno mercilessly obliterated everything in its path. Houses crumbled, trees turned to ash, and the once tranquil village descended into chaos and panic. At this juncture, a handful of sand ninjas became aware of the unprecedented calamity. They halted their actions, eyes wide with horror, staring at the inferno-enshrouded area. Could it be that Uchiha Kid was attacking? This thought raced through the minds of nearly all present, for they believed that only that utterly deranged individual would dare launch such a ferocious assault on a formidable ninja village at this time. "Quick, we must confront the enemy," a ninja shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with terror and despair. His once stalwart visage twisted into a grimace, reflecting profound bitterness. In the face of such a powerful foe, the innate sense of helplessness would naturally arise in anyone's heart. After all, the sheer might of such a jutsu was terrifying, and at their current strength, could anyone truly hope to overcome it? Just then, several nearby ninjas stepped forward, shouting in unison, "Earth release, earth flow rampart." As they swiftly formed hand seals, sturdy earthen walls erupted from the ground, attempting to block the oncoming flames. Yet, their efforts lasted mere moments before the fierce blaze, like a ferocious beast, effortlessly consumed the earthen barriers. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, the battlefield enveloped in a deathly silence. Meanwhile, far away, a staggering revelation swept through the entire ninja world like a storm. Shinobi Ashura Uchiha Madara had been resurrected. Even more astonishing was the fact that he not only returned, but had nearly obliterated the hidden sand village and seized the precious one-tail, Shikaku. The Uchiha clan in the Land of the Flames soon caught wind of this news. Upon hearing it, the clan members wore solemn expressions, plunging into deep contemplation. The elite who had just returned from the Leaf Village thought little of it. Aligning with Kid seemed only natural. Uchiha Kid gazed quietly at the sky, pondering to himself, what method did Kuro employ to bring him back? Chapter 135. Departure. With a fervent call, the tranquility of the early morning was abruptly shattered. Feng swung open his door, only to be met by the anxious visage of Uchiha Shana, who was hastily making his way to Feng's residence. What troubles you, esteemed clan leader? Why the haste? What has transpired? Feng inquired. Shana, too breathless to pause, hurriedly responded, Feng, have you heard the news? I intended to seek you out upon learning of it yesterday, but I could scarcely believe it. I dispatched someone to verify the details before daring to come. Oh, what news is it? Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shana lowered his voice and said, It concerns Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing the name, Feng displayed little astonishment, merely responding with a hint of indifference. Ah, so it is he. Shana's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, How can you remain unfazed? Do you not know who Uchiha Madara is? He is the legendary forefather of our clan, a figure renowned alongside Senju Hashirama as a peerless warrior. To think he has returned, and it is said he single-handedly annihilated the Sand Village. This is utterly inconceivable. How could someone long deceased suddenly reappear? Feng nodded, acknowledging Shana's assertion, and then pondered aloud. Indeed, he has returned. What do you believe is his purpose in this return? Surely, it cannot be merely to showcase his might. Well, I have heard he has seized the Jinchuriki, Shana speculated, uncertainty lacing his tone, filled with bewilderment and shock. Indeed, and this individual destroyed an entire village solely for that Jinchuriki. However, we must exercise caution. Let us not forget we also harbor a Jinchuriki here, Feng cautioned. At these words, Shana felt a tightening in his chest, his complexion paling as thoughts of that fearsome man invaded his mind. Merely hearing his name conjured an oppressive presence that seemed to stifle breath. As members of the Uchiha clan, they inherently harbored a profound fear of this legendary figure. Feng, are you suggesting that Uchiha Madara may turn his attention towards us? Shana asked, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly. His mind was plagued by the chilling image and overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara. Yet, in response to Shana's trepidation, Feng's demeanor remained unperturbed. Yes, there is a probability exceeding 80%. However, at present, there is no immediate cause for alarm. Observing Feng's calm demeanor, Shana found himself musing silently. As he noted Feng's inscrutable expression, he hesitated, unsure of what further words to offer. After a moment of deliberation, Shana finally suggested, Perhaps I should prepare just in case? To his surprise, Feng gently shook his head, dismissing Shana's notion. There is no need for that. Even if we were to confront Uchiha Madara, it would certainly not be here. Thus, there is no reason to be overly anxious. We should simply await developments. Lord Orochimaru, I implore you. In the abode of Orochimaru, Minato gazed earnestly at him alongside Naruto. Orochimaru regarded the father and son with a resigned expression, momentarily at a loss for words. However, his attention was captivated by the research findings of White Zetsu, and he saw this as an opportunity to conduct an experiment. With deft movements, Orochimaru formed hand seals and intoned, Edo Tensei. As his words resonated, an enigmatic force surged from the earth, and a massive coffin slowly rose before them. The coffin exuded a chilling aura, and the figure of Kushina Uzumaki gradually became discernible, her beautiful visage reflecting in Naruto's bright eyes. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, her gaze first falling upon the two blonde-haired individuals before her. In an instant, her expression turned blank, as if struggling to believe her sight. Kushina, Mom. Both Naruto and Minato exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the familiar calls, Kushina finally regained her senses, her face alight with joy as she gazed at the two before her, tears glistening in her eyes. Naruto, my precious son, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Kushina stepped forward and enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace. Feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace, Naruto nearly shed tears of happiness. Meanwhile, Minato observed the heartfelt reunion with a smile, his heart swelling with pride and joy. After a considerable time, Minato turned to Orochimaru, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Orochimaru. It is thanks to you that our family can reunite once more. Orochimaru responded with a satisfied smile, nodding slightly, expressing his contentment with the results of his research on White Zetsu's cellular structure, having dedicated extensive time and effort to exploration and analysis. He had fundamentally unraveled the various material components that constituted White Zetsu's body. However, he lamented the fact that the cells of Hashirama he possessed had been nearly exhausted. Continuing such exemplary experimental endeavors would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. With this in mind, Orochimaru resolved not to waste any further time. After bidding farewell to Minato's family, he hastened towards the location of Uchiha Foam. He eagerly anticipated acquiring more information about white Zetsu from Foam, or perhaps even obtaining new samples. Minato was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was his own home. As Orochimaru reached the vicinity, he unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Foam, who was also preparing to depart. Foam was the first to speak. "What brings you here, Orochimaru?" With a smile that sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Orochimaru softly inquired, "Lord Foam, I apologize for the intrusion. But may I ask if you happen to have any remnants of white Zetsu's body?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's query, Uchiha Foam paused briefly before shaking his head in response. "White Zetsu? I regret to inform you that there are none left. However, it occurs to me that following my upcoming expedition, I should be able to acquire a substantial quantity of white Zetsu." Orochimaru's heart leaped at this revelation, and a look of mild surprise crossed his face as he inquired, "Oh, Lord Foam, may I ask where you intend to go?" Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "I am going to seek out Uchiha Madara." Chapter 136 Encounter Lord Foam. Why are we seeking Uchiha Madara? Within the lush woods of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru and Foam gracefully leaped through the dense branches, maintaining the quintessential posture of a ninja, racing forward like a gust of wind. At this moment, Feng's gaze was fixed ahead as he mused that the ninja world would soon achieve unification. However, the emergence of Uchiha Madara had completely disrupted this anticipated harmony. As he pondered, a frown creased his brow, contemplating the potential actions of Madara and where his next target might lie. Following the attack on the Land of Wind, it was highly likely that the neighboring Land of Earth would become Madara's next focus. Yet, could it be that Madara would methodically dismantle each target one by one? Foam found himself uncertain of this. At that moment, Orochimaru could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Are we really intending to eliminate Uchiha Madara?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru gasped in disbelief. After all, the notion of killing such a formidable and infamous figure was utterly insane. In response to Orochimaru's skepticism, Foam nodded resolutely, affirming the mission's intent. Suddenly, a crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes, his Sharingan activated. In an instant, an array of fine electric threads erupted from within him, enveloping him. And with a swift motion, he grasped Orochimaru's arm. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of lightning, they vanished from their location, reappearing in the Land of Earth. What on earth is happening? Foam gazed at the chaotic scene of the ninja village ahead, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Had Uchiha Madara already arrived here so swiftly? He then turned to Orochimaru, speaking in a low tone. "Orochimaru, search the area for any traces of white Zetsu." After Orochimaru departed to carry out his orders, Foam did not hesitate to advance towards the tumultuous scene ahead. At that moment, the Wagakure appeared to be engulfed in hell. Fiery flames illuminated half the sky, and thick smoke filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. The air was saturated with the sounds of fierce battle cries and anguished wails, casting the entire village into a shroud of death and fear. In the heart of the village, the rotund Akatsuki stared with bloodshot eyes at the distant figure of the long-haired Uchiha Madara. Madara stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor icy and devoid of emotion, resembling a merciless deity of death. "Tell me, where's the Jinchuriki?" Madara's voice, cold as the winter wind, cut through Akatsuki's resolve. Yet, Akatsuki did not flinch in the face of Madara's intimidation, shouting defiantly, "You will not extract any information regarding the Jinchuriki from me." He understood that his master had already sacrificed himself, and losing the Jinchuriki would plunge a Wagakure into irreparable despair. Thus, even if it cost him his life, he would protect the Jinchuriki. Upon hearing Akatsuki's unwavering response, a flicker of disdain crossed Madara's face. "In that case, your insignificant village no longer warrants existence." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes radiated an eerie light, the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a deliberate motion, he placed his hands over his chest, forming a hand seal. As the seal completed, an overwhelming wave of chakra erupted from him, manifesting into a colossal Susanoo skeleton that enveloped his form. The upper half of the Susanoo began to take shape, its outline becoming increasingly distinct. In its powerful arms, it wielded two razor-sharp energy blades, each glimmering with a chilling luminance. With a thunderous roar, Madara commanded the blades to strike down upon the land of a Wagakure. The ground trembled violently, cracking apart as if it were made of fragile glass. revealing a massive fissure that seemed to stretch endlessly, resembling a fearsome serpent. Yet, despite the terrifying onslaught, the tenacious IW ninja continued their charge, undeterred by the impending doom. Their efforts, however, proved futile, for the Susanoo had transformed into an unrelenting machine of slaughter. Any foe daring to approach was mercilessly consumed by its relentless assault, falling as easily as grass before a scythe. In that instant, the once fluid movements of the Susanoo faltered, becoming oddly rigid. Within its confines, Madara slowly lifted his head, his sharp gaze directed towards the entrance of a Wagakure. Through the swirling sand and dust, he faintly discerned a blurred figure advancing toward him. Sensing the powerful chakra emanating from that figure, Madara felt a momentary jolt of surprise. The chilling yet familiar aura stirred a sense of recognition deep within him. Could this individual also hail from the Uchiha clan? At this moment of chaos, the combatants were oblivious to the silent emergence of Uchiha foam. Yet, Madara found himself intrigued, intensifying the output of chakra within him. The energy coalescing on his blades surged to new heights, resembling two brilliant bolts of lightning cleaving through the sky, hurtling toward Feng's form with cataclysmic intent. To his astonishment, the fierce attack penetrated Feng's body, as if striking an empty void. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of a Wagakure, an overwhelming and ferocious wave of chakra erupted. Gradually, a figure emerged. The Jinchuriki had appeared. Witnessing this, Madara's expression brightened. At last, they had arrived. He no longer attended to the individual who had previously engaged him, swiftly darting towards the direction of the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Feng also sensed the unfolding events. At this moment, he had amassed the chakra of the 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. As for the 4 tails and 5 tails, they were conveniently located nearby. Resolute, Feng advanced, following Madara towards that very destination. Chapter 137, Absorption. Just as Madara noticed Feng's movements, a chill surged within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable fire release technique, flames roaring towards Feng like an enraged dragon. However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Feng did not even cast a glance. He simply deflected it. Possessing the extraordinary space-time technique, his speed exceeded imagination, allowing him to reach the Jinchuriki before Madara could. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, perhaps? Witnessing this, Madara snorted coldly, yet he had already deduced Feng's true identity. After all, who else could wield space-time ninjutsu with such proficiency and hail from the Uchiha clan, other than the Uchiha Feng mentioned by Black Zetsu? Realizing this, Madara halted his pursuit. Extending his right hand as his eyes underwent a startling transformation, the terrifying power of the Rinnegan surged forth. He fixed his gaze firmly on the 4 tails, exclaiming, "Universal pull." In an instant, an irresistible force enveloped the 4 tails. Sensing the encroaching lethal pull, Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he abruptly tilted his head, unleashing a scorching black flame, Amaterasu, straight at Madara. As he watched the strange black flames gradually engulf him, Madara's expression darkened significantly, though the flames posed no immediate substantial threat. To rid himself of these troublesome flames, he would first have to shed his armor, which would consequently force him to cease the universal pull. "Hey, you little brat. You must be Uchiha Feng," Madara remarked coldly, swiftly discarding his heavy armor with lightning speed, as if unwilling to waste even a second. Feng, gripping the 4 tails tightly, emanated a powerful chakra fluctuation, beginning to voraciously absorb the beast's strength. Without turning back, he replied, "Indeed, Uchiha Madara. It seems you won't be taking this tailed beast away today." Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with fury. He could distinctly feel the tailed beast's power dwindling, and the culprit was audaciously before him, brazenly siphoning its strength. A blatant provocation akin to plucking teeth from a tiger's mouth or snatching meat from a starving wolf. In an instant, Madara clasped his hands together, accompanied by a deep growl, as Susanoo took shape with astonishing speed. The colossal figure loomed like a mountain, radiating immense pressure and terror. Yet, undaunted by Madara's ferocity, Feng calmly responded with a light shout, as a black light flashed, summoning his own Susanoo. This ebony Susanoo emerged silently, steadfastly blocking Madara's fierce attack. "Humph. Merely a shadow clone dares to be so arrogant?" Feng remarked. "Less chatter. Dealing with brash fools like you, even a shadow clone, is more than sufficient." He swung his blade with a gusting ferocity, aiming a fierce strike at Feng. Yet, regardless of his effort or the chakra he summoned, he could not budge Feng's Susanoo in the slightest. Feng, unwilling to remain entangled with Madara, resolved to end this swiftly. With a thought, the indomitable shield of the black Susanoo vanished, replaced by a pair of colossal shurikens. These shurikens shimmered ominously, their razor edges seemingly capable of tearing through space, instilling fear at a mere glance. Kimui Shuriken. With a shout, Feng swung his arm, sending the shuriken, glowing mysteriously, hurtling forth like lightning. Madara narrowed his eyes, an intense sense of danger surging within him. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, the shuriken seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing Madara. With no escape left, he decisively commanded Susanoo's massive hand to intercept the rapidly approaching shuriken. At the moment of contact, the surrounding space began to distort violently. The powerful force of space, like an unseen giant hand, fiercely tore at Susanoo. With a sharp crack, the upper half of Madara's supposedly indestructible Susanoo was forcibly severed. For the first time, Madara's usually calm demeanor displayed astonishment. He understood the terrifying power contained within this strike. Even his true form would likely have to evade it, for it was clearly the power of the space-time realm. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Madara looked up to see another identical shuriken spiraling above at incredible speed. After a full rotation, it descended like a meteor, plummeting straight down. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the shadow clone was violently torn apart by the chaotic power of space, creating a bottomless pit. In the blink of an eye, the clone and everything around it vanished without a trace. Far away in the land of lightning, the true Madara slowly lifted his head, gazing towards the distant horizon. His expression grew serious, as if he could perceive Uchiha foam approaching through the void. Although he held unwavering confidence in his strength, he recognized that facing an equally matched opponent demanded caution. Blind arrogance could lead to ruin. He had already begun to regard Uchiha foam with wariness, understanding that anyone capable of contending with him was no ordinary foe. Now, upon realizing that his adversary had so easily subdued two-tailed beasts, his vigilance escalated to new heights. Clearly, Black Zetsu's assessment of this individual was not exaggerated. He was indeed a perilous presence. However, this did not instill fear in Madara. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit within him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Foam, having successfully vanquished the shadow clone, tirelessly scoured the rock village. After considerable effort, he finally located the Five Tails, Mu King. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful jutsu to subdue the colossal beast, subsequently absorbing its energy in the same manner. Once the task was complete, he casually tossed the now powerless tailed beasts towards the frustrated Orochimaru, who stood empty-handed and disheartened. Chapter 138. The Hyuga clan. The battle scene in the rock ninja village resembled a tempest sweeping across the entire ninja world, leaving all who heard of it utterly astounded. Yet, just as people were beginning to recover from this shocking news, an unforeseen event occurred. Cloud Village and Mist Village were also subjected to a horrifying assault by the devilish Uchiha Madara. In an instant, the entire ninja realm was engulfed in panic. Speculations ran rampant regarding Madara's true intentions behind such frenzied actions. Some claimed he sought to dominate the world, while others believed he aimed to attain eternal life by harnessing the power of the tailed beasts. The discourse was rife, yet no one could definitively discern his thoughts. However, one thing remained certain. Madara's target was evidently those formidable tailed beasts. Faced with such a mysterious and exceedingly dangerous foe, the smaller ninja villages lacking tailed beast guardians, along with the ordinary citizens living beyond the villages, finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, they were temporarily spared from confronting the immense threat posed by this terrifying entity. Nevertheless, they could not completely relinquish their apprehensions, for no one knew when the chaos instigated by Madara would reach its conclusion. High-ranking officials in several nations began to express their anxiety. Madara's actions were undoubtedly significant, yet none could stand in his way, especially since their previous elite fighters had all been vanquished by Uchiha Kid. In the Land of Fire, the situation was somewhat better. The daimyo was utterly unperturbed, fully believing in Uchiha's strength. Yet, his subordinates, including the likes of Hama, displayed no intent of opposition, leaving only Uchiha Kid with the hope of confronting Madara. Upon the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue across the landscape. Uchiha Madara strode forward, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble slightly. At that moment, a shadow abruptly appeared before him. It was Zetsu, with a serious demeanor. Zetsu spoke. "Lord Madara, please exercise utmost caution. That Uchiha Kid is an exceedingly dangerous individual." Upon hearing this, Madara slowly turned his head, his icy gaze fixed upon Zetsu. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He was so close, merely needing to gather the remaining tailed beasts to realize his long-cherished grand decision. Yet, at this critical juncture, anyone daring to obstruct his path would meet a grim fate. In an instant, the crimson light in Madara's eyes flared up intensely, akin to a blazing inferno. He fixed his gaze upon the distance, where, at the far end, a few colossal tailed beasts stood silently, the very essence of his plan. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Madara's expression, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had sensed a group of ninjas swiftly approaching, and their numbers were not insignificant. What was happening? Just as Madara pondered this in silence, Zetsu hastily added, "By the way, Lord Madara, the approaching individuals are from the Hyuga clan." Zetsu had just relayed this newly acquired information to Madara. The Hyuga? Madara narrowed his eyes. How could they be here? The Leaf Village had been nearly destroyed, and under Uchiha's might, the prominent clans had begun to relocate. As residents realized that remaining in the Leaf offered no resources for survival, prompting them to leave, Zetsu paused before speculating. The Hyuga clan likely chose not to side with Uchiha due to their grievances, so they must have already selected a new settlement. The state of the Leaf was disheartening. Madara fell silent. After all, it was a village he had built alongside Hashirama. Initially, he believed this would usher in lasting peace. Yet later revelations of human prejudice led him to realize that only dreams could bring true happiness to all. The infinite Tsukuyami plan inscribed on the stone tablet perfectly aligned with his thoughts, prompting him to embark on his own path, resolutely carrying the weight of decades of solitude. Even if no one comprehended him, "Lord Madara, they are drawing near," Zetsu reminded him. Madara slowly opened his eyes, breaking free from the long reverie. His gaze was unwavering, his conviction steadfast. He had never wavered from the path he believed to be correct. At that moment, the sight of the Leaf Village seemed to serve as the best testament, further solidifying his belief that Hashirama's original proposal had been a colossal error. "Humph, Byakugan." The corners of Madara's mouth curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. While the world regarded Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan as the three great ocular techniques, in Madara's eyes, Byakugan paled in comparison to Sharingan, let alone Rinnegan. Just then, a Hyuga ninja tasked with scouting suddenly appeared atop a nearby tree, his forehead veins bulging, face contorted with alarm as he shouted down to the gathered crowd, "Elder, ahead. There are people. Just ordinary passers-by, I presume?" The elder furrowed his brow, questioning. However, the ninja trembled as he replied, "And no, Elder, you must sense this. This chakra." His normally proud Byakugan now reflected an unprecedented, overwhelming terror. "What is happening?" The elder felt a tightening in his chest and pressed for answers. Before the ninja could respond, a deafening crash echoed around them, and the ground beneath their path shattered, dust swirling and debris flying. As the dust settled, a figure gradually emerged. Uchiha Madara stood expressionless atop an earthen slope, coldly observing their every move. Ordinarily, had these Hyuga clansmen not possessed tailed beast power, Madara would have deemed them insignificant, unworthy of his attention. Yet, it was a peculiar twist of fate that their paths converged at this very point, and Madara was unwilling to divert. "Get lost," Madara uttered icily. "You are one of the Uchiha?" The elder momentarily seemed disoriented, unable to recognize the figure before him, yet he noticed the Sharingan in Madara's eyes, feeling an unsettling familiarity. "This person is Uchiha Madara," a Hyuga ninja suddenly screamed. With Madara's resurrection, his visage had reappeared in the ninja world, yet the elder, who had remained uninvolved in affairs, failed to recognize him amid his brief stewardship following Hizashi's departure. "What?" The elder began to sweat profusely. "Uchiha Madara, get lost." Madara's patience waned. How long would these individuals remain in a state of astonishment? "Uchiha Madara, what do you want?" The elder demanded loudly. Madara, gazing at them in silence, raised his hand. Chapter 139. The Arrival of Keyed Fire Release. Great Fire Destruction. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth and suddenly unleashed a massive torrent of blazing fire, which surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest towards the Hyuga clan. In an instant, the faces of the Hyuga people changed dramatically, filled with sheer terror. It is known that their clan possesses a distinct fighting style, primarily utilizing the Byakugan in conjunction with ninjutsu. However, faced with such a formidable and ferocious fire technique, they were utterly defenseless, forced to either brace themselves or desperately evade in search of a fleeting chance at survival. At this critical juncture, they were acutely aware of the many vulnerable clan members behind them. Should they choose to retreat, those behind would surely face utter annihilation. In this moment of dire peril, several brave ninjas at the forefront of the group exchanged resolute glances and, gritting their teeth, shouted in unison, "Heavenly return!" They summoned every ounce of their strength, concentrating their chakra to form a rapidly spinning protective barrier around themselves. Yet, despite their efforts, the relentless tide of flames engulfed them mercilessly, leaving no trace behind in the blink of an eye. "Scatter!" An elder with white hair, frantic and furious, bellowed, waving his arms wildly to urge the panicked clansmen to flee this deathly place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Madara appeared oblivious to the turmoil, maintaining an icy demeanor as he strode forward along the path he had just carved through the inferno. Witnessing this horrific scene, the Hyuga clan was consumed by a fervent rage, their eyes bloodshot as they fixated on the man before them, yearning to charge at him and settle the score. "You detestable scoundrel! You have ruthlessly slain our kin, and do you think you can simply walk away?" The elder, now beside himself with fury, issued commands with a hoarse voice. Under the vigilant protection of the ninjas, the civilians began to cautiously retreat, their movements unsteady. Concurrently, the majority of agile ninjas sprang into action, swiftly encircling Madara in the center. Madara, expressionless, merely shook his proud head. His cold gaze swept over the surrounding Byakugan users, and suddenly his eyes radiated an eerie yet powerful light, revealing the Rinnegan to all. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him, the need for a swift resolution. For there were more pressing matters at hand, capturing the tailed beasts. "Shinra Tensei." As Madara leisurely uttered the phrase, an irresistible and overwhelming repulsive force erupted instantaneously. This force surged like a raging tide, violently sending the surrounding ninjas flying away. As the repulsion expanded, a colossal circular wave of energy formed, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it reached, be it sturdy trees or solid rocks, they were mercilessly cast aside as if they were but feathers. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, the ninjas were utterly powerless, helplessly watching as they were hurled into the air like leaves caught in a tempest. Yet, Madara was far from finished. His already fearsome eyes morphed into a mysterious kaleidoscopic pattern. The colossal figure of Susanoo reemerged, wielding a massive weapon and cleaving down upon his adversaries with ferocious winds. A thunderous crash echoed as the ninjas surrounding Madara were instantly scattered. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew, painting a grim tableau of carnage. Yet, Madara remained unfazed, a cold embodiment of death, quietly surveying the ravaged forest before him. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A towering tree, which had stood silently, suddenly began to tremble violently, its branches twisting wildly as its roots tore free from the earth. Before long, the tree began to grow at a visible rate, its trunk thickening and its canopy expanding. In a remarkable transformation, it gradually evolved into a colossal wooden figure with human-like arms and body. Would release. Would golem technique. Madara's pupils constricted. Would release. Hashirama. At that instant, a figure stood firmly atop the giant wooden entity. It was Kid, who had just arrived and witnessed Madara mercilessly attacking the Hyuga clan. Without hesitation, Kid unleashed the wood release technique. Uchiha Kid. Madara recognized the newcomer, a jolt of surprise coursing through him. He had believed he understood his opponent well, only to realize he had underestimated him. To his astonishment, Kid was proficient in the powerful and rare wood release. "Madara, it seems today all matters can be resolved here," Kid said, a smile gracing his face, his tone relaxed. For him, it was undeniably an opportune moment for a definitive resolution. "Is that so? Then let us see," Madara retorted with a cold laugh. Before his words faded, he commanded Susanoo to swing its great weapon down towards the wooden figure. A familiar sensation surged within him, reminiscent of the fierce battles he had once fought against Hashirama Senju. Meanwhile, Kid swiftly formed hand seals and intoned Senjutsu, wood dragon technique. In an instant, a colossal dragon made of wood erupted from the wooden golem's body, entwining itself around it. As Senjutsu chakra continuously flooded into the tree, the wooden dragon radiated a brilliant light, exuding an astonishing presence. Soon after, Susanoo and the wooden figure engaged in a breathtaking clash. Both sides exchanged blows fiercely, each strike generating powerful shockwaves that sent the hapless Hyuga ninjas soaring through the air, countless in number. The battlefield descended into chaos and tumult. Senjutsu? Madara's eyes remained fixated on Kid, struck by the striking resemblance he bore to Hashirama. Yet, Madara was acutely aware that the present was not the past. He was no longer the defeated man from the Valley of the End. With a swift motion, Madara dispelled the Susanoo that had enveloped him. He then shouted, "Heavenly Shockwave." At his outcry, the skies trembled violently, as an enormous meteor, akin to a mountain, broke through the clouds, hurtling down towards the wooden figure below with cataclysmic force. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Kid remained unperturbed. He lifted his gaze, locking onto the rapidly descending meteor. Concurrently, he murmured incantations, his chakra surging wildly. In the next moment, Kid's Rinnegan shimmered with an otherworldly light, and his right hand crackled with brilliant lightning. Lightning release, Chidori, spell enhancement. With a fierce shout, Kid's lightning surged forth like a roaring dragon, charging towards the meteor with indomitable might. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's face, for he clearly observed that the seemingly ordinary lightning was amplifying in size and power as it soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the meteorite with tremendous force. A resounding roar echoed, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The overwhelming shockwave caused the surrounding air to explode instantaneously, creating visible ripples that radiated outward. Following the ferocious onslaught of the lightning, the massive meteorite shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes, cascading to the ground like a rain of stones. Chapter 140. The new Tentails. A tempest raged like a furious tide, mercilessly lashing against Madara's visage, bringing with it waves of sharp pain. He gazed upon the colossal meteorite as it shattered under the onslaught of lightning, disintegrating into a myriad of stones that scattered in all directions. Until that moment, he had never fathomed the existence of such formidable lightning-style ninjutsu in the world. Sunlight pierced through the darkness that the meteor had cast, cascading once more upon the earth. Madara remained silent, but in an instant, he surged skyward. Simultaneously, Kid, undeterred, followed suit, leaping into the air alongside Madara, and soon they were racing side by side. Madara scrutinized Kid's youthful and resolute countenance, an unexpected sense of bewilderment washing over him. How could this young boy be so formidable? Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Summoning technique. With a deep, thunderous roar, Madara swiftly formed a hand seal. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped the scene as the monstrous figure of the outer path golem gradually materialized. It opened its cavernous maw, emitting a deafening roar as if it sought to devour the very world itself. This was the legendary shell of the Tentails. Kid activated his Rinnegan, his gaze piercing as it swept across the interior of the golem. Through those profound eyes, he clearly discerned several exceptionally potent chakra signatures swirling within. Undoubtedly, these were the remnants of the tailed beasts yet to be subdued. Madara stood firmly atop the outer path golem. Torrents of chakra surged like a deluge into his being. With the passage of time, the energy radiating from Madara intensified, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Finally, as this energy reached near its zenith, he extended his hands before his chest. A sphere, as dark as ink and pulsating with boundless pressure, began to coalesce. An overwhelming gravitational force, akin to a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tore at all matter surrounding him. Countless fragments seemed summoned by an enigmatic force, rushing towards Madara like a tidal wave. At that moment, a dazzling purple light erupted from Madara's eyes, blindingly brilliant and daunting to behold. With a sudden sweeping motion of his arm, he unleashed this surging power. Planetary devastation. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the earth began to tremble violently. Clods of earth were uprooted as if grasped by an unseen giant hand, soaring high into the sky, obscuring the sun. The once majestic trees crumbled like paper, instantly obliterated by this terrifying force, vanishing without a trace. Even the lifeless bodies of the Hyuga clan, strewn across the ground, were lifted as if gravity had lost its hold, soaring skyward. Amidst the tumultuous debris, Kid moved like a specter, darting and leaping with astonishing speed. His movements were agile and precise, each footfall landing deftly between the fragments. skillfully avoiding entrapment. Meanwhile, Madara piloted the massive Susanoo like a tank charging into battle, barreling towards Kid with an intimidating ferocity. The dual-bladed sword in Susanoo's grasp whirled like the wind, crafting impenetrable webs of blades to thwart Kid's attempts at space-time ninjutsu. Unfazed by the oncoming assault, Kid formed hand seals, emanating a powerful repulsive force to counter Madara's onslaught. However, in a surprising turn, Kid did not transform into his Sharingan state as he had in the past. Instead, he invoked the temporal powers of the Rinnegan. This power was exceedingly rare and formidable, capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Madara's gaze remained fixed on the flickering figure of Uchiha Kid, a sense of alertness creeping into his mind. He could sense the increasingly dangerous and peculiar aura emanating from his opponent, realizing that he must exert every ounce of his strength to prevail. Thus, Madara intensified his control over the planetary devastation, accelerating its expansion outward. As the force of planetary devastation intensified, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly horrifying. The wind howled, sand and stones flew, and amidst the darkness, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Yet, even amid this chaos, the fierce battle between Madara and Kid showed no signs of abating. Kid repeatedly employed time reversal. This overwhelming barrage of attacks could not be evaded, only endured. At that moment, Kid's gaze remained locked onto the outer path golem, for it still harbored the last remnants of the tailed beast's chakra. However, Madara swiftly flickered back and forth, unable to secure a firm grasp. Ultimately, he resigned to leap back atop the golem. Observing that the powerful gravitational force had little effect on Kid, Madara understood that a prolonged war of attrition was the only path to victory, relying on his ocular prowess to settle the conflict. In an instant, Kid's left eye underwent a remarkable transformation. The Mangekyō Sharingan blazed with brilliant lightning. With a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, Kid teleported to the location of the outer path golem. Swiftly, he formed a seal with his hands before his chest. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black Susanoo erupted into existence, one of its massive hands pressing down upon the outer path golem with the weight of a mountain. This act utterly enraged Madara, who bellowed in fury, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying repulsive wave, seeking to hurl Kid away with its might. Unyielding in the face of Madara's assault, Kid retaliated. The palm of the black Susanoo activated a powerful absorption force. Concurrently, various chakra signatures of disparate attributes surged into Kid's body like a torrential flood. Feeling the sudden upheaval beneath him, Madara paused momentarily, recognizing the hungry ghost path. However, the situation allowed no time for contemplation. He urged his Susanoo to press down with renewed ferocity. Kid closed his eyes, standing resolutely in place, his body trembling slightly. He could vividly sense the immense energy flowing into him, a sensation that exhilarated him, for he realized that this was not merely the revival of the Ten Tails. At that moment, a monumental change was unfolding within him, as the powers of all the tailed beasts began to intertwine. Even the chakra that had been scattered across various corners seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious call, converging toward a singular focal point. Gradually, the chakra from different tailed beasts began to intertwine and coalesce into one. Just then, Kid suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth from his pupils. He spread his arms wide and let out a resounding roar, an unparalleled aura erupting from him. Indeed, he was no longer merely a Jinchuriki. He had become the very embodiment of the new Ten Tails. Meanwhile, Madara's colossal Susanoo continued its relentless advance. The mountain-like figure bore down with a cataclysmic pressure, poised to collide with Kid. Yet, in that fateful instant before their clash, the boundless power that had newly fused within Kid erupted forth. A dazzling brilliance flashed, accompanied by a thunderous roar as Madara's Susanoo hand was utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force. That massive hand crumbled like paper, effortlessly flung away, dispersing into countless fragments that vanished into the void. Chapter 141. The overwhelming battle. Uchiha Madara stood atop the outer path golem when he was suddenly struck by an unfathomable force, propelling him through the air like a cannonball. After tumbling several times, he barely managed to stabilize himself, staggering a few steps upon landing, his face etched with shock. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt the terrifying nature of that power, realizing that his own strength was utterly powerless against it. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, a colossal shadow loomed over Kid. This shadow, vast as a mountain, revealed itself to be a fearsome beast. The creature opened its gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Uchiha Madara. With that roar, Madara felt his chakra surging violently within him, as if it yearned to break free from its confines. He struggled to suppress the restless chakra, only to find it teetering on the brink of chaos. What was happening? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kid, enveloped by the chakra shadow, filled with astonishment. Such formidable power. Was his meticulously crafted plan about to be irrevocably shattered? Beneath a massive tree root, Black Zetsu also sensed the disquieting waves of power. Initially, he could scarcely believe what he perceived. Was this the Ten Tails? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. After all, the Ten Tails was born from the fusion of Kagaya Akatsuki and the Divine Tree. At this moment, the Outer Path Golem remained unscathed, making it impossible for the true Ten Tails to manifest. After a brief moment of contemplation and observation, Black Zetsu calmed himself. He realized that Kid must have successfully gathered the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and, through some extraordinary means, fused it into this awe-inspiring force. Yet even so, the merging of tailed beast chakra should have produced a consciousness. Why did Kid appear unaffected? In that instant, Kid was enveloped by a surge of power. His entire being began to undergo a remarkable transformation, as blue-white chakra surged like a tidal wave, continuously adhering to his body. This chakra enveloped him in a radiant glow. As the chakra enveloped him, Kid gradually entered a new state of being. Behind him, 6 pitch-black orbs materialized, reminiscent of twinkling stars in a profound night sky. Exuding an unsettling aura, Kid took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In that rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, he could distinctly sense the chakra of the entire world responding to his call, pulsing in sync with his breath. Every trace of chakra flowed before his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly discern their unique natures and attributes. At this moment, Kid grasped the essence of this power, enabling him to manipulate the chakra at will and deftly execute various Kekkei Genkai techniques. Is this what is known as the power of the Ten Tails? Kid pondered, gazing at his hands. He could genuinely feel a weight far heavier than mountains swirling rapidly within his grasp. This power held the potential to annihilate the world. Not far away, Madara struggled to rise from the wreckage. He stared wide-eyed, his gaze filled with disbelief, at Kid's astounding transformation. A primal fear and reverence stirred deep within him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Madara truly realized that this individual had transcended the boundaries of the ordinary, stepping into an unprecedented realm of existence. So this is what is meant by God. Madara's voice quavered, echoing through the desolate ruins. Yet within him, there was no trace of fear. To succumb to fear would mean he was no longer the formidable Uchiha Madara. Even in the face of death, it would not signify an end, as every action he undertook was in pursuit of his supreme vision of peace. If he were to perish in the relentless pursuit of his ideals, he would have no regrets. Alas, his grand plan, meticulously devised over many years, now seemed in jeopardy. Madara channeled all his might into his eyes, where his ocular power surged, as if wanting to burst forth. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his 3 ultimate techniques: Limbo, Border Jail, Heavenly Shockwave, and Ultra, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the heavens shifted hues, and the winds roared, enveloping the battlefield in this cataclysmic energy. On the other side, Kid wielded the black staff of Yin-Yang Release, darting through the enemy ranks like a specter. With a mere flick of his wrist, the 3 formidable shadows of Limbo disintegrated into nothingness, while the colossal meteor descending from above was inexplicably drawn back, hurtling straight towards Madara. As for the immense repulsive force generated by Madara's Ultra, Shinra Tensei, he did not flinch or evade, even refraining from any defensive maneuver. Yet, when that force, capable of rending mountains, collided with him, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He remained unmoved. Black Zetsu, observing from a distance, was struck with astonishment at the unfolding scene. With his keen insight, he immediately recognized that the object in Kid's grasp was the legendary truth-seeking ball, a symbol of power that could only be wielded by one who had achieved the status of Sage of 6 Paths. At that moment, a singular thought flashed through Black Zetsu's mind: escape. He knew all too well that remaining here would lead only to his demise. Yet, the notion of abandoning an opportunity painstakingly awaited for millennia, so close to fruition, filled him with an unbearable sense of loss, like a tide surging within. Kiid's expression turned steely, his gaze sharp as a blade, as he hurled the weapon in his grip with tremendous force. In an instant, the ebony staff appeared to come alive, slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning, hurtling directly toward Uchiha Madara. In the blink of an eye, the dark flash pierced Madara's form, blood spraying forth. Yet, Madara erupted with a formidable aura. His once ordinary eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic patterns, radiant and enigmatic lights bursting forth. Following this, a colossal, fully realized Susanoo, exuding an overwhelming presence, materialized before Kiid. Grinding his teeth against the searing pain of his wound, Madara grasped the black staff that had impaled him, exerting every ounce of strength to extract it. With each inch pulled free, he let out a pained roar, as if channeling all his fury and resentment into the act. At this moment, Kiid showed no signs of leniency. He held the black staff with one hand, deftly rotating it. With the swing of his arm, the staff surged forward like a fierce black dragon, howling as it swept ahead. With a thunderous crash, a black shockwave collided with the Susanoo, delivering a staggering blow that shattered its seemingly indestructible form as effortlessly as crushing a piece of tofu. Countless fragments scattered, creating a spectacular scene. Chapter 142. The advancement of the eye technique. In that fleeting moment, Madara, without a hint of hesitation, dispelled his Susanoo and moved with the swiftness of lightning to stand beside Feng. With a swift motion of his leg, he delivered a powerful kick. Feng instantly thrust his black staff forward, accurately blocking Madara's attack. At the same time, the flames of Amaterasu roared back to life, as if intent on devouring the entire space. Without yielding, Feng swung his fist, which was enveloped in black flames, and struck Madara with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Madara's chest caved in significantly, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his face. The immense impact sent Madara hurtling backwards, crashing violently into an enormous tree. Feng's gaze was keen as he focused on the base of the tree. Through the layers of foliage, he discerned a peculiar chakra fluctuation. Upon closer examination, he observed that while this chakra bore a resemblance to Madara's Rinnegan, it was merely a facade. The true source of power lay in the ancient Tsutsuki Kagaya from a millennium ago. At that moment, Black Zetsu, positioned at the tree's base, was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of fear. This fear weighed down upon him like a colossal mountain, nearly suffocating him. For the first time in his millennia-long existence, he genuinely felt the oppressive gaze of an indescribable terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Zetsu swiftly turned and fled in the opposite direction. Yet, how could Feng permit his escape? With a gentle lift of his hand, a massive tree suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting skyward like a colossal pillar. Caught off guard, Black Zetsu was violently thrust upwards by the unexpected giant tree, landing clumsily on the ground. Nevertheless, he dared not linger, swiftly regaining his footing and continuing his frantic flight. Madara watched this unfold, momentarily stunned, astonished that something he had created could be so cowardly. Seeing its master on the brink of demise, it fled with such alacrity. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu had no thoughts to spare for Madara. In that instant, he unleashed the maximum speed he had concealed for 1,000 years and sped ahead. However, he seemed to forget the space-time ninjutsu under Feng's control. As he raced forward, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he collided with an invisible wall, hurtling back at an even swifter pace. Feng, with his hands weaving, harnessed the immense power of the giant tree, effortlessly binding Black Zetsu before him. His gaze was cold and piercing, reminiscent of ice, as he stared down at this cunning and treacherous entity, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from Black Zetsu, a dark light shining brilliantly. The binding power of the wood release that had ensnared him instantly crumbled to dust, dissipating into the void. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Feng merely expressed mild surprise, revealing little astonishment. He then focused his thoughts, sending several radiant orbs of truth-seeking balls soaring towards Black Zetsu like shooting stars. You wretched creature of rebellion. You are but a mere pawn in the world of ninjas I painstakingly crafted, yet you dare to act recklessly, seeking to dismantle my meticulously devised plans. As the dark sphere approached with alarming speed, Black Zetsu could no longer suppress the fear and anger within him, howling in desperation, his voice laced with endless resentment. Feng remained impassive, his expression unchanged, while Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. He regarded Black Zetsu with an unfamiliar gaze, murmuring the words, "Ninja world, pawn." At that moment, Feng offered a slight smile, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. What a pity, after so many years of scheming, all your plans have come to naught. Moreover, Kaguya shall never return to this world. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. He gazed incredulously at Uchiha Feng, exclaiming, "Who are you? How do you know these things?" In response to Black Zetsu's demand for answers, Feng chose silence. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, gripped by intense fear and shock, began wildly speculating. Are you Indra? Or perhaps a reincarnation of one of those two ungrateful sons? No, that cannot be. Even if it were them, they could not possibly know such hidden truths. As he muttered frantically to himself, he shook his head in a frenzy. Just then, Feng slowly raised his hand. Exerting a subtle force, and an overwhelming surge of wood-release energy erupted forth, enveloping the surrounding space once more. In an instant, the wood release spread like an immense green web, sweeping down upon Black Zetsu. The unfortunate Black Zetsu had no time to react, as he was entirely consumed by the terrifying power of wood release. As he was absorbed into Feng's being, an extraordinarily peculiar and potent chakra surged forth, Kaguya's power. This mysterious chakra intertwined rapidly with the existing Tin Tail's power within Feng, merging seamlessly. Gradually, the two forces coalesced perfectly, enhancing the six paths power Feng possessed, rendering it even more formidable and complete. At that moment, six mysterious and profound tomo emerged in Feng's previously tranquil left eye. With their appearance, the chakra mode enveloping him grew increasingly solid. Meanwhile, Madara clutched his chest tightly, astonished as he beheld the unfolding events. Particularly when he observed the complete annihilation of Black Zetsu, his eyes reflected not only disbelief, but also profound confusion. Feng then descended gracefully from the air, landing firmly on the ground. He met Madara's gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, and calmly revealed the truth of the situation. What did you say? Upon hearing Feng's words, Madara's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. He struggled to accept that the stone tablet guiding his every step had been tampered with, that the so-called infinite Tsukuyami was merely a grand deception, crafted to resurrect the legendary Kaguya. Madara could no longer contain the fury and despair raging within him, roaring like a wounded beast. No. Impossible. Have all my efforts over the years been nothing but a complete farce? Yet, deep down, he understood that given the current circumstances, Uchiha Feng had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, Black Zetsu's final words had all but confirmed this harsh reality. After a fit of frenzied howling, Madara felt as if the very essence of his strength had been drained, his hands falling helplessly to his sides. In that moment, he truly experienced a profound weariness and desolation that seeped into his bones. For years, he had tirelessly fought to realize his so-called ideals, only to discover that everything had been an illusion. Now, bereft of purpose, he felt like a mere shell of himself, his mental world crumbling in an instant. It seems I was mistaken. Izuna gazed at Uchiha Kid, yet you were not entirely correct either. Let us proceed. With a firm grip, Kid wielded his blade, and Izuna, with a sense of relief, transformed into a lifeless corpse. Perhaps he truly longed for a return to the Pure Land. Chapter 143. Unification of the ninja world in a gripping scene. Feng grasped tightly onto the lifeless body of Madara. His palm exerted immense pressure, and from the tips of his fingers, sharp tree spikes suddenly emerged, plunging into Madara's corpse with ferocity akin to ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey. In an instant, a powerful suction erupted from Feng's palm, voraciously consuming the residual energy clinging to Madara's form like a whirlpool. As the energy was relentlessly siphoned away, Madara's body visibly withered, resembling a desiccated tree stripped of moisture. Simultaneously, Feng's right eye began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His once ordinary gaze now manifested six tomo, which, rather than remaining static, appeared to possess a life of their own, rotating and shimmering with vitality. As the aura of the six paths grew stronger with the absorption of Madara's energy, Feng showed no signs of halting. He slowly lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixated on the colossal earthen sphere suspended in the sky. This terrifying creation, known as the Earth Explosion Star, was conjured by Madara. Logically, it should have dissipated upon its creator's demise. Yet, Feng forcefully stabilized it in midair. Within this seemingly mundane sphere lay the concealed remains of nearly all the Hyuga clan ninjas, innocent victims of the fierce battle. In a flash, Feng darted upwards like a specter, standing firmly atop the immense orb. He gently extended his right hand, caressing the surface of the sphere as if it were a priceless treasure. At the moment of contact, the vast energy contained within surged forth like a torrent, flooding into Feng's being. In mere moments, the once indomitable earthen sphere began to crumble, disintegrating into countless small fragments that rained down. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Feng summoned the scattered debris and surrounding trees, which, as if responding to a mysterious call, converged once more. They intertwined and melded, under Feng's extraordinary influence, to methodically restore the ravaged landscape. Under the miraculous power at play, the devastated land astonishingly rejuvenated at an unprecedented pace. The once broken mountains reformed, the fractured rivers resumed their flow, and the charred earth blossomed back to life in vibrant green. Everything appeared so tranquil and serene, as though the harrowing battle had never transpired. Subsequently, Feng returned to the Hidden Flame village to announce Madara's demise. Though the crowd erupted in astonishment, there was little genuine surprise. The impact Feng had already delivered was profound enough, and the slaying of another Uchiha would not augment his reputation further. It was already at its zenith. When the news reached other nations, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, filled with dread and despair, for their ninjas had been nearly annihilated by Uchiha Feng and Madara. All they could do was silently pray that the terrifying Uchiha Feng would not cast his malevolent gaze upon their lands. Yet, fate seemed unkind to these anxious souls. Shortly thereafter, a shocking proclamation emanated from the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire declared an intention to unify the entire ninja world, asserting that this initiative aimed to bring enduring peace to the realm. Furthermore, this daimyo uncompromisingly issued commands to the other nations of the ninja world, demanding immediate submission. This abrupt turn of events left the other daimyos in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. In the past, even during fierce ninja world wars, disputes were generally resolved through territorial concessions or reparations. Even the once mighty Hashirama Senju had never entertained the radical notion of obliterating all nations. Yet, the actions of the Land of Fire unmistakably threatened to sever their foundations entirely. Faced with such an unprecedented threat, the daimyos across the lands rose in rebellion, their voices of protest swelling like a surging tide. This large-scale demonstration rapidly engulfed the entire ninja world. However, no matter how vehement these protests became, they could not alter the established reality. At last, amidst the unrelenting clamor of dissent, Uchiha Feng's wooden clone appeared before the assembly. In an instant, the cacophony of protest fell silent, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Before absolute power, the nations ultimately chose to submit, offering their territories with heavy hearts. With the final piece of land claimed, a new world government emerged. Henceforth, ninjas would no longer exist as independent entities or organizations, but would instead become akin to a formal military force. Concurrently, the title of Hokage, which symbolized power and glory, vanished forever from the annals of history. After resolving the global conflict, Feng did not pause in his endeavors. He hastened to the moon to eradicate the lingering remnants of the Akatsuki clan. However, just as everything seemed to settle, Feng recalled a mysterious and powerful place mentioned in the original tale, the Dragon Vein. This site, brimming with immense chakra energy, now seemed to call to Feng, who had recently acquired the new powers of the Six-Tomo Rinnegan, enabling him to sense the boundless strength contained within. This newfound power not only awakened his extraordinary ability to manipulate time, but also instilled within him the confidence to confront any challenges that might arise from the Dragon Vein. Thus, Feng embarked alone on a journey to the Wind Country in search of the Dragon Vein. Upon entering this realm, a formidable chakra presence enveloped him. Without hesitation, Feng activated his absorption mode, fully immersing himself in this exhilarating feast of power. As the overwhelming chakra surged into his being, the surrounding space and time warped, as if the entire world trembled in response. In that moment, Feng grasped the essence of his absorption ability. It was not derived from any so-called external aid, but was instead a profound enhancement of the hungry ghost path ability, artfully merged with aspects of wood release, forming a unique skill. Empowered by this extraordinary force, Feng's eyes erupted with a mesmerizing glow, a terrifying aura exuding from the flowing power of time. At this juncture, Feng resembled a deity commanding time, standing tall upon this land filled with enigmas and marvels. Through the ethereal mirror of time, Feng seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, clearly witnessing the distant Hidden Leaf village. Smoke spiraled upwards from the village, where people bustled through the streets. A vibrant scene unfolding before his eyes. As his gaze drew closer, the Uchiha compound came into view. The ancient structures stood in harmonious disarray, reflecting the clan's rich history and deep heritage. Venturing further, he reached his own home, so familiar to him. Inside, a youthful figure lay peacefully in slumber. Yet, as the boy's breathing grew increasingly rapid, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the air. The future phone keenly sensed a powerful and unknown force continuously infusing into the boy's being. In that decisive moment, the boy abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the future phone felt a profound resonance. His eyes narrowed, and a peculiar energy surged upward along the river of time, like a brilliant beam of light. Precisely returning to the boy of yore. Feng had initially intended to convey even more power, but alas, the time mirror suddenly vanished without warning. With all that accomplished, a smile graced Feng's face. He slowly retracted his hands and murmured softly to himself, "This should suffice, shouldn't it?"